In the capital city, October brings a palpable chill, particularly as night descends. However, within the confines of the Hilton Hotel's 8066 presidential suite, a different ambience prevails. Xiaosa, seated on the bed while awaiting the male model, deftly glides her slender fingers across the trifold screen of her phone, seemingly engrossed in work during this interlude. In preparation for her forthcoming plans of motherhood, Xiaosa has chosen a decidedly alluring outfit for the evening. After a refreshing bath, her lustrous, jet-black curls cascade down her shoulders, and she adorns herself in a knee-length black silk nightgown that elegantly hugs her exquisite figure. Her finely chiseled features and skin, as fair as snow, are accentuated by her long, curled lashes, framing a pair of enchanting, upturned peach blossom eyes that exude an innate charm. Under the soft glow of the lights, she embodies a harmonious blend of mature elegance and youthful allure. It is only when the bathroom door swings open that she slowly raises her captivating eyes. A tall man, clad only in a hotel towel, emerges while drying his hair. Xiaosa sets down her phone and approaches him. The sudden appearance of a strikingly beautiful woman in a nightgown catches Feng Qingyu off guard, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his dark eyes. His large hand, which had been rubbing his hair with the towel, gradually lowers. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, the droplets of water from his hair cascade onto his defined chest, revealing a hint of a well-defined line. His muscular physique is not exaggerated, but possesses a perfect balance of strength. As he strides over, casually drying his hair, the scene radiates an electric tension. Feng Qingyi's refined and handsome features, with deep-set, chiseled eyes, are unmatched even among the most celebrated male stars in the entertainment industry. Xiaosa stands before him, her discerning gaze appraising him from head to toe, and she can't help but silently commend her friend Song Qiangwei for her exceptional matchmaking skills. Cici, the male model I found for you tonight, is not only strikingly handsome, but also making his debut this evening. Indeed, such matters are best entrusted to a close friend. Yet, she wonders about his academic credentials. Her future child must excel in height, looks, and intellect. So far, she is quite pleased with this male model. At 1.63 meters tall, Xiaosa feels diminutive in the presence of the 1.90-meter Feng Qingyu. She instinctively reaches out to touch him, as if assessing the quality of livestock. The tactile sensation is pleasing. Then, she leans slightly and breathes softly against his profile. Is this your first time? Her beautiful, upturned peach blossom eyes, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner, emanate a seductive allure. Feng Qingyu, intrigued, finds himself surprised that he has yet to experience any allergic reactions. Initially intent on dismissing the woman, his thoughts begin to shift towards the possibility of continuing this encounter. The faint, refreshing scent of osmanthus emanating from her captivates him, stirring an unexpected excitement within. Qingyu remains silent, his cool demeanor unwavering as he gazes at her. Her porcelain-like face, with ruby-red lips and pearly white teeth, is a portrait of exquisite beauty. Having never been this intimate with a man before, Xiaosa is unsure how to proceed. Although her friend arranged for this male model, she is the one footing the bill. Shouldn't he be the one catering to her as the patron? Thus, taking a step back, she states, "I understand this is your first time, and you may not be entirely familiar with the process. Everyone has to start somewhere, that I am quite easily satisfied. Where shall we begin? On the bed, the sofa, or even the carpet?" Feng Qingyi's eyes narrow slightly. What does this woman take him for? Yet, after years of encounters, he finds himself facing a woman who does not trigger any allergic response. If he were to send her away, Feng Qingyu furrows his brow, contemplating for a moment before making a decision. Do you have a health check report? Although he is inclined to proceed, he feels the need for clarity. A look of surprise flits across Xiaosa's eyes before understanding dawns on her, prompting a playful smile to grace her lips. Of course, I am perfectly clean. Song Qiangwei has always insisted. Cici, being as pure and beautiful as you are, you deserve a clean and handsome man to match. Then let's begin. Feng Qingyi's lips part slightly as he fixes his gaze on her exquisite face, commanding, "Come here, kiss me." Accustomed to issuing orders, he finds it implausible that Xiaosa would expect him to serve her. Shouldn't you be the one to kiss me? Xiaosa raises an eyebrow in surprise. Is this man unaware of the situation? She is the benefactor here. It is hardly fitting for her to cater to him. Feng Qingyu feels a surge of annoyance. As the heir of the Feng family and the Feng Corporation, he is used to women eagerly vying for his attention. Then get out, he retorts, lifting his towel-clad hand to resume drying his hair, striding toward the wardrobe. It seems he is genuinely upset. He shouts, "This male model has quite the temper. Never mind, why bother quarreling with him? After all, she's the one in need." As he attempts to sidestep her, she turns and wraps her arms around his robust waist, pressing against him. A rich, enticing scent of sandalwood envelopes her. Hisayase's ears flush with heat. This is her first time being so intimately close to a man, and she finds it difficult to adjust. Feng Qingji's body stiffens, and the towel falls from his hands as she lunges toward him. In the next moment, Hisayasu rises on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, gently pulling his head down. With her eyes closed, she leans in, her lips gliding toward his at the moment their lips touch. Her heart races wildly. Feng Qingyu freezes, his mind going blank. As he regains his senses, he instinctively parts his lips and embraces her, striding toward the bed. Hisayasu, initially with her eyes closed, suddenly opens them when his kiss brushes her lips, and chin isn't the sofa or carpet an option. Silence. In the next instant, he forcefully presses her down. Hisayasu, confident in her physical prowess, wakes up the following morning feeling an intense discomfort throughout her body. Chapter 002. He is priceless. This male model, with such a magnificent physique and appearance, turned out to possess such poor skills. He was utterly devoid of any technique, leaving her in excruciating pain all over her body, akin to the soreness one feels after being crushed by a heavy truck. As Hisayasu contemplated this, she struggled to prop herself up from the bed. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom, indicating that the male model had yet to depart, but she was eager to leave. However, she could not locate the clothes she had worn the previous day, which seemed to have been discarded somewhere. After getting out of bed, Hisayasu wrapped herself tightly in a bedsheet. Just as she was about to rummage through the wardrobe for something to wear, the bathroom door swung open, and Feng Qingyu emerged. Impeccably dressed in a suit, the man stood tall and straight, his shirt buttons fastened all the way to the top, revealing only a circle of pale skin at the nape of his neck. His deep black suit exuded an aura of restraint, and his face, ageless and handsome, bore an air of aloofness. This man bore little resemblance to the male model from the previous night. "Don't rush off," Hisayasu said, awkwardly tugging at the fabric, covering her chest as she stepped forward. Feng Qingyu had no intention of leaving, his expression cold, yet his gaze held a hint of scrutiny as he regarded the woman before him. "Fetch me a piece of clothing that I can wear." Hisayasu felt that since he had torn her outfit, he must continue to cater to her needs. Otherwise, "Are you ordering me?" A flicker of coldness flashed in Feng Qingyu's deep-set eyes. Hisayasu raised her eyebrows in surprise. What audacity this male model had! Did he not realize she was the one financing this? Besides, her nightgown had been ruined by him. Should he not take responsibility? Or did he resent that she had not settled the bill? With that thought, Hisayasu tied the bedsheet around her chest, retrieved her phone, and discovered it had somehow powered down. She turned it on, and immediately a flurry of notifications chimed in. Yet, she had no time to attend to them. Instead, she approached the man again. WeChat or Alipay? She cast him a fleeting glance. Feng Qingyu frowned slightly, and then recalling the events of the previous night, he suddenly understood. This woman had mistaken him for some sort of male escort. A sense of indignation welled up within him, and he was intrigued to see just how extravagant she truly was. Thus, the next moment, he raised an eyebrow and declared, "I am quite expensive. I am well aware of the going rates for your kind. Typically, they start at 500 to 600, and for someone like you, it would be at most 1,000. With such poor skills, my price is nearing the lowest tier." Hisayasu was growing increasingly impatient. After all, her time was precious, and she had no desire to squander it over payment. She turned away and swiftly found a blank piece of paper from the bedside cabinet, jotted down a phone number, and thrust it into the man's large hand. "This is my assistant's number. Despite your lackluster skills, if you contact her, you will receive a satisfactory compensation." Hearing her disparage his abilities, a smirk of derision crept onto his cold lips. "How laughable! You, who have only taken 50 steps, dare to mock someone who has taken 100, and you claim that my worth is merely 1,000. I am priceless." Hisayasu, however, was too preoccupied to notice his mocking smile after her declaration. She promptly made her way to the wardrobe, pulled out a set of men's shirt and trousers, and without any regard for the man in the room, changed hastily before rushing out the door. Xiaosa quickly drove towards her apartment, but on the way, she had a multitude of matters to address, both professional and personal. First, she activated her Bluetooth and listened to some messages from last night. Cici, your Aunt Sue's son just returned from studying abroad in the United States. I mentioned your situation, and she is quite pleased with you. Her son would very much like to meet you. Don't forget, I will send you the specific date and location once confirmed. The first message was from her mother, Cui Jiahui. Upon hearing her mother's message, Xiaosa frowned in displeasure. Since turning 25, her mother had inundated her with messages urging her to go on blind dates. If she continued to refuse, she feared that Cui Jiahui might ultimately sever their mother-daughter relationship. The second message was from her assistant, Su Qinglan. His own. The meeting with President Su of Shengshi, originally scheduled for tomorrow at 9, has been postponed to the day after tomorrow morning. It was the secretary of President Su who called. Therefore, tomorrow at 9, you will meet with the German expert on intelligent robotics. Instead, I will pick you up at 8. Upon hearing Su Qinglan's message, Xiaosa glanced at her phone screen. It was already 8:13. Clearly, there would be no time for her to return to her apartment to change. She quickly replied to Su Qinglan with a voice message. Qinglan, send me the meeting address and prepare a suit for me. We meet in half an hour. After responding to Su Qinglan's message, the next 4 voice messages were all from her close friend, Song Changwei. The first one read, Cici, the male model has already gone to your room. Please be attentive. The second, Cici, the male model called, saying you haven't returned to your room. He stated he would wait for you for another half an hour, but if you do not appear by then, he will have to attend to other clients. The third, Cici, where on earth have you gone? Even if you don't use the male model, you still have to pay. The fourth, Cici, I have already left Beijing and am flying to Shanghai for a commercial shoot. Although you didn't use the male model, I have already paid him. Remember, do not pay him again. Upon listening to the 4 voice messages from Song Changwei, Xiaosa felt as if she had been struck by lightning. So, the cold and aloof man she had shared a night with was not the male model Song Changwei had booked for her. She had spent the night with a complete stranger. At 9 o'clock at the Hongxi golf course. The moment Jiang Xian laid eyes on Feng Chengyu, he sensed a significant change in him. Dressed in a light blue polo shirt, pale white trousers, and white pointed sports shoes, Feng Chengyu entered the venue, his model-like tall and striking figure immediately attracting the attention of the other women present. Oh my! It's Feng Chengyu! A young woman gasped in excitement. Is it really him? I thought he had been sent abroad to develop overseas markets for the past 5 years. Can he really be back? Rumor has it he is not leaving again and will likely directly take over the Beijing branch of the Feng Group. He is simply too cool and too handsome. His return will undoubtedly set the socialite circles of Beijing ablaze. Hey, don't get your hopes up too high. Don't be fooled by his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. He is the quintessential wealthy and handsome man. However, no woman has been able to approach him for years. Oh, why is that? It is said that he has an allergy to women. Before the woman could finish her sentence, a self-proclaimed noble beauty, holding a glass of red wine, confidently strolled over. The other women widened their eyes and held their breath as they watched. Chapter 003. Shocking news. Brother Yu has a woman. It seemed she wanted to confirm whether Feng Chengyu, the heir of the Feng Group, truly kept women at bay. They all watched with a mixture of jealousy and anticipation. Sure enough, just as the woman with the wine was about to reach Feng Chengyu, a bodyguard dressed in black blocked her path. Some of the women nearby couldn't help but chuckle. However, it was unclear what the noble lady had said. For Feng Chengyu raised his hand slightly, allowing her to draw closer. Before long, the situation took another turn. The noble lady had not made contact with Feng Chengyu. She had merely closed the distance between them. Whatever she said seemed to intrigue him, as he extended his gloved hand to accept the glass of red wine she offered. The women could almost envision the triumphant smile gracing the noble lady's lips at that moment. Yet, the next instant, the scenario shifted drastically. Feng Chengyu poured the glass of red wine over the noble lady's long, dark hair, and the women seemed to witness him utter a single word from his cold lips, scram. In the aftermath, the noble lady abruptly turned, covering her mouth as she fled in tears. The onlookers erupted into laughter. I've never seen such a desperate woman. The laughter echoed around them, and each woman felt a twinge of relief. grateful they had not rushed to fawn over Feng Chengyu. The rumors that he was indifferent to women were true. Such a striking man could only be admired from afar. How regrettable, indeed. After Feng Chengyu had dismissed the woman with the wine, Jiang Xian was already laughing uncontrollably. Brother Yu, that lady is the eldest princess of the Pei Real Estate Group. Even if you don't give that old man Pei Jianqing any face, you ought to show some respect for your elder brother. In Beijing, there are 4 major financial groups: Feng, Jiang, Pei, and Gu. Jiang Xian is the second son of the Jiang family, and this golf club is one of their properties. Jiang Xian is also a childhood friend of Feng Chengyu, as well as a close companion. Additionally, Pei Nian, the heir of the Pei Group, is also one of their friends. However, Pei Nian was not present today. The woman who had just been drenched in wine was actually Pei Yining, the daughter of Pei Jiancheng, Pei Nian's uncle. Jiang Xian, don't you think you're talking too much? Feng Chengyu only returned to Beijing yesterday. He just wanted to relax a bit before taking over the Feng Group. Which is why he came to this golf course this morning. Jiang Xian smirked. All right, he brought this upon himself. By the way, brother Yu, should we find a couple of male models for practice? Huh. Jiang Xian was leading the way when he was abruptly yanked aside by Feng Chengyu, who seemed to find him a hindrance. Hey, brother Yu, wait up. Jiang Xian stumbled but quickly regained his balance and hurried after him. In truth, Jiang Xian had only meant well. Feng Chengyu is not one to allow a woman to accompany him. So why is it unacceptable for him to seek the company of several male models? After all, he is doing it for his own good. Minutes later, perhaps due to the exertion from playing basketball, Feng Chengyu loosened the collar of his tightly buttoned polo shirt during halftime. Jiang Sun inadvertently caught a glimpse and, in the next moment, found himself wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaiming loudly, "No way, brother Yu. Have you lost your virginity?" A suspicious red mark, reminiscent of a love bite, had appeared on the man's collarbone. Jiang Sun was certain this mark was the result of a woman's unrestrained passion. Who could be the audacious woman that not only approached the long-reclusive Feng Chengyu but seemingly also shared a bed with him? Feng Chengyu cast a rare, incredulous glance in his direction, and then grabbed a bottle of purified water, tilting his head back to gulp it down. As he set the bottle down, he lazily remarked, "I'm nearly 30. Is it so wrong for me to have a sex life?" Ah? Jiang Sun immediately perked up at this. He sprang from his seat and leaned closer, inhaling deeply as if trying to detect any lingering traces of femininity on Feng Chengyu. However, Feng Chengyu pushed his face away and rose like a languid beast. "Let us play another round." "Oh, no, brother Yu. I must report good news to Grandpa Feng. I need to have Yinggu check your health." "But wait, brother Yu, tell me, which woman provided you with such services last night? Do you have her contact information? If so, I'm certain Grandpa Feng would want to reach out to her immediately. This woman might be the only one brother you could ever engage with. Missing this opportunity could mean a lifetime of bachelorhood for him." Jiang Sun was both excited and animated, chattering incessantly. "Stop!" Feng Chengyu, perhaps irked by his incessant babble, suddenly turned to silence him. Just then, his phone rang. With a slight smirk, he pulled out his phone, glanced at the screen, furrowed his brow, and answered the call. "You rascal! How long do you plan to stay out without coming home?" It was the thunderous voice of Grandpa Feng. Full of vigor. What a temper he has! But how did he know I was back? Feng Chengyu hung up the phone and tossed his cue aside. "I'm leaving." He patted Jiang Sun on the shoulder, removed his white gloves, and wiped his hands with a clean towel that a waiter brought over before departing with 2 bodyguards. "Brother Yu, tonight, Yin Gu and I will host a welcome for you at Shuyanjian. You must come." Jiang Sun followed closely beside him. If Pei Nian knew he was back, he would undoubtedly drop everything to welcome him. "We'll talk about it later." It wasn't that Feng Chengyu was aloof. Rather, he was uncertain about whether he would be able to leave the old residence after returning home. When he Xiaosa arrived at Qingxi Pavilion, the German delegation had not yet arrived. This time, she was here to discuss cooperation with the German team specializing in intelligent robotics. He Xiaosa had founded Jinghong Technology 5 years ago from scratch, with substantial support from her close friend, Song Qiangwei. Jinghong Technology primarily focused on high-end intelligent robotics for hotel services. However, the past year had not been prosperous. Sales were stagnant, sustained only by a few loyal clients. The main issue was the lack of initial innovative research and development. Jinghong was in desperate need of a group of high-caliber talents in high-end intelligent robotics, and these German experts were precisely the individuals she wanted to hire at a premium. She hoped to sign on the research team led by Johnson. However, upon meeting the team of 5 led by Johnson in a special VIP room at Qingxi Pavilion, He Xiaosa engaged in a warm and detailed conversation with him. Moved by her enthusiasm and sincerity, Johnson revealed, "Ms. He, it's not that we don't want to sign with you, but Feng Technology has already approached us in advance, and you must know that Feng's offer is quite lucrative." Johnson's words were subtly pointed. Chapter 004, A Deadly Command. Marry within 3 days. He Xiaosa immediately understood the implication. "Professor Johnson, can you tell me if you have a scheduled signing date with Feng Technology?" If they have already signed an agreement, then Jing Hong cannot insist further. However, if not, we still have a glimmer of hope. In a week, Johnson smiled as he informed her. During lunchtime, He Xiaosa continued to lavish hospitality upon Johnson and his team. As they were about to part, she cheerfully said, "Professor Johnson, is this your first visit to our glorious Huaguo? If you don't mind, I would be delighted to arrange a guide for you to explore the magnificent landscapes of our country, especially in Jing City, which boasts many historical sites." "Oh, thank you, Missy, we have already signed up for a local tour group." Given the slim chances of collaborating with Jing Hong, Johnson was certainly reluctant to impose further. "Very well then, Professor Johnson, I wish you a pleasant trip." He Xiaosa extended her hand graciously. However, as she entered the car driven by Su Qinglan, a shadow of worry crossed her delicate features. "Ms. He, don't be too anxious. We can conduct campus recruitment at a 985 university in Jing City around March or April next year." He Xiaosa pressed her lips tightly together, ignoring the comment as she fell into deep thought. In the western suburbs, at the Feng family estate, as Feng Qingyu stepped into the living room, the butler, Zhong Fu, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Young master, you've finally returned." Feng Qingyu nodded slightly at Zhong Fu, greeting him as Uncle Fu, as he casually handed over his coat that he had draped over his arm. "You rascal, if I hadn't he called you, would you have even thought to come back?" By the time Feng Qingyu approached the sofa where Grandpa Feng sat, the old man was fuming, his beard bristling in anger. Feng Qingyu smirked, then placed his hand on his grandfather's shoulder and settled down. "Grandpa, that's unreasonable. It was you who sent me abroad 5 years ago." Feng Qingyu's expression was decidedly nonchalant. "You brat, blaming me now? If I hadn't intervened to send you overseas back then, would you be sitting here safe and sound in Jing City now?" Grandpa Feng shot a glare at his ungrateful grandson. Feng Qingyu thought to himself, but if he had truly confronted his second uncle 5 years ago, things might have turned out differently. I understand. Grandpa." This time, Feng Qingyu addressed him with a degree of respect. "It's he last." Grandpa Feng's expression softened, yet moments later, a frown returned to his brow. "Your second uncle is merely trying to secure his position in the company by ensuring you remain unmarried and without heirs. If you could marry and have children, I could persuade several company elders to support you in taking over Feng Technology seamlessly. Therefore, I hereby command you to obtain a marriage certificate within 3 days." Grandpa Feng's face flushed with indignation, a mixture of frustration and exasperation. "But you know I cannot." Feng Qingyu protested. "I don't care about your objections. In 3 days, I want to see your marriage certificate with a woman." Grandpa Feng believed that if he did not push his grandson, he might very well remain a lifelong bachelor, failing to establish a family or have children. If that were to happen, how would he ever face his late eldest son after his own passing? Feng Qingyu never anticipated being forced out by his own grandfather. Very well, it seems that in the next 3 days, if he does not manage to obtain a marriage certificate with a woman, this old man would not let him through the doors of the Feng family estate. At Shuianjian High-End Club, He Xiaosa entered carrying a box of cake. Just as the elevator door was about to close, she hurriedly walked a few steps in her 7-inch heels. "Wait!" A melodious cry rang out, followed by a pale hand thrust between the closing elevator doors. He Xiaosa felt relieved as she stepped into the elevator. Inside, she noticed 2 young, handsome men regarding her with a complex expression. Among them, the tallest and most strikingly handsome man met her gaze, and she felt an absurd sensation wash over her, as he was the same man with whom she had shared an unintentional night just hours prior. Now she realized he was far from a mere male model. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she maintained her politeness and thanked both men, even though she did not know which one had helped her earlier. To avoid raising suspicions, He Xiaosa stood diagonally in the elevator, deliberately keeping her distance from the man with whom she had shared the night. Jiang Sun watched He Xiaosa with keen interest. then shifted his gaze to Feng Chengyu. Earlier, when the elevator was about to close, it was Feng Chengyu who had reached out to stop the doors. It was peculiar, given Feng Chengyu's aversion to women. He should not have intervened for one. After all, he had not even seen the woman's face when he acted. There could only be one reason for his uncharacteristic behavior, Jiang Sun thought, redirecting his attention back to He Xiaosa. The woman wore a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves, her hair cascading in water-like waves, her skin fair as snow, and her features exquisitely beautiful, a strikingly radiant beauty. Could it be that Brother Yu is drawn to this type? Or is this beauty the one who took his virginity? Jiang Sun smiled and took the initiative to speak to He Xiaosa. Beautiful lady, is it your birthday today? Oh, no, it's not mine. It's a friend's birthday today. He Xiaosa replied, smiling faintly as she recalled the assistance she had received earlier. Indeed, the reason she is at Shuyanjian tonight is to celebrate the birthday of another close friend. Then I wish your friend a happy birthday. Jiang Sun said with a faint smile. Thank you. He Xiaosa replied with a gentle smile in return. Throughout the encounter, He Xiaosa did not cast a single glance at Feng Chengyu. Meanwhile, Feng Chengyu stood with his hands in his pockets, his tall frame lazily leaning against the elevator wall, maintaining a demeanor of aloof indifference as he stared at the advertisements playing inside the elevator, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between Jiang Sun and He Xiaosa. How could this man, with such poor skills, carry himself with such an air of arrogance? He Xiaosa couldn't help but silently scoff at his attitude reflected in the polished elevator wall. When the elevator reached the 23rd floor and the doors gradually opened, He Xiaosa assumed it was simply her destination and stepped forward. To her surprise, the tall figure of the man also moved simultaneously. In the next moment, Jiang Sun, who had been motionless, widened her eyes in shock. Chapter 005. The man is a golden mountain. Suddenly, the two individuals in front collided. Being a woman in high heels, He Xiaosa inevitably bore the brunt of the impact against the tall, upright man. She stumbled, the cake in her hands flying out, and she herself toppled to the ground. Jiang Sun, wanting to help, could only watch helplessly as He Xiaosa fell. Feng Chengyu had knocked her down, and despite their previous night of intimacy, he merely cast a cold glance at her before continuing on his way. He Xiaosa was nearly seething with rage. How could he behave this way? At that moment, Jiang Sun rushed forward to help He Xiaosa up and retrieve the cake that had been flung away, returning it to her. Upon inspecting the cake, He Xiaosa found it deformed and nearly spilling out of its box, which only fueled her anger further. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she called out, "Hey, you up ahead, can't you at least say sorry for bumping into someone? Oh, beautiful lady, my brother, he didn't mean to." He.s. a bit hard of hearing, Jiang Sun chimed in with a smile. However, before he could finish, Feng Chengyu abruptly halted, turning to glare at Jiang Sun with a frosty expression. "Are you bored?" Jiang Sun was taken aback, offering He Xiaosa another apologetic smile while gesturing toward his head, implying that Feng Chengyu might have some issues. He then hurried off to catch up with Feng Chengyu. Meanwhile, He Xiaosa was left infuriated by the man's haughty demeanor. She, in her 7-inch heels, limped after him. Although Feng Chengyu, being tall and long-legged, took large strides, He Xiaosa quickly overtook them. She spread her arms to block his path. "Male, step aside." Feng Chengyu snapped coldly, furrowing his brows. "Male?" He Xiaosa was taken aback, having never heard such a peculiar term before. Her anger surged, feeling as though her very insides were about to combust. Arrogant narcissist. Suppressing her fury, she retorted with poise, "Female, compensate me for the cake." Jiang Sun, overhearing their playful banter, couldn't stifle his laughter. "Wow, I increasingly suspect that Brother Yu and this lady have some sort of connection." Not wishing to continue the altercation, Feng Chengyu pulled out a check and a pin from his pocket, signing his name at the bottom before stuffing it into He Xiaosa's collar. "If you want money, just say so. The amount is up to you." With that, he bypassed her with an air of superiority and headed toward the reserved private room. He Xiaosa was left speechless. This conceited man dared to humiliate her with money? The fitted dress she wore was a V-neck. His action was nothing short of frivolous and disrespectful to women. As she entered room 6089, carrying the cake, she found Ching and her 2 loyal fans already present. Ching was a live-streaming host for a popular short video platform. Besides inviting He Xiaosa for her birthday, She had also invited her two devoted fans. Qingbao, I'm so sorry I ran into an arrogant jerk on my way here, and he knocked me down, causing the cake I bought for you to fall. He Xiaosa began apologetically. Oh dear, say, you've been wronged. Come here, let me give you a big hug, and Qing exclaimed, opening her arms wide for a warm embrace. An Qing was a longtime friend from high school and also her hometown companion. They were now roommates, having shared an apartment together for several years. Although He Xiaosa was now the owner of a technology company and could afford a large apartment in the capital, she and Qing had grown accustomed to living together after nearly a decade of studying and working in the city, especially since their landlord was exceptionally kind and offered them favorable rental terms. Once seated, He Xiaosa recounted the encounter with the aloof and arrogant man in the elevator. And Qing laughed uncontrollably, while the two fans stifled their giggles, as he said, do you think that man has feelings for you? How could that be? It's just his nature. He couldn't even address me as woman, and instead referred to me as female? He could at least call me madam. He Xiaosa pouted in dissatisfaction. Haha, say Bao, you're going to make me laugh to death. And Qing exclaimed, picturing the bizarre exchange of female and male, and how seriously they had conversed. By the way, didn't he give you a check? Let me see who this peculiar male is. And Qing then reached out for the check without an amount. He Xiaosa, still pouting, slowly retrieved the check from her bag. She hadn't even glanced at it before stuffing it away. And Qing unfolded it. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, say, you've hit the jackpot. No wonder he was so arrogant. Do you know who this male is? Who? He Xiaosa asked disinterestedly, taking a sip from her cup to soothe her throat and temper her anger. Wow, you didn't even take a look. It's the Feng group. That male is a scion of the Feng family. And Qing exclaimed, in a wonder he carries himself with such confidence. The Feng group is synonymous with wealth and power in the capital. If the Feng group were to stomp their foot, it could shake the very economic foundations of the city. Because Feng Chengyu's signature was fluid and artistic, and Qing recognized only the first character of Feng, while the latter two were illegible to her. Thus, she concluded that the individual who had issued the check was a member of the Feng family, although she couldn't ascertain which one. The Feng family? Upon hearing those two words, He Xiaosa's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Meanwhile, in room 6066, when Jiang Sun and Feng Qingyu entered, Pei Nian was already waiting for them. Brother Nian, I have some great news. Jiang Sun rushed over to Pei Nian's side as soon as he entered. Feng Qingyu smirked slightly but chose to ignore the two, settling into a sofa and slowly sipping a glass of red wine. Really? Pei Nian raised an eyebrow in surprise after listening to Jiang Sun's animated recounting. The key is, I think. Jiang Sun continued to share the story of encountering a stunning beauty in the elevator and the interaction between Feng Qingyu and her in hushed tones. Pei Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. So, Brother Nian, do you think there is something going on between Brother Yu and the beauty in the elevator? Pei Nian patted him on the shoulder, as if confirming whether there was any romantic involvement. Chapter 006, Beauty. Let us share a room. Pei Nian then sat beside Feng Qingyu and reached for the glass of red wine he had been sipping. Feng Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at him, appearing leisurely and relaxed. Pei Nian remained silent, placing the half-empty glass of wine on the coffee table before reaching to unbutton Feng Qingyu's coat. What are you doing? In the company of friends. Feng Qingyu felt most at ease, exuding the languid charm of a lion basking in the winter sun. What do you think? I'm a doctor. Indeed, Pei Nian was not only the third young master of the Pei family, but also the director of the GCI hospital under the Pei group. And Feng Qingyu's personal physician, not allergic, have had sexual relations. Feng Qingyu replied lazily, casting him a sideways glance. All right, he.s. admitting everything, Pei Nian thought, feeling a bit at a loss for words. He then proceeded to unfasten the cuff buttons on Feng Qingyu's left wrist and checked his pulse. Having studied both Western and traditional medicine during his medical education, Feng Qingyu cooperatively allowed him to take his pulse. Jiang Sun hovered nearby, curious about any changes in Feng Qingyu's health. Minutes later, Pei Nian withdrew his hand, smiling at Feng Qingyu. Congratulations, your energy levels are vibrant, and your yin and yang are balanced. It's the perfect time to have children. Indeed, in real life, many couples wishing to have children undertake health checkups and preparations in advance. Preparation for childbirth is not solely the mother's responsibility. Fathers must also check their health, quit smoking and drinking, and enhance their nutrition. Get lost? Feng Qingyu clearly did not appreciate Pei Nian's remarks and gave him a shove. Children? He hadn't even considered marriage. He relished his single life. Even when pressed by his grandfather to marry, Feng Qingyu paid little heed to it. If need be, he could simply avoid returning to the ancestral home and revel in his life in the capital for a while longer. In room 6089, after singing a birthday song for Anqing and enjoying birthday cake, as the celebration was drawing to a close, an unexpected guest entered the private room. A strikingly handsome man, dressed in a casual light-colored shirt and long pants, walked in with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his handsome face tinged with a touch of apology. "A few beautiful women. I hope you don't mind my intrusion," he said. Jiang Sun appeared like a refined young master from a prestigious family. Upon catching sight of Jiang Sun, Anqing and her two little fans could not help but display expressions of infatuation. "Oh, sir, is there something you need?" He Xiaosa instantly recognized Jiang Sun. After all, he was the one who had helped her up and had also taken the initiative to apologize for that cold and aloof man. "Ladies, may I share a room with you?" Jiang Sun was aware that his request was somewhat audacious, yet he felt that if he missed this opportunity, he might not encounter this beauty again without considerable effort. "Share a room?" He Xiaosa's brows furrowed in disbelief. Was this man not a little insane? How could a grown man propose to share a room with several women? Was he suggesting a shared private room or a suite for sleeping? He Xiaosa's fondness for him plummeted to freezing depths. Feeling quite repulsed, she was about to voice her objections when Anqing and her two little fans eagerly nodded in agreement. "Sure, why not? Even if we were to share a bed with such a handsome man, we wouldn't be at a loss." He Xiaosa's lips twitched as she shot a death glare at Anqing. Anqing immediately recoiled, fearing to utter another word of agreement. However, Jiang Sun's primary interest lay in inviting He Xiaosa, so if she declined, that would be unacceptable. Thus, regardless of how elated the other three women were, he paid them no mind, his gaze fixated on He Xiaosa. "Sir, if you go downstairs and take a right, there is a neurology hospital. You might want to pay a visit." He Xiaosa's remark was essentially a dismissal. "Oh, beautiful lady, you misunderstand. Here is my business card. I am the owner of this establishment. All expenses you incur in this room tonight are complimentary. My two brothers and I are in the adjacent room, and we merely wish to get acquainted with you lovely ladies. Hence our invitation to join us for a small gathering." Jiang Sun explained patiently, handing over his business card. He was primarily responsible for managing Jiang's leisure and entertainment ventures and the Shuiyun Pavilion. A high-end leisure club was one of the Jiang family's properties, making him its principal owner. Anqing took the card, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Ah, you are Jiang Sun, the second young master of the Jiang family? One of the 8 young masters of the capital? No wonder I found your demeanor so extraordinary at first glance. You belong to one of the 8 prominent families. The 8 prominent families of the capital included the Feng, Jiang, Pei, and Gu families, with each family having 2 representatives. Besides Jiang Sun, his elder brother Jiang Ju also ranked among them. The foremost of the 8 young masters was Feng Qingyu, the heir of the Feng family." After sending her 2 fans away in a ride-hailing car, Anqing settled into He Xiaosa's vehicle. Se Bao, Fengshe Group's Fengshe Technology, is also a company dealing in hotel intelligent robotics. If you can establish connections with them, it might help you navigate the current predicament of Jinghong. Although Anqing was not employed by Jinghong Technology, but rather as a live-streaming sales representative for a high-end brand of down jackets, she remained concerned about her best friend's company. "Thank you, Qingbao, but don't worry, I know what I'm doing," He Xiaosa replied, her expression inscrutable. Indeed, earlier in the private room, she had turned down Jiang Sun's invitation and had not allowed him to cover their expenses. In the 6066 private room, when Jiang Sun returned, he wore a look of disappointment as he faced Pei Yinyan. "Jiang Sun, are you bored to death?" Feng Qingyu's expression darkened upon realizing that only Jiang Sun had returned. He stood up first. "Let us go play billiards. Changyu, Jiang Sun is doing this for your own good. Think about it. Do you have that lady's contact information? You don't need to reach out. We'll help you make the connection. That lady is the only one who can get close to you." This was truly a rare opportunity. "You two are both unbelievably dull." Feng Qingyu stormed out of the private room in frustration. How dare that woman reject his overtures? Although Jiang Sun had initially approached their room alone, it had been an implicit agreement. Feng Qingyu had not anticipated that He Xiaosa would also dare to refuse. This left him seething with anger. As it was the weekend, the next day, He Xiaosa indulged in a leisurely sleep dash-in. By the time she got up, it was already past 7, and Anqing had long left for work. Though Anqing was a live-streaming sales host, her workplace was not at home. There was a dedicated live-streaming studio at the company. Having an appointment with General Su of Shangshi at 9:30, she still had time to prepare her breakfast. Her breakfast was quite simple: an egg and ham lettuce pancake made on an electric griddle, accompanied by a cup of warm milk. However, while she busied herself in the open kitchen, donned in a cartoon apron, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Chapter 007. They obtained their marriage certificate. He Xiaosa switched off the electric griddle and walked over to the door. When she opened it, she was taken aback. The hallway was nearly filled with several tall, expressionless men in black attire. "You are Miss He?" "It's me," a cold, emotionless voice responded, followed by 7 or 8 men in black, parting to reveal a tall, striking man in a deep black suit. The very arrogant and aloof man with atrocious social skills. He Xiaosa's expression shifted instantly. She turned to close the door, but as quick as her turn was, the door closed slowly. Therefore, as she stepped back into her room, Feng Qingyu's towering figure followed closely behind. "Miss He, is this how you treat your guests?" After entering, Feng Qingyu kicked the door shut and spoke in an even colder tone. "Excuse me, sir, do we know each other? Who allowed you to trespass into my home? Do you believe I want to call the police?" He Xiaosa turned around, brandishing a wooden spatula, attempting to appear indignant and assertive. Yet, clad in slippers and standing at a height that barely reached the man's neck, her gesture was akin to an ant shaking a tree, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Enough of this pretense. It's overly dramatic. Feng Qingyu raised a hand and effortlessly seized the spatula from her grip, placing it in a nearby storage compartment. "Oh, you are quite presumptuous. Sir, I've already stated that I don't know you. How can you still come in?" He Xiaosa insisted, pushing against him with all her might. Just then, her phone, which was tucked in the pocket of her pajama pants, rang unexpectedly. "Miss He, please take the call." Feng Qingyu stepped back graciously, gesturing for her to answer. He Xiaosa eyed him warily, then hesitantly pulled out her phone, only to see it was a call from Su Qinglan. "General He, the meeting with General Su of Shangshi this morning has been cancelled." He Xiaosa paused, taking a moment to process before asking slowly, "Why?" "Because General Su personally called to say he agrees to collaborate with us and become a long-term partner of Jinghong. Shangshi Hotel is a 5-star hotel in the capital and a renowned chain in China. If Jinghong becomes their long-term partner, our product sales are bound to soar. But how could such a golden opportunity fall into Jinghong's lap? Furthermore, General Su also mentioned that Jinghong should send a representative to their company next Wednesday to sign the contract." While He Xiaosa was lost in thought, Su Qinglan continued excitedly, "But why? Why didn't General Su even want to meet for discussions before signing with us? Also, General He, the German Johnson Robotics research team has also expressed a desire to sign a contract with us and asked us to schedule a time to finalize the employment agreement." Su Qinglan's voice trembled with excitement as she spoke. He Xiaosa was left speechless. As she ended the call, she looked thoughtfully at Feng Qingyu. "Was it you?" "Miss He is not entirely dim-witted." Feng Qingyu spread his hands, shrugged, and then said, "Miss He, may I speak with you now?" He Xiaosa remained silent, then bent down to retrieve a pair of brand-new women's slippers from the shoe cabinet, placing them on the pristine floor. "Sir, please bear with me. I do not possess any men's slippers, sir." This audacious woman was truly addictive to provoke. Feng Qingyu mentally scoffed but complied, slipping into the pink women's slippers. However, due to the smaller size, his big feet left the heels dangling, creating a rather comical sight. Especially when he walked carefully, lifting his feet as if afraid of getting the heels dirtied. In reality, the apartment shared by He Xiaosa and Anqing was kept impeccably clean by the two. He Xiaosa politely guided him to sit on the sofa in the living room. Once seated, Feng Qingyu felt much more comfortable, no longer needing to walk on tiptoe. "Sir, may I offer you something to drink?" However, before He Xiaosa could finish her sentence, Feng Qingyu had already gentlemanly presented his business card. "Miss He, my surname is Feng. Please call me Mr. Feng." He Xiaosa accepted the card, noting the name Feng Qingyu and the title beneath it, General Manager of the Overseas Expansion Department of Fengshi Group. "Oh, you are Mr. Feng." Whether intentional or not, He Xiaosa's pronunciation made Feng Qingyu feel as if she had called him Risk, which displeased him. "Miss He, perhaps it would be better if you referred to me as the young Master Feng." He Xiaosa's lips twitched. "Now, please tell me, young Master Feng, what brings you to my home today?" Engaging in a business conversation with General He, this time, Feng Qingyu no longer addressed her as Miss He, but rather as General He, indicating that he had thoroughly investigated her. Oh, you see, young Master Feng, marrying me and obtaining a marriage certificate. The two substantial contracts your assistant mentioned earlier can be considered my bridal gift to General He. He Xiaosa was momentarily at a loss for words, her face revealing a hint of embarrassment. We are merely entering into a contractual marriage. Shortly, my lawyer will deliver our marriage agreement. All that is needed is your signature, and we can acquire the certificate together. He Xiaosa wished to express more, but Feng Qingyu interrupted her once more. General He, as the owner of a company, you must understand the importance of knowing when to take a step back. This marriage will undoubtedly maximize your benefits. One must not be overly greedy. Oh, young Master Feng, may I finish my thoughts? I intended to say, today is Saturday. Are you certain about acquiring the certificate today? He Xiaosa was not foolish. This marriage could indeed bring her and the company significant advantages. She had no one she truly loved. Marrying anyone would suffice. Moreover, once she obtained the marriage certificate, she could flaunt it before Madame Cui Jiahui, relieving her from the incessant pressure of being urged to go on blind dates and marry. Oh, this matter is no longer a concern for Miss He. Feng Qingyu, however, leaned back against the sofa, casually resting his hand on the armrest and crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. What a languidly charming man. Just then, there was another knock at the door. He Xiaosa had no choice but to open it. Within 2 minutes, a male lawyer and 2 Civil Affairs Bureau staff members, wearing disposable shoe covers, followed her inside. The procedure commenced. The lawyer retrieved the marriage agreement from his briefcase. He Xiaosa glanced at it. One clause stated that upon obtaining the certificate, both parties would be considered legal spouses. Thus, acquiring the certificate necessitated cohabitation. Another clause indicated that during the marriage, both parties possessed the right to share a bedroom. Chapter 008. Video call with mother. The latter clause had a note. No coercion allowed. That it seemed they had considered her position as the female party, albeit just a tad. In truth, she had already shared a room with this man. What difference did it make whether it was once or multiple times? Consequently, He Xiaosa ultimately signed the document. Following this, the process proceeded smoothly. The 2 Civil Affairs Bureau staff members instructed them to fill out forms, took their wedding photos, printed the marriage certificate, and finally stamped it with the Bureau's official seal. And then, the ceremony was complete. Once the 3 officials departed, He Xiaosa held the large red marriage certificate, her delicate face revealing a moment of astonishment. Had she truly just gotten married? Had she completed the marriage registration at home? If it weren't for the fact that her newlywed husband was still seated in her living room, she would have thought everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Mrs. Feng. Just as He Xiaosa was momentarily lost in thought, Feng Qingyu suddenly approached her, looking down from his height and calling her name. He Xiaosa. She still found it difficult to adapt, glancing up at the man, realizing she had become Mrs. Feng. Add me on WeChat. The man gestured for her to pick up the phone on the coffee table. He Xiaosa considered that since they had obtained the certificate, it was indeed necessary to have a means of contact. She picked up her phone, opened her WeChat profile, and the man scanned the code. Adding each other as friends. In the next moment, an address to a villa was sent over, followed by Feng Qingyu, handing her a set of keys. Mrs. Feng, please move into the marital home before 8 o'clock tonight. Surely Mrs. Feng, as a prominent business owner, can manage the move independently, right? This man truly is no need to trouble Mr. Feng. If there is nothing else, Mr. Feng may take his leave. He Xiaosa was already ushering him out. She could tell that the man was unwilling in this marriage registration. In fact, upon reviewing the marriage agreement, she understood this. The man was compelled by familial pressure to marry her hastily. Therefore, the marriage agreement included a clause stating that the male party must return to the ancestral home accompanied by the female party and engage in a performance of a loving couple. Feng Qingyu certainly perceived that his newly-wed Mrs. Feng was not particularly welcoming of him. Since he had achieved his purpose for visiting, there was no need to linger. Thus, he turned to leave. But as he passed the open kitchen, he was captivated by the aroma wafting from within, his gaze involuntarily drawn that way. It emanated from a red, open electric pancake maker. He gently pressed his lips together before striding away. The reason he had taken the initiative to confront He Xiaosa and hasten their marriage was thanks to his 2 friends. Last night, Feng Qingyu had not returned to the ancestral home but stayed at a hotel. However, his 2 friends, Jiang Xian and Pei Nian, had gone to the Feng family home and, after conversing with Old Master Feng, Jiang Xian presented the club's surveillance footage, allowing the elder to see He Xiaosa's appearance. Upon learning that He Xiaosa had shared a room with his grandson, Old Master Feng was overjoyed. His precious grandson had finally found a suitable woman. The old man's eyes glimmered with tears of excitement. Excellent, marvelous. Tomorrow, I shall have you acquire the marriage certificate with that girl. Subsequently, Old Master Feng conducted an overnight investigation into He Xiaosa, and after gathering sufficient information, he called Feng Chengyu. After issuing various instructions, he concluded with, "You little rascal, if you do not obtain the certificate with say tomorrow morning, I shall sever ties with you." Although Old Master Feng spoke with great vigor, appearing robust, he actually suffered from multiple ailments associated with aging, including high blood pressure and coronary heart disease. Feng Chengyu feared not the severance of ties, but rather the possibility of his grandfather suffering a health crisis due to anger. His grandmother had passed away from illness a decade ago, while his parents had met with a tragic car accident 20 years prior. One had died, and the other had become a vegetable. Thus, Old Master Feng remained his only close relative in this world. In the room, He Xiaosa had just finished breakfast when her phone rang. It was a call from her mother. "Madame Chuizhou, say, have you risen yet?" Following this was the usual exchange of trivialities with Madame Chuizhou, until finally, she began to address the crux of the matter. Say, "Do you remember what I mentioned the other night about the blind date with Aunt Sue's son?" "Mom, there's no need for a blind date." He Xiaosa anticipated her mother would bring this up. Fortunately, having just obtained the marriage certificate, she could finally put an end to the torturous pressure to marry. "Huh? Say, what do you mean? Why is there no need for a blind date? Have you found a boyfriend?" On the other end, Madame Chuizhou was utterly astonished. "Oh, Mom, open the video. I have something to show you," He Xiaosa replied with an air of calmness. "Say, you haven't, by any chance, married some old man older than your father, have you?" Madame Chuizhou's voice trembled slightly. He Xiaosa rolled her eyes, knowing her mother would react this way. After all, she was not even 30 yet. How could she marry an old man? An old man even older than her father. "Mom, I'm going to video call you, and you'll find out shortly." Hearing her daughter's remarkably composed tone, Madame Chuizhou managed to calm herself. When He Xiaosa revealed her marriage certificate with Feng Chengyu through the video call, Madame Chuizhou scrutinized the photo of Feng Chengyu on the certificate. Looking left and right, she deemed this young man to be quite suitable, matching her daughter well. Although the son-in-law appeared stern in the photo, it was evident he was young and handsome. Her heart finally settled. "Since you have indeed married, I will cancel the arrangements with Aunt Sue. What does your husband do? Where is his family from? Are his parents healthy? What is his occupation? How many siblings does he have?" All right, Madame Chuizhou had once again commenced her inquisitional investigation. "Mom, I have to head to the company soon, so I won't chat any longer. I'm hanging up now. Bye." "Hey, say, don't rush to hang up, I want to." Yet, Madame Chuizhou's words trailed off as He Xiaosa had already disconnected the call. Although she had cancelled her appointment with General Su of Tongshengshi that morning, He Xiaosa ultimately changed into a suit and headed to the company to work overtime. As a woman who had come to Beijing to study and strive, achieving her current standing was no easy feat. She hardly took any holidays or breaks. He Xiaosa worked until after 9 in the evening, only pausing when her stomach growled with hunger, at which point she realized it was getting late. It was then that she remembered she now had an additional identity, Mrs. Feng Chengyu, and recalled that Feng Chengyu had asked her to move into their marital home, Yushui Bay Villa, before 8 o'clock. Chapter 009. Personally coming to pick her up. Just then, she glanced at her phone, only to find it had run out of battery. She retrieved her charger, plugged in her phone, and powered it on. To her surprise, there were several missed calls from Song Qiangwei, along with a missed WeChat call from Feng Chengyu. She frowned, first tidying up the documents and stationery on her boss's desk, then cleaning up the entire office before unplugging the charger. Grabbing her coat and car keys and exiting the office. While on her way to the underground parking lot, He Xiaosa returned Song Qiangwei's call. "Hey, what have you been up to all afternoon? Did you work overtime at the company again?" Song Qiangwei's concerned voice came through. "Oh, my phone died. I was at the office." Wei, did you return after finishing the advertisement?" "You?" Song Qiangwei could not help but say, "I have returned to the capital and would like to meet you for a gathering this evening." By the way, she was also curious to know if her endeavor that night had been successful. "Oh, let us make it tomorrow evening instead. It's too late today." He Xiaosa could only respond thus. as she still had to visit the wedding house that Feng Qingyu had mentioned tonight. Very well, you should hurry home and make sure to prepare something to eat. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Song Qiangwei reminded her. Goodbye, farewell. After concluding her conversation with Song Qiangwei, He Xiaosa furrowed her brows as she glanced at the several missed WeChat calls from Feng Qingyu. Ultimately, she merely frowned for a few seconds before placing her phone back into her bag. As He Xiaosa drove through the company gates, the duty officer, Old Chen, opened the gate for her but could not help but express his concern, saying, "General Manager He, have you been working late again? Have you had anything to eat?" "Oh, thank you, Master Chen, for your hard work." He Xiaosa lowered her car window and greeted Old Chen. "I'm not working too hard. General Manager He is still a young lady. You must take care of your health." Old Chen's daughter was already married with children. He had often seen those female executives and presidents on television, thinking they led glamorous lives. It was only upon meeting the 20-something general manager He Xiaosa that he realized the sacrifices these powerful women made were beyond ordinary comprehension. He even felt fortunate that his daughter was just an ordinary office worker, spared from the rigorous demands faced by He Xiaosa. Thank you for your concern, Master Chen. See you tomorrow." He Xiaosa treated her employees not as subordinates but with a sense of camaraderie, always approachable and striving to secure the best welfare for them. She was genuinely beloved by her staff. On her way back to the apartment she shared with Enqing, she passed by a familiar noodle shop outside the community and bought a serving of her favorite Japanese garlic shrimp noodles, intending to enjoy it at home. However, upon unlocking the apartment door, she was greeted by the icy visage of a handsome man, Feng Qingyu. Besides him, 2 men dressed in black, presumably bodyguards, stood in the room. "You here?" A flicker of surprise flashed in He Xiaosa's eyes, and she promptly changed into her slippers and walked towards the living room. At that moment, Enqing unexpectedly emerged from her room. Holding one of He Xiaosa's lace panties in her hand, the wave of embarrassment washed over He Xiaosa, and she hurriedly stepped forward to meet Enqing. "What are you doing? Quickly go back to your room." She directly pushed Enqing back towards her own room, avoiding eye contact with Feng Qingyu, fearful he might notice the underwear Enqing held. Feng Qingyu had indeed seen it. Observing her awkward attempts to conceal the situation, he merely curled his lips slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. "Hey, Qingbao, what are you doing?" Upon entering her own room, He Xiaosa was taken aback to find many of her clothes, both casual and formal, strewn across her bed. "What is happening? Seibao, why didn't you tell me you got married? Your husband came and forced me to help pack your things." And Qing pouted, somewhat displeased. "Huh?" He Xiaosa nearly rolled her eyes at this. And Qing and her fellow streamers did indeed have day and night shifts. She had returned early after her daytime shift. As usual, after cooking and dining, and Qing had left dinner for He Xiaosa before retreating to her room for some leisure. However, she had not anticipated the doorbell ringing around 9 o'clock. Upon answering the door, she found a tall man in a sharp suit, flanked by 2 bodyguards, standing in the hallway. Initially captivated by the man's striking appearance and distinguished demeanor, she was taken aback when he produced a marriage certificate from his pocket, displaying it to Enqing. The next moment, Enqing was left speechless in shock. You are Z's husband? My goodness." Enqing was so astonished her mouth could hardly close. I came to help her move," Feng Qingyu stated as he stepped directly into the apartment, not even bothering to change into slippers. While his bodyguards politely donned disposable shoe covers from the shoe cabinet, perhaps fearing that the lady of the house might cause them trouble. "So, Seibao, you really married him?" Enqing inquired, still finding it hard to believe as she pointed towards the living room where the man stood. Feeling a twinge of guilt, He Xiaosa embraced Enqing. "Yes, Qingbao, I registered the marriage, just this morning." She had not even had the chance to inform her friends before becoming a married woman. He truly is the heir of the prestigious Feng family? And Qing's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing the name on the marriage certificate. He Xiaosa nodded. "I heard he is impotent. He hasn't come within a meter of me since he arrived at the door." She had believed the rumors. Thus, receiving confirmation that her friend had indeed married this man left Enqing feeling quite uneasy. Although marrying into a top-tier family and having a husband so tall, handsome, and distinguished was enviable, the thought that such a striking man could be impotent made her mourn for her friend's future happiness. He Xiaosa furrowed her brows, about to speak when a cold voice interrupted from the doorway. "Mrs. Feng, you are already 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 14 seconds late." Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, uncertain whether the man had overheard her previous comments. Oh, Sei Bao, since you are here, you should pack your clothes yourself? Qing said, patting her friend's shoulder before stepping outside. As she walked out, Feng Chengyu wore an expression of disdain, moving 2 meters away from her. Qing approached the door and, from a distance, flashed a sheepish smile at the man. She felt exceedingly awkward. She quickly made her way back to her room. However, just as she stepped a few paces away, a chilling voice echoed behind her. Missin? You are a female streamer under the management of Piaowu. In the future, please refrain from spreading rumors in front of my wife. Qing's heart raced at the realization that this man had thoroughly investigated her. And judging by his tone, he had likely overheard her earlier comments about Feng Chengyu's alleged impotence. Feeling both embarrassed and ashamed, she turned slowly, saying, Mr. Feng, I apologize. I was not referring to you. Without waiting for his response, she swiftly retreated into her room. By the time Feng Chengyu entered He Xiaosa's room, she was already expressionlessly tidying her clothes. However, within 2 minutes, her phone rang. Glancing at the man who seemed to be supervising her, she admonished, I'm going to take a call. Don't touch my clothes with that. She strode towards the balcony. Indeed, as soon as she answered the call, Song Changwei's incredulous voice boomed through the line. SESE, I just heard Qing say you got married, and it's to that heir of the Feng family who just returned from overseas. He Xiaosa thought about how she and Feng Chengyu had merely entered into a contractual marriage and had never intended to inform her close friends. It seemed Qing had gone directly to call Song Changwei upon returning to her own room. Oh, Qingbao was right. I'll explain in detail tomorrow evening. I have something to attend to now. He Xiaosa could only respond as such, attempting to end the call. Hey, SESE, don't hang up so quickly. I just don't understand. 2 days ago, you were still considering borrowing sperm to have a child to avoid Aunt Chui's matchmaking. How did you end up marrying a man so casually? Moreover, he is the heir of the wealthy Feng family. Regardless of Feng Chengyu's character, entering into such a prominent family could be perilous. How could you be so reckless? Song Changwei genuinely cared for her. Although she was now the owner of a tech company, her background was still far removed from that of a distinguished family like the Fengs. She was truly worried about her friend. I understand. Wait. My marriage will not last long. It's merely a contractual union, He Xiaosa insisted. I'll explain everything in detail when we meet tomorrow. After hanging up, she turned to leave, only to be startled by the sight of Feng Chengyu's cold, dark gaze in the dim light of the balcony. He Xiaosa gasped, placing a hand on her chest. This man moved without making a sound. Do you believe my marriage to you is merely a contract that can end at any moment? Feng Chengyu stared deeply at her for a long while before suddenly speaking. He Xiaosa found herself at a loss for words. How adept was he at eavesdropping? Whether it is or not is inconsequential, is it not? He Xiaosa rolled her eyes dismissively. After saying that, she prepared to return to her room to continue tidying her belongings. Mrs. Feng. The man seemed incensed by her nonchalant demeanor. As she passed by him, he grasped her small hand firmly. He Xiaosa turned to him. Bewildered by his anger, Feng Chengyu felt an overwhelming frustration. The end of my marriage is not for anyone, including you, to decide, Mrs. Feng. He gritted his teeth, leaving those words behind as he stormed into the room. Striding towards the living room. 5 minutes. Otherwise, I will demolish your home. With his threat hanging in the air, he did not look back as he entered the living room. This man is utterly insane. He Xiaosa inwardly scoffed, hastily returning to her room to pack her things. He Xiaosa did not get to enjoy her dinner until she settled into Feng Chengyu's culinan. Feng Chengyu forbade her from driving her own car to their new home, insisting that she accompany him in his culinan instead. Her vehicle was driven by a bodyguard to the new residence. Recognizing that she had previously let him down, He Xiaosa chose not to hold it against him and accepted his arrangements without objection. She complied, only to be interrupted just as she was about to savor her box of Japanese garlic shrimp noodles from the takeout bag by the man seated beside her, who frowned deeply and spoke up. You eat garlic? The deep furrows on his brow were evident. Wasn't garlic considered food? Could she not indulge in it? He Xiaosa was quite fond of dishes laden with garlic, such as garlic-laden bread and garlic shrimp, fish, meat, and crab. After expressing her thoughts, she lifted the lid of the box and twirled the noodles with her fork, filling the vehicle with an overwhelming aroma of garlic. You'd stop the car. In the next moment, The man seemed unable to endure any longer, abruptly commanding the driver to pull over. He Xiaosa halted her meal, gazing at him in bewilderment. The next instant, she witnessed him sprinting towards a trash bin by the roadside, where he proceeded to heave violently. It dawned on He Xiaosa that this seemingly cold and aloof man had a kryptonite. Her beloved garlic. A smirk crept onto her lips, and she thought to herself, "Serves you right." At that moment, the driver in the front seat turned around and remarked, "Madam, the young master cannot tolerate the scent of garlic. It would be best if you refrained from eating it in the future." Driver, I had no idea the Feng family wielded such authority that even a mere subordinate could dictate my actions, He Xiaosa interjected, her displeasure evident. "Oh, madam, I mean no disrespect." The Cullinan was severely tainted by He Xiaosa's presence. After Feng Chengyu finished retching, his complexion pale, he did not return to the vehicle but instead opted for another car driven by the bodyguard. Upon arriving at the Yushui Bay Villa, the driver escorted He Xiaosa to the entrance of the mansion before taking the Cullinan directly to the car wash. Even after multiple washes with clean water, the driver knew that the young master would not set foot in that vehicle again. Inside the mansion, He Xiaosa was greeted by a cheerful maid named Zhoma, who appeared to be in her 50s. "Madam, let me take your suitcase to your room," Zhoma offered with a warm smile. "Oh, no need. Just lead the way for me," He Xiaosa replied coolly. The rumors suggested that her plastic husband could not be in contact with women. How could that possibly be true? After all, she had spent a night with him as if he were a male model, and now there was a maid moving about in what was supposedly their marital home. "Very well," Zhoma, feeling relieved by He Xiaosa's approachable demeanor, set her mind at ease. Unbeknownst to He Xiaosa, Zhoma was sent by the Feng family's patriarch specifically to manage the couple's meals and daily cleaning. Thus, He Xiaosa's wish to sleep separately from the man was futile. In the master bedroom on the second floor, He Xiaosa immediately set about putting her change of clothes into the wardrobe. The walk-in closet featured 3 walls adorned with mahogany cabinets. Just as she stepped out, she noticed Feng Chengyu standing 5 meters away, amusingly wearing an N95 mask. "Mrs. Feng, we need to have a talk." Chapter 011. His life's taboo. He Xiaosa's face bore little emotion as she stifled a large yawn. She observed the man sway slightly and take a few steps back until he reached the doorway. "It's too late today. I'm tired. Let's discuss this tomorrow," she said, raising her towel and sleepwear. Feng Chengyu wore an expression of helplessness, seemingly wishing to say something but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. It appeared he would not be staying in the master bedroom tonight. He Xiaosa thought it seemed she had found a way to decline sharing a room with him. After a long day, He Xiaosa was indeed exhausted. After a refreshing wash and donning her sleepwear, she lay down on the large bed, quickly drifting off to sleep, undeterred by the unfamiliar surroundings. The bedding bore a brand new scent. Devoid of any masculine essence, it seemed the man was also spending his first night in this villa. Feng Chengyu ultimately chose to sleep in the guest room. The following day was Sunday, and He Xiaosa slept soundly, devoid of dreams. When she awoke around 7 in the morning, she felt remarkably refreshed. After completing her morning routine, she opened the bedroom door only to find her plastic husband leaning against the railing with his arms crossed. Clad in light-colored loungewear, he boasted broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs that rivaled even top male models. At that moment, he had his head bowed, engrossed in his phone. As the door creaked open, he immediately lifted his gaze to her. He was still wearing the mask. After a whole night had passed, surely the pungent garlic scent could not still be clinging to him. This man was truly something. He Xiaosa silently scoffed. When their eyes met, she was taken aback. After just one night, dark circles had formed beneath his eyes. Was it truly that exaggerated? She couldn't help but find it amusing. "Mr. Feng, are you waiting here for something urgent?" He Xiaosa suppressed her amusement and asked coolly. As they descended to the living room, Zhoma greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Young master, young mistress, would you like breakfast? What would you like to eat?" Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Chengyu impatiently interrupted. "You go to your thing. I will call for you when it's time to eat." "Oh, all right." Zhoma, caught off guard by his abruptness, swallowed her grievances. She was well aware that, as she was sent by the patriarch, her nominal role was to care for the couple, but in reality, she was monitoring them. Having spent their first night apart, she had already reported back to the elder Feng. Thus, Feng Chengyu had barely opened his eyes when he was awakened by a flurry of relentless calls from his grandfather, followed by a stern lecture. After Zhoma left, Feng Chengyu turned his icy gaze toward He Xiaosa, who was seated across from him. Mrs. Feng, these are my life's taboos. I hope you take them seriously and preferably jot them down. As he spoke, he sent her a lengthy message via WeChat, of course. If you have any taboos of your own, feel free to share them with me. I do not wish for another incident like yesterday to occur, he stated with utmost seriousness. He Xiaosa, however, was unfazed. In fact, she found it rather amusing. Was it truly an incident just because he caught a whiff of garlic? Though she entertained such thoughts, she still opened the WeChat conversation, and sure enough, a lengthy list awaited her. Numbering from 1, 2, 3, it was a comprehensive enumeration of 58 items. Assuming each was roughly 20 words, this lengthy message equated to a substantial essay. Over 1,000 words, indeed. No wonder the man bore such dark circles. Crafting that lengthy message must have taken considerable time. From dietary restrictions to personal habits, he outlined his aversions. He could not tolerate the aroma of garlic or stinky tofu. He abhorred the sound of snoring. He detested not showering for a day, and he was averse to furry animals, including pet dogs. This man truly lived with exquisite precision. With so many taboos, who could possibly coexist harmoniously under the same roof with him? She genuinely admired such individuals. Despite her inner musings, He Xiaosa maintained a facade of respect. She nodded at him and then rose from the sofa. Mr. Feng, may I proceed to have breakfast? Do you have a mouthwash? Feng Chengyu, however, tilted his head and stared intently at her as he asked, Are you going to take off your mask to find out? He Xiaosa smiled, looking down at him from her height. Mrs. Feng. Feng Chengyu's expression turned stern, perhaps displeased by her casual tone. Or should I breathe into your face so you can experience it? He Xiaosa playfully leaned down, preparing to blow her breath towards his masked face. He Xiaosa. Feng Chengyu's handsome face flushed crimson as he pushed her away before swiftly striding toward the first-floor bathroom. Seeing him flee in fright made He Xiaosa burst into laughter. During breakfast in the dining room, Feng Chengyu was notably absent. It seemed he still held reservations about any lingering garlic sin on her. It wasn't until He Xiaosa finished her meal and returned to the master bedroom to change into a suit for work that Feng Chengyu finally arrived at the dining room. While changing in the master bedroom, her phone rang. To her surprise, it was a call from her mother, Ms. Cui Jiahui. She furrowed her brow in astonishment and answered. Say, I've booked an 8:40 flight to Beijing, arriving around 10:10. Cui Jiahui's loud voice suddenly boomed, startling He Xiaosa from her thoughts. Not allowing her mother to finish, she interjected, Mom, why are you flying to Beijing? Don't you have classes tomorrow, Monday? Her mother had been a dedicated teacher for 30 years and was usually quite busy. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You're already married. I just want to visit my son-in-law. Her mother replied without hesitation, I have to go. My flight is about to take off. Don't forget to pick me up at the airport. Cui Jiahui concluded, hanging up before He Xiaosa could respond. Afterward, He Xiaosa sat in her room, feeling restless. It seemed that working overtime at the company that morning was out of the question. Had she known her mother would be so impatient, she wouldn't have mentioned her marriage last night. What was she to do now? It appears I must ascend to seek the company of my plastic husband, in her efforts to please him. He Xiaosa found herself returning to the washroom to brush her teeth twice more before finally emerging from the master bedroom and hastening downstairs. Soon enough, the two were seated face to face once again on the sofa in the living room. Mrs. Feng, it is not out of the question for me to accompany you to pick up my mother-in-law from the airport, but you must consider what you can offer me in exchange. Chapter 012. Establishing the persona of a kept man, the man lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a hand casually draped over the armrest of the sofa, exuding the self-satisfied demeanor of a capitalist. If He Xiaosa were not in need of his assistance, she would have dearly liked to slap him. However, with her dependence on him, she had no choice but to lower her head. Mr. Feng, what do you believe I can offer you in trade? To win his favor, He Xiaosa felt compelled to inquire. What did this man seek from her? Was he lusting after her body? Desiring a fleeting encounter? Yet, it soon became clear that her assumptions had been misplaced. Since you are so eager to make a deal with me, recite the 58 lifestyle taboos I previously sent you. Upon recalling the indifference she had displayed when he shared those 58 rules, Feng Chengyu felt a tightening in his chest, an undeniable sense of unease. It was truly unsettling. He Xiaosa felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ultimately, she retreated to the master bedroom, silently memorizing Mr. Feng's 58 lifestyle taboos. She was utterly at his mercy. Nevertheless, He Xiaosa made a request of her own. He must not reveal his family background in front of her mother. For one, she feared that her mother would be utterly shocked to learn that he was the scion of a prominent family in the capital. Additionally, she was uncertain how long their contractual marriage could endure. If this union was destined to be short-lived, why should she allow her mother to harbor false hopes? Thus, when He Xiaosa introduced Feng Qingyu to Cui Zhehui, she crafted the image of a man who relied on women for his livelihood. Perhaps if Cui Zhehui regarded him as a kept man, she would not be too distressed when the time for divorce arrived. Feng Qingyu's dark eyes scrutinized her for nearly a minute before he finally acquiesced. His aversion to women was not absolute. There were exceptions. He was not allergic to young girls under 13 or elderly women over 50. Nor to his female relatives, as interactions with them posed no threat. Standing together at the airport exit, awaiting Ms. Cui Zhehui's flight, Feng Qingyu donned a beige trench coat that accentuated his well-proportioned physique. He Xiaosa, clad in a beige suit and towering stilettos, her cascading waves of hair complementing her ensemble, made for a striking pair. Under the guise of oversized sunglasses to avoid recognition or unwanted paparazzi, they still attracted attention as a remarkably handsome couple. As soon as Ms. Cui Zhehui emerged, her eyes immediately landed on her daughter and her son-in-law, her face breaking into an exuberant smile. Even without seeing her son-in-law's features clearly, his broad shoulders, slim waist, and long legs spoke volumes. Truly, he was a living mannequin. Is my Sei-Sei's taste not exceptional? Son-in-law, you must be a male star from a drama series, are you not? Feng Qingyu. His mother-in-law was certainly a character. What male star could possibly compare to him? Mother, let us return home first, He Xiaosa interjected, wrapping her arms around her mother's shoulders. While seated in the car, when Cui Zhehui learned that Feng Qingyu was currently unemployed, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Indeed, he had only returned from abroad a few days prior and had yet to take over the phone group. Hence, this period constituted a work hiatus for him, and his statement was not without justification. He Xiaosa, however, found that this man was quite astute. With such a start, his persona as a kept man was firmly established. Have you purchased a home yet? Good looks alone cannot sustain one. When Feng Qingyu admitted to being unemployed, Ms. Cui Zhehui's expression turned pale. Surely, this man cannot be merely a kept man who serves women in bed. My daughter works hard for her money. How could she be so entranced by this male vixen? Oh, you need not worry about that. Our elders have already secured a marital home for us. Would you prefer to see the house first, or shall we dine out? Feng Qingyu's agreement to adopt the persona of a kept man primarily stemmed from his desire to assess his mother-in-law's character. After all, marrying He Xiaosa meant they would be family for life. He Xiaosa sensed that Ms. Cui Zhehui's initial favorable impression of Feng Qingyu was swiftly declining. When they arrived at a five-star hotel for dinner, He Xiaosa recognized that he was deliberately maintaining the persona they had previously agreed upon. Indeed, as Cui Zhehui sat in the lavishly decorated private room of the hotel, her gaze towards Feng Qingyu was tinged with resentment. While her look at He Xiaosa was one of disappointment, she said, how can a household function without a capable man at the helm? No amount of wealth will last if mismanaged. You must not indulge Qingyu in his extravagance. He Xiaosa. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Mother, please do not worry, my earnings are more than sufficient for our household. IT cannot rely solely on you. Qingyu, do not take offense. My words may sound harsh. Although Sei runs a company and appears affluent, she has yet to purchase a home in the capital. You cannot remain idle. With your youth and vitality, there is far more you could achieve than lounging around as an unemployed man. Ms. Cui Zhehui had begun her earnest lecture. Very well. Her mother had dedicated 30 years to education, nearly 20 of which as a director. She held strong values and was an industrious individual, unable to tolerate idleness or lack of skill. Indeed, mother speaks wisely. I shall seek employment in a few days. In less than an hour of interaction, Feng Qingyu had gleaned the nature of Ms. Cui Zhehui. At this moment, he regretted establishing the persona of a kept man. Changing it now was impossible. Seeing his sincere acknowledgement and commitment to find work, Cui Zhehui relented, putting aside her grievances. She picked up her chopsticks with a smile, encouraging them. Oh, are you hungry? Let us eat. However, as they dined, Ms. Cui Zhehui couldn't help but resume her lecturing, her role as a director evident in her habitual manner. A good life is built through the joint efforts of both partners. It is unwise for one party to rely entirely on the other. Let this meal suffice, but I hope that when I return with Sei's father, you will not indulge in such extravagance again. Chapter 013. Oh no, the persona is crumbling indeed. Both Feng Qingyu and He Xiaosa nodded in agreement. They understood that any rebuttal would lead her to elaborate further. The atmosphere, initially cordial as the trio conversed over their meal, soon shifted when Cui Jiahui briefly stepped out. Upon her return, the depth of her gaze towards Feng Qingyu had transformed into one of scrutiny and intrigue. Mother, what is the matter? Why do you regard Qingyu in such a manner? He Xiaosa could no longer contain her curiosity. Even Feng Qingyu turned his inquisitive gaze towards Cui Jiahui, sharing the same bewilderment. Qingyu, our family has always been upright and above reproach, and my daughter is no different. Cui Jiahui finally spoke, directing her attention toward Feng Qingyu. Uncertain of her intentions, he listened intently, while He Xiaosa furrowed her brow. As Cui Jiahui studied him, her mind replayed the conversation she had overheard between two girls while in the restroom. You know, even if a man is broke, if he is tall and handsome, he can still lead a life of luxury. Indeed. Have you heard of the term soul-stirring? I heard that their top performer, once a poor boy from a destitute family with a paralyzed father, now enjoys a life of indulgence. Despite his miserable background, his height, looks, and youth have made him highly sought after by at least 5 wealthy women, if not 6. He services each one weekly, taking Sundays off. Can you imagine his monthly income? How much? At least 8 figures. My goodness, can such services be so lucrative? Indeed. His monthly earnings far surpass what an average person could hope to earn in a lifetime. It seems that regardless of gender, those endowed with beauty possess an inherent tool for wealth. It is not solely that those in this line of work require more than mere good looks. They must excel in intimate skills. The ability to provide deeply satisfying experiences for their clients is essential. Additionally, insiders have revealed that those who cater to wealthy women must be well-versed in a range of skills, both spoken and unspoken, that are crucial for their profession. What skills? Could you elaborate? What trivialities like wax dripping and whipping are mere child's play? There exists a phenomenon that you are surely unaware of. The more Cui Jiahui listened, the more her heart raced with unease, until she could no longer bear it and hurriedly took her leave. Speak, what exactly were you doing before? Cui Jiahui finally inquired. Her tone laced with displeasure, directing her question pointedly at Feng Qingyu. Her eyes bore into him with an intensity that demanded honesty, compelling him to speak the truth. It had not been an easy task to raise such an exceptional daughter as He Xiaosa, and she harbored no desire for her to be ensnared by this unscrupulous man engaged in dubious professions. At this moment, Cui Jiahui was 7/10 certain that Feng Qingyu, who was now obtaining a marriage certificate with her daughter, had previously been involved in unsavory work. Thus, she was struggling to contain her rising anger. Upon hearing her mother's question and observing Cui Jiahui's scowling countenance, He Xiaosa suddenly realized her mother might have misunderstood something. She quickly interjected, Mom, what do you mean by that? Qingyu was engaged in legitimate work before, and he is simply in a transitional period now. After a while, he will that I didn't ask you. Why are you so anxious? Cui Jiahui retorted, unable to suppress her disdain for He Xiaosa's infatuation with this man. Are you really trying to defend this scoundrel, Mom? Feng Qingyu frowned, contemplating whether to speak the truth, sensing that his future mother-in-law might be misinformed. Yet, before he could utter the term of endearment, he was met with Cui Jiahui's icy glare. Who was your mother? Cui Jiahui had resolutely decided that if this young man truly had a past as a service provider for wealthy women, she would ensure her daughter divorced him. Mom, what is this attitude? He Xiaosa protested, feeling exasperated by her mother's reprimands, especially since she had just scolded her about her potential future son-in-law, the illustrious heir of the capital's premier family. He Xiaosa felt as though her mother had returned from an outing with a newfound madness. It's merely a matter of obtaining a certificate. Why are you so protective? Your father and I worked tirelessly to raise you. Was it easy, and now you're turning against us? Cui Jiahui could no longer contain her grievances. Do you realize how obedient you were as a child? Remember that time when you were 5. Once Cui Jiahui began her reminiscing, there was no stopping her for at least another hour, and He Xiaosa was all too familiar with this pattern. Ultimately, she relented, signaling Feng Qingyu with her eyes before turning to her mother. Mom, we've nearly finished our meal. Where do you wish to rest? We could simply stay at this hotel to avoid unnecessary back and forth. Feng Qingyu understood her unspoken request, indicating he would handle the bill and arrange a room for her mother. He stood to leave, but Cui Jiahui, noticing his departure, grew anxious and sternly called after him, "Hey, how can you be so rude? Where are you going? Didn't you hear my question?" With no choice left, Feng Qingyu sat back down and replied honestly, "I was in business before." Cui Jiahui could not contain a cold scoff. "What kind of business?" "Commercial business. Commercial business? The kind that earns significant money? What sort of commercial business?" She pressed, her disdain intensifying. "Just a meat vendor." Feng Qingyu nodded, acknowledging the truth of her statement. His business indeed dealt in substantial sums, with transactions ranging from tens of millions to even billions. As Cui Jiahui absorbed this confirmation, her heart sank further. "Do you have your ID on you? I don't need to rest. I'll accompany you and say to the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Mom, why would you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau if you aren't resting?" He Xiaosa interjected, unable to hold her tongue. Feng Qingyu looked equally bewildered. "He Xiaosa, if you still acknowledge me as your mother, you will immediately divorce this shameless cad." Cui Jiahui finally voiced her pin-up frustrations, directing her ire at Feng Qingyu. Half an hour later, Feng Qingyu drove Cui Jiahui to the Yushui Bay Villa. Upon entering, she was as astonished as if she were a peasant entering a grand estate for the first time. Her eyes wide with wonder at the garden, the lawn, the swimming pool. Having come from an ordinary background, this lavish mansion, previously seen only in films, was a novel experience for her. Coincidentally, on that morning, old Master Feng had dispatched a dozen servants from the family estate to manage the villa's daily upkeep. Mother Zhou had been promoted to housekeeper. As they walked through, the diligent staff greeted Feng Qingyu and he Xiaosa warmly. "Young master, young mistress, good day." While Feng Qingyu was familiar with these attendants, he Xiaosa did not know any of them, however. Upon witnessing her walk side by side with the distinguished heir, they quickly recognized her. After all, the young master had previously been aloof from young, beautiful women. At that moment, Mother Zhou approached hurriedly. "Young master," she called, glancing at he Xiaosa, her expression hinting at hesitation. Feng Qingyu understood her unspoken words and instructed he Xiaosa, "You lead your mother around a bit more. The guest room on the first floor is ready for her to rest." Every bedroom in this villa boasted an ensuite bathroom. After freshening up, Cui Jiahui felt quite awake and took her daughter's hand. "Still incredulous, as he say, even though I push you toward matchmaking and marriage, I still hope you take this institution seriously. Since Chengyu is the heir of the Feng family, the foremost family in the capital, how could he possibly know you, let alone marry you? Mom, do you not think your daughter is exceptional? He fell for me at first sight and pursued me relentlessly. Is that not enough?" He Xiaosa replied. Frowning slightly, indeed, Cui Jiahui was aware of her daughter's extraordinary qualities. Despite her calm demeanor and graceful disposition, he Xiaosa possessed an unwavering determination in all her pursuits. During her elementary school years, she would spend an entire afternoon solving a single math problem. Consequently, she excelled in mathematics, gaining admission to the prestigious Jingbei University for Computer Science, and later founded a cutting-edge robotics technology company. Cui Jiahui had always taken immense pride in her daughter, except when it came to matters of love and marriage, which caused her considerable anxiety. Cui Jiahui, reflecting on this, could not help but pinch her daughter's cheek affectionately. Smiling, "Can't you be a bit modest? I'm just concerned about you, an ordinary girl, marrying into a wealthy family. It's not just about blending in with your affluent husband's lifestyle. Your values must also align. Primarily, the complexities of aristocratic families are daunting. It will be challenging for you to integrate into their world. Moreover, our family's social standing is vastly inferior to theirs, and I fear they might look down upon you once you step into their realm. As a mother, I cannot bear to see my beloved daughter suffer even the slightest indignity." As she spoke, tears glistened in her eyes. "Mom, you're overthinking this," he Xiaosa replied, sensing her mother's worries. However, the longevity of her contract marriage with Feng Qingyu remained uncertain, and she believed her mother's concerns were unwarranted. Still, she was touched by Cui Jiahui's maternal love, so she leaned in and embraced her. "Oh, my child, is it not better to find someone from a similar background? At least those I introduced you to were all from reputable families. But a daughter is not to be kept at home. Since you have chosen the heir of the Feng family, I must respect your decision." Cui Jiahui did not linger long in the villa. By 3 in the afternoon, she was already on a flight back to Jiangxing. Feng Qingyu was accommodating, as during her nap, He Xiaosa discreetly discussed with him the need to re-establish his persona as a devoted and earnest heir in front of Cui Jiahui. After all, she had previously claimed that Feng Qingyu had pursued her with fervor, leading her to reluctantly agree to the marriage certificate for a trial period. Whether he could eventually secure her hand in a formal wedding remained to be seen. Thus, when Feng Qingyu took his mother-in-law to the airport, he switched to a luxury vehicle, a Bugatti Veyron with the license plate FCY 888888. Throughout the ride, he was exceedingly cordial to Cui Jiahui, assisting her with her luggage and even purchasing expensive gifts, such as 2 boxes of Maodai liquor, priced at several thousand per pound, claiming they were for her father. He Xiaosa's father was the head of the personnel department at the Jiangxing Education Bureau, a position neither too grand nor too humble. His busy schedule had prevented him from accompanying Cui Jiahui to Beijing to see his daughter. Feng Qingyu's meticulous care towards He Xiaosa in the passenger seat did not go unnoticed by Cui Jiahui. Bringing her a sense of comfort. As they bid farewell at the airport, Cui Jiahui reminded the couple, Say, Chengyu, I brought you some pickled vegetables from home, though not much, just your favorite sour heads, stinky tofu, and chili bean paste. They're in the trunk of the car that picked me up. Don't forget to take them out when you return. Chengyu, please don't look down on our humble household. We simply enjoy pickled delicacies. At first, Feng Qingyu listened attentively to his mother-in-law's instructions, but as her list continued, his expression visibly cracked. All right, Mom, I understand. The plane is about to take off. You should hurry inside. How could He Xiaosa not understand the reason behind Feng Qingyu's sudden change of demeanor? She hurriedly embraced Cui Jiahui one last time, urging her to board the plane promptly. Feng Qingyu's expression shifted rapidly, yet he soon regained his composure, placing an arm around He Xiaosa's shoulder as he addressed Cui Jiahui. Understood, Mom. Safe travels. After bidding farewell to Cui Jiahui and settling into Feng Qingyu's Bugatti Veyron, He Xiaosa abruptly turned her cold gaze towards him in the driver's seat. Now tell me, where have you stashed the garlic and fermented bean curd that my mother sent? No wonder he changed cars. It seemed that Aunt Zhou must have called him separately to inquire about how to handle the exquisite condiments brought over by her mother, Mrs. Cui Jiahui, from afar. Feng Qingyu merely smirked, offering a nonchalant reminder, buckle up. He then started the engine. He Xiaosa, seething with indignation, fastened her seatbelt with a forceful clench of her teeth. His evasive attitude only underscored the issue. The remainder of the journey was filled with silence. As they approached the Yushui Bay Villa, He Xiaosa suddenly commanded, Stop the car. Are you sure you want to get off here? Feng Qingyu asked with an air of indifference, taking his time. Yushui Bay Villa lay in the northern outskirts of the capital, having already left the city limits. The towering skyscrapers were sparse here, with vast fields stretching endlessly on either side. It would be a challenge to find public transport in such a desolate area. Glancing outside at the barren landscape, He Xiaosa felt a pang of frustration. Then turn back to the city and take me to Jinghong. Chapter 15. The two locked eyes. She had arranged to meet Song Qiangwei at 7 in the evening, and returning to the office now would allow her to accomplish some tasks. Mrs. Feng, do not forget the third rule of Mr. Feng's life taboo that you memorized this morning. Feng Qingyu was well aware of the reason behind her suppressed anger throughout the journey. However, the third rule explicitly stated that pungent condiments like garlic and fermented bean curd were forbidden in their home. So did you throw away all the condiments my mother brought for me? He Xiaosa retorted, her eyes reddening with indignation. How could she not be upset? Those were her mother's beloved pickles, brought all the way from her hometown. Even if he disliked them, he shouldn't have discarded them. If he had informed her in advance, she would have found a way, perhaps taking them to the office where she could enjoy them during late-night work sessions. She could even share them with Anqing or Qiangwei, both of whom adored her mother's pickles. I was merely offering a friendly reminder. If you wish to return to the office, I can take you, Feng Qingyu said. Seeing his dismissive attitude, He Xiaosa felt a surge of frustration and snapped. Back to Jinghong. There are spare cars at the office. She intended to drive herself to meet Song Qiangwei and then spend the night at the office, having no intention of returning to that villa again. At 7 in the evening, at the Shangtang Bar, in the first-floor lounge area, 3 stylishly dressed women held high-stem glasses, enjoying food and drinks, laughing and chatting. They were Song Qiangwei, He Xiaosa, and Anqing, the best of friends. However, Anqing and He Xiaosa had known each other longer, having been classmates since middle school. while Song Qiangwei was a friend from their university days. Cheers. After clinking their glasses, they began to converse freely. First, Song Qiangwei apologized to Anqing for not celebrating her birthday in person a few days earlier. Anqing laughed, saying that as women nearing 30, they naturally had to prioritize work. A birthday gift was sufficient. Haha, what was the birthday gift you gave her, Wei Wei? He Xiaosa asked with keen interest. That's a secret between me and Wei Wei. I can't tell you. Anqing replied with a grin. Alright, let's discuss your marriage certificate with the prince of the Feng family. Song Qiangwei said, suddenly handing her phone over Diane. The next moment, He Xiaosa saw a piece of entertainment news flash across the screen. The Feng family's young master's romantic relationship seemingly exposed. Below was a photograph of her being embraced by Feng Qingyu at the airport as they awaited Cui Jiahui's arrival. So, they had been caught on camera while picking up her mother this morning? Anqing, intrigued by the topic, turned to He Xiaosa with a smile after Song Qiangwei raised the question. Actually, there's nothing much to it. It's merely a brief marriage of convenience. That moment, He Xiaosa realized she could no longer keep her story hidden. Thus, she recounted how she had mistakenly thought of Feng Qingyu as a male model for a sperm donation, and how they ended up sleeping together. She also shared how, on Anqing's birthday, the man had knocked her down, sending the birthday cake flying. I thought we would never see each other again. Yet the very next morning, he arrived at my and Anqing's apartment with bodyguards, lawyers, and civil affairs staff, enticing me with benefits and coaxing me into getting a marriage certificate on the spot. Enticing with benefits? Song Qiangwei chuckled. Is it that he promised you a child as an incentive to marry him? Oh, not quite. He Xiaosa's fair ears flushed slightly. Qiangwei, you don't understand. It must be that young Master Feng offered her company benefits. You don't know that she's a workaholic by nature. Anqing, who had lived with her for years, understood her well. However, rumors circulated within elite circles that Feng Qingyu was a man who could not engage with women due to impotency. How did you manage to sleep with him? This was the point that intrigued Song Qiangwei the most. Coming from a family in the restaurant business, Song Qiangwei's family owned a nationwide chain of Chinese fast food restaurants, having gone public over a decade ago. While they could not compare to the four major elite families, they had nonetheless entered the elite circle, allowing them to be privy to some gossip and rumors. That's not just a rumor. I can vouch for it. Anqing interjected, recalling the previous night when Feng Qingyu had barged into their apartment with several bodyguards. I was terrified, wanting to approach him to inquire, but his bodyguards kept me at a distance. Anqing still felt a chill thinking about that night, though. He was just putting on an act. He Xiaosa scoffed dismissively in response to her friend's comments. Oh, did you really go through with it? Song Qiangwei and Anqing leaned in, intrigued. His technique was horrendous. He Xiaosa expressed her disdain without hesitation. The two friends were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Just then, on the second-floor corridor, a few tall, striking figures appeared. It could only be Feng Qingyu and his two brothers. Feng Qingyu, looking down with a cold expression, fixed his gaze on He Xiaosa, who was smirking disdainfully at the lounge below. At that moment, he could not help but sneeze. Jiang Sun and Pei Yinian, puzzled, wondered why Feng Qingyu, typically aloof towards young women, suddenly showed interest in the trio laughing and drinking on the first floor. They had been heading directly to their reserved room on the second floor until Feng Qingyu abruptly halted, resting a hand on the railing and coldly surveying the three women. Only then did they follow his gaze to see He Xiaosa, Song Qiangwei, and Anqing. Although Pei Yinian knew that Feng Qingyu had married and left the ranks of the Diamond Bachelors, he had yet to meet He Xiaosa, his wife. Thus, the three women at the lounge were unfamiliar to him. Certainly, the trio was stunningly beautiful, but even more exquisite ladies would not have captured Feng Qingyu's attention for even a moment. As Pei Yinian pondered this, Feng Qingyu's unexpected sneeze drew his attention back to him. Do you know any of those three women down there? It would be unusual to know all three. Perhaps just one? I don't know them, Feng Qingyu replied coldly, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, He Xiaosa seemed to sense a piercing gaze from above. So she casually glanced up and locked eyes with Feng Qingyu, who was about to depart. Chapter 16 Feigning Ignorance of Each Other. Oh, speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Yet, He Xiaosa was unafraid. Even if he heard her, she was merely stating facts. What could he possibly do? With a slight smile, she returned her gaze impassively, while Feng Qingyu, maintaining a stern expression, withdrew his gaze. Both were committed to their aloof personas, pretending not to recognize one another. Let us go. Feng Chengyu commanded, striding away first. Downstairs, Song Qiangwei and Anqing noticed He Xiaosa's unusual demeanor. Following her line of sight to the second floor, Anqing gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Feng Chengyu, in fear, she quickly averted her gaze and whispered to Song Qiangwei. Indeed, anyone who had encountered Feng Chengyu found it hard to forget him. While undeniably handsome, it was the aura of unyielding authority and chill that he exuded that left one breathless. Oh, so that's Feng Chengyu? Song Qiangwei said, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Anqing nodded vigorously. He looks impressive, but turns out he's just a disaster in bed. In Song Qiangwei's eyes, a man like Feng Chengyu, lacking technique, was no different from someone with impotence, thus placing him in the ranks of the impotent, and no wonder the rumors circulated that he was incapable. With that thought, Song Qiangwei turned her sympathetic gaze towards He Xiaosa. She's, with your looks and wealth, why are you hanging onto a tree with such a crooked trunk? You are to divorce him, and I shall introduce you to a fitness coach who can make a woman feel like a bride every night. Song Qiangwei remarked. However, she was abruptly cut off by He Xiaosa. Stop, a bride every night. Do you think I have the leisure to indulge in such activities? While I have various grievances with Feng Chengyu, this is one aspect I consider a merit. She simply wished to avoid the pressure from Ms. Cui Jiahui regarding marriage and was not the type to prioritize male desires. In truth, she had little interest in marital life. Look at that pale little face. A woman without the nourishment of a man is like a withered flower after autumn. Song Qiangwei suddenly tilted her head and lifted He Xiaosa's chin, clicking her tongue in lament. Yet He Xiaosa brushed her hand away. Aren't you a married woman as well? I see no difference between us. It turned out that half a year prior, while filming a variety show in the romantic city of Paris, Song Qiangwei had a one-night affair with a man and subsequently eloped with him to secretly register their marriage. You know very well that I am separated from him. At the mention of her one-night stand husband, Song Qiangwei's eyes instantly dimmed. All right, say Bao. You know that Qiangwei is different from you. You live with your husband, and if the marital life is not harmonious, it is indeed a significant issue. Anqing suddenly interjected. Anqing, you are quite forward-thinking. To be honest, my marriage with Feng Chengyu is merely a transaction of interests, a mutual arrangement. How long it will last remains uncertain. He Xiaosa replied nonchalantly. Anqing widened her eyes, incredulously gazing at her. Was she truly provoking the heir of a wealthy family? Would there be no repercussions? Song Qiangwei dismissively smirked. Anqing, the elite class is not something the average person can fathom. Sei won't play with fire. I support Sei. What of Feng Chengyu? If he cannot bring happiness to Sei, then he is nothing. Upstairs, in the private room, Jiang Sun observed Feng Chengyu, who was coldly holding a wine glass. He glanced at Pei Nian, who silently urged him forward. Jiang Sun gathered his courage and approached Feng Chengyu. Brother Yu, I just want to take another look at the three beauties in the booth downstairs and discovered that one of them is truly your sister-in-law. It turned out that the reason why old Master Feng pressured Feng Chengyu into marriage was indeed concocted by him and Pei Nian. That night, Jiang Sun had accessed the surveillance footage and, alongside Pei Nian, visited the Feng family estate. Upon learning that his grandson had spent a night of passion with a beauty with curly hair, old Master Feng immediately launched an investigation into He Xiaosa's family background. Upon discovering that He Xiaosa was from Jiang City, with a father who was a departmental official in the Education Bureau and a mother who was a high school teacher, alongside her exemplary academic history, having graduated from a prestigious university, he was exceedingly pleased with her. The only drawback was that she was a female CEO, which might mean she could not attend to domestic affairs. Yet, once she married into the Feng family, perhaps she would wish to become a full-time lady of the house. Although Jiang Sun had only met He Xiaosa once and was somewhat familiar with her, the brief encounter meant he initially failed to recognize her when he entered with Feng Chengyu and Pei Nian. Now that he had gone out again, he finally confirmed He Xiaosa's identity. No wonder Brother Yu had that reaction before. The two had clearly locked eyes, yet both pretended not to know each other. What was going on? Had Brother Yu had a disagreement with his new sister-in-law? Feng Chengyu, hearing Jiang Sun's words, shot him a cold glance, exuding disdain for his meddling. But Brother Yu, you have only just obtained your marriage certificate with your new sister-in-law, and yet you encounter her without even greeting her. Isn't that rather callous? Jiang Sun advised. Bored to death? Isn't old Master Jiang always eager for a grandson? Shall I introduce someone to you? Feng Qingyu elegantly sipped his wine before slowly placing the glass down and speaking leisurely. Jiang Sun immediately fell silent, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Pei Yinian then spoke up, Chengyu. Jiang Sun is merely concerned for you. After all, you are not like typical men, and marriage is not an easy matter. Feng Qingyu took Pei Yinian's words to heart, for Pei Yinian was 2 years his senior and had always been his dedicated physician and friend. Do you all know what sin I find most unbearable? She has a penchant for it. Her mother visited from our hometown this morning, and I warmly hosted her. However, after her mother left, she left behind several jars of that particular pickled delicacy. Feng Qingyu frowned as he slowly revealed the source of his discord with He Xiaosadao. So the new sister-in-law enjoys pickled garlic and vinegar? Jiang Sun finally realized. That is indeed a bit excessive for Miss He. Pei Yinian nodded in agreement, deep in thought. Downstairs, in the booth, He Xiaosa, Song Qiangwei, and Anqing had nearly finished their drinks and were about to settle the bill when 3 inebriated young men suddenly appeared. One of them, heavily intoxicated and supported by his companions, wore a wine-red Armani suit, with a glimpse of a snow-white handkerchief peeking from his breast pocket. His elongated eyes, high nose, and thin, rosy lips, especially when he smiled with a slight upward curve, exuded a wicked charm capable of captivating any woman instantly. Anqing had never encountered such a strikingly handsome yet charming man before, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Chapter 017. He said, "Come here." However, the man did not cast a glance toward Anqing, but instead approached He Xiaosa directly. "Beautiful lady, don't rush off. Have a drink with me." He Xiaosa shot him a cold glance, her beauty as radiant as a peach blossom, yet icy and unapproachable. Despite her frosty demeanor, her naturally alluring eyes carried an enchanting charm, paired with her exquisite features and porcelain-like skin. The man felt a tightening in his throat, awe emanating from the depths of his gaze. "Ah, I like your type, the alluring ice queen." The man, reeking of alcohol, reached out to grab He Xiaosa. This time, before she could explode in anger, Song Qiangwei stepped in first. "Who do you think you are? How dare you covet the lady of the Feng family?" Song Qiangwei pulled He Xiaosa behind her and glared fiercely at the audacious young man. To her surprise, her words elicited laughter from the young man and his companions. "Oh, I can't stop laughing. The lady of the Feng family." His companion laughed uncontrollably. "What are you laughing at?" Song Qiangwei, incensed by their mirth, shot a fierce glare at the 2 laughing hyenas. "Beautiful lady. Do you know who my brother is?" One finally managed to stifle his laughter, pointing at the debonair young man. "Even I don't know where my wife came from. If you want to become the lady of the Feng family, it is not impossible. If you can please me in bed tonight, perhaps I'll grant you that title." The roguish young man laughed heartily, gesturing towards He Xiaosa. "Who are you?" Anqing could no longer contain herself. Scolding in a soft voice. Upstairs in the private room, Jiang Sun burst in, visibly agitated. The 2 men who were drinking turned to look at him. "Yayan Gu, you Gu, is someone bothering sister-in-law?" As soon as he spoke, Feng Qingyu's grip tightened around his wine glass. With a loud crash, the glass shattered, spilling wine and embedding shards into his palm, crimson liquid slowly seeping out. Pei Yinian hurriedly grabbed his hand to administer first aid. Using the disinfectant and band-aid he had on hand, Feng Qingyu allowed him to proceed, his expression gradually calming. "Brother Yu, are you all right?" Jiang Sun asked with concern. She knows how to attract attention, so naturally. She has her own means of dealing with it, Feng Qingyu replied indifferently. "However, Brother Yu, the one troubling sister-in-law is your cousin, Feng Qinghao. You mean to say you are the second young master of the Feng family?" "Feng Qinghao?" Anqing exclaimed in disbelief. "Feng Qinghao. He is the most notorious playboy in the elite circle." Song Qiangwei had indeed heard of the infamous young master before. He was the only son of Feng Qingyu's uncle, Feng Zhonglian, and was known for being frivolous and fond of women, a typical prodigal heir. If he had any merit, Feng Zhonglian would not still be working at the Feng family enterprise. Besides this son, Feng Zhonglian had 2 daughters, one named Feng Manchue, who was 4 or 5 years older than Feng Qingyu and was already married with children, and another named Feng Manqing, who was 2 years younger than Feng Qinghao and was currently studying abroad at the age of 24. "What? Can't the second young master of the Feng family grant you the title of young lady? Why don't you come and serve me, the young master?" Feng Qinghao said with a smug grin, directing his attention at the cold and composed He Xiaosa. Just then, Footsteps echoed, followed by the appearance of a tall, cool man. The 3 women and 3 men in the booth turned to look. It was Song Qiangwei's first encounter with Feng Chengyu, and she felt he exuded an extraordinary aura, radiating a sense of power and superiority. He xiaosa, spotting the tall and strikingly handsome man flanked by 2 others. Couldn't he help but slightly curl her lips. Anqing's face lit up with joy as she moved to approach, but then hesitated, a worried expression replacing her initial excitement. Upon seeing the imposing figure approach, Feng Chenghao's expression brightened. "Come here." As the calm, unruffled voice resonated, Feng Chenghao rushed forward eagerly. "Brother, are you here to have fun tonight too?" Regarding Feng Chengyu, as the first heir of the Feng family, Feng Chenghao outwardly displayed respect, while inwardly he was consumed by jealousy. However, being acutely aware of his own inadequacies, he skillfully concealed that envious heart. Unexpectedly, before he could approach Feng Chengyu, he was obstructed by Jiang Xian, who stepped forward. Feng Chengyu once again called out, this time fixing his gaze on He Xiaosa not far away. Though his voice carried a hint of impatience, He Xiaosa furrowed her delicate brows, her exquisite features showing signs of disturbance. Was he not calling his cousin, but rather addressing her, this plastic matron? Even Song Qiangwei was taken aback. Was this the esteemed young master Feng Chengyu, who had married He Xiaosa? It seemed he was not entirely devoid of feelings for her. Yet, Feng Chenghao, obscured by Jiang Xian, could not discern Feng Chengyu's expression, and upon hearing him call out again, he grew increasingly anxious. "Jiang Xian, do not block my path. Did you not hear my brother calling me?" "I beg your pardon, second young master, but do not flatter yourself," Jiang Xian retorted with a smirk. "What do you mean? If my cousin is not calling me, can it possibly be for that woman?" Feng Chenghao exclaimed incredulously. The 2 companions he had brought along were already cowering in a corner, too frightened to show themselves. "Why does the second young master not wait and see?" Jiang Xian mocked. Initially, He Xiaosa had no intention of approaching, but considering that this so-called second young master was indeed her cousin, she thought it best to step in and resolve the situation. After contemplating for a moment, she finally made her way toward the man. Upon reaching Feng Chengyu's side, his expression lightened considerably, and he naturally took her fair hand in his. Only then did Jiang Xian step back. Feng Chenghao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, what is your relationship with this woman?" "Sister-in-law, Feng Chengyu cast a cold glance at Feng Chenghao, who was only a couple of steps away, adhering to the hierarchy of elder and younger. "If you dare to entangle yourself with my sister-in-law again, I shall ensure you regret it." After stating this, Feng Chengyu held He Xiaosa's hand and turned to leave. "Sister-in-law?" Feng Chenghao could hardly believe his ears. Yet, witnessing the usually aloof Feng Chengyu holding a woman's hand, he could not dismiss it as a mere illusion. Given that this was the first time for the second young master, he decided to let it slide, but if there were to be a next time, he would not be so forgiving. Jiang Xian, having dropped this remark, then made her way towards Song Qiangwei and Anqing. Following Feng Chengyu outside the bar, He Xiaosa gazed at the twinkling neon lights and suddenly shook off the large hand that had been holding hers. "Mrs. Feng, how long do you intend to act wantonly?" Feng Chengyu's hand was left empty, and he frowned, his demeanor indifferent. "Act wantonly? If I were to discard the precious gift your mother brought you from afar, you would surely make a greater fuss than I." If He Xiaosa could calm down so quickly, she would not be He Xiaosa. While she was not one to create trouble for no reason, it did not mean she was someone who could be easily manipulated. Feng Chengyu. That although he was left speechless, he was unaware which of her words had struck a nerve. He merely shot her a cold glance before striding away, leaving He Xiaosa in a state of disarray. Soon, a brand new Cullinan appeared, and Feng Chengyu promptly entered the vehicle and departed. However, He Xiaosa was not as heartless as he. She contacted her assistant, Su Qinglan, to pick her up. She also called Song Qiangwei and Anqing, as both had consumed alcohol. When Song Qiangwei emerged, He Xiaosa noticed that Anqing was missing and inquired, "Where is Anqing?" "Oh, she went to the restroom and told us not to wait for her. She'll take a ride-share back later." Su Qinglan soon arrived to pick up the 2. Before leaving, He Xiaosa called Anqing again, only to hear that she had encountered a friend inside and would return to the apartment later, sending a message to the 3-person group once she arrived home safely. Only then did He Xiaosa and Song Qiangwei feel completely at ease. In a private room of the bar, Anqing was laughing and drinking with a young, handsome man. In the meantime, she set a timed message to be sent to her group with He Xiaosa and Song Changwei. He Xiaosa had not returned to the Yushui Bay Villa for 3 consecutive days, nor had she returned to the apartment she shared with Enqing. Due to Enqing's less-than-ideal family circumstances, He Xiaosa had been covering 70% of the rent for the past few years, and now that she had moved to the Yushui Bay Villa, she continued to shoulder 70% of the rent. The rent was 2,000 a month, with He Xiaosa paying 1,500, leaving Enqing to contribute a mere 500 the first night. After returning from the bar to the company, the Yushui Bay Villa was devoid of any activity. On the second night, Aunt Zhou called, "Young madam, when will you return from your business trip? I've prepared some delicious food for your return." On the third night, Aunt Zhou called again, "Young madam, are you still not back from your business trip?" On the fourth night, at 9 o'clock, while working overtime at the company, He Xiaosa received another call from the Yushui Bay Villa. "Aunt Zhou, please inform Mr. Feng that my business trip will last at least a month." However, before she could finish her sentence, a cool, detached voice interrupted from the other end. "Mrs. Feng, let me guess, are you planning to be away for a month? Or perhaps a year? Is sleeping at the company so comfortable?" He Xiaosa's expression changed, her heart sinking. This man, must he always add to her frustrations with his words? "Do not trouble Mr. Feng. I can eat whatever I wish at the company. However I like, which is certainly far more comfortable than your grand villa, Mrs. Feng. Please remember your words tonight. It would be best if you were to be away for 10 or 8 years. Feng Chengyu's icy voice rang out once more before he abruptly hung up. This man. If not for the fact that he had only recently met her mother, she would be inclined to initiate a divorce with him. Just as He Xiaosa finished her call with Feng Chengyu, she was unexpectedly contacted by her mother, Ms. Cui Jiahui, who called from her hometown, Jiangqing. "Mom, is there something urgent that requires your call at this hour?" "Oh, SESE, please turn on the video. I wish to speak with you and Chengyu for a moment." At that time, Cui Jiahui was in her study, with He Xiaosa's father, He Hongsheng, sitting beside her. He had taken time out of his schedule to meet his son-in-law. As Cui Jiahui had been praising Feng Chengyu since returning home, upon hearing her mother's words, He Xiaosa's demeanor shifted dramatically. Why did her mother choose this moment to make such an absurd request? Right after she had rejected that insufferable man, He Xiaosa spent a considerable amount of time racking her brain to devise a response. "Mom, I am currently on a business trip out of town and am not in the capital." "Then where are you now?" Ms. Chui's displeasure was evident. "I am in Anqing." Anqing was a city known for its technological advancements, and she thought it would suffice to say she was there for business. "You have only been married a few days and are already off gallivanting? While your career is undoubtedly important, family is equally essential for a woman. How long will you be away?" "My father happens to be going to Anqing for a business trip tomorrow. So you could take advantage of the opportunity to meet him at noon." I will be returning to the capital early tomorrow morning. I may not be able to meet with Dad in Anqing." Upon hearing that her father was indeed going to Anqing the next day, He Xiaosa regretted her earlier words. Why had she mentioned Anqing? Wouldn't it have been better to name another city to avoid crossing paths with her father? "Well, in that case, how about tomorrow evening around this time? We have a video call together with your father and Chengyu." Ms. Chui's tone softened considerably, no longer aggressive. "All right, Mom, Dad, good night." After ending the call with Cui Jiahui, He Xiaosa pondered for a long while before resolutely dialing Feng Chengyu's number. To her surprise, the call went unanswered. "Oh, Mom, why must you put me in such an awkward position?" After waiting for a while and seeing that the call remained unanswered, she ultimately decided to dial the landline at the villa. This time, Aunt Zhou answered promptly. "Young madam?" Aunt Zhou's voice sounded quite cheerful. "Aunt Zhou, is the young master home? Please tell him that I will return to the capital for my business trip tomorrow evening. It may be a bit late. I will have dinner on the plane, so there's no need to prepare dinner for me," He Xiaosa said. "All right, young madam, I will inform the young master right away. He may be at the gym." It turned out that Feng Chengyu managed his physique quite well. The villa had a gym, and he typically worked out there for half an hour to an hour between 8 and 9 in the evening, after which he would shower and return to his study to work. The next evening, He Xiaosa had agreed with her mother to have a video call around 10 o'clock, so she delayed her return to the Yushui Bay Villa until after 9:30. If possible, she truly wished to avoid stepping into this luxurious cage that bound her. Aunt Zhou was watching television in the living room on the first floor when she saw He Xiaosa dragging a suitcase back and greeted her happily. "Young madam, you must be exhausted. The young master may still be at the gym," Aunt Zhou said, attempting to take her suitcase. He Xiaosa, however, stopped her. "Aunt Zhou, I can manage. You go back to watching your television? Oh, I was just waiting for you to return. Since you are back, I will head to bed. Good night, Aunt Jo. Good night, young madam. In reality, after Aunt Jo returned to her room, she excitedly called old Master Feng at the ancestral home. In the master bedroom upstairs, Chapter 019. Tonight, the lady takes charge. Upon entering the bedroom, He Xiaosa did not even glance toward the bathroom but headed straight for the cloakroom to hang up the clean clothes she had brought back over the past few days. As she had not had the chance to retrieve her belongings from the villa, she had asked Su Qinglan to buy her a few changes of clothes. Just as she finished hanging her clothes, she suddenly felt a solid male form pressing against her from behind, startling her. She involuntarily turned and found herself colliding into the robust and tall physique of a man. A refreshing and fragrant scent reminiscent of sandalwood enveloped her, wrapping around her from head to toe. Her heart raced uncontrollably. When she looked up, she was met with the cold, expressionless face of Feng Chengyu. Mr. Feng, are you a ghost? How can you walk without making a sound? Mrs. Feng, it is clearly you who are eager to throw yourself into my embrace. Feng Chengyu remarked with an expression that seemed to flirt yet was tinged with jest. However, He Xiaosa found no humor or hint of flirtation in his words. As she understood that this unskilled flirt from the Feng family was merely articulating his true feelings, the corners of He Xiaosa's lips twitched slightly. What? How much longer does Mrs. Feng intend to stay in my arms? Are you not feeling tired? It seems that young Master Feng is quite uncomfortable being blocked like this. The corners of He Xiaosa's lips twitched again. After her assessment, it was clear that this man was utterly devoid of romantic charm. A complete straight man. Thus, she quickly stepped aside to give him room. Feng Chengyu retrieved a black bathrobe from the wardrobe. Prior to this, he had merely wrapped a towel around his waist and silently approached her from behind. He certainly did not treat her as a stranger. And as for He Xiaosa, facing the temptation of such a handsome man emerging from the bath, her heart surprisingly felt no stir. It seemed her self-discipline was commendable. Weren't you ignoring me yesterday? Why are you here tonight? Feng Chengyu teased, lifting the bathrobe with a hint of mockery. He Xiaosa was at a loss for words. His bluntness was truly hurtful, as Feng Chengyu observed her fair face gradually reddening. The embarrassment from being scolded by her last night faded away. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he prepared to leave the dressing room with the bathrobe. Mr. Feng, please wait a moment. He Xiaosa, feeling a bit embarrassed, had only a fleeting moment to gather herself. After all, tonight, she had a request of him, so she could endure his taunts. Just then, she casually glanced at her phone screen, realizing that she had only a few minutes left until her scheduled video call with her mother, and she had yet to mention this to the man. Feng Chengyu turned back, his cold black eyes filled with curiosity. The sight of his firm, pale eight-pack abs glistening in her view made her slightly dizzy. Do you have time later? He Xiaosa struggled to ask directly. No. I have an overseas video conference soon. Having vented his frustrations, Feng Chengyu's words were no longer as sharp or cutting. Moreover, he was correct. Even though he no longer managed the overseas company, he still had to ensure a smooth transition. Hence, he needed to finalize some matters through the video conference. Oh, He Xiaosa's eyes fell, a slight disappointment washing over her. Seeing her dejected expression, Feng Chengyu felt a twinge of compassion. Did she wish to apologize? After being neglected for 4 nights, was she now feeling lonely and yearning for their conjugal life? However, if Mrs. Feng has something important that requires my cooperation, I can postpone the video conference. 11 or even 12 o'clock would be fine. After all, it would be morning over there. Upon hearing this, He Xiaosa looked at him with gratitude, nodding repeatedly. So, should I wear this bathrobe? Feng Chengyu's lips curled slightly. In truth, he had been anticipating their shared life as a couple once more. No need, He Xiaosa replied, already returning to the wardrobe. No need. Do you think it unnecessary since you'll have to take it off again anyway? Perhaps you prefer I just wrap a towel around myself. Then I'll wait for you on the bed outside. Hurry up. The thought of enjoying their intimate life again made Feng Chengyu feel exhilarated. As he pondered how to initiate things, he wondered whether he should take the lead. However, considering it was her desire, just as it had been during their first time, it was only natural that she should take the initiative. When she kissed him with her luscious, red lips, a peculiar yet familiar sense of pleasure rose within him. Just as Feng Chengyu was lost in thought, He Xiaosa suddenly approached him with a set of his shirt and trousers. What is this for me to change into? Feng Chengyu asked, somewhat surprised. Did she wish to engage in some sort of role play? Yet it appeared to be a uniform rather than ordinary clothing. Perhaps his wife had a unique taste? Nonetheless, if it pleased her, he would not mind changing. He Xiaosa nodded, her fair face tinged with a faint blush. All right. Feng Chengyu complied, stepping down to accept the shirt and trousers from her without hesitation, even unwrapping the towel around his waist. He Xiaosa caught a fleeting glimpse and hurriedly turned her face away, her cheeks flushing crimson. Seeing her shy reaction, Feng Chengyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. It wasn't as if she had never seen it before. Why the sudden bashfulness? Don't talk. Change your clothes quickly, he Xiaosa urged, unable to meet his gaze any longer. All right, I shall obey my wife's command. The thought of soon resuming their life as a couple made Feng Chengyu feel a bit more lively. However, once he was dressed, he Xiaosa turned to see him. Shall we go to the study? She inquired tentatively. Tonight, everything will be led by you, Mrs. Feng. I shall follow your lead. Feng Chengyu felt no shame in his words. After speaking, he stepped forward to wrap his arms around her, guiding her out of the bedroom. As he Xiaosa felt him drawing closer, a warmth spread through her ears. His large hand rested on her waist, and through the fabric, she could feel the heat radiating from his palm. His scorching body. As they walked down the corridor, Feng Chengyu suddenly leaned close to her ear, playfully breathing his warm breath. Mrs. Feng, aren't you going to take a shower first? Chapter 020, Mrs. Feng, continue. Take a shower? Why would she need to shower? It could wait until after her video call with her parents. No need, he Xiaosa replied, her brows slightly furrowed. Feng Chengyu let out a casual oh. Although he was somewhat uncomfortable due to his obsessive cleanliness, he understood that perhaps she was too eager and couldn't spare the time to wash up. So he excused her. We can wash up afterward. He feigned indifference, saying, I think that way too. He Xiaosa was taken aback by his understanding, casting him a grateful glance. But when her eyes met the desire lurking in his, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was he still thinking about that? During the video call with her parents, would they notice anything? She wanted him to hold back, but she didn't know how to express it. Entering the study, she pondered, the sofa? Or the desk? As Feng Chengyu stepped in, his gaze burned into her. He Xiaosa felt as if he were a hungry wolf, ready to pounce and devour her whole. The desk, in front of the books, she stammered, her face growing even hotter as she tried to escape his embrace. He suddenly swept her off her feet. Hey, what are you doing? He Xiaosa exclaimed in surprise. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck to maintain her balance. Oh, I was too hasty, Feng Chengyu realized. Recalling he had previously said she could take the lead, he set her down, allowing her feet to touch the ground. Madam, how would you like me to proceed? Feng Chengyu's gaze was laden with flirtation, making he Xiaosa's heart race. You sit at the desk first, she exhaled, relieved to have a direction. Oh. Feng Chengyu's expression shifted to one of understanding. So, his wife wanted to play a game of boss and secretary. He made his way to the desk and sat down in the boss's chair. Aren't you coming over? Feng Chengyu raised an eyebrow at her. Noticing her dazed expression, in truth, he Xiaosa was astonished by how compliant he was being tonight. I think one chair is sufficient. You can sit on my lap, Feng Chengyu suggested casually. Oh, no need. Sitting on your lap is too intimate. I can't do that. She was genuinely unable to. But how could they both sit in two chairs? You sit in one, and I'll sit in the other. It works perfectly. He Xiaosa glanced at him, puzzled. How could this man ask such a childish question? You're supposed to play the role of my secretary and discuss work with me before we start. All right. Feng Chengyu frowned slightly. Why would I play the role of your secretary? He Xiaosa's brows furrowed deeply as she suddenly realized something and looked at him incredulously. What do you mean by needing my cooperation for something important? Our conjugal life. Wasn't it you who was begging me to resume our conjugal life? At that moment, Feng Chengyu seemed to come to a realization, gazing at her thoughtfully. This man was truly insufferable. Who had been the one to initiate their conjugal life? Oh, no, it's given her request of him. He Xiaosa hurriedly attempted to explain. Just as she began to speak, her WeChat ringtone rang out abruptly. Feng Chengyu looked at her with increasing bewilderment. Was it possible that all this had been merely his own overthinking? He Xiaosa had no time to ponder further, quickly answering the video call from Ms. Cui Jiahui. As expected. When the call connected, not only her mother's face appeared, but also her father's smiling visage. Although he Xiaosa's parents were middle-aged, Their refined demeanor reflected the elegance of scholars due to their professions. Her father even wore a pair of framed glasses. He Xiaosa moved to Feng Chengyu's side, inviting him to partake in the video call with her parents. Despite the earlier misunderstandings, Feng Chenyu was exceedingly accommodating, shedding any airs of a wealthy heir, and conversed respectfully with her parents as a junior would with their elders. After the video call, not only did it bring a sense of reassurance to Mama, but even Baba expressed great admiration for Feng Chenyu, feeling content that his daughter would marry him. As the call concluded, Xiaosa promptly distanced herself from Feng Chenyu and stood up. Intending to leave, Mrs. Feng, what do you take me for? Do you think I can be discarded once you have had your use of me? Feng Chenyu was not the type to suffer losses. At his core, he was a capitalist, and capitalists are loath to incur any loss. Thus, as he spoke, he reached out and grasped her delicate wrist. Xiaosa lowered her eyelashes. After all, she was also a business owner and understood the intricacies of commerce all too well. She realized, even without prior communication, he was remarkably accommodating, aligning himself with her parents' expectations through the video call. Therefore, Xiaosa maintained a composed demeanor and replied coolly, I will take a shower first. I in the master bedroom. Half an hour later, Xiaosa emerged, clad in a silk long-sleeve nightgown, drying her hair. At that moment, Feng Chenyu was reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a book under the soft glow of the lamp. Upon noticing her, he set the book aside and approached. He stopped a meter away from her. Mr. Feng, my hair is still damp. Please continue your reading for a moment. Xiaosa silently scolded the man for his impatience. Mrs. Feng, this is what you owe me. You must take the initiative later. Feng Chenyu gazed at her intensely. Very well, I shall take the initiative. I can be on top. You just wait a moment. Xiaosa found this humorous. This man was always eager to flaunt his status as a capitalist. Sitting before the vanity, she utilized the hairdryer and soon dried her hair. However, before she could place the dryer away, a large hand snatched it from her. Carelessly tossing the device onto the table, Mrs. Feng, it's time to fulfill your promise, Feng Chenyu reminded her from behind. Even without turning, Xiaosa could feel the man's heated presence. She stood up, and as she turned her face, her lips inadvertently brushed against a prominent part of his neck. Mrs. Feng, continue, he groaned softly. Xiaosa was utterly bewildered about how to take the initiative. Having never been in a relationship before, let alone kissed or engaged in more intimate contact. Thus, following her instincts, she slowly rose on her toes and pressed her lips against his thin ones. Hey, you said I should take the initiative tonight, she began, her face flushing crimson, but was swiftly silenced by his kiss. Chapter 021. No intimacy for a week. The night was deep. Outside the window, the moonlight was as cool as water, while inside, the atmosphere was filled with the warmth of spring. The next morning, Xiaosa awoke in the guest room. As she stirred, she felt as if her entire body had been mercilessly crushed by a heavy truck, aching terribly. Damn that man. The only person who could provoke such a curse from Xiaosa was her seemingly refined yet beastly husband in bed, Feng Chenyu. He showed not a trace of tenderness. Noticing the red stain on the sheets, she couldn't help but mutter another curse under her breath. Although Feng Chenyu may not fully comprehend, he was aware enough to know that a woman experiences such a mark during her first time. Why was there still blood after the second night? Fearing he might force himself on her again during the night, she had chosen to sleep in the guest room. Regardless, the ever-observant housekeeper, Zhou Mama, reported to old Master Feng that she had seen them sharing a room. As Xiaosa got up, washed, and donned her formal attire to head downstairs, she was relieved not to see Feng Chenyu. After the discordant experience of the previous night, she didn't want to lay eyes on him. Seeing her, Zhou Mama warmly approached. Young madam, breakfast is ready. Shall we wait for the young master to join us? It was still not yet 7 o'clock, and Feng Chenyu was likely out jogging in the garden. No need. Zhou Mama, Xiaosa decisively declined. Zhou Mama's expression shifted, making Xiaosa realize her tone was a bit too harsh. Oh, Zhou Mama, my assistant just called. There's an urgent matter at the company. I must leave without breakfast. She softened her tone, tightened her bag strap, and hastened toward the door. At this moment, Xiaosa would rather grab some soy milk and fried dough sticks from a nearby breakfast shop than eat in the villa. Ah, young madam, wait. Let me pack a lunch for you to take to the office. Zhou Mama hurriedly called after her. No need, Xiaosa replied, glancing at her watch. I'm really running out of time. As she drove her blue Wanjiam 9 past the garden, she unexpectedly encountered Feng Qingyu finishing his morning run. If it were up to her, she would have been more than reluctant to stop and greet him. However, thinking it through, she ultimately halted the car and slowly rolled down the window. At that moment, sunlight illuminated the tall, handsome man, highlighting his strong brow, straight nose, thin lips, and sharply defined facial features. He appeared even more striking than the top male stars in the entertainment industry, especially now. With his light beige polo shirt tucked neatly into white casual trousers, accentuating his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. Moreover, the thin fabric of his shirt clung to his muscular chest, radiating a palpable masculinity. Yet, to He Xiaosa, this was a source of great discomfort. "Why are you up so early? Have you had breakfast?" Feng Qingyu asked, oblivious to He Xiaosa's feelings, greeting her with a casual demeanor. Internally, she cursed, yet smiled outwardly, replying, "Oh, there's an urgent matter at the company, Mr. Feng, goodbye. See you tonight." Feng Qingyu waved, a gesture that seemed both welcoming and urging her to leave. He Xiaosa's lips twitched. She had no desire to see him that evening. But now, it seemed unreasonable to remain at the company overnight. Before heading to the office, He Xiaosa made a stop at the hospital. Arriving early at the City First Hospital, she found a breakfast shop nearby to eat before registering for a gynecological appointment. Thankfully, she had a good friend working in the gynecology department, and coincidentally, her friend was on duty that day in the outpatient room. Ling Lin quickly examined her and expressed concern. "Xiaosa, this is a result of too rough and intimate encounter, causing tearing. Do you have a boyfriend?" "Oh, not a boyfriend. He's my husband." He Xiaosa felt a bit embarrassed, as she had always been perceived as the aloof goddess among her peers, seemingly lacking in romantic experience. While her classmates were paired off, she was the one buried in books at the library. "What? You're married? Why didn't you send me an invitation?" Ling Lin exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, we just registered. We haven't had the wedding yet." He Xiaosa quickly clarified. "Make sure to let me know when you have the wedding banquet." Before leaving, Ling Lin prescribed some anti-inflammatory medication and ointment, advising her not to engage in intimacy for a week. Upon arriving at the office, He Xiaosa took 2 anti-inflammatory pills before the meeting, thus beginning her day of busy work. Meetings, document reviews, a lunch meeting with a client. There was no time for a break. And the afternoon was just as hectic. By the time she received a call from Zhou Mama in the villa around 6, inquiring whether she would return for dinner, she felt a headache at the thought of her lingering discomfort. "Oh, Zhou Mama, I still have unfinished business at work. I might need to stay until after 11, so please don't prepare dinner for me." After hanging up, He Xiaosa felt a twinge of regret. What if that man wasn't home tonight? She was exhausted and yearned to return home early to rest. Nevertheless, having stated she would be back after 11, she resolved to stick to her word. Upon returning, she could sleep in the guest room, and surely that man wouldn't bother her. While lost in thought, her friend Song Chong suddenly called. "Hey, darling, where are you? Please don't tell me you're still at work." "Oh, today is a rare occasion where I finished early. No overtime needed." "Wei Wei, is there something up?" The sound of her best friend's voice instantly uplifted He Xiaosa's spirits. "Oh, the advertising fees from our last shoot have come in. Why don't we go out and have some fun at the entertainment venue?" Song Chong's voice was filled with excitement. "No need for entertainment. I haven't tea eaten yet. How about we go out for a meal instead?" At the most upscale Chinese restaurant in the city, Wangjiang Pavilion, even though it was just He Xiaosa and Song Chong, they opted for a private room. After all, Song Chong was a rising star in the second tier of the entertainment industry. They had initially considered inviting Anqing, but she had switched to the night shift. When Song Chong wanted to call for a bottle of red wine, He Xiaosa shook her head, saying, "No wine. I have to drive myself back later." "Why drive yourself? Let your husband pick you up. He seems to treat you well," Song Chong remarked with a smile. As she spoke, memories of the previous Sunday at the bar rushed back, recalling how they were pursued by the flirtatious young master of the Feng family, and how in the end, it was He Xiaosa's husband who came to the rescue, gallantly taking her hand and leading her away with authority. Chapter 022. Unspoken concerns. Feng Qingyu, the eldest son of the Feng family, certainly did not resemble the callous plastic husband that He Xiaosa described him to be. She found herself at a loss for words, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. "Xiaosa, what's wrong? Do you have something you can't say?" Song Chong inquired with genuine concern. Indeed, there were matters weighing heavily on her heart. Song Qiangwei is indeed the closest friend among all her companions, and He Xiaosa trusts her the most, which is why she is willing to confide in her. Oh, you say, perhaps I can think of a solution? Song Qiangwei had already concealed her smile, gazing at her with deep concern. Consequently, He Xiaosa recounted to her the details of her first night with Feng Chengyu and the circumstances of their second encounter last night. Upon hearing this, Song Qiangwei slammed her hand heavily on the table, exclaiming, "That scoundrel! This is hardly a marital life. It is blatant marital rape," for she had never witnessed such an abominable excuse for a husband. This man, outwardly dapper and well-mannered, was, in reality, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Her own first experience with her husband had been a natural and harmonious union, grounded in mutual trust and affection, in stark contrast. Feng Chengyu, that scoundrel, evidently harbored no love for Sei, thus disregarding her feelings during their intimacy, focusing solely on his own gratification. Such a man truly deserves, if he shows no signs of reform, he ought to be rendered a eunuch, never to lay a hand on a woman again. When we married, we signed an agreement stipulating that both parties must fulfill their marital obligations during the course of the marriage. Sighed He Xiaosa. What nonsense is this agreement? Qiangwei quipped, albeit only to amuse herself, as she felt it was not her place to interfere in their marital affairs. Ultimately, Song Qiangwei indulged in a bottle of red wine, consuming it all by herself, while He Xiaosa insisted on not drinking. However, as the clock approached 10, He Xiaosa still called her agent, Qiaolan, to arrange for her to pick up Song Qiangwei. Supporting the inebriated Song Qiangwei, they had just exited the private room when they encountered 4 dapperly dressed men emerging from another room. Out of the 4, 3 were familiar to her, while 1 was a stranger. Particularly striking was the man at the forefront, tall and impeccably handsome. With a cool demeanor and tightly pressed lips, when He Xiaosa's gaze met his, she felt a moment of bewilderment. Why must she encounter the very person she least wished to see? Surely, she had neglected to check the calendar before venturing out tonight. She pursed her lips, expressionless, and withdrew her gaze, turning to gently comfort the drunken Song Qiangwei. Wei, Sister Lan will be here shortly. Please don't make a scene. All right. Jiang Sun, however, could not feign ignorance as Feng Chengyu had. He believed that Yu Gu was a heartless scoundrel. During the gathering, they had all noticed several unmistakable red scratch marks on his neck, clearly the result of another night of intimacy. Jiang Sun approached He Xiaosa with a grin. Sister! He Xiaosa merely cast him a fleeting glance, nodding in acknowledgement. Sister, why didn't you inform Yu Gu that you were dining out with friends tonight? If you had come along with him, we could have. Yet, before Jiang Sun could finish, the inebriated Song Qiangwei suddenly flung her arm, breaking free from He Xiaosa's support, staggering sideways and inadvertently pushing Jiang Sun aside. I'm not causing trouble, Sei. You ought to consider gifting your excessively fervent beast of a husband a few green hats. At this, Song Qiangwei let out a loud belch. He Xiaosa, startled by her words, was left unprepared for the reactions of the 4 men surrounding them, especially that of the so-called excessively fervent beast of a husband. Who would have imagined that the illustrious Song Qiangwei would be such an outspoken and unrestrained individual? He Xiaosa hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth, but was forcefully thwarted by Song Qiangwei's vigorous tug. Sei, why are you covering my mouth? I am not wrong. If it were me, I would never tolerate. If he shows no remorse, then let him be castrated, to live his life as a eunuch. Sei, why are you covering my mouth again? This time, Song Qiangwei's words were abruptly silenced as He Xiaosa firmly covered her mouth. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun and Pei Yinyan, who had been listening to her drunken ramblings, had shifted from initial surprise to contemplative gazes directed at Feng Chengyu. Under the scrutiny of his 2 friends, Feng Chengyu's handsome face had darkened, emanating a palpable chill. He quietly clenched his fists and strode towards He Xiaosa and Song Qiangwei. At this moment, He Xiaosa had no choice but to support Song Qiangwei while simultaneously covering her mouth. She watched the coldly menacing man approaching them. Feng Chengyu, please do not take Wei's words to heart. She was not referring to you. What could be more ironic than the phrase "there's no silver here"? He Xiaosa exemplified it perfectly at that moment. Feng Chengyu's expression grew increasingly frigid, his gaze shrouded in stormy clouds. Terrified, He Xiaosa could only continue to retreat, dragging Song Qiangwei with her. Wei was simply intoxicated and speaking nonsense. Please disregard the ramblings of a drunkard. Yet before she could finish, her vision swam, and a large hand belonging to a man suddenly yanked the drunken Song Changwei away. Wei Wei, he Xiaosa gasped, reaching out to pull Song Changwei back, but the next moment, she was left in stunned silence. It was the handsome stranger who had emerged alongside Feng Chengyu, someone she had never encountered before. At this moment, Song Changwei was nestled in the man's embrace, rather mischievously pinching his handsome face. "Oh, darling, what brings you here? Are you here to pick me up?" "Indeed, I have come to fetch you," Gu Qinghan replied. Abruptly lifting her legs and cradling her in a princess carry, He Xiaosa was left even more astonished, as were the other three men. Gu Qinghan, while carrying Song Changwei, turned to Feng Chengyu to apologize. "You Gu, she is truly intoxicated. Please do not take offense at the words of a drunkard." Afterward, he nodded at the speechless Jiang Sun and Pei Yinyan, continuing to carry Song Changwei as he strode toward the elevator. "Wait, sir, you cannot possibly be a trafficker, abducting virtuous women." He Xiaosa rushed forward to stop him, for Song Changwei had mentioned that her husband resided abroad. Where was this man planning to take the drunken? Babbling Song Changwei, "Sister, I am Gu Qinghan, the husband with whom Changwei registered her marriage in France." Chapter 023. Accompanying him to the old residence. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Qinghan immediately turned around to explain. After doing so, he continued on his way to the elevator with Song Changwei in his arms. Although Song Changwei had called him darling the moment she saw him, He Xiaosa remained skeptical of the drunken Song Changwei's claims. However, she could no longer afford to doubt, for he had addressed her as sister and introduced himself as Gu Qinghan. While He Xiaosa was unaware of who Gu Qinghan was, it was evident that the remaining three men were well aware. Once Gu Qinghan had carried Song Changwei away, Feng Chengyu cast a dangerous glance at He Xiaosa. Jiang Sun and Pei Yinyan, sensing the tension between the two, decided it was best to withdraw. "Sister, you and I have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave," Jiang Sun stated, pulling Pei Yinyan along as they hurried away. Naturally, they did not believe the drunken ramblings from Song Changwei, as they felt Feng Chengyu could not possibly be that fervent beast of a husband. When the corridor fell silent, Feng Chengyu stepped toward He Xiaosa, his expression inscrutable. "Mrs. Feng, were you not working late at the company?" Though posed as a question, his tone brooked no argument. He had intended to introduce her to his three brothers at their gathering this evening, but Aunt Zhou had called to inform him that He Xiaosa would be working late and would not return until much later. The reason the four brothers had gathered was primarily to welcome Gu Qinghan back from France. "What? Do you have an objection?" He Xiaosa shot him a cold glance, then turned away, striding toward the elevator. "Mrs. Feng, what is this temper tantrum about?" Feng Chengyu found He Xiaosa's demeanor rather petty. Was he not merely exposing her lie about working late? He had not even held her friend as previous comments against her. He Xiaosa raised her gaze and shot him a frosty look. "What temper tantrum? I am simply in a hurry to return to work." 2 minutes later, they found themselves in the same elevator. He Xiaosa had initially leaned against the elevator wall at an angle, her expression indifferent as she gazed at the advertisements. Yet, less than half a minute later, the man stepped closer to her side. He Xiaosa felt his presence and stiffened, but she chose to ignore him, maintaining her emotionless facade as she focused on the advertisement. Noticing her lack of attention, Feng Chengyu stealthily extended his slender, pale hand towards her, first testing the waters by lightly brushing against her fingers. A wave of inexplicable agitation surged within He Xiaosa. What on earth did this man intend to do? Seeing her unresponsive, Feng Chengyu spread his fingers, attempting to intertwine them with hers. Unable to endure any longer, He Xiaosa coldly turned to him. "What do you think you are doing?" Feng Chengyu's ears flushed. He realized he had momentarily lost his senses. Desiring nothing more than to experience the timeless sentiment of holding hands and growing old together, Feng Chengyu dared not gaze upon women, merely letting out a cold huff from deep within his nasal passages before turning to retreat to his original position. The two exited the elevator, one after the other, arriving at the underground parking garage. He Xiaosa was about to cross paths with him at the elevator entrance. Unable to restrain himself, Feng Chengyu coldly remarked, "Aren't you going home? Back to the office to continue working overtime?" He Xiaosa tersely cast this remark aside and proceeded toward her parking spot. Feng Chengyu was left speechless as he watched the woman's figure gradually fade into the distance. A swirl of complex emotions surged within him. Was this woman truly angry again? Hadn't they been on good terms just last night? He had thought that after their encounter, they had reconciled. Women, indeed, were intricate and ever-changing. Shaking his head, he turned and strode away with long strides. That evening, He Xiaosa sat in her office, scrutinizing her medical report, which explicitly stated, due to the male partner's excessive roughness during intimacy, resulting in internal tearing and bleeding. With this line before her, He Xiaosa resolutely decided she would not return home. Furthermore, she blocked Feng Qingyu on WeChat. He Xiaosa spent another night in the office. However, the following afternoon, shortly after 3, as she was reviewing documents, Su Qinglan hurriedly pushed the door open. "What's the matter, Qinglan?" Su Qinglan, a close friend from university and a senior employee at the company, was extremely loyal to her, which allowed He Xiaosa to consider her a true friend. "President He, it's your husband, young Master Feng." Su Qinglan had long been aware of the relationship between He Xiaosa and the most eligible bachelor in the capital, Feng Qingyu. She knew He Xiaosa had entered into a marriage contract with young Master Feng in exchange for 2 collaborative projects. When Feng Qingyu initially attempted to contact her via WeChat, he discovered he had been blocked, leading him to resort to the phone number He Xiaosa had given him after their first night together, reaching out to Su Qinglan instead. Thus, blocking him seemed futile. At least it made his stance clear. "Mrs. Feng, you actually blocked your husband on WeChat." Feng Qingyu's first words were a pointed inquiry. He Xiaosa felt a pang in her heart, then raised her hand to tuck a stray strand of hair that had fallen forward. "Let us get to the point, Mr. Feng. I have no time for idle chit-chat." On the other end, Feng Qingyu felt a tightness in his chest, his voice turning icy. "Tonight at 6, there's a family dinner at the Feng residence. Grandfather insists you must attend." "Oh, I understand," He Xiaosa replied indifferently. "Is there nothing else? If not, I'll hang up." "He Xiaosa." Feng Qingyu called her full name for the second time, indicating his genuine anger, and he showed no restraint. "I didn't say I was really hanging up. If you have something to say, just say it." He Xiaosa smirked slightly, genuinely puzzled by the man's fury. "He Xiaosa, do you remember how warmly I treated your parents?" "I'm well aware. I will certainly fulfill the role of Mrs. Feng tonight. How about this? Come pick me up at the office at 5:30. After saying this, He Xiaosa truly hung up the phone. Subsequently, she summoned Su Qinglan to assist her in preparing a gown for the family dinner and requested that she clear her schedule for the time after 5:30. Feng Qingyu personally drove to pick her up. A discreet black Cullinan was parked at the entrance of Jinghong Technology Company. He Xiaosa changed into the latest burgundy evening gown from Chanel, which Su Qinglan had purchased for her, and donned a black knee-length women's trench coat, carrying a black bag adorned with rhinestones before exiting the president's office and making her way to the elevator. As she walked, she attracted the attention of company employees, who whispered among themselves, "President, he is dressed so beautifully. Where is she off to?" "I know. It's been circulating in the secretary's office that President he is in a relationship." "Ah? So, is President he dressing up to go on a date?" "Possibly. But have you heard who President he's boyfriend is?" What a lucky man, indeed. Within the company, He Xiaosa had always maintained an excellent reputation, both in her professional and personal life. Rumors from the secretary's office suggested that he was from a prominent family in the capital. "Ah, so it seems our president he is quite fortunate?" "Naturally, fate would not forsake a good person like President He. I, however, think this might not be a good thing. How many young masters from affluent families are not playboys? Not to mention the complex family dynamics and intense rivalries. You worrying too far ahead. President he is merely dating. It's not like she's marrying into a wealthy family." Of course, He Xiaosa was unaware of these concerns as she made her way to the company entrance. Upon her arrival, Master Chen, the guard, promptly opened the door for her and, with a hint of worry, inquired, "President He, are you in a relationship? Out on a date?" The discreet Cullinan had been parked there for several minutes, and upon seeing He Xiaosa, Master Chen understood the situation. "Oh, no, I'm just going to my friend's house for a gathering." He Xiaosa replied nonchalantly, "Oh, splendid. As long as it's not a date." Master Chen felt relieved that she wasn't involved with some wealthy playboy who might deceive her, because typically, only a select few could drive such a Cullinan. Master Chen had heard she had a friend who was a star, the daughter of a wealthy family. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu, waiting in the car, heard the commotion at the entrance and set down his tablet. He slowly lifted his gaze, and through the front windshield, he spotted the strikingly beautiful He Xiaosa approaching. She walked gracefully in 10-inch stilettos, her skin pale as snow, her features exquisite, particularly her eyes that seemed to have stepped straight out of a painting. Her cascading black waves added a touch of vibrant elegance. Most notably, her captivating, glistening peach blossom eyes were breathtaking. This was the first time Feng Chengyu had observed a woman so meticulously. She truly possessed a beauty that could take one's breath away. As Xiaosa reached him, intending to open the back door for herself, she was taken aback when Feng Chengyu preemptively exited the car, rounded the front, and opened the passenger door for her. Clearly inviting her to sit in the front, Xiaosa's face flushed slightly as she playfully chided. "Why did you come out?" However, in order to avoid any misunderstandings from the guard, she chose not to dwell on such trivialities and gracefully slid into the seat. She merely hoped Master Chen had not seen Feng Chengyu. But how could that be possible? Master Chen, from his post, had seen a strikingly handsome young man in a suit and tie step out to open the door for President He, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be the driver her friend mentioned? Yet, this driver seemed far too young and handsome. The Feng family's old residence was a traditional Chinese courtyard located in the heart of the capital. Covering over 400 square meters, Feng Chengyu parked at the main gate of the residence. As he stepped out, Xiaosa did not wait for him to gesture. She instinctively linked her arm with his. The grand entrance, painted in a vibrant red, was flanked by two intricately carved stone lions. The walls were adorned with lush greenery, exuding an air of antiquity. Before Xiaosa and Feng Chengyu arrived, an elderly man clad in a traditional long robe stood at the entrance. Zhong Fu, the housekeeper of the Feng residence, who had watched Feng Chengyu grow up and was the most trusted servant of the elder Feng. Upon seeing Xiaosa emerge from the young master's vehicle and naturally loop her arm through his, Zhong Fu immediately discerned that this captivating and graceful woman was undoubtedly the young master's new wife, Mrs. Feng. He hurriedly approached with a beaming smile. "Young master, young mistress, you have arrived. The old master has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. In the northern regions of Huaguo, the days of late autumn are relatively short, and by 5 o'clock, darkness had already descended. Thus, the lanterns above the red gates had long been lit. As Zhong Fu led the way, Xiaosa stayed closely linked to Feng Chengyu's side, feeling somewhat uneasy in her high heels on the old cobblestone path. Making her cling to him even more, as they walked, the servants greeted them, whispering excitedly about the young master and his wife's evident affection for one another, praising Xiaosa for her elegance and beauty. Xiaosa heard these remarks but reacted minimally, only slightly lifting the corners of her lips, while Feng Chengyu appeared exceedingly pleased, his smile broadening. As Zhong Fu guided them, he shared updates on the elder Feng's recent condition and spirits. As Feng Chengyu was genuinely concerned for the only family member he had in this world, he had never considered his uncle Feng Zhonglian and his aunt Feng Ruiyu as family. Feng Chengyu's father, Feng Zhongli, had 3 siblings. He was the eldest. Had he lived, he would have been 59 years old, but tragically, he perished in a car accident 2 decades ago. The second brother, Feng Zhonglian, was 56, while the youngest, his aunt Feng Ruiyu, was 53. Just as Xiaosa and Feng Chengyu arrived at the main courtyard entrance, a mischievous child, dressed in a black and white suit, suddenly emerged. The little rascal, named Chu Haochen, the son of Feng Zhonglian's eldest daughter, Feng Manchue, brandished a toy submachine gun, and without warning, began to fire at Xiaosa. Although the toy gun only shot plastic bullets, the close range made it quite painful upon impact. The suddenness of the child's assault left even the housekeeper Zhong Fu unable to intervene, and Xiaosa was caught in a flurry of plastic bullets, wincing as the projectiles struck her chest. Xiaosa's enchanting visage involuntarily darkened. With a frosty expression, she cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her. At this moment, Feng Chengyu naturally stood as her protector. "Young master, how can you treat your aunt in such a manner?" Zhong Fu crouched down, seeking to dissuade him, but to his astonishment, the mischievous child merely shifted the barrel of his toy gun and aimed it at Zhong Fu, unleashing a torrent of shots. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Feng Chengyu stepped forward, seizing one of the child's arms and forcefully confiscating the toy submachine gun. The child, unaccustomed to such a setback, gazed at Feng Chengyu's strikingly cold and handsome face, and suddenly burst into tears. "Mom, Mom." The child turned to flee toward the house in search of solace. Chapter 025. A woman of low standing. Feng Chengyu was not one to indulge him. He grasped the back of the child's collar and lifted him off the ground. Consequently, the child kicked his short legs in a greater frenzy of tears. At that moment, the child's mother, Feng Chengyu's cousin Feng Manchue, emerged from the room, following the sound of crying. Chen, what happened to you? Feng Manchue looked at her son, who was being hoisted by Feng Chengyu, his frail body straining against the grip, and her heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed. Seeing his support arrive, Chu Haochen cried even louder and struggled more fiercely. Mom, uncle is bullying me. Woo woo. With the presence of an adult, the child cried even more earnestly, evidently trying to portray himself as the victim of oppression. Chengyu, he's just a few years old. Why are you quibbling with a child? Feng Manchue attempted to approach and retrieve her son, but she felt a degree of trepidation toward Feng Qingyu and could only voice her dissatisfaction from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, He Xiaosa couldn't help but twitch her lips. In a wondered it truly is the case that a mother shapes her child. Apologize. Feng Qingyu disregarded Feng Manchue entirely, his countenance darkening as he fixed a cold stare on the incessantly wailing child. Issuing a chilling command. The child glanced at him through tear-filled eyes, seemingly struck with immense fright, and after a moment of stunned silence, cried even louder, struggling with renewed vigor. What on earth was happening? Feng Zhonglian also emerged from the house. Upon witnessing his grandson being so unceremoniously handled by Feng Chengyu, he was both astonished and furious. Feng Zhonglian, after all, was the most authoritative elder in the courtyard aside from Old Master Feng. Although the Old Master held sway over the Feng family estate, the entire Feng group was under Feng Zhonglian's stewardship. Oh, Second Master, it's like this. Zhong Fu recounted the events that had transpired at the entrance in detail. To confirm the veracity of his account, he even pointed to the plastic bullets scattered beneath him and the several plastic bullets lying beneath He Xiaosa. This clarification allowed everyone to grasp the situation. Feng Zhonglian, upon hearing the account, glared at Feng Manchue in exasperation. Look at how young Chen is. How have you spoiled him to this extent? A doting mother often ruins her children. Do you truly wish to lead your son to ruin? Feng Manchue pouted but dared not retort at this juncture. Several men and women emerged from the room. He Xiaosa, not recognizing any of them, chose to ignore them altogether. She was solely focused on whether this child, spoiled by the adults, would indeed apologize to her. Well, Chengyu, you see, I've spoken and scolded. After all, Chen is merely a 5-year-old child. You needn't be so petty with him. Feng Zhonglian's expression softened considerably. He understood that it was indeed his grandson who had erred. When one commits a mistake, an apology is warranted. The younger the child, the more imperative it is to teach them proper conduct. Even when confronted by his second uncle, Feng Zhonglian, Feng Qingyu remained steadfast in his principles. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhonglian's expression darkened. Chengyu, Chen merely pointed a toy gun at this woman of low standing. Must you be so serious about it? A woman of low standing? He Xiaosa felt that even before officially entering the Feng family, she had already encountered an array of eccentric characters among the Feng clan. Second uncle, since you cannot even manage a 5-year-old child, I shall not hesitate to take on the responsibility of teaching him a lesson. As he spoke, Feng Chengyu coldly set the child down on the ground. The moment Chu Haochen was released, he attempted to flee back to his mother's side for comfort. Don't move. Feng Chengyu's sharp command sent a shiver down the child's spine, rendering him immobile, wide-eyed in fear. Just as Feng Manchue made to approach her son, Feng Chengyu's icy voice cut through the air once more. Try moving, I dare you. Feng Manchue halted, her exquisitely made-up face shifting between hues of pale and flushed. Yet she dared not move. Feng Zhonglian's expression was stormy, but he refrained from making any hasty remarks. He was all too aware of the nature of his nephew. Soon, his wife, Sun Shangxiang, along with his son, Feng Chenghao, and son-in-law, Chu Hanwen, arrived, all rendered speechless by the unfolding drama. Feng Ruiyu and Gu Buoxuan also emerged, their expressions inscrutable, refraining from taking sides. Thus, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Feng Chengyu picked up the toy submachine gun from the ground, loaded the plastic bullets back into it, and aimed it at the 5-year-old Chu Haochen, beginning to fire. After only a few shots, the child was reduced to wailing and scampered back to his mother, seeking refuge and comfort. However, this small lesson imparted by Feng Chengyu would remain etched in Chu Haochen's memory for a lifetime. He would come to understand that in the Feng family, one should never provoke his formidable elder cousin. It was only when Old Master Feng emerged from the backyard into the main courtyard that the evening banquet could formally commence. However, as the entire family had just settled around the elongated redwood dining table. Feng Zhonglian pointed an accusatory finger at He Xiaosa, who sat beside Feng Chengyu, and declared to Old Master Feng, "Old Master, our Feng family is a prestigious lineage. Not just any woman can be brought in. Indeed, Old Master, the Feng family boasts a history spanning centuries. How can we allow just anyone to enter?" Sun Shangxiang chimed in, clearly expressing their discontent with Feng Chengyu's decision to bring He Xiaosa along. Moreover, they remained oblivious to the fact that He Xiaosa had already obtained a marriage certificate with Feng Chengyu, thus becoming the esteemed lady of the Feng family. Of course, upon witnessing Feng Chengyu's close proximity to He Xiaosa, they could not help but feel a sense of intrigue. "I have yet to pass away. This household is not for you to critique." Old Master Feng, incensed by their remarks, struck his cane against the ground with a resounding thud. The sudden outburst silenced the entire table. "Dad, please take care of yourself. Your health is not what it used to be," Feng Ruiyu hastily urged. Both the second brother and sister-in-law realized that Old Master Feng had intentionally seated Feng Chengyu next to that woman, clearly indicating his regard for her. Although she remained unaware of the nature of their relationship, she could deduce from their closeness and the old master's emphasis that this woman was certainly not the woman of low standing her second brother had described. She was at the very least his girlfriend. Old Master Feng, ignoring Feng Ruiyu, turned his attention to He Xiaosa. "CSE, today is your first day in the Feng family, and I never anticipated you would endure such grievances. Grandfather wishes to extend his sincerest apologies." Old Master Feng had already been informed by Zhong Fu about the incident involving the child firing a toy gun at He Xiaosa. Chapter 026. The Old Masters favor the sole fourth generation of the Feng family. Little Chu Haochen appeared considerably subdued after being reprimanded by Feng Chengyu. He now sat obediently between his parents, munching on the snacks laid out on the table. "Oh, Grandpa, I'm not wronged at all. You need not apologize." He Xiaosa attempted to rise to offer a toast to Old Master Feng, but Feng Chengyu's large hand rested on her shoulder, preventing her from doing so. Thus, He Xiaosa simply raised her glass and toasted Old Master Feng directly. The entire table, aside from Feng Chengyu, was astonished to hear He Xiaosa refer to him as Grandpa. "Dad, she's Chengyu's wife." Feng Zhonglian stammered, still incredulous. "Yes, I shall formally introduce her to each of you. Her name is He Xiaosa, and she is the esteemed young mistress of the Feng family. Having married Ayu, is also the granddaughter-in-law that I am most pleased with. If anyone dares to utter any sour words about her or commit any acts of infringement, I shall ensure they pay dearly for it." Old Master Feng's initial remark was clearly a warning to Feng Zhonglian and his wife, while the latter part served as a caution to Feng Manchue. Feng Manchue opened her mouth, intending to provide an explanation for her son, but was silenced by a glance from Sun Shangxiang. After Old Master Feng's declaration, he gestured to Zhong Fu, who promptly emerged from the house, cradling a deep purple-red jewelry box. Upon seeing the box, Sun Shangxiang's eyes nearly bulged out of her head, and Feng Ruiyu's gaze flickered with surprise. This was the ancestral jade bracelet of the Feng family. Traditionally passed down to the matriarch, Feng Manchue had coveted it for many years, believing it would naturally come to her hands after being bestowed upon her sister-in-law, Feng Chengyu's mother, Tang Wan. Regrettably, the sister-in-law had perished in a car accident 2 decades ago. At that time, Sun Shangxiang had anticipated it would come to her, only for it to be reclaimed by the old master. Now, the old master was presenting it to his new granddaughter-in-law. Feng Ruiyu exchanged a meaningful glance with He Xiaosa seated beside her. This woman, unexpectedly young, yet undeniably remarkable, is indeed a formidable challenge to simultaneously win over both the venerable elder and the exceedingly proud nephew, who seems to harbor an aversion to women. Lord Feng took possession of the jewelry box, opened it with intent, and then presented it to Feng Chengyu. "Quickly, adorn your wife with this." He refrained from disclosing the origins of the jade bracelet. However, He Xiaosa perceived its extraordinary nature from the reactions of Feng Zhonglian's family across the table. Thus, when Feng Chengyu extracted the jade bracelet, eager to place it upon her wrist, He Xiaosa raised her hand in refusal. "Grandfather, this bracelet is far too precious. I cannot why, dear girl, this is a gift for our first meeting. Accept it without delay, lest you provoke grandfather's ire." Yet, Sun Shangxiang found herself on the verge of voicing her discontent, only to be silenced by a piercing glance from the elder, forcing her words back down. The elder's favoritism was glaringly apparent. Was Feng Chengyu his only grandson? Wasn't her own son, Feng Chenghao, also his grandson? At that moment, Sun Shangxiang felt a pang of injustice for her child, while simultaneously chastising him for his lack of ambition, casting a fierce glare in his direction. Feng Chenghao, however, shrugged it off nonchalantly. Sun Shangxiang was incensed by his indifference, nearly losing consciousness in her fury. While He Xiaosa sought to decline the gesture, Feng Chengyu firmly grasped her delicate wrist, insisting, "This is from grandfather. Accept it." He was acutely aware of the bracelet's weight and significance. Years ago, when Tang Wan had become a vegetable, the elder had intended for him to safeguard this jade bracelet, declaring, "In the Feng family, the matriarch is passed down through the generations. This bracelet was destined for your wife. It would be wise for you to hold on to it for now." Yet, at that time, Feng Chengyu had demurred. Thus, in a sense, the elder was merely returning the item to its rightful owner, with no other recourse. He Xiaosa reluctantly donned the bracelet. The translucent, vibrant green jade only served to accentuate the snow-like whiteness of her skin, rendering her a vision of beauty. She intended to discreetly return the bracelet to Feng Chengyu after the evening's events. Meanwhile, Sun Shangxiang watched with jealousy, her eyes reddening, as she mentally cursed the elder. Observing his father's blatant favoritism toward Feng Zhongxian's family, Feng Zhonglian's gaze darkened momentarily, yet he maintained his composure, discreetly tugging at his wife's arm for support. Feng Chengyu's uncle, Gu Buoxuan, and Feng Manchua's husband, Chu Hanwan, appeared to be mere spectators, untouched by the undercurrents swirling around them. The women of the Feng clan were all formidable and assertive heiresses, effectively rendering their husbands powerless. Even within their own households, they wielded no authority, let alone in the Feng residence, where the tradition of silence during meals was strictly upheld. Previously, Chu Haochen had taken advantage of his youth to chatter away. But since being reprimanded by Feng Chengyu that evening, he had become notably subdued. After dinner, as the adults engaged in conversation on the sofa, Feng Chenghao, disinterested in participation, took Chu Haochen outside to play. Sun Shangxiang had intended to compel him to remain, hoping to foster a bond with Feng Ruiyu and her aunt, but Feng Chenghao ignored her completely, carrying the rambunctious child away on the sofa. Curiosity buzzed among the others regarding the unexpected arrival of the Feng family's new young mistress. Unable to contain herself, Sun Shangxiang was the first to inquire, "Dear niece, could you share how you and our Qingyu became acquainted?" In truth, Sun Shangxiang yearned to ask more directly how she managed to captivate both the elder and the younger man, especially since Feng Chengyu had long suffered from a peculiar affliction towards women. How had she managed to ensnare him? Feng Ruiyu shared her curiosity, eagerly directing her gaze toward He Xiaosa. "Oh, how did we meet?" He Xiaosa pondered, recalling a week prior at the Manhattan Hotel when she mistakenly assumed he was the male model Vivi had arranged for her. How could she respond? As she spoke, He Xiaosa glanced up at the strikingly aloof man beside her. Feng Chengyu frowned and coldly interjected, "Your son is outside. If you wish to fret, do so outside." The implication was unmistakable. Matters concerning He Xiaosa were not her concern. "Feng Chengyu, how can you speak to me this way? My mother is merely expressing her concern for you." Feng Manchua retorted, unable to restrain her indignation. After 4 years apart, her cousin had the gall to chastise her as a mother for her own child, and he dared to say such things? Feng Manchua deemed his behavior utterly excessive. "Oh, do you believe my reprimand of your son was too lenient? Indeed, he has yet to apologize to my wife. It appears necessary to bring him back for that purpose." Chapter 027. Staying at the old residence, Feng Chengyu addressed the group with an air of detachment, calling none but Feng Zhonglian and Feng Ruiyu by name. Despite being several years older than him, he had never referred to Feng Manchua as cousin, nor did he acknowledge her husband, Chu Hanwan. Feng Chengyu was well aware that Chu Hanwan held no standing within the family. Yet, when he mentioned the necessity of retrieving the boy for an apology, his icy gaze fell squarely upon Chu Hanwan, implying, "Hurry and bring your son back to apologize to my wife." Chu Hanwan's delicate features flushed crimson. Indeed, it was Chunqing's fault, he stammered. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Feng Manchua shot him an exasperated glare, secretly wishing to slap him across the face. Chu Hanwan fell silent under her fierce reprimand, his face burning with embarrassment. "You truly are something." Feng Chengyu smirked mockingly. "Feng Manchua is nothing short of a tigress." Whoever marries her must have endured 8 lifetimes of misfortune. What? Do you intend to meddle in my affairs with my husband? Feng Manshue glared, her tone sharp. And who do you think you are? You think you can involve yourself in our matters? Dream on. Feng Manshue was momentarily speechless, nearly choking on her indignation. Chu Hanwen hurriedly lowered his head, patting her back to soothe her. However, Feng Manshue shot him a fierce look, commanding, "Get lost." All right, man, let's all refrain from escalating this. Since Chengyu prefers to keep his matters private, we shall not intrude. Sun Shangxiang swiftly interjected to ease the tension, turning her attention back to He Xiaosa. She continued, "Dear niece, your name is He Xiaosa, correct? Where do you hail from? What do your parents do? Do you have a job?" Observing her attire and demeanor, Sun Shangxiang assumed she was an affluent young lady. Yet her name was unfamiliar within high society. He Xiaosa smiled at her, about to respond when Feng Qingyu grasped her hand, shaking his head subtly, clearly indicating that she should not engage with Sun Shangxiang. He Xiaosa felt somewhat embarrassed but chose to remain silent. Witnessing this exchange, Feng Manshue could no longer contain herself, rising abruptly from the sofa. "Feng Qingyu, you are too." Just then, a sharp command rang out from the side. "Sit down." Everyone turned to see the elder Feng, leaning on his cane, accompanied by Zhongfu, emerging from the room. On his other side stood the visibly displeased Feng Zhonglian. Minutes later, the elder surveyed the assembled guests before speaking slowly. "You will officially assume the role of executive president of Feng Group next Monday. Ahao will take on the position of general manager at Feng Technology, while Zhonglian shall retreat to the sidelines. Tomorrow morning, Zhonglian will commence the handover at the company. I'm tired, so everyone may take their leave." The elder's final remark was clearly a dismissal. Yet, his casual announcement of Feng Zhonglian's demotion from the helm of the Feng family business was hard for Sun Shangxiang and Feng Manshue to digest. "Grandfather, how can you show such favoritism? Over the years, my father has managed Feng Group with great success." Feng Manshue's voice trembled with indignation. Silence. To everyone's surprise, before the elder could even speak, Feng Zhonglian shot her a fierce glare. "Father!" Feng Manshue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at him in disbelief. Once everyone had departed one by one, Feng Qingyu and He Xiaosa prepared to leave as well. But the elder called them back. "You two should stay here tonight. I have instructed Aunt Zhou to prepare a room for you." He Xiaosa paused, then tugged at Feng Qingyu's sleeve with her small hand. She truly did not wish to stay any longer. Having endured thus far was already her limit. Yet, Feng Qingyu paid her no mind, merely nodding toward the elder. Moments later, as Aunt Zhou led He Xiaosa into a warm and spacious room, her grievances began to fade. "Young mistress, here are the undergarments for you and the young master, and these are the clothes you both will wear tomorrow." Aunt Zhou opened a beautifully crafted redwood wardrobe, pointing to the neatly hung, brand-new outfits within. Following her gesture, He Xiaosa indeed spotted 2 sets of pristine clothing, still tagged, for both a man and a woman. The men's suit was an Armani seasonal release, while the woman's was a chic black Chanel dress from the current collection. In the lower storage compartment, 2 men's ties and a tie clip lay alongside 2 pairs of men's boxers. Prominently bulging in the front, He Xiaosa caught a glimpse of the protruding fabric and quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing. The women's lingerie was also meticulously arranged in the adjoining compartment. However, she wondered if these purchases would fit her size. Unwilling to compromise, she would rather endure a night in discomfort, flipping her underwear inside out, than wear ill-fitting lingerie. Just as He Xiaosa's thoughts wandered, Zhou Ma suddenly interjected, "Young madam, the lingerie and outfit we purchased were all pre-approved by the young master. Rest assured, you will find them quite comfortable." He Xiaosa felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she thanked Zhou Ma, saying, "Oh, I understand now. Thank you, Zhou Ma. No need for such politeness. Young madam, it is our duty," Zhou Ma replied. After advising her further in the washroom, Zhou Ma finally took her leave. The moment the door closed behind her, He Xiaosa felt an immense sense of relief as she sank her body into the softness of the large bed. Finally, she could fully relax. Feng Qingyu had gone to converse with the elder, and she had no idea when he would return. Seizing the moment, she decided to take a shower and then collapse onto the bed, just as she approached the wardrobe to retrieve her undergarments. A knock echoed at the bedroom door once more. Puzzled, she opened the door to find Feng Ruiyu, whose meticulously preserved beauty belied her middle age, standing before her. "Aunt," He Xiaosa stammered, Momentarily taken aback, however, it took only a moment for her to regain her composure and greet her with a casual nod. At the dressing table, Feng Ruiyu gently urged He Xiaosa to sit before her. She then produced a jewelry box from her bag, revealing a pair of diamond earrings. He Xiaosa, who often accompanied Song Qiangwei to luxury boutiques, immediately recognized them as Cartier's latest hot item, worth over $1 million. Just as Feng Ruiyu was about to fasten the earrings onto her ears, He Xiaosa hesitated and declined. "Aunt, this is too much." "What do you mean too much? As an elder, it is only fitting for me to present a wedding gift to my niece-in-law," Feng Ruiyu replied with a smile. Seeing her insistence, He Xiaosa did not wish to offend her and reluctantly allowed her to adorn her with the earrings. After observing the Feng family throughout the evening, she had formed an initial impression of their personalities. Among them, Feng Qingyu's aunt appeared the most enigmatic, always smiling and seemingly non-confrontational, yet undeniably complex. However, her gesture of gifting suggested that she was a shrewd and calculative individual, likely aware of Feng Qingyu's ascension to the helm of the Feng group before bestowing such a generous gift upon her. Nonetheless, He Xiaosa had no intention of wearing them. Once Feng Ruiyu departed, she planned to carefully store them away. Later, as Feng Ruiyu added He Xiaosa on WeChat and learned that she was the founder and chairwoman of Jinghong Technology, her eyes widened in shock. It was only a fleeting moment before she feigned delight, exclaiming, "My niece-in-law is a female CEO. How remarkable!" After a quick shower, He Xiaosa changed into a brand new silk nightgown and slipped into bed. She had no inkling of when Feng Qingyu returned. Upon awakening, the first sight that greeted her was her own form, cocooned in the blankets like a silkworm in the corner of the large bed. On the other side, Feng Qingyu lay sprawled in a black robe, deeply asleep. He must have gone to bed late last night, as evidenced by his restful slumber. Not wishing to disturb him, He Xiaosa gently pulled back the covers. Intending to rise quietly, however, for reasons unknown, she carefully draped the blanket over him before tiptoeing to the washroom to freshen up. Once she was ready, adorned in the Chanel suit prepared by the elder, she slowly emerged from the washroom. To her surprise, she found Feng Qingyu already up and dressed, changing into formal attire by the bedside. He had donned trousers but was still bare from the waist up. Upon catching sight of his pale, muscular chest, He Xiaosa's eyes involuntarily flickered with a hint of surprise, though she quickly regained her composure. "Awake?" she greeted him calmly as she approached. Feng Qingyu appeared momentarily taken aback by her voice. Lifting his gaze to meet hers as their eyes locked, He Xiaosa noticed the faint traces of fatigue beneath his eyelids. He must not have slept well last night. Conversely, she had enjoyed a sound night's sleep, despite having battled with mosquitoes for a considerable time. Indeed, she had lost track of how long she had slept, only vaguely recalling the sensation of mosquitoes clinging to her face and neck. In a fit of frustration, she had swatted them away repeatedly. Yet, somewhere along the way, she had perhaps even bitten one. Uncertain whether she had actually consumed any mosquitoes last night, she recalled the red marks she had seen in the mirror earlier. Those must certainly be mosquito bites. Thus, while dressing, she had intentionally tied a silk scarf around her neck. Lost in her thoughts, a large hand suddenly extended a white shirt towards her. He Xiaosa looked up at the man, her expression filled with questions. "Help me put it on," he instructed. Why did he need her assistance? Did he not have hands of his own? "Is your hand injured?" she shot back, her eyes narrowing as she contemplated rolling her eyes. Look, Feng Qingyu's handsome face was devoid of discernible emotion, yet he pointed toward his shoulder. Following his gesture, He Xiaosa's gaze fell upon a series of bite marks encircling his collarbone, each one seemingly oozing blood. This realization sent a wave of guilt crashing over her as she recalled her dreams of swatting mosquitoes. So, was it really her? Quickly regaining her composure, she feigned calmness and asked, "Are you saying that I did this to you?" "Who else could it be? Did a rat sneak into the room?" he retorted with a cool glance. He Xiaosa pursed her lips, yet she embraced a sense of responsibility for her actions, proceeding to help him into his shirt. The proximity brought forth a heady rush of masculine pheromones, causing her ears to flush, but she maintained her faade of calm as she buttoned his shirt. Just as she finished fastening the last button and attempted to withdraw her hand, she was unexpectedly seized by his large hand. He Xiaosa looked up in surprise. "How does helping you dress compensate for the injury I've inflicted?" His dark, inscrutable gaze bore into hers, and his words were strangely ambiguous. "What else do you desire?" He Xiaosa raised an eyebrow, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. However, before she could fully articulate her thoughts, she felt a firm grip around her waist as he pulled her into his chest, which was imbued with the scent of sandalwood. In that moment, she sensed an undeniable shift in his demeanor. "Help me," he murmured, his breath warm against her ear. He Xiaosa's face flushed a deep crimson as the realization dawned upon her of what he truly meant by helping. "Let go of me, Feng Chengyu," she protested, her heart racing as she struggled against his grip, her fair cheeks heating with embarrassment. "Tio Feng Chengyu." However, Mrs. Feng exuded an alluring charm in that moment. Struck by an impulse, he leaned down and pressed his lips against her delicate earlobe. He Xiaosa stiffened, feeling an odd sensation that was not entirely unwelcome. Yet, she also felt a burgeoning sense of indignation. "Dear, the agreement stipulates that both parties have the right to marital relations." "Don Juan," he Xiaosa inwardly cursed. Yet, the agreement also stated that such actions could not be forced. "Feng Chengyu, let me be clear. I do not wish for that. Not in the slightest." She had reached her breaking point. Upon hearing her declaration, she felt his body tense momentarily before he released her, granting her freedom. They descended the stairs together to join the elder for breakfast, continuing to play the part of a loving couple. As they drove back, Feng Chengyu sought her opinion once more. "Will you return to the villa directly, or take me to the company?" he Xiaosa declared, unwilling to return to the villa during the day. What would she do there? Feng Chengyu readily nodded in agreement, driving her to the company. However, just before she exited the vehicle, he called out to her. "What's the matter, Mr. Feng?" she inquired. "Come home early tonight," he instructed. His expression unyielding, he Xiaosa replied, "You, of all people, should understand that some matters at the company require personal attention. Then you do not wish to return." Feng Chengyu's brows knitted in displeasure. "I'll come back early," he Xiaosa said, forcing the words out. In truth, she wanted to remain at the company, treating it as her home. Seeing her reluctance, Feng Chengyu did not press further. Once he drove away, he Xiaosa felt a wave of relief wash over her. After last night, she felt she had emerged victorious from yet another battle. However, considering the gifts from the elder and his aunt, she decided to return to the villa that evening to return the jade bracelet and earrings to Feng Chengyu. If he refused, she would simply keep them safe. "Ms. He, you're here quite early. Have you eaten?" The security guard, Master Chen, greeted her warmly. "Yes, I have. Have you had breakfast, Master Chen?" he Xiaosa inquired with genuine concern. "Haha, thank you for your concern. My wife prepared a meal for me," Master Chen replied, his face lighting up at the mention of his spouse. "That's wonderful." He Xiaosa exchanged a few words with him through the window and was about to leave when Master Chen suddenly called out to her, his demeanor suggesting he was hesitant to speak. "Master Chen, please feel free to express whatever is on your mind," he Xiaosa replied, maintaining her approachable nature with her subordinates, never adopting an air of superiority. "Is that your boyfriend who just saw you off at the door, Miss He?" Master Chen hesitated for a moment before finally posing the question. Although Feng Chengyu did not exit the vehicle, the instant the car doors swung open, he caught a glimpse of the man's remarkably handsome profile. Despite his age, his memory remained exceptionally sharp in certain respects, even without Feng Chengyu stepping out of the car. Master Chen recognized him as the young, dashing driver who had picked up He Xiaosa the previous evening. Furthermore, He Xiaosa had appeared that morning in a completely different outfit, a series of changes that did not escape Master Chen's notice. After all, this seasoned man, well past 50, was no fool. His concern stemmed from the desire to protect He Xiaosa from encountering a scoundrel, as he regarded her as an extraordinarily talented and exceptional young woman. He Xiaosa found herself momentarily at a loss for words. However, as she prepared to leave, she seemed to offer him some reassurance. "Master Chen, he is not my boyfriend. But rest assured, he is also not a scoundrel." Indeed, Feng Chengyu was not merely a boyfriend. He was her husband. While he was not unfaithful, he resembled an emotionless robot, albeit one that possessed the physiological needs inherent to man. "Miss He, you can rest assured that I will keep this matter confidential. I will not cause you any trouble. Thank you, Master Chen." Unfortunately, He Xiaosa's connection to a man had been known to Su Qinglan for over a week, and within the company, especially among the secretarial staff. It was common knowledge that she had a boyfriend. However, none of them had ever met He Xiaosa's partner. By 9 o'clock that evening, He Xiaosa drove back to the villa. To her surprise, As soon as she stepped into the living room, she spotted Aunt Zhou bent over, dusting the sofa with a feather duster. Upon seeing her enter, Aunt Zhou immediately ceased her work and approached her. "Young mistress, you have returned. The young master said for you to visit his study upon your arrival." He Xiaosa was momentarily taken aback, recalling the man's words from their parting that morning, and she nodded in realization. She had initially intended to change into comfortable home attire before heading to the study. But before she could even change her clothes, her phone rang with a WeChat call from Song Changwei. Say, "Help me." When Song Changwei's trembling and weakened voice came through, He Xiaosa thought she must be imagining things. Wei, what happened? Where are you?" He Xiaosa's lovely face rarely displayed such anxiety and concern. "That bastard Gu Qinghan has imprisoned me. Say, isn't Gu Qinghan Feng Qingyu's brother? You should go find him." It turned out that ever since Thursday night, when Song Changwei had dinner with He Xiaosa, she had been taken away by Gu Qinghan after getting drunk. He had brought her to a villa owned by the Gu family. Song Changwei endured almost an entire night of torment at Gu Qinghan's hands, and when she awoke the next day, she found herself confined to a large bed by her husband, Gu Qinghan, whom she had secretly married in France. Upon waking, Song Changwei was furious. "Gu Qinghan, what the hell were you thinking? This is Huagua, a society governed by law. Do you believe I could sue you?" It was only then that she realized Gu Qinghan was indeed the second son of the Gu family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. When she had joked in Paris about how lucky he was to share a name with the wealthy Gu Qinghan, he had not confirmed or denied it. Song Changwei had assumed that the man she married was merely someone with the same name as the affluent Gu Qinghan. However, upon finding herself imprisoned in such a picturesque villa, her understanding shifted. Last night, despite her inebriated state at the restaurant, she had not been entirely oblivious. She vaguely recalled seeing Gu Qinghan standing alongside Feng Qingyu, who later held her and referred to her as sister-in-law, declaring, "I am Gu Qinghan, the husband with whom Changwei registered her marriage in France. Changwei, think about why I am doing this." This morning, Gu Qinghan appeared impeccably dressed, his handsome face captivating. Yet, to Song Changwei, he was nothing more than a well-dressed beast. The previous night, he had taken advantage of her drunken state, forcing himself upon her. More than once. "You despicable man, you are worse than Sei's husband." How could Song Changwei endure such mistreatment? At that moment, her eyes were already red-rimmed with tears. "Changwei, you are being quite disobedient." Gu Qinghan looked down at her, his piercing gaze lingering for a moment before he closed in, his crimson eyes ablaze. For Song Changwei, these past 2 days felt like an eternity. "Finally," she said, "Say, that scoundrel Gu Qinghan left after receiving a call at home tonight. Now only 2 maids remain in the villa, ostensibly to serve me. But in reality, they are monitoring me. He is no longer locking me to the bed, and he has even given me my phone. I thought I might escape, but to my surprise, there are still bodyguards stationed outside." In truth, Song Changwei longed to report the situation to the authorities. Yet, she feared that Gu Qinghan, her legal husband and the second son of one of the 4 prominent families, would render any such action futile. She realized her only hope lay in reaching out to He Xiaosa, seeking assistance through Feng Qingyu to facilitate her escape. As soon as her phone turned on that evening, her agent, Qiaolan, bombarded her with messages. As a second-tier celebrity, even a brief disappearance would send her agent into a frenzy. After contacting Qiaolan to explain that she had personal matters to attend to and would inform her when she could return to work, she called He Xiaozi. Say, "After much thought, I believe only your husband can help me." Upon hearing Song Changwei's predicament, He Xiaosa felt an intense surge of anger. Wei, please send me your current address. I will go find Feng Qingyu right away. I in the study." When He Xiaosa knocked and entered, Feng Qingyu had just risen from his computer. "You're back? Perfect timing. I need to discuss something with you." He gestured toward the sofa, inviting her to sit. However, He Xiaosa was too preoccupied to engage in conversation. For the first time, she rushed towards him, disregarding his surprised expression, and grasped one of his large hands. "Feng Qingyu, could you please help Wei? Wei? Feng Qingyu's brow furrowed deeply. "Are you referring to your friend who enjoys getting drunk and causing a scene?" "Yes, but she is neither drunk nor causing a scene. Feng Qingyu, she is currently being forcibly detained by your brother, Gu Qinghan. You must understand, this is a legal imprisonment. The reason she hasn't reported it is out of respect for your brotherhood," He Xiaosa fervently explained. "Out of respect for my brotherhood? Are you certain that's the only reason?" Feng Chengyu's lips curled in indifference. Are you truly so intent on being pedantic? Just tell me, will you help or not? He Xiaosa's voice rose in frustration for the first time. 3 months prior, when she first heard Song Qiangwei recount her romantic escapades in France, she had been teasing as a second-tier star with nearly a decade in the industry. Song Qiangwei had encountered countless handsome men, yet the moment she laid eyes on Gu Qinghan in France, she experienced a stirring sensation of love at first sight. That very night, she had insisted on accompanying him to a hotel, and within a few days, they had hastily registered their marriage in France. When Song Qiangwei returned to share the news, He Xiaosa had joked, Wei Wei, you should have filmed Let's Get Married. You went from a pure maiden to a married woman in the blink of an eye. All right, Feng Chengyu, witnessing her uncharacteristic outburst, felt a sense of empathy for the first time, recognizing her genuine concern for her friend. But I have a condition. This man was never one to take a loss. Instead of heading directly to the address Song Qiangwei had provided, Feng Qingyu placed a call to Gu Qinghan. Shortly after, Song Qiangwei called back, expressing her gratitude. Say, thank you so much. That scoundrel Gu Qinghan has finally let me go. Song Qiangwei did not disclose to He Xiaosa that she felt trapped in a marriage with a psychologically unstable man with a strong need for control, and that she now regretted the marriage. Fearing it was too late to back out, darling, when you are filming such advertisements, have you ever considered that you are a married woman? Later, Gu Qinghan had grasped her slender neck, his eyes aflame with rage. It was only then that Song Qiangwei understood why he had tortured her so mercilessly during their meeting in the capital, because she had been intimately embraced by another male celebrity while filming a jewelry advertisement, where he had placed a diamond ring on her finger, only for him to kneel and kiss her ring in a display of affection. Ji Qinghan's terrifying need for control and possession left Song Qiangwei regretting her decisions deeply. After concluding her call with Song Qiangwei, He Xiaosa turned to the man. What are your conditions? Feng Qingyu gazed deeply into her eyes for several seconds before striding toward his desk. When he retrieved the marriage contract they had initially signed and approached her, He Xiaosa's expression shifted to one of astonishment. So, your condition is to modify this contract? Indeed. When Feng Qingyu gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa and settled beside her, the man pointed to one of the clauses and said, take a look at this one. During the duration of their marriage, if one party expresses a need for intimacy, the other party cannot refuse without just cause. However, neither party may coerce the other. This clause may appear contradictory at first glance, yet it is not truly at odds. In other words, if one party unjustly declines, does that mean the other party is then permitted to compel them? What's the matter? He Xiaosa inquired with a look of surprise, glancing sideways at the man. This morning, at the old residence, you unjustly refused, and I did not coerce you. The man replied with an expression of calm. This insufferable man, clearly attempting to flaunt his magnanimity and selflessness. He Xiaosa pondered aloud, therefore, I would like to add a clause that clearly stipulates the minimum number of intimate encounters per week. Feng Qingyu wore a solemn and serious expression, as if discussing a significant business venture. Yet, in reality, it pertained to the mere matters of the man's private desires. How many times do you wish for each week? He Xiaosa inquired with a composed demeanor. Feng Qingyu remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised 3 fingers. 3 times? No, 3 nights. Feng Qingyu corrected her. 3 nights. What is the difference? If it coincides with your menstrual period, then those 3 nights must accumulate into the next month, and so on. Does that sound agreeable? It seemed he had only just realized something, as if to demonstrate his democratic nature by soliciting her opinion. Do I have the right to refuse? He Xiaosa replied, a hint of bitterness gracing her lips. Whenever she sought his assistance, it invariably required her to make sacrifices of her own. You certainly cannot decline. The man swiftly dismissed her unvoiced objections. Very well. You can draft the addition, and I shall sign it. He Xiaosa's lips once again betrayed a hint of bitterness. All right, 3 nights a week, with a minimum of 3 encounters each night, and a maximum of 7. Feng Qingyu had heard tales of the legendary 7 encounters in one night and was intrigued to see if he could embody that myth himself. Upon hearing his addition, He Xiaosa's eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly realizing he had dug himself a considerable pit to leap into. Feng Qingyu, have you lost your mind? Unable to contain herself any longer, He Xiaosa snatched the contract and forcefully tossed it onto the coffee table. Standing up to leave. The last time they engaged in intimacy, She had only managed to endure it twice before being hospitalized. If he were to insist on a minimum of 3 or even 7 encounters, would she still have the strength to survive? Infuriated, He Xiaosa decided to abandon all restraint and stormed out. He Xiaosa, as the head of a prominent corporation, surely you understand the paramount importance of business negotiations? Feng Qingyu had not anticipated her audacity to walk out, a flicker of anger briefly flashing in his striking eyes. And what of it? Do you believe that our conjugal relations are a mere business transaction? This time, He Xiaosa was not merely angry. She felt a tinge of sorrow. This man truly possessed a heart of stone. We are, after all, contractual spouses, He Xiaosa. I must warn you, do not fall in love with me. Chapter 31. Not tonight. He would never fall in love with any woman throughout his life. He chose to marry her primarily due to his grandfather's relentless pressure, and secondly, because she was the only woman he could touch in nearly 30 years of existence. Thus, if there must be a Mrs. Feng in his life, she naturally was the most suitable candidate that, of course, as a husband, he would fulfill his responsibilities. Upon hearing his self-righteous proclamations, He Xiaosa felt a surge of indignation. Fall in love with him? She would rather fall for a pig. Since childhood, she had been pursued by numerous boys, but she remained indifferent to romance. She had always been exceptional, thank you very much. Rest assured, she declared, even if you were the only male in this world, I would never be drawn to someone so arrogant, selfish, and petty as you. After her retort, He Xiaosa nodded defiantly and turned to leave. If that is the case, why not sign the supplementary agreement? Rest assured, I can guarantee a purely physical relationship. Feng Qingyu then employed a tactic of provocation. Infuriated, He Xiaosa pivoted and strode over, hastily signing her name in a flurry before tossing the marriage agreement onto the coffee table once more. Only then did Feng Qingyu sign his name, and after glancing over the new marriage agreement, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Once he had stored the agreement away and lifted his gaze, he found himself alone in the room. He bore no anger. Instead, he rose at a leisurely pace and sauntered to the mirror in the study, examining himself from side to side, smoothing his tousled dark hair with his hand before slowly exiting the study. In the master bedroom, He Xiaosa had finished her evening routine and donned a nightgown. Sitting before her vanity, she was drying her damp hair with a hairdryer. Just as she was about to finish drying her hair and retire for the night, a masculine presence, brimming with testosterone, suddenly pressed against her from behind. Almost immediately, a pair of thin, attractive lips brushed against her ear, breathing heatedly. Mrs. Feng, would you like me to help you dry your hair? He Xiaosa's body stiffened at the proximity of the man. After a moment, recovering her composure, she unexpectedly turned and thrust the hairdryer into his hands, saying, very well, then I shall trouble you, Mr. Feng. Feng Qingyu's handsome face was momentarily taken aback. He had merely suggested it casually. Expecting her to decline, now, holding the hairdryer, he felt as though he were grasping a scalding hot potato. What is this? Mr. Feng, you're not incapable, are you? He Xiaosa teased, deliberately emphasizing the word incapable. This man had lived a life of privilege, where every whim was catered to him. Surely, he had never used a hairdryer before. Indeed, Feng Qingyu had never used one, but He Xiaosa's taunt struck a nerve. Which man could tolerate such an affront? After glancing at the buttons, he attempted to operate the device, and soon, the hairdryer buzzed to life. With one hand, he swept aside her slightly damp, wavy hair, while with the other, he directed the airflow toward her strands. As the hairdryer hummed, radiating warmth, the man's large hand entwined in her tresses. A strange and subtle sensation blossomed within him. Suddenly, a memory from his childhood surfaced. At the age of 5 or 6, he had watched his father dry his mother's hair after she had bathed. His mother sat in a chair, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed tenderly at his father. Meanwhile, his father, with one hand holding the hairdryer and the other entwined in her long hair, wore an expression of indulgent affection, helping her dry her hair. The two exchanged no words, yet that scene was imbued with warmth and harmony. Just as Feng Qingyu was lost in contemplation, He Xiaosa's sudden exclamation jolted him back to reality. Feng Qingyu, are you trying to murder me? She clutched the back of her head, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Just moments ago, he had nearly scorched her scalp with the hairdryer. Feng Qingyu smirked but set the hairdryer down, Turning toward the bed, he shouts aside, knowing full well this man would never apologize. Once she had dried her hair and put the hairdryer away, just as she was about to rise, she heard the man's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, call from the bedside. Come here. Even these two simple words made Hsiaosa immediately grasp his intent. Determined to provoke him tonight, she obediently approached him. Upon reaching his side, before she could react, he seized her wrist and spun her around, causing her to fall into his embrace, where he held her waist, positioning her sideways on his lap. Mr. Feng, what did you summon me for? As soon as she settled, Hsiaosa felt the undeniable reaction emanating from the man. Yet, she feigned ignorance, mimicking the seductive women she had seen on television. Raising her delicate hand, she glided it down the bridge of his nose, tracing a path to his soft, pale lips and the firm line of his jaw. Finally resting on his pronounced Adam's apple, watching him swallow nervously, anticipation flickering in his eyes, Hsiaosa couldn't help but smirk internally. No matter how handsome a facade, he was merely a man unable to resist feminine allure. Suddenly, the man forcefully pulled her body closer to him. Hsiaosa, as if by accident, tilted her face upward, her lips barely grazing his throat. Continue. Feng Chengyu suddenly urged, his voice hoarse and laden with desire. Hsiaosa, however, began to squirm in his embrace. No, Mr. Feng, not tonight. Not tonight. Mrs. Feng, do I need to remind you of the agreement we just signed in the study? He leaned in closer, his lips brushing against her ear. His voice a low growl. I genuinely cannot tonight. Hsiaosa was aware that she had teased him sufficiently. With a slight exertion, she broke free from his hold and stood up. Mrs. Feng. The man gazed up at her, his expression a blend of desire and frustration, the fire within him having intensified into an inferno, his eyes burning with a fierce crimson glow, as if he wished to consume her whole. Hsiaosa looked down at him from her elevated stance, a smirk playing on her lips. Mr. Feng, I have stated clearly that not tonight means not tonight. Are you on your period? The man asked. Noting her resoluteness and furrowing his brows, having not seen any signs of feminine products in the room, Hsiaosa shook her head. Hsiaosa, are you playing with me? Feng Chengyu suddenly rose to his full height, his imposing presence casting a palpable pressure upon her. Hsiaosa laughed coldly. She had no time to toy with him. Although she had indeed provoked him, she felt he deserved it as she spoke. She bent down to open the bedside drawer, retrieving a medical report which she slapped onto his chest. This is my medical record. Take a good look. Chapter 032. His birthday. Feng Chengyu, with a perplexed expression, accepted the medical report. After merely glancing at it for a few seconds, his brows furrowed deeply. He then looked up in astonishment, struggling to comprehend her words. So, you were injured? You need a week of recuperation? Although he uttered these words with skepticism, he was already convinced to a considerable extent. Indeed, after their second intimate encounter, she had experienced a slight bleeding, which had surprised him at the time. But he had not given it much thought. He never anticipated that it was due to a tear in the internal muscles. At this moment, a twinge of guilt welled up within Feng Chengyu. It seemed that he would indeed need to acquire knowledge on the art of marital intimacy in the future. Hsiaosa, upon hearing such indifferent and even doubtful remarks from him, felt a chill wash over her heart. A wave of bitterness surged within her. She merely feigned an emotionless glance at him before walking to the other side of the bed, lifting the covers, and lying down. Previously, she had not taken precautions during their encounters because she had wished to bear a child with this man. Even if they were to divorce in the future, having a child by her side would alleviate her loneliness, and her parents would cease their incessant urging for her to marry. However, the man's callous demeanor tonight made her question her desires for the first time. Even if she longed for a child, what good would it do to bring forth a cold and unfeeling little monster like him? Ultimately, Feng Chengyu had no choice but to retreat to the bathroom for a cold shower. His expression grim. Yet, after emerging from his icy bath, he earnestly photographed Hsiaosa's medical report with his phone. He then lifted the corner of the covers and lay down on the bed, deliberately keeping his distance from her alluring form beneath the blankets. He had no desire to make repeated trips to the bathroom throughout the night. Meanwhile, Hsiaosa had already succumbed to slumber before he returned. On Monday morning, when she arrived at the company, Su Qinglan first handed her an invitation. Hsiaosa took a glance, and was astonished to discover that it was an invitation from the organizing committee of the National Intelligent Robot Competition, inviting their company to participate in the upcoming third National Intelligent Robot Competition, scheduled from Wednesday to Saturday next week, along with a national exhibition of intelligent robots. The event would take place in her hometown, Jiangxing. Many years ago, Jiangxing was an insignificant city, but in the past decade, it had developed rapidly, becoming a burgeoning technological hub and a new first-tier city in the nation. Therefore, she would undoubtedly lead her company's research and development team to participate in this competition. Qinglan, please distribute this invitation to the R&D department, especially to the newly joined Johnson team. This is their chance to shine, she instructed. Understood. However, Ms. He, will you not be participating in this R&D project? Su Qinglan queried, surprised, as He Xiaosa had previously been a prominent figure in the field of intelligent robotics. In the initial years of their company, she had personally led the R&D team in developing hotel intelligent robots, which had received unanimous praise from clients. Have the R&D department submit the initial design draft by Friday. I'll review it, and if it meets our standards, we need to produce several models over the weekend. He Xiaosa commanded with composure. Yes, Ms. He. With her oversight, they were confident that Jinghong would excel in the upcoming competition on Wednesday. For several consecutive days, He Xiaosa returned to the villa earlier than Feng Chengyu. Or perhaps it was that Feng Chengyu was intentionally avoiding encounters with her. He left later and returned later, perfectly steering clear of her. He Xiaosa found this arrangement quite agreeable. She had no desire to see him. However, Mother Zhou grew anxious. She noticed that for 5 consecutive days, the young master and young mistress had neither shared dinner nor breakfast, the only consolation being that she had witnessed them sleeping in the same room. By Friday morning, as He Xiaosa finished her breakfast and prepared to head to the office, Mother Zhou could no longer contain herself and said, "Young mistress, why not wait a moment for the young master? He is out for his morning exercise and will return shortly. No, Mother Zhou, I have a pile of matters to attend to at the company today. Moreover, the first design draft from the R&D department needs to be finalized in this morning's meeting." She had never encountered a man so dedicated to morning workouts, rain or shine. He rose early to exercise. She truly admired his commitment. After speaking, He Xiaosa turned and walked toward the entrance of the Western-style house. "Young mistress, you really won't wait for the young master." Mother Zhou's face was etched with concern. How can a couple live together without sharing meals or conversations? Who knows if they are even sleeping in the same bed? Have they had a normal marital life? The old master has been yearning for a grandchild for years. Not long after He Xiaosa departed, a sweat-drenched Feng Chengyu entered the Western-style house. "Young master, have you finished your morning exercise? Did you happen to see the young mistress?" Mother Zhou inquired with concern. Feng Chengyu shook his head. He did not wish to see her. Igniting the flames of desire only to extinguish them later was not preferable. It was better to avoid her altogether. "Oh, young master, it's time for breakfast," Mother Zhou said, her spirits somewhat dampened. Feng Chengyu now utilized his morning runs to release the excess energy within him. This week marked the official commencement of his role at Fengshe Group, and he was exceedingly busy, hardly finding time to meet with his 3 brothers. By late afternoon, around 6 o'clock, He Xiaosa finally concluded her work for the day. After reviewing Johnson's team's initial design draft, she provided several suggestions. Johnson, taken aback by her expertise in this field, found her insights to address several confounding issues their team had encountered during the design process, leaving him with a sense of enlightenment. Just as He Xiaosa finished stretching and planned to continue working overtime, she received a phone call from Mother Zhou. "Young mistress, today is the young master's birthday. The old master is hosting a birthday banquet for him at the old residence. I wonder if the young mistress is aware of this." He Xiaosa was taken aback. How could she have known it was his birthday? She hadn't even paid attention to the red booklet when they registered their marriage. "Oh, do I need to return to the old residence?" she tentatively asked. Mother Zhou's eyelids twitched. How had their relationship become so distant that such matters required inquiry? "Of course you must go, young mistress. You are the young master's wife. You are one of the main guests at this birthday banquet." "Oh, fine then, I'll return," He Xiaosa responded, eager to end the call. "Wait, young mistress, have you prepared a gift for the young master?" Mother Zhou hurriedly added. "Not yet." He Xiaosa realized she had completely overlooked the need for a birthday gift. "Then, young mistress, please return to the villa first. I prepared a gift for you this morning. Before you head to the old residence, come back to collect it." "All right, thank you, Mother Zhou." After concluding the call, He Xiaosa glanced at the date on her phone screen. November 1 st. This birthday, if he had lingered in his mother's womb for another 10 days. Wouldn't it have fallen on double 11? Easy to remember and quite auspicious. He Xiaosa drove back to the villa. Mother Zhou had prepared for her a new Armani plaid tie. When He Xiaosa attempted to transfer money to Mother Zhou, she waved her hand dismissively. Chapter 033. A grand introduction. In truth, the funds had come from the old master, who had instructed Mother Zhou to prepare the gift for He Xiaosa. Mother Zhou had claimed it was from Feng Chengyu, hoping to mend the couple's relationship. Throughout the week, she had sensed that something was amiss between them. Unable to hold back, she had mentioned it to the old master the previous day. Thus, he decided to take advantage of Feng Chengyu's birthday to foster some closeness between the couple. He Xiaosa, following Mother Zhou's advice, donned a nearly floor-length golden evening gown embroidered with subtle patterns. Her long, curly hair was elegantly styled into a high bun, secured with a hairpin, making her appear as an elegant and noble lady of high society. In truth, He Xiaosa had always possessed an extraordinary demeanor, exuding an elegant nobility intertwined with an aura of cool detachment. As she prepared to drive herself to the old residence, she was surprised to find a black Chevrolet parked at the entrance of the villa. Upon seeing her emerge, Xiao Liang hurriedly exited the vehicle to greet her. He introduced himself as Feng Chengyu's chief assistant, sent by Feng Chengyu to escort He Xiaosa to the old residence. This time, Xiao Liang accompanied her into the courtyard. Perhaps the butler, Zhong Fu, and the guest of honor, Feng Chengyu, were both busy. The courtyard was adorned with colorful decorations, radiating a festive atmosphere. He Xiaosa was astonished to see how grandly Feng Chengyu's birthday banquet was being held. As she stepped inside, she noticed elegantly dressed women and well-groomed men holding glasses of red wine, mingling in small groups at the entrance of the main courtyard. They appeared to be engaged in conversation. While several socialites whispered among themselves, a red carpet had been laid out, and tables filled with banquet fare lined the available space, creating a lively and celebratory ambience. Upon reaching the illuminated area, the chatter and laughter of the gathered guests suddenly ceased as curious gazes turned toward her. Yet, He Xiaosa felt no trepidation. She lifted her chin and gazed toward the main entrance, where Feng Chengyu was accompanying the old master. Along with the Feng family members she had seen during their last gathering, Feng Chengyu led the way, followed closely by Feng Zhonglian and his family, and then Feng Ruiyu's family. To He Xiaosa's surprise, a strikingly beautiful and proud young woman in her early 20s accompanied Feng Ruiyu and her husband. The girl wore a long, emerald green floral dress, her lustrous black hair held up with a light green ribbon, cascading down like a waterfall, giving her an air of innocence and nobility. Who could this girl be? Surely she was not an invited guest of the old master. She must be someone very close to Feng Ruiyu. As He Xiaosa pondered this, a tall, impeccably dressed man across the crowd suddenly called out, "Come here." At this moment, the crowd had ceased its clamor, collectively directing their gaze towards the Feng family, led by Feng Chengyu and the venerable Mr. Feng. Witnessing the host of the birthday banquet, the usually aloof and ascetic eldest son of the Feng family unexpectedly uttered a couple of words in their direction, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat as they turned to look. Following Feng Chengyu's line of sight, their attention was drawn once again to He Xiaosa, adorned in a resplendent golden evening gown. The moment she entered, she had captivated their complete attention. They speculated about the identity of this woman, who appeared both noble and breathtakingly beautiful, wondering if she might be a socialite invited by the elder Feng, someone they did not recognize. Little did they realize that this woman shared an exceedingly close relationship with the birthday celebrant. Feng Chengyu. At that moment, Jiang Xian, Gu Qinghan, and Pei Yin approached from a corner of the courtyard. Observing He Xiaosa's dazed demeanor, Jiang Xian couldn't help but step forward. "Sister-in-law, Gu is calling for you." Xiao Liang had mysteriously disappeared. As Jiang Xian's quiet reminder reached her, He Xiaosa came to her senses and gracefully lifted her gown, making her way towards Mr. Feng and Feng Chengyu. The onlookers were astonished to see Jiang Xian so familiar with this unfamiliar yet striking socialite, which seemed quite natural given Jiang Xian's amiable nature and her good relationships with many elite young ladies. As He Xiaosa approached, she was taken aback when Feng Chengyu performed an action that appeared utterly natural to him but was decidedly unusual to outsiders. They watched as He Xiaosa, in her 7-inch heels, elegantly walked up to Feng Chengyu, who, despite his usual distance from women, took the initiative to grasp her hand, intertwining his fingers with her delicate, fair hand. Their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief, especially among the elite young women who still harbored feelings for Feng Chengyu. They were simply astounded. Who on earth was this woman? Who could say? The fact that the esteemed Feng young master could touch her implied a profound connection. I suspect she must be some siren who has enchanted the Feng young master. Patience, let us wait and observe. A few composed individuals consoled themselves. These socialites still believed this woman was merely a vixen who had managed to climb into Feng young master's bed. But soon, they would be even more astonished, because in the next moment, Feng Chengyu raised He Xiaosa's hand to his lips and kissed it. Following that, Mr. Feng's voice resonated. Today marks my grandson Chengyu's 30th birthday. People often say that one should establish oneself by 30. Chengyu is quite filial, and he has indeed built a family and a career in this year of his life. Now, allow me to grandly introduce my granddaughter-in-law. Mr. Feng paused, surveying the expectant yet somewhat incredulous crowd, including the elite young ladies who seemed to have grasped the situation. Chengyu's new wife, He Xiaosa. Upon hearing the elder's introduction, the majority of the guests erupted into applause. And some had already approached Mr. Feng to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. What a joyous occasion for you, Elder Feng. Tonight is truly a double blessing. It was only at this moment that He Xiaosa understood why Mr. Feng had invited her to the birthday banquet. It was to announce her status as the Feng family's granddaughter-in-law. Indeed, among the third generation of the Feng family, only Feng Chengyu and Feng Chenghao remained. Yet the two young masters seemed to embody polar opposites. One was cold and ascetic, keeping women at bay, while the other indulged in revelry, unable to live without women. Thus, they all assumed that the elder would have to wait a decade or more for a granddaughter-in-law. Little did they expect that on the occasion of Feng Chengyu's 30th birthday, he would not only have found one but one that pleased him immensely. Reality had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. And it hurt like hell. How could this woman, He Xiaosa, possibly deserve the title of granddaughter-in-law of the Feng family? Chapter 34. Driven away? Several elite young ladies nearly bit their silver teeth in frustration, wishing desperately that what they had just heard was merely a figment of their imagination. Yet, gazing at He Xiaosa, still holding hands with Feng Chengyu, they longed to rush forward and drag her away from his side. How could a mere interloper, emerging from nowhere, be worthy of the exalted Feng young master's affection? Indeed, in their eyes, He Xiaosa must have employed some form of enchantment to ensnare the usually distant Feng young master. But in the end, they dared not act. Soon, a servant wheeled out a towering birthday cake, followed by the customary singing of birthday songs, lighting candles, and making wishes. In truth, Feng Chengyu had not celebrated a birthday in many years. If it weren't for the elder's insistence this year, he would have preferred to forego such a frivolous and tedious affair altogether. When it came time to make a wish, he hesitated, but the elder cast a knowing glance at He Xiaosa, prompting her to tug at his sleeve. Make a wish, Grandpa and so many others are watching. With that, Feng Chengyu found himself unable to refuse, for he had to play the role of a loving husband in front of the crowd. Earlier, someone, perhaps Jiang Xian or another, had placed a birthday hat atop his head, and now he clasped his fists against his chin, closed his eyes, and silently made his wish. Following this, guests began presenting him with birthday gifts. When He Xiaosa handed over the box containing the Armani tie that Zhou Ma had prepared in advance, a flicker of surprise crossed Feng Chengyu's eyes. He then leaned down to kiss He Xiaosa's forehead, saying, "Thank you, Mrs. Feng." He appeared so sincere that He Xiaosa felt a twinge of guilt. She offered a bashful smile, unsure of how to respond. "Ha, Gu is still most concerned about sister-in-law's gift," Jiang Xian teased. "What kind of nonsense is that, Jiang Xian? If Gu doesn't care about his wife's gift, should he care about yours?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. After enduring the ceremony, Feng Chengyu pulled He Xiaosa aside and entered a room. "Ha, it seems young Master Feng only wants to be with his wife. Of course. We are all just glaring spotlights," Jiang Xian chimed in. However, many elite young ladies remained fuming. They were still unwilling to believe or accept the fact that Feng Chengyu was married. As he led He Xiaosa into the room, she settled onto the sofa, promptly releasing his hand. "Mr. Feng, are you perhaps too engrossed in the role?" This was the first time Feng Chengyu felt so acutely the disdain of a woman towards him. "Mrs. Feng, have you forgotten? You gifted me a present today, Feng Chengyu reminded her, implying that their public display of affection was not merely an act. "I am quite satisfied," He leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Xiaosa couldn't help but shift away slightly, smirking in retort, "You paid for it yourself. It's merely being returned to you through my hands." Her meaning was clear. He shouldn't read too much into it, for the Armani tie as a birthday gift was, after all, purchased by him. Feng Qingyu was taken aback, chuckling in disbelief. "Mrs. Feng, even if you admit to gifting me a tie, I won't think too much of it." He understood well that the tie was not bought with his own money, nor was it something he had given to her to present as a gift. He had far more dignity than that. Xiaosa felt a surge of annoyance. This man wouldn't even acknowledge his own actions. The current season's Armani ties cost a fortune, around 400,000 to 500,000 each. If he was going to act this way, why not let her pocket a little profit? In that case, how about you refund me for the tie? Xiaosa extended her hand toward him. Feng Qingyu furrowed his brow, pursed his lips, and abruptly stood from the sofa. His expression cold as he strode out of the room. It seemed he had actually stormed off in anger. Xiaosa couldn't help but smile at the turn of events. However, just as she reveled in her secret delight, a loud clap echoed, followed by the emergence of a slender figure dressed in verdant green from a nearby room. Xiaosa focused her gaze and recognized the petite beauty who had been shadowing Feng Rueyu. Someone she had encountered for the first time. "Sister, I've never seen anyone live so freely and audaciously as you. To resist the allure of Gu, you are truly remarkable." The girl in the green dress emerged, giving her a thumbs up. If she remained silent, others might assume she was a gentle and demure girl, but once she spoke, her vivacious and lively nature shone through. Xiaosa felt a bit flustered by the praise. "Little sister, I'm not quite as carefree as you say. My relationship with Feng Qingyu is merely a contractual arrangement for mutual benefit." Carefree and audacious. She hadn't sensed that at all. "Sister, you are far too modest. Do you know how many elite young ladies covet your position as Mrs. Feng? Yet here you are, seemingly indifferent to the title. What could be more carefree than that?" Gu Qianqi smiled brightly. Her fair, unadorned face appeared particularly animated as she spoke. Xiaosa was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. After a pause, she finally asked, "Little sister, may I ask who you are?" "Sister, just call me Qin 11. Ji is my cousin." Gu Qianqi extended her slender hand towards Xiaosa. Xiaosa quickly reached out to shake her hand. "Ah, so it turns out she is my cousin from my aunt's side. What a pleasure to meet you." Sister Sei, with her beauty and long hair, certainly radiates the aura of a successful matriarch. Sister Sei, with her charming smile, undoubtedly enjoys a life of abundance. It is truly an honor to make your acquaintance. Gu Qianqi chattered incessantly. However, Xiaosa couldn't help but chuckle at the flattery. Sister Qianqi's sweet words were like honey, warming the heart. It dawned on Gu Qianqi that she had indeed initiated the conversation. "Oh, I genuinely admire Sister Sei. How about we share a toast to celebrate our newfound sisterhood?" As Gu Qianqi spoke, she scanned the surroundings and miraculously found a bottle of red wine. In the next moment, she picked up 2 white porcelain cups from the table, filling each to the brim with wine before bringing them over, one for each of them. "Sister Sei, it is my privilege to know you. Cheers!" Upon finishing her words, Gu Qianqi tilted her head back and downed her glass of red wine. Xiaosa was taken aback by the candidness of this spirited young lady. She admired her straightforwardness. So she accepted the glass and drank as well, though she only consumed half. She was fully aware that they were in the Feng family's old residence, and losing her composure due to alcohol would not bode well for her. After all, Feng Qingyu had played the role of the perfect son-in-law in front of her parents. "Sister Sei, are you looking down on Qianqi? Come, let us drink again." Chapter 035. Alcohol allergy. Seeing her only sip half, Gu Qianqi appeared somewhat displeased, grabbing the wine bottle and without hesitation, refilling Xiaosa's glass. She also filled her own empty cup. Xiaosa, feeling helpless, replied, "Qianqi, my tolerance for alcohol is low. I truly cannot drink any more after finishing this glass." "You indulge yourself." She never anticipated that such a youthful and vibrant girl would possess such a talent for drinking. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. "All right, Sister Sei, you are indeed beautiful, kind-hearted, and sweet-tongued. I shall finish the remaining wine." Gu Qianqi, resembling a cunning little fox, had a glint of mischief in her eyes. However, before she could finish her glass, Feng Rueyu and his wife, Feng Zhonglian and his wife, as well as the elder Feng and Feng Qingyu suddenly entered. "Ah, Qianqi, We found you. Feng Ruiyu exclaimed with surprise. He rushed over. What are you doing drinking? Don't you know you have an alcohol allergy? Let me see. As he spoke, he rolled up her sleeve, revealing the spots already appearing on her fair arm. It was only then that he Xiaosa noticed the small red dots beginning to surface on her exposed neck. Yet curiously, her delicate face remained as pale as ever, showing no other signs of distress. Oh, Mom, don't pull me. I want to drink a couple more glasses with Sister Say, Gu Qianqi protested, attempting to break free from Feng Ruiyu's grasp. As she spoke, her body swayed slightly, and the scent of wine seemed to fill the entire room. I say, daughter-in-law, don't blame me for meddling. This girl has an alcohol allergy whenever she drinks. Didn't you know? Sun Shangshang interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at He Xiaosa, her displeasure evident. Sister-in-law, don't blame Xiaosa. This situation is certainly of Qianqi's own making. Moreover, today is Xiaosa's first meeting with Qianqi. How could she have known about Qianqi's allergy? Feng Ruiyu interrupted, shielding He Xiaosa from blame. Didn't teaching you mention our family's characteristics to her before entering the Feng household? Sun Shangshang pouted defiantly. No, Feng Chengyu, who had been standing beside the elder, suddenly spoke coldly. He indeed had not introduced her to any members of the Feng family. You? Sun Shangshang trembled in anger. Feng Chengyu had never regarded her as significant. All right, the priority now is to get Qianqi to the hospital, the elder Feng bellowed, quelling their quarrel. As Gu Qianqi passed by Feng Chengyu, she suddenly broke free from Feng Ruiyu's support and stepped closer to him. Brother Chengyu, the Oscars should award you and Sister Say a little golden statue. She giggled, the fragrance of wine wafting onto Feng Chengyu's chest. He took a large step back, his voice icy. Call me brother-in-law. In truth, he would not mind an occasional touch from a young female relative. However, due to his ongoing disdain for Feng Ruiyu and, by extension, for this cousin, he remained indifferent. Had it not been for her calling He Xiaosa's sister Say, he would have preferred not to engage in conversation with her at all. The drunken Gu Qianqi was momentarily startled by his frosty reprimand. When she turned to look at the elder Feng, her eyes welled with tears. Grandpa, Brother Chengyu is bullying me. All right, my dear girl. Why provoke him for no reason? Buoxuan, hurry and take your daughter to the hospital. The elder frowned and directed his words at Gu Buoxuan, who had been standing by. When Feng Ruiyu and his wife escorted their daughter to the hospital, Feng Chengyu took He Xiaosa straight back to the villa. He paid no heed to the gathering of guests invited by the elder Feng. As he put it, the elder had chosen to host a grand birthday celebration. So naturally, the guests would be entertained by him. Moreover, with Feng Zhonglian and his wife around, they would surely handle the guests splendidly. He Xiaosa, led by Feng Chengyu, did not let go of her hand until they reached the Chevrolet. Only then did Feng Chengyu release her grip. With Qiao Yang driving, the couple was taken back to the villa. As He Xiaosa sat in the car, observing the man's cold expression and silence. She felt that this young master of the Feng family was indeed willful. The main character of the birthday banquet had left such a considerable mess for his grandfather, who was over 70. Pondering this, she couldn't help but click her tongue. Truly, the young master of the Feng family is impressive. Don't make sarcastic remarks. Why did you drink with that girl tonight? Feng Chengyu could almost envision the gossip that would ensue in the circles of the affluent. How the new young mistress of the Feng family was jealous and had insisted on forcing her cousin to drink, ultimately leading her to the hospital due to an alcohol allergy. Feng Chengyu, what do you mean by that? You don't think I intentionally got your cousin drunk, do you? That I purposely caused her to have an alcohol allergy and sent her to the hospital? He Xiaosa couldn't help but feel anger rise within her at his insinuation. What good does it do to know you didn't do anything? The critical point is how others perceive it. Feng Chengyu's frustration boiled over. He naturally knew she wouldn't have encouraged Gu Qianqi to drink. So, you care about how others view me. He Xiaosa's fury intensified. He Xiaosa, shouldn't he be the one feeling angry? Was it wrong for her to have made a mistake, and he couldn't utter a single word in her defense? She felt even more wrong that she was angrier than he was. How dare he scold her? For what reason? They were merely contractual spouses, exchanging benefits. He Xiaosa turned away, casting her profile towards the window. She genuinely did not wish to engage with this unreasonable man, who had scolded her without cause. The atmosphere in the car plunged to a freezing point. Until they arrived at the villa, Qiao Liang parked in front of the Western-style house. Xiao Liang had undoubtedly sensed the stifling tension in the back seat. So he remained silent, focused solely on driving. As the car came to a halt, Xiao Liang hurriedly exited, eager to open the door for He Xiaosa, only to find she had already opened it and stepped out. "Madam," Xiao Liang respectfully called out. He Xiaosa glanced at him and politely nodded, acknowledging him before striding towards the front door of the villa. Xiao Liang realized that Madam was quite upset with young Master Feng. Young Master Feng. Xiao Liang began to speak but was interrupted by Feng Chengyu. "Xiao Liang, go to Jiasai Hospital tonight." Jiasai Hospital is a prestigious private hospital owned by the Pei family, where the Feng family typically goes for any ailments. "Understood. I will take care of it." Xiao Liang nodded repeatedly. Chapter 036. Unforgettable after the first meeting. Feng Qingyu went straight to the master bedroom on the second floor, where the sound of water flowing from the bathroom could be heard. He knew that Mrs. Feng was taking a shower. As he removed his watch and tie, preparing to take off his coat, his phone suddenly rang. "Brother Yu, why are you home so early?" "Honggu booked a room at Shengtian for your birthday." It was Jiang Xian, indicating they had also departed from the Feng family's old residence and were now at Shengtian for a small gathering to celebrate his birthday day in the past. He had always spent his birthday with these three childhood friends unless he was on a business trip or had other commitments. Thus, after ending the call, Feng Qingyu donned his watch again, put on his coat, and without glancing toward the bathroom, he strode out of the master bedroom. When He Xiaosa emerged from the bathroom, clad in her sleepwear and a large bath cap, she was somewhat surprised. Although she had been in the shower, she had heard the man speaking outside. Of course, she hadn't caught the specifics of his conversation. Now seeing the absence of the man, she felt a twinge of surprise. Though it was only slight, after drying her hair, she leaned back against the headboard, reviewing some company documents on her tablet before finally turning off the lamp and settling down to sleep. However, not long after lying down, just as she was drifting into slumber, her phone rang unexpectedly. "Sister-in-law, it's me, Jiang Xian." Upon ending the call, He Xiaosa felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration. That man? Going out drinking with his friends was one thing, but why did he have to get drunk? And why was Jiang Xian calling her to pick him up? She had no desire to do so. He Xiaosa was filled with 100 unwilling thoughts, yet ultimately, she donned her loungewear complemented by a trench coat and drove to the Shangtin Club. As she parked her car and stepped out, she noticed a group of inebriated young men, each clutching a beautiful woman, staggering toward her. Absorbed in her phone as she checked the box numbers sent by Jiang Xian, she nearly collided with one of the couples. "Hey, are you blind? You dare bump into us, the second young master?" exclaimed the woman in the embrace of one of the men, her eyes wide with indignation. Startled, He Xiaosa stepped back, raising her gaze only to meet the eyes of the man holding the beauty. "Oh, is that not my sister-in-law? What brings you to the club at this late hour? Surely you are not here looking for me." It was Feng Chenghao, his bleary eyes leering at He Xiaosa from a mere step away. Before bursting into laughter, the other two men joined him, their laughter laced with malice. He Xiaosa tightened her grip on her phone, unaware that rumors had spread from the Feng family estate after the recent birthday banquet, painting her as a jealous cousin envious of her husband, while also suggesting that Feng Chengyu and she were nothing more than a facade of a loving couple, a plastic marriage that would shatter at the slightest poke. Thus, upon encountering He Xiaosa, Feng Chenghao felt emboldened. After laughing, he shoved the woman aside. The woman, clad in high heels, stumbled unexpectedly, nearly losing her balance. "Second young master," she protested, regaining her composure with a sultry pout. "Why, dear? You are no longer needed tonight. Off you go." Feng Chenghao, lost in thought, suddenly pulled out a pre-written check from his pocket and stuffed it into the woman's neckline. Upon seeing the check, her spirits lifted once more. "All right, second young master. If you ever need me again, do remember to call for Miao Miao." He Xiaosa observed the scene coldly and prepared to circumvent them to enter the club. "Oh, sister-in-law, why the haste?" Feng Chenghao suddenly reached out, attempting to grasp her hand. He Xiaosa raised her arm, leaving him grasping at air. "Heh, sister-in-law, spare the act. Who doesn't know that you and my dull, humorless cousin are merely a show of a couple? It's a pity to see such a stunning beauty like you wasting nights in solitude. Allow me to keep you company tonight." As he spoke, his lecherous gaze wandered toward He Xiaosa's exposed neckline, her trench coat left open. Though she wore a casual outfit beneath, Feng Chenghao, accustomed to the company of women, could easily discern her beauty. From the moment he first saw her in the bar, he recognized her as a striking beauty with fair skin, long legs, and an air of icy elegance that only fueled his desire to conquer her. Yet before he could finish his thought, Xiaosa had already stepped back 2 paces and dialed the police. "Oh, you daring woman, do you really think you can call for help?" One of the men, a close friend of Feng Qinghao, attempted to snatch her phone away. "Get away!" Xiaosa swiftly retrieved her canister of pepper spray from her bag, a precaution for a young woman venturing out at night. The man sneered before lunging forward, only to be intercepted by Feng Qinghao, who stepped in front. "Second young master?" The man gazed up in shock. "You stay out of this," Feng Qinghao lazily replied, then turned to Xiaosa, "Sister-in-law, I understand your fear of the Feng family discovering this. I assure you, what transpires tonight will remain between us. Heaven and earth will bear witness. I possess wealth, charm, and expertise. In short, if you were to be with me, you would experience pleasures beyond imagination." However, before he could finish, Xiaosa calmly sprayed the pepper spray in his direction. "Ugh, you wretched woman, you dare to resist?" Feng Qinghao was caught directly in the spray, tears streaming from his eyes, his rage boiling over as he lunged forward recklessly. Just then, a long, elegant hand suddenly grasped him from behind, preventing him from advancing. "Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" Feng Qinghao glared up at the man, whose delicate features were softened by a pair of spectacles, his scholarly demeanor only fueling Feng Qinghao's fury. Struggling futilely against the man's grip, he seethed. "Do you even know who he is? The illustrious second young master of the Feng family, and you dare to stand against him?" "Release him," one of Feng Qinghao's friends shouted, though he only dared to point at the tall, fair man, his bravado quickly fading. "I have already called the police," the scholarly man replied, his grip unwavering, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Feng Qinghao, lost in his lustful pursuits, found himself unable to break free from the man's hold. "When the police arrive, they'll call me sir. You little pretty boy, let me go." Chapter 37. Once renowned scholars reunite, is that so? Feng Qinghao. At that moment, a chilling and commanding voice rang out, followed by the sight of Feng Qingyu, dressed in a sharp suit and exuding an intimidating aura, striding confidently towards them, accompanied by 3 distinguished men. "Dida Xiao?" The 2 friends of Feng Qinghao recognized Feng Qingyu and immediately shrank back, trembling in fear. They wished to flee but were paralyzed by the thought of retribution from Feng Qinghao, leaving them cowering in place. The scholarly man, seeing the crowd gathering, finally released his grip, causing Feng Qinghao to collapse to the ground. In truth, he was nearly terrified into submission at the sight of Feng Qingyu. The rumors suggested that this cousin and Xiaosa were merely putting on a show of a relationship. Perhaps Feng Qingyu's intervention stemmed from a desire to salvage his pride. "Second young master. How many times has this been now?" Jiang Xian remarked with a hint of sympathy, knowing well that Feng Qingyu would not allow him to escape unscathed this time. Indeed, Feng Qingyu approached, his tall and imposing frame closing in, and in the next moment, he effortlessly hoisted Feng Qinghao's limp form. "See, cousin, you must listen. It was her. She seduced me." But before he could finish, a punch landed squarely on his face. Feng Qinghao let out a cry as he was sent crashing to the ground. Once more, Feng Qingyu lifted him. A single punch left Feng Qinghao reeling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Amidst the cries of anguish, desperate pleas followed. "Brother, dear brother, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Please spare me this once." With yet another furious blow, Feng Qinghao was sent sprawling once more in a matter of minutes. Feng Qinghao was left bruised and battered, unable to rise. "Get lost." Finally, having vented much of his pent-up rage, Feng Qingyu spat out the word with disdain. Feng Qinghao struggled on the ground, but was too incapacitated to move. His 2 cowering friends hesitantly approached, laboriously helping him to his feet, and they shuffled away like frightened dogs toward their parked vehicle. Meanwhile, Xiaosa, witnessing the clear-headed Feng Qingyu approach, experienced a momentary lapse in her thoughts. "Xiaosa? Sister?" The scholarly man who had previously intervened suddenly turned to her, surprise flickering in his eyes. "You are?" Xiaosa was taken aback that he recognized her, her beautiful peach blossom eyes widening in astonishment. "Ji Yunzhang. 1 year above me. Oh, Senior Ji. He Xiaosa recalled that this Ji Yunzhang was a prodigy from their class at Jing University, the chairman of the student council and the campus heartthrob. His exceptional talent had led him to study abroad shortly after graduating. She distinctly remembered the campus gossip that paired him with her. Each being the pinnacle of their respective genders at Jing University. They had even collaborated on developing a smart robot for a national competition, winning the prestigious Golden Ding Award. For quite some time, rumors of their potential romance circulated, yet both were so engrossed in their studies and research that they had no time for romance. Their paths had only crossed during that intense half-month of preparation for the competition. And after it concluded, they returned to their individual academic pursuits, resulting in their fleeting association fading into obscurity. Isn't Senior Ji still abroad? When did you return? He Xiaosa mused, recalling how he had intervened to stop Feng Qinghao's advances. Her concern evident that I just returned a few days ago. What a coincidence. May I inquire what profession you have pursued? Are you still engaged in research on intelligent robotics? Ji Yunzhang's smile radiated with genuine delight at their reunion. Oh, I started a company, venturing into business. I suppose I have a hint of the scent of copper about me, He Xiao suggested, poking fun at herself. You are far too humble, senior. Owning a company and being your own boss is certainly more admirable than my mundane office job. Ji Yunzhang's words were laced with admiration for her Dado. Are you still involved in intelligent robotics research, senior? He Xiao's interest piqued. Isn't her company in dire need of talented individuals like Ji Yunzhang, who specialize in the research of intelligent machines? Ji Yunzhang nodded with a smile. He Xiao's then took out her phone, intending to add him on WeChat. At that moment, Feng Qingyu had approached with purposeful strides. Having arrived at her side, the man naturally draped his large hand over her shoulder, pulling her into his embrace, saying, Wife, aren't you going to introduce me? In truth, after resolving matters with Feng Qinghao, Feng Qingyu's gaze inadvertently drifted towards this direction, where he observed his newlywed wife engaging animatedly with the refined and gentlemanly Ji Yunzhang. A peculiar and complex emotion surged within him for the first time. Thus, he strode over, effortlessly enveloping his wife in his arms. He Xiao's felt quite uncomfortable with this inexplicable embrace, yet she masked her feelings perfectly. However, Ji Yunzhang was clearly taken aback. Junior, you are married. His handsome face paled slightly as he struggled to speak. Oh, yes, Senior Ji. This is my husband, Feng Qingyu, He Xiao's replied, attempting to wriggle free, only to find the man holding her tightly. She then turned slightly to face the man, seemingly nonchalantly introducing, This is my senior from university. Ji Yunzhang, a flicker of something passed through Feng Qingyu's dark eyes, but it was fleeting. He finally released He Xiao's, extending a large hand. Hello? I am Sei-Sei's husband, Feng Qingyu. Oh, hello, Ji Yunzhang. Ji Yunzhang quickly grasped the hand that had been extended. However, as he attempted to retract his hand, he found it firmly held in place by the man's strong grip. Feng Qingyu. It was only when He Xiao's, unable to bear it any longer, tugged at the man's sleeve, that Feng Qingyu smiled lightly and let go. Apologies, Mr. Ji, but Sei-Sei must retire to bed by 11 o'clock. Indeed, it was already past 10. Junior, Mr. Feng, please excuse us. Ji Yunzhang smiled gently, waving his hand. However, just as Feng Qingyu was about to lead He Xiao's away, she suddenly turned back, retrieving a business card from her bag. Senior Ji, I would like to treat you to dinner sometime. Chapter 038. Mrs. Feng, don't think of playing tricks. He Xiao's was still contemplating whether she could recruit Ji Yunzhang into her company. Although the research department had already hired the Johnson team, she was acutely aware of Ji Yunzhang's capabilities in this field from her university days. She certainly wished to enhance the technical department. Feng Qingyu stiffened, for as He Xiao spoke, she had already tossed the business card to Ji Yunzhang. Feng Qingyu. This woman, in front of her legitimate husband, had the audacity to offer her contact information to another man and even invite him to dinner? She truly did not regard him as her husband at all. Wife. It's nearly 10:30. Feng Qingyu could no longer contain himself and leaned in closely to her ear, feigning intimacy to remind her. He Xiao's. Ji Yunzhang gazed at the departing pair of exceptional individuals, feeling an inexplicable pang in his heart. He was, after all, too late. Feng Qingyu embraced He Xiao's as they approached Pei Yinyan, Gu Qinghan, and Jiang Sun to bid farewell. Pei Yinyan and Gu Qinghan both nodded politely at her, while Jiang Sun cheerily remarked, Sister-in-law, Brother Yu has been preoccupied with thoughts of you while drinking with us tonight. You should head back. Xiao's lips twitched slightly, utterly speechless. Then she recalled something and turned to Gu Qinghan. How has Wei Wei been? She had been too busy to contact Song Chengwei these past few days. She's doing well, Gu Qinghan replied, pursing his lips, somewhat coldly. He shows that a few days prior, she had seen an entertainment news article stating that the Post 95 flower, Song Chengwei, had taken on a food variety show. It seemed she had returned to her normal life. As the black Cullinan exited the parking lot, Xiao's immediately spotted Ji Yunjian, who was waiting for a car by the roadside. She had initially intended to call Su Qinglan to drive. But unexpectedly, Xiao Liang had already been summoned by Feng Qingyu specifically for driving duty. Assistant Xiao, it seems Senior Ji is waiting for a ride. Perhaps you could stop the car and give him a lift if it's on your way. Xiao Liang wore a pained expression, glancing at his boss, who appeared to be resting with his eyes closed in the back seat. Noticing that Feng Qingyu had not even lifted his eyelids, he pretended not to hear Xiao's suggestion and continued driving. As they were about to pass Ji Yunjian, Xiao couldn't help but tug at the sleeve of the man beside her. Feng Qingyu. The man remained utterly still, continuing to feign sleep. Feng Qingyu. Senior Ji helped me out tonight. Why are you acting like this? The man's demeanor clearly indicated he was pretending to be asleep, which infuriated Xiao, and she ultimately couldn't hold back, speaking in exasperation. Just then, the Cullinan sailed past Ji Yunjian, heading into the distance. Only then did Feng Qingyu react, opening his pitch-black, profound eyes and glancing sideways at Xiao. What? Did you just call for me, Xiao? She shot him a stern look for a moment before abruptly turning to gaze out the window. She resolved not to utter another word to the man that night. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already 11 o'clock. This time, Xiao did not return to the master bedroom but instead changed into her sleepwear and voluntarily headed to the guest room. However, just as she exited the master bedroom, she collided with the tall man who was just about to enter. Mrs. Feng, why are you not sleeping? Where do you think you're going? Feng Qingyu inquired. His tone was light and casual, as if nothing unpleasant had transpired between them that night. But Xiao was not so forgetful. She looked up at him, remaining silent as she attempted to bypass him to reach the guest room on the same floor. Mrs. Feng. Feng Qingyu raised his voice. Displeased, Xiao scoffed coldly and stepped past him. Feng Qingyu stood at the door, turning around to watch as she pushed open the door to the guest room and entered. Only then did he realize that Mrs. Feng intended to sleep separately from him. His dark brows knitted tightly. Xiao lay down on the bed in the guest room and soon fell into a deep slumber. It was true that she typically preferred to retire early if there were no pressing matters at hand. She despised staying up late. She had no idea how long she had slept, but she was suddenly awakened by thirst. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered a man lying beside her. Who else could it be but Feng Qingyu? Hey, what are you doing suddenly in my bed? Do you not realize that you might frighten someone to death? Mrs. Feng, today is Friday. Feng Qingyu's eyes appeared particularly deep and inscrutable in the dark. I know it's Friday. So? Xiao shifted her body to the side, creating distance between them. Think about it, Feng Qingyu said, his displeasure evident as she continued to distance herself. Think about what? I wonder if it has already passed midnight? After midnight, it wouldn't even be my birthday anymore. Your birthday? Besides, hadn't she already given him a birthday gift? Mrs. Feng, to be precise, it is now Saturday, 2 minutes past midnight. As Feng Qingyu spoke, his gaze deepened further. Feng Qingyu, if you have something to say, just say it. Xiao finally grew impatient. She was both thirsty and sleepy and did not wish to prolong the conversation. This Tuesday marks 1 week since you've been married. By next Tuesday, it will be exactly 1 week. If we do not engage in marital relations today, you will have to endure 3 nights of. The man's face was serious and solemn. However, this time, before he could finish, Xiao understood his implication. Feng Qingyu, for heaven's sake, can you stop thinking about that all the time? I'm thirsty, and I won't be participating. Xiao, embarrassed and enraged, grabbed the pillow from the head of the bed and hurled it at him before flipping over the side of the bed to get up. She intended to head downstairs to find some water. Feng Qingyu. Faced with Mrs. Feng's attempts to evade, he found it utterly intolerable. Thus, he also got out of bed. Before Xiao could exit the guest room, she felt herself tightly encircled by a pair of powerful arms from behind. A rich scent of sandalwood enveloped her, causing her to stiffen. Mrs. Feng, I am simply being considerate of you. You should know that this Wednesday is your designated time. Yet I wish for you to take care of your health. The man's lips, for the first time, brushed against her ear with a hint of coaxing. Don't do this. Oh. Feng Chengyu recalled the lessons he had learned previously. Chapter 039. A Harmonious Life. Especially since a woman's ears are particularly sensitive. Whispering sweet nothings in her ear and kissing her there can rapidly heighten her desire. He realized that in their previous encounters, he had been overly forceful and selfish, never considering her feelings, which had led to her being hurt. This time, he was determined to make amends. After reading her last medical report, which indicated that her injuries were a result of his roughness, he felt quite guilty. Thus, over the past few days, he not only researched knowledge about marital relations online, but also purchased a book on the subject, diligently studying it in his spare time. Today, when he first heard He Xiao's emit a sound of passion, Feng Chengyu felt a surge of excitement within him. Wife, tonight, I promise to bring you an extraordinary experience. No, Feng Chengyu. Her soft fist landed on his back. He Xiao's despised this feeling of being torn between her heart's resistance and her body's contrary response. This sensation of losing control over her own body was incredibly distressing. She distinctly remembered that as a child. She adored reading. Unlike other girls who fancied fairy tales about princes and princesses, she reveled in novels or tales infused with science fiction, such as 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. At that time, she would hold a popular science fairy tale book or a novel, able to lose herself in its pages for an entire afternoon. Sometimes, she would still be reading past mealtime. When her grandmother called her to dinner, she would resist this request with reluctance. Yet, she had no choice but to abandon her fairy tale book and obediently follow her grandmother to the dining table. For if she refused to eat, her grandmother would impose a month-long ban on her reading. Now, this feeling of being unable to control her own body according to her heart was resurfacing. Meanwhile, Feng Chengyu paid no mind to her feeble resistance. Akin to a tickling protest, what a woman says in bed is often a contradiction. When she claims to want none of it, it truly indicates a desire. Thus, the man deepened the kiss with an overpowering dominance. Until He Xiaosa felt utterly out of control, both physically and emotionally. It was only then that the man abruptly lifted her in his arms, striding towards the grand bed as he walked. He lowered his head to kiss her eyelashes and the tip of her nose. Get off me. Just before the last shred of reason slipped away, He Xiaosa once more raised her small fist. However, this time it landed on him with even less strength, akin to a mere tickle. Upon reaching the bedside, the man tenderly placed her on the bed as if she were the most cherished, treasured wife. At this moment, He Xiaosa felt an overwhelming sense of shame. She tightly shut her eyes, her long lashes fluttering uncontrollably. Her body trembled violently. That man. At this point, she truly wished she could sew his mouth shut with a needle and thread. But in reality, she found herself utterly powerless. Both in heart and body, unable to resist, merely surrendering to the man. The next day, when He Xiaosa opened her eyes, it was already past 8 in the morning. Thankfully, it was the weekend. Upon awakening, she found the man's presence had long vanished. She was grateful he was not beside her. Otherwise, after last night's events, she would have no idea how to face him. As He Xiaosa contemplated this, she attempted to move, only to be inundated by a wave of soreness. Her entire body felt as if it had come apart. That dog of a man, Feng Chengyu. How many times did he take her last night? By the end, she felt as if her body was no longer her own. He Xiaosa lay in bed for another 10 minutes before finally pushing herself up, struggling to stand. As her feet touched the ground, her legs buckled again, nearly causing her to fall, prompting her to mutter angrily. That dog of a man. I in the spare room. There were no suitable clothes to change into. Thus, He Xiaosa randomly pulled out one of the man's white shirts from the wardrobe. Coincidentally, the shirt barely covered her below the hips, revealing her long, straight, fair legs. Slipping on a pair of cloth slippers, she let her long, dark, curly hair cascade down and slowly walked out of the spare room. Upon entering the master bedroom, she paid no mind to the sound of running water from the bathroom and headed straight for the dressing room. Yet, when she stood before the wardrobe in the dressing room, stretching her arms in vain to reach the lady suit jacket hanging at the very top, she suddenly felt the man's tall figure envelop her from behind. Immediately, a pair of strong, masculine arms wrapped around her slender waist. He Xiaosa glanced down to see the man's muscular arm encircling her waist, causing her face to flush instantly. This man, truly, looked lean in clothes yet muscular without them. Mrs. Feng, dressed like this so early in the morning, are you already well rested? His soft lips brushed against her ear like a fragrant whisper. He Xiaosa's body stiffened. In the next moment, she turned around and pushed him away with all her might. You're just a man driven by primal instincts. Thinking of nothing but that kind of thing all day, Mrs. Feng. Desire is a natural facet of life. Engaging in marital relations is as essential as eating and sleeping. How can this be mere primal instinct? The man spoke with a serious demeanor, akin to a teacher imparting wisdom. He Xiaosa was left speechless. Mrs. Feng, how was your experience last night? If there was anything unsatisfactory, please do let me know. I shall ensure it is rectified next time. Get lost. Finally unable to endure his incessant chatter, He Xiaosa pressed her hands against his chest, forcefully pushing him away. He truly never seemed to tire. The more she wished to avoid hearing it, the more he insisted. This man was insufferable. Typically, Feng Qingyu maintained a routine of morning and even evening workouts when not out. He often jogged or exercised outdoors in the morning, and if time permitted, he would work out in the villa's gym in the evening. Today, Feng Qingyu had risen somewhat later, around 7, so after nearly an hour of exercise, he returned to the master bedroom to shower and change, preparing to head downstairs for breakfast. However, when he emerged from the bathroom and caught sight of the woman clad solely in his white shirt, her long, dark, curly hair cascading down, he was captivated by her straight, slender legs and the rounded firmness of her calves. Certain images from the previous night involuntarily invaded his mind. Thus, after merely a glance, he felt parched and his throat tightened, unable to resist moving closer to her. It turned out that a harmonious marital life could be so intoxicating. For the first time, Feng Qingyu experienced the meaning of warmth beneath the hibiscus curtain, where the emperor neglects morning court. This time, after both had dressed, when they descended to the first floor, they found that Zhou was grinning from ear to ear at the sight of them. As they sat down to breakfast, Feng Qingyu noticed the porridge, vegetables, shiitake mushrooms, tender chicken breast, tomato salad wrapped in an egg pancake, and boiled eggs laid out on the table. He was not pleased with such a breakfast. Zhou, is this the kind of breakfast you prepare for the young mistress? Zhou, standing nearby, instantly flushed with embarrassment. Young master, what should breakfast consist of? Zhou stammered. She had served Feng Qingyu's parents before, and now she was solely responsible for his dietary needs. She never expected to be scorned by the young master one day. Why not some black-bone chicken soup, sea cucumber, or abalone? Feng Qingyu's expression turned cold, and his brows knitted even tighter. Zhou, yet she quickly regained her composure. I will certainly improve, young master. Who has breakfast that is so nourishing? Even though Zhou thought to herself that it was outrageous, she dared not voice it. However, it was a good sign. The young master was beginning to care for the young mistress's health. He Xiaosa was already struck dumb by the list of foods he mentioned. Once she collected herself, she picked up the egg pancake wrapped in tomato salad dressing and lettuce, and took a bite with familiarity. I like this egg pancake. Zhou, please make it like this for breakfast from now on. Feng Qingyu. The man glanced at the woman relishing her meal and suddenly blurted out, who fainted last night? He Xiaosa's body stiffened, her hand paused, and her chewing ceased. She felt a rush of blood surge within her, and her entire face flushed hot. How could this man have the audacity to speak such words during breakfast? Moreover, there was someone else present. Zhou, on the other hand, was stifling laughter nearby, realizing how affectionate the young master and mistress had been last night. This was likely the reason behind the young master's insistence on her enhancing the morning nutrition. No, the young master and mistress were so affectionate. She would definitely report this to the old master later. Just as Zhou was lost in her joyful thoughts, He Xiaosa suddenly interjected. Zhou, the Armani tie you sent me last night, how much did you spend on it? I will transfer that amount to you shortly. Oh, that was bought by the old master. I'm not sure how much. Money? Zhou's sentence was abruptly cut short by the cold, stern gaze of Feng Qingyu, causing her to clamp her mouth shut. Oh no. Originally, old Master Feng had good intentions, wanting to foster the relationship between the young couple. Now, it seemed to have the opposite effect. However, the young mistress was very busy yesterday and did not know that it was the young master's birthday, so the old master had prepared in advance. If the young mistress knew it was the young master's birthday, her gift would surely be more valuable than that tie. Zhou hastily added an explanation. Zhoma, you jest that I come from a humble background. How could I afford such an extravagant tie? I would definitely just buy a cheap one from a street stall. Wear it or toss it away as I please. He Xiaosa was unfazed by the matter. She simply wanted to irritate that detestable man. He was already speaking recklessly at the breakfast table. And what about what he did last night? She hadn't even addressed that regarding her senior. Gee! As expected, in the next moment, Feng Chengyu slammed his chopsticks down, rose coldly, and stormed off. Young master, you haven't eaten much. Where are you going? Zhoma hurriedly followed after him. I'm done. There's something urgent at the company. Wait, young master, let me pack your food for you to take to the company. All right. Meanwhile, in the dining room, He Xiaosa resumed eating her egg pancake leisurely. Delicious. After finishing her meal and preparing to grab her bag to head to the company, she unexpectedly received a call from her mother, Cui Jiahui, on the phone. Cui Jiahui informed her that her cousin from her uncle's family, who was 2 years younger than her, would be getting married next weekend, urging her to return to Jiangxing for the wedding and repeatedly reminding her to bring her husband along so that the family could see how exceptional her husband, the most accomplished daughter of the He family, truly was. Mrs. Chui's competitive spirit was indeed quite strong. As she had always been the pride of her parents, satisfying her mother's competitive tendencies could be regarded as a small act of filial piety on her part. Therefore, she began contemplating when to discuss this with that detestable man, Feng Chengyu. Just as she was descending to the first floor while carrying her bag, she caught sight of the tall, handsome man in a black suit standing prominently in the hall. Why is he back again? Didn't he say he was going to the company? Mrs. Feng. As He Xiaosa was about to circumvent the man and take a step toward the entrance door, a cold call from the man halted her in her tracks. Mr. Feng, is there something you need? He Xiaosa inquired, her brows raised in surprise. If your company has no urgent matters, then accompany me to the hospital. It turned out that Feng Chengyu was indeed nearing the company when he unexpectedly received a call from Old Master Feng, instructing him to take He Xiaosa to visit Gu Qianqi at the hospital, as her allergic reaction was reportedly quite severe. Regardless of whether Gu Qianqi's allergy last night was caused by He Xiaosa's persuasion to drink, it was simply unacceptable to know that the girl was hospitalized and not pay her a visit. Thus, Feng Chengyu had returned midway. He Xiaosa opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to say she was too busy, but upon remembering that she might need something from him in a few days, she altered her response. I'm doing fine. Not too busy at all. Weren't we heading to the hospital? Let's go. As she spoke, she took a step forward and linked her arm with the man's. The frustration that had plagued Feng Chengyu at the dining table dissipated like mist. A subtle smile gracing his lips. At the Pei Private Hospital, Feng Chengyu and He Xiaosa entered carrying a fruit basket and several boxes of nutritional supplements. The door to the ward was opened by a young female nurse hired by the Gu family. Upon seeing the tall and handsome Feng Chengyu, the nurse's eyes widened, her gaze filled with awe and admiration so evident that even Gu Qianqi, who lay in the hospital bed, noticed it clearly. A fleeting shadow of malice crossed the depths of the girl's beautiful dark eyes. Feng Chengyu, originally standing beside He Xiaosa while holding the fruit basket and supplements, instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from the infatuated nurse. Oh, hello, is this Gu Qianqi's ward? He Xiaosa responded with a calm smile. Ah, yes, it is Miss Gu's. The nurse, now regaining her composure, stepped aside and turned to Gu Qianqi, who was receiving in 4, saying, Miss Gu, look who has come to see you. In fact, Feng Ruiyu had been accompanying Gu Qianqi throughout the night. But she had just stepped out for some errands. Ah, Sister Shiz, you're here? Come over quickly. I've missed you so much. Gu Qianqi raised a hand to smooth her slightly disheveled long hair before greeting He Xiaosa with a beaming smile. She attempted to sit up with great effort. Don't move. Just lie down. He Xiaosa hurriedly approached her bedside, pressing gently on the girl's shoulder to reassure her to remain at ease while receiving her 4. As Gu Qianqi finally shifted her gaze to the female nurse, she ordered, You may leave now. Once the nurse had exited, Gu Qianqi turned her attention back to He Xiaosa. Sister Shiz, I truly apologize for last night. They wronged you so much, and I, in my drunken stupor, failed to stand up for you. The thought of everyone attributing her allergic reaction to the events of the previous night filled Gu Qianqi with guilt. The small red spots on her exposed skin still had not completely faded. Given that He Xiaosa was 4 or 5 years her senior, she naturally did not hold it against her. However, just as He Xiaosa opened her mouth to offer some words of comfort, She realized that Feng Chengyu had silently approached her side, naturally wrapping his arm around her shoulder. He gazed down at Gu Qianqi. His brow furrowed as he spoke. Gu Qianqi, what should you call me? This was the second time he had reminded her. Gu Qianqi's expression froze for a moment before she looked at He Xiaosa, her face transforming into a pitiful visage, on the verge of tears. Sister Shi's, my cousin is bullying me. She presented herself as if seeking solace from He Xiaosa after feeling aggrieved in front of Feng Chengyu. He Xiaosa was indifferent to how Gu Qianqi addressed her, as she herself was uncertain how long her marriage with Feng Chengyu would last. Well, if she regards me as an older sister, what harm is there in that? Must you insist on her changing how she addresses me? He Xiaosa turned her face slightly, casting a nonchalant glance at the man beside her. Yet Feng Chengyu remained resolute, his brows deeply furrowed. Rules cannot be altered. He Xiaosa felt speechless, unable to comprehend Feng Chengyu's insistence. Sister Shizi, Gu Qianqi was already on the verge of tears as she called out to He Xiaosa. Gu, Qian, Shi. Feng Chengyu's voice came through clenched teeth, evidently irritated at He Xiaosa, standing beside them, felt powerless. She could only bend down slightly and gently stroke Gu Qianqi's head in an attempt to provide her with some comfort. In truth, He Xiaosa mused that since Gu Qianqi's cousin was so adamant about her addressing He Xiaosa as sister-in-law, why didn't she simply call her that in front of him? Why insist on calling her sister? Just as the atmosphere in the ward became inexplicably tense, with Feng Chengyu determined to have Gu Qianqi call He Xiaosa's sister-in-law, the door creaked open as Feng Ruiyu returned. Oh, Chengyu and Shi's are here. Why are you standing? Please, take a seat. After placing the daily necessities she had purchased into a nearby cabinet, Feng Ruiyu approached the two and invited them. No, Shi's and I have matters to attend to, Feng Chengyu said, forcibly wrapping his arm around He Xiaosa and nodding to Feng Ruiyu as they headed toward the door. Cousin, sister-in-law, don't go. Stay with me a little longer, Gu Qianqi suddenly spoke up. Her voice tinged with a pitiful tone. He Xiaosa paused, feeling an involuntary surge of sympathy for the young girl. However, Feng Chengyu seemed not to hear her, continuing to pull He Xiaosa out of the ward. Once the door closed behind them, Gu Qianqi angrily hurled her pillow across the bed. Damn that woman! Feng Ruiyu remained composed, simply bending down to retrieve the pillow from the floor, patting it before placing it back at the head of the bed. You, my girl, need to learn some patience. How can you act like this? Mom, fire that nurse for me. I never want to see her again. If it weren't against the law, Gu Qianqi would have loved to pluck out the nurse's eyes. Shi, if you can't even tolerate seeing your cousin with other women, I suggest you reconsider. Feng Ruiyu gently stroked her daughter's hair. Mom, I just can't stand it. What should I do? Gu Qianqi whined. You must endure, regardless. Feng Ruiyu withdrew her hand, suddenly glaring at her daughter with fierce eyes. Under her mother's intense gaze, Gu Qianqi felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, her eyes welling with tears. She clutched her chest, crying out, Mom, it hurts so much. It really hurts. Please, give me some advice on how to get that horrible woman away from Brother Yu. Upon reaching the elevator, He Xiaosa forcefully extricated herself from Feng Chengyu's embrace. Enough! No more pretending. However, as they stepped out of the hospital, Feng Chengyu's arm once again encircled her. You don't move, Mrs. Feng. The man's soft lips brushed against her ear, exuding an intoxicating masculine fragrance. He Xiaosa's cheeks flushed. And though she wished to resist, Feng Chengyu continued to whisper in her ear, Mrs. Feng, today's hospital visit was a grand performance orchestrated by my grandfather. Do you think there might be hidden cameras? He Xiaosa froze momentarily, then acquiesced to his whims. Once they were seated in the Kalinin that Feng Chengyu had driven, she calmly stated, Take me to the office. The two remained silent throughout the drive. When they finally arrived at the entrance of the Jinghong Technology Industrial Park, as He Xiaosa turned to open the door, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Are you busy next weekend? Hearing her inquire, Feng Chengyu instantly understood that she was hoping for a particular response. Indeed, as it stood, he had no pressing engagements for the upcoming weekend. However, who could guarantee that a week later would remain the same? He straightened in his seat, brushing back his neatly styled dark hair. Xiao Liang mentioned that he might have to go on a business trip on Friday. Oh, then forget it. Although He Xiaosa wished to appease Ms. Cui Zhehui's vanity, if Feng Chengyu truly had plans, she wouldn't insist. Nonetheless, she felt a twinge of regret. If all else failed, she could always find a male model to accompany her back to her hometown. Pretending to be Feng Chengyu, She was confident her parents would agree to is that all? Feng Qingyu was taken aback, wondering why she wouldn't press further to secure a favorable response from him. Oh, Mrs. Feng, do you have plans for the weekend? Do share. He could only concoct excuses for himself, seeking to understand what she truly intended. Oh, it's nothing much. At worst, I'll just find someone to pretend to be my husband, he Xiaosa pouted. After saying this, she reached for the door to exit, but in the next moment, the man in the driver's seat suddenly leaned in. The rich scent of sandalwood enveloped her completely. Her delicate hand, resting on the door handle, was captured by a larger hand. Turning to face him, she was startled to find his handsome visage mere inches away, like a god. She instinctively raised her chin, her lips brushing against the masculine contour of his throat. What are you doing? He Xiaosa stared wide-eyed, her voice slightly trembling. Are you looking for someone to impersonate your husband? Feng Chengyu's eyes flickered with sparks of irritation. This audacious woman dared to consider other men for the role? Didn't you say you had no time? He Xiaosa, for some inexplicable reason, felt a surge of guilt. In truth, if she were unable to accompany him back to the ancestral home, she would not mind him finding a woman to temporarily assume the role of his wife. What exactly is the matter? Feng Qingyu asked, a hint of irritation creeping into his demeanor as he leaned back slightly, loosening his tie with a swift motion. It's just my cousin from my hometown. He Xiaosa finally began to speak slowly. As she continued, she added, if you are too busy to return, and do not mind me finding someone to take your place, I actually could and no need. Upon hearing her words, Feng Chengyu's expression gradually calmed. There is still a week left. We shall discuss it then. He neither agreed nor disagreed. Realizing the conversation had reached this point, he Xiaosa felt there was little left to say. She nodded at the man before turning to pull open the car door. Mrs. Feng, you are not permitted to find someone to replace me. His stern voice rang out once more. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. I apologize for my previous comments. He Xiaosa turned back, a hint of regret in her tone. That afternoon, He Xiaosa attempted to call Song Qiangwei, but her call went unanswered. Assuming she was busy filming a variety show, He Xiaosa thought little of it. Until later that evening, around 10 o'clock, as she sat in the master bedroom of the villa, having just bathed and changed into her nightgown, a sudden ring from her phone disrupted her. Quickly, she switched off the hairdryer and grabbed her phone. It was a call from Song Qiangwei. Se, I heard you ran into that scoundrel Gu Qinghan last night. It seemed Song Qiangwei had just finished filming. As He Xiaosa could even hear her assistant urging her to put on a coat. Yes, Wei Wei, have you just wrapped up? Have you eaten? He Xiaosa inquired with genuine concern. Oh, I've eaten already. I'm filming a culinary variety show. So the food we make is shared among the guests and the crew. After all, at this hour, everyone is starving. It would be a shame to waste it. Song Qiangwei's assistant, Lin Yi, had already stepped out to grab dinner during the designated break. Ah, that's good to hear. Since that night, He Xiaosa began, wanting to explain her recent days. CSE, do we really need to explain? I didn't call you because that scoundrel gave me my freedom. Song Qiangwei interrupted. CSE, I just didn't expect that Gu Qinghan would turn out to be the second son of the prestigious Gu family in the capital. I feel so foolish for not recognizing his name back in Paris. Song Qiangwei lamented, regretting her unexpected entanglement with the second son of the Gu family, which even led to a marriage certificate. At that moment, she was already in a chauffeur-driven car, heading back to the hotel. What do you plan to do about it? Are you going to divorce him? He Xiaosa asked cautiously. Of course, I want a divorce. But I haven't had time to go to France lately. Song Qiangwei sighed heavily. Moreover, that very evening, when she broached the subject of divorce with Gu Qinghan, he had reacted violently, pinning her against the wall with a fierce grip on her neck. Song Qiangwei, if you want to seek death, just try it. His eyes burned with fury. Damn, I really am unlucky, Song Qiangwei thought to herself. How had she ended up provoking such a beast? Feng Chenyu was far better by comparison. Wei Wei, if you truly wish to rid yourself of Gu Qinghan, I could try asking Feng Chenyu. His words might have some effect on Gu Qinghan. He Xiaosa offered kindly. It would be wonderful to be rid of him. However, SESE, I do not want you to have a falling out with Feng Chenyu because of me. Song Qiangwei hesitated. Oh? Our marriage is merely a contractual arrangement, a matter of mutual benefit. If I can assist you while still married to him, then my marriage would be all the more worthwhile, He Xiaosa replied with a light chuckle. Very well then, Dio, as you see fit. Song Qiangwei expressed her gratitude. Days prior, The marks left by Gu Qinghan had rendered Song Qiangwei unable to film scenes in the heat. Even while shooting the culinary variety show, she had to wear a scarf around her neck to cover up. After ending the call, He Xiaosa turned around to continue drying her hair, only to be momentarily startled upon seeing a tall, dapper man in a suit standing behind her. Feng Chengyu, how did you get in? He Xiaosa felt an unexpected surge of guilt. Yet, she soon questioned why she felt guilty at all. She had spoken nothing but the truth. Thus, even in his presence, she felt she could be candid. Mrs. Feng, do I need to remind you? This is my home. Clearly, Feng Chengyu had not heard her thoughts. He simply regarded her with a penetrating gaze for a moment before casually walking over to the coat rack. Deftly loosening his cufflinks with one hand, as he took his steps, He Xiaosa let out a sigh of relief when he seemed to have entered just as she hung up the phone. She resumed drying her hair, but soon, she heard him speak in a flat tone. Mrs. Feng, come here. Taken aback, He Xiaosa sighed and rose from her vanity, approaching him. She noticed that only one cufflink had been undone, revealing his cold, strong wrist, adorned with an extravagant watch worth millions, encrusted with diamonds. Confused, He Xiaosa obediently moved closer to him. Mr. Feng, is there something you need? Being petite and clad only in slippers, she found herself beneath his towering height, forcing her to tilt her head back to speak, an overwhelming feeling of pressure causing her to instinctively step back. Without uttering a word, Feng Chengyu suddenly extended his arm, revealing his expensive watch-covered wrist. The pale skin exuding a uniquely masculine strength, He Xiaosa's mind flashed back to the memory of that very hand forcefully restraining her, pinning her beneath a fluffy head. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed a shade of crimson. Unable to help herself, she took another 2 steps back. Mrs. Feng. Feng Chengyu appeared slightly annoyed as he stepped forward, gripping her wrist firmly. As He Xiaosa felt his strong grasp, she instinctively tried to shake free. Mr. Feng, please do not act inappropriately. All right? She protested, her ears reddening. She felt like a grasshopper caught in a powerful vice, unable to escape his firm hold. Mrs. Feng, is this what you consider acting inappropriately? Feng Chengyu raised an eyebrow in bewilderment at her reaction. Realizing her overreaction, He Xiaosa quickly regained her composure. Oh, Mr. Feng, what did you summon me for? She asked, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Mrs. Feng, as a wife, one must fulfill the duties of a wife, he stated with a stoic expression. Ah? He Xiaosa gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. You can't possibly be suggesting that tonight. The embarrassing scene from the previous night flooded back to her mind. Mrs. Feng, why is your mind filled with such indecent thoughts? The handsome man smirked, teasingly flicking her forehead with his finger. He Xiaosa. Covering her forehead, she looked up at him with her damp, doe-like eyes, feeling quite wronged. As a wife, should one not take the initiative to assist her husband in shedding his clothing when he returns home? Feng Chengyu extended his wrist towards her once more, and it dawned on He Xiaosa what he meant. Why not say it plainly? Must you take such a convoluted route? Consequently, He Xiaosa first removed his exquisite watch and placed it on the bedside table, then began to help him out of his coat. However, given his tall stature, she found it impossible to reach his tie, despite her best efforts. Mr. Feng, a wife also requires her husband's cooperation to fulfill her duties. Is your neck stiff? Could you bend it a little? Or perhaps just bend your waist a tad? She suggested playfully. The man furrowed his brow in contemplation, seeing him struggle with such a trivial task. He Xiaosa couldn't help but scoff. If a wife cannot reach, then naturally, she cannot fulfill her duties. As she turned to leave, she was unexpectedly halted by his command. Come up, come up. Where? Are you going up? Or am I? He Xiaosa's lips twitched at his seemingly nonsensical words, preparing to ignore him. Yet in the next moment, she found herself startled as he swiftly scooped her up, her legs encircling his waist, leaving her hanging like a koala. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her face paling as she looked down at him. To her surprise, he paid her no mind and strode purposefully toward the bathroom. Hey, Feng Chengyu, what do you think you're doing? I have no intention of doing that. The fierce intensity with which he had approached their previous encounter filled her with trepidation. As he continued to disregard her protests, she resorted to punching his shoulder and back in frustration, until she found herself placed atop the countertop, the cold marble startling her into another gasp. He pressed his formidable form against her slender legs, allowing her to meet his gaze at eye level. Mrs. Feng, could you perhaps purify your thoughts? He chided, lightly tapping her forehead again. He xiaosa. That it seemed she had misunderstood his intentions once more. Continue, at this point. He tilted his head, gesturing towards his tie. He xiaosa's lips twitched again. It appeared that Mr. Feng was quite insistent on having her, his wife, assist him in undressing. Thus, he xiaosa could only lower her head and continue to help him undo his tie, then began to remove his outer coat. Until she had finally taken off his suit jacket, she inquired, "Where should I place it?" This suit was clearly a bespoke piece, a limited edition from around the globe. She could not simply toss it aside. "Just throw it anywhere," the man replied indifferently, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Very well." Upon hearing his words, he xiaosa casually lifted her hand and tossed his precious coat onto the floor. "Continue," the man commanded, tilting his head slightly. "Do you want me to take off your shirt as well?" he xiaosa asked, a hint of uncertainty creeping into her voice. Undressing, was it not customary to remove her husband's clothing entirely before replacing it with something more comfortable? Mrs. Feng, are you implying that I not only need to unbutton your shirt but also remove your trousers? He xiaosa exclaimed incredulously, her eyes widening. Was this truly the interpretation of undressing? Yet, Feng Qingyu maintained a serious demeanor. "And you assert that I am the one being lewd?" He xiaosa's face flushed crimson, and she struggled to break free. "Mrs. Feng, I am merely fulfilling your duty to assist in undressing, not compelling you to fulfill marital obligations." The man argued with a conviction that left her speechless. Fine, he xiaosa thought. Since he so desperately wanted her assistance, she would oblige. She had seen this body before. However, when she removed his shirt and noticed the prominent marks of several women's fingernails etched across his strong, pale chest, her face turned an even deeper shade of red. She could no longer bear it and attempted to leave. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself ensnared in a powerful embrace, and he carried her beneath the showerhead. "Hey, Feng Qingyu, what are you doing?" He xiaosa suddenly realized the precarious situation. This man clearly intended to engage in marital relations. A romantic bath. "Mrs. Feng, wait, did you not say you wouldn't be lewd tonight?" As he xiaosa was swept away under the cascading water, the man turned on the showerhead, and the icy water cascaded down, dampening her lashes, causing her struggle to diminish significantly. "Mrs. Feng, since you have called me a rogue so many times tonight, I might as well make it official," he stated, just as he set her down on her feet, his strong hand grasping her chin as he pressed his lips fiercely against hers. He xiaosa struggled, pounding her small fists against him, clawing to escape. But to the man, these actions were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. "Behave, and I will allow you to rest tomorrow night," he whispered sweetly in her ear. How could he xiaosa still make a sound? Under his relentless advances, she had already succumbed completely. Therefore, in the end, she could only surrender to the depths of her despair. A contractual marriage, merely a matter of mutual benefit. Feng Qingyu had clearly overheard the conversation between the woman and her friend. Though he treated her as his lifelong wife, she still harbored thoughts of divorce. How could he not be incensed? How could he not seek additional advantages during the course of their marriage? Chapter 044. The best way to keep Mrs. Feng that night, Feng Qingyu was determined to torment her. From the shower to the bathtub, then to the bedroom, and finally back to the grand bed. Feng Qingyu intended to exert relentless pressure, to plant a seed within her, to see if she would still dare to contemplate divorce. From the moment he registered their marriage, he never considered the possibility of separation. He regarded her as his one and only Mrs. Feng for life. When they engaged in marital relations, he had never taken precautions. He believed that in the near future, she would inevitably carry his child, dutifully fulfilling her role as his wife. He xiaosa herself was unsure how she had fallen asleep last night. The only thing she remembered was being overwhelmed by the man once more. When she awoke the next morning, the moment she moved, her entire body felt as if it had been shattered, aching terribly. Yet, she found herself completely unclothed beneath the silk quilt. The bed beside her was already empty. That dog of a man. He had once again taken advantage of her. Another wild night. He xiaosa didn't he know how to think about that dog of a man anymore. Song Qiangwei even claimed that this dog of a man was slightly better than Gu Qinghan. What nonsense! Those two were truly two sides of the same coin. He Xiaosa took a considerable amount of time to gather herself in bed before finally rising. She could not comprehend why. Even though the initial 2 nights had been relatively mild and had left her in agony as if she had been flayed alive, these last 2 nights had been so frenzied and ruthless. Yet she felt no pain. Could it be that she had grown accustomed to it, adapted to it? How frightening! After freshening up, He Xiaosa descended the stairs but did not see Feng Chengyu. When Zhou Ma informed her that he had left early in the morning for a business trip to Haicheng, she felt a twinge of regret. After being taken advantage of by that dog of a man, she still had not had the opportunity to ask for his help. Alas, it seemed she would have to wait until this evening to discuss it. However, what He Xiaosa did not expect was that she would not see the man that night either. Upon returning to the villa, she did not inquire, but Zhou Ma voluntarily informed her, "Young madam, young master left for a business trip to Haicheng early this morning. It was Assistant Qiao who called in the evening." He Xiaosa merely responded with a faint "oh," her face revealing a hint of disappointment. Because she had promised Song Changwei she would speak to him. Seeing her porcelain-white face reflect a semblance of loss, Zhou Ma assumed that the young madam was reluctant to see the young master leave so suddenly. Unable to resist, she called old Master Feng, vividly recounting the rapid advancement of feelings between the young madam and young master in recent days. To say old Master Feng was thrilled would be an understatement. "Zhou Ma, you have done well. Remember, in the coming days, you must ensure that Cici receives ample nutrition and monitor her physical responses. Inform me immediately if she experiences any morning sickness." "Yes, old master, I believe that in less than half a month, the young madam's body will certainly show signs." Zhou Ma was vigilant in her care for the young master and young madam in the villa, preparing nutritious meals and soups that were beneficial for conception. That night, nearing 11 o'clock, He Xiaosa leaned against her headboard, reading a book on enhancing management capabilities, as she had previously studied computer science yet now found herself as a company owner, thus taking time to delve into management literature. However, she had barely turned a few pages when her phone's WeChat notification rang out. Surprised, she picked it up, her beautiful peach blossom eyes widening. To her astonishment, it was that dog of a man, Feng Chengyu, calling. He Xiaosa hesitated but ultimately answered. Yet, on the other end, there was only silence. She began to suspect if he had mistakenly dialed the WeChat call. "Hello, Mr. Feng. Is there something you need?" He Xiaosa waited for a while before finally speaking. "Mrs. Feng, did you not call me first?" The man replied, his tone as proud and cool as ever. Hearing this, He Xiaosa lost her composure. "I called you first? Mr. Feng, are you mistaken? When did I say I wanted to contact you? There was no need for such pretentiousness, Mrs. Feng. It is only natural to miss one's husband." Miss him? This dog of a man. How did he come to know of such rumors? He had only been gone 1 night. And she was supposed to miss him? Even if he were currency, she wouldn't necessarily think of him on the first night apart. "Mr. Feng, who told you that Mrs. Feng misses you? Please don't listen to baseless rumors." He Xiaosa retorted dismissively to Mrs. Feng. "There's no need to be coy. Were you not quite satisfied with your husband's service these past 2 nights? However, I believe there is still room for improvement. I promised to let you rest well tonight, so I went on a business trip to Haicheng early this morning. Do not miss your husband too much. I will remember my marital duties thrice a week and will return by Tuesday to fulfill them." The man spoke with utmost seriousness, so he thought that after satisfying her the previous 2 nights, she was yearning for him, fixated on his words about marital obligations thrice a week. This dog of a man. Could he not think of anything else but those trivial matters? "Mr. Feng, arrogance is a malady. You should really seek medical attention," He Xiaosa declared, hanging up before he could respond. On Tuesday, after finishing a variety show, Song Changwei returned to Beijing in the afternoon. That evening, she arranged to meet with He Xiaozi to her surprise, and Qing also mentioned she was available that night. Thus, on Tuesday evening, the 3 good friends gathered in a private room at a club. Upon reuniting, the first topic of concern was still Song Changwei's marriage to the violent and terrifying Gu Qinghan. He Xiaosa felt somewhat awkward facing Song Changwei, as she had promised to seek help from that dog of a man, yet had never found the opportunity to voice it. "Wai Wei, I truly feel bad. I still haven't had the chance to discuss this matter with Feng Chengyu." He Xiaosa placed her juice cup down apologetically. "There's no need for such apologies. In truth, even if you did mention it to Feng Chengyu, it may not necessarily help me," Song Changwei replied, appearing to understand Gu Qinghan all too well. "So, Wai Wei, what are your future plans?" And Qing asked, genuinely concerned. Just take it one day at a time. Song Qiangwei adopted a nonchalant attitude. If all else fails, Wei Wei, you could consider a trip to Paris to file for divorce unilaterally. And Qing suggested naively, file for divorce? If that were possible, I would have long since sued that dog of a man, Gu Qinghan. Not to mention the considerable financial burden of hiring a lawyer for a lawsuit. The mere arrival of a summons in Gu Qinghan's hands made Song Qiangwei fear that the man would annihilate the delivery boy. Chapter 045. Unable to exit the restroom. A divorce lawsuit? If that were truly feasible, I would have filed long ago, Song Qiangwei remarked with a bitter smile. The prospect of litigation and attorney fees was daunting. Merely delivering a summons to Gu Qinghan was enough to instill in her the dread that he might eliminate the delivery boy. He Xiaosa was well aware of this reality. After all, the Gu family was one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, a lineage with centuries of heritage firmly rooted in the city. Such trifles could hardly shake their foundation. Should they resort to such actions, it would not only be Song Qiangwei who would suffer losses. Her father's Song Corporation would likely face ruin as well. Therefore, for Song Qiangwei, the only viable solution was to incite Gu Qinghan to propose divorce himself. If all else fails, Wei Wei, you could feign infidelity to provoke Gu Qinghan into relinquishing. An Qing added. Absolutely not. He Xiaosa interrupted her before she could finish. Just because Wei Wei starred in a somewhat intimate commercial with a male celebrity, Gu Qinghan could imprison and torment her. Should she resort to such tactics, it would likely lead to Gu Qinghan's violent wrath against Wei Wei, followed by his own demise. Oh, by the way, Qing Bao, don't you have a live stream tonight? What brings you here? He Xiaosa inquired curiously. Although Song Qiangwei remained silent, her concerned gaze shifted toward Qing. Let me share some news. I've lost my job. And Qing said with a downcast expression. Lost your job? Both He Xiaosa and Song Qiangwei exclaimed in unison. After exchanging glances, Song Qiangwei continued to inquire, Qing Bao, weren't you doing well with your live streams? How could this happen? Did the company dismiss you? And Qing then recounted the events from her live stream the previous night with a hint of sadness. It turned out that during a live selling session, a man had purposely lavished large sums of money on her, becoming the top donor. And when he connected with her on air, he confessed his feelings using a microphone, leading the audience to erupt in a frenzy, which resulted in her merchandise being completely ignored. The company deemed this unexpected incident as a dereliction of duty during her work hours, and thus terminated her employment. This is utterly absurd. How could they possibly blame you for this? Your company is truly. Song Qiangwei protested on her behalf. Indeed. However, Qing Bao, consider this. Could it be that a competitor is secretly sabotaging you? The live streaming and selling industry is indeed fiercely competitive. Perhaps. Yet, I am merely a lowly employee within the company, lacking connections and resources. Even with diligent work, it is only a matter of time before a competitor displaces me. And Qing appeared rather despondent. So, what do you plan to do? And Qing, if you don't mind, come work in our field, starting as a celebrity assistant. How does that sound? Song Qiangwei had recently hired a little assistant, Lin Yi. The girl had committed no fault, and it would be unfeasible for her to dismiss her. Otherwise, having her as an assistant would be far more convenient. An Qing had studied broadcasting and television media in college, so entering the entertainment industry would align with her qualifications. An Qing's face lit up with anticipation. Never mind, Qing Bao, if you don't mind, come join my company. Whatever you wish to pursue, just let me know. And I will speak to the HR department. Being a boss has its perks. Arranging for someone to enter the company is as easy as pie. The entertainment industry is a murky realm, and He Xiaosa was reluctant to have An Qing venture into that quagmire. Song Qiangwei had entered, after all, and her family possessed some capital, making her somewhat insulated from bullying. Ah, is that really all right? Would I be a burden to you? And Qing looked at He Xiaosa with surprise. What burden could there possibly be? Just come to Jinghong tomorrow, and I will arrange for someone to welcome you. Just make sure to send me a message before you sleep tonight regarding what you want to do. He Xiaosa smiled at her. The three continued to chat merrily, enjoying their food and drinks. When Song Qiangwei stepped out to the restroom, only to find herself delayed for over 10 minutes. Initially, her call went through, but moments later, it seemed to be abruptly cut off. He Xiaosa and An Qing grew anxious. They both exited the private room to head to the restroom, only to find the ladies' room door firmly shut. Upon witnessing the situation, their expressions changed drastically. They realized something was amiss. Could it be that Gu Qinghan had arrived at the club and cornered Wei Wei in the ladies' room? It seemed entirely plausible. Consequently, He Xiaosa promptly dialed the club's general manager's office. Shortly after, two strikingly handsome men in suits emerged from a VIP room. Meanwhile, at the elevator, the club manager arrived with two staff members. Reaching their floor, outside the restroom, He Xiaosa and Enqing stood in a state of urgency. However, having made the call, they found themselves powerless. Just as He Xiaosa unconsciously glanced towards the elevator, she suddenly froze. A tall man clad in a custom suit strode ahead, accompanied by Jiang Xian. Behind them was a middle-aged man who appeared to be the club manager, flanked by two uniformed staff members. Feng Qingyu? Wasn't he on a business trip to Haicheng? How could he return so soon? It seemed he was indeed gathering with Gu Qinghan and Jiang Xian at the club tonight. Wei Wei had truly been cornered by Gu Qinghan. The thought left He Xiaosa's face growing paler. She re-entered the restroom, approaching the ladies' room door, and began to pound on it vigorously. Wei Wei, are you in there? At that moment, Enqing followed her in, anxiously knocking on the door as well. Soon, Jiang Xian entered with the manager and staff members. Feng Qingyu remained outside, standing in the corridor. Sister-in-law, please step back, Jiang Xian said as he approached them. Is Gu Qinghan also at the club tonight? He Xiaosa pulled Enqing back, but then sharply inquired. Yes, he is here, but sister-in-law, Gu and your friend are married. It's their affair. Jiang Xian attempted to explain Gu Qinghan's situation. I don't care, Jiang Xian. No couple should be forced. You must find a way to open the door and set Wei Wei free. Otherwise, I will report this, He Xiaosa insisted, her face upturned in urgency. Very well, sister-in-law, there's no need to involve the police. I will break the door down. Jiang Xian realized that he could no longer afford to offend either side. He signaled the two security personnel brought by the manager. Just as the security guards prepared to forcefully break down the door, unexpectedly, the ladies' room door creaked open from within. Indeed, Song Qiangwei's delicate and beautiful face first appeared, followed closely by Gu Qinghan, who wore a sullen expression and said nothing. Chapter 046, Where to Begin? Wei Wei. He Xiaosa and Enqing rushed forward. Jiang Xian noted Gu Qinghan's cold demeanor, devoid of any semblance of embarrassment. Brother Han truly emerged from the ladies' room with such audacity. I am fine. Song Qiangwei forced a smile, yet both He Xiaosa and Enqing could perceive the strain in her expression. He Xiaosa noticed that Song Qiangwei's hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and there was a slight abrasion at the corner of her mouth that hadn't been there before. Gu Qinghan, has he bullied Wei Wei again? With this realization, He Xiaosa clenched her fists in anger, slowly turning to confront Gu Qinghan. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Qinghan halted abruptly. He turned to face her. He Xiaosa's gaze was sharp, fixed intently upon him for a moment. Yet, Gu Qinghan did not falter under her scrutiny. Sister-in-law, it would be best if you refrained from meddling in my affairs with Wei Wei, he coldly stated. I cannot abide the coercion or mistreatment of women. He Xiaosa retorted through gritted teeth, demanding, you will apologize to Wei Wei now and assure her that you will never. He Xiaosa, do you truly wish to interfere in our marital matters? Gu Qinghan's demeanor grew frigid. When a man becomes enraged, a weak woman cannot withstand it. Seemed Gu Qinghan had been enduring He Xiaosa's provocations for some time. At this moment, he appeared unwilling to maintain his restraint. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu stood at the restroom entrance, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Amidst this palpable tension, Song Qiangwei stepped forward and grasped He Xiaosa. Enough, say, he hasn't bullied me, nor has he coerced me. Let us just go home. After speaking, Song Qiangwei turned to Enqing. I told you it was a misunderstanding, didn't I? Indeed, merely a misunderstanding. He. Jiang Xian seized the opportunity to mediate. Yet, his smile was painfully awkward. With Song Qiangwei holding on to He Xiaosa and Enqing, the trio passed by Gu Qinghan when he suddenly called out, Mrs. Gu. Song Qiangwei paused, but she did not turn to face him. Don't stay out too late tonight. Remember the curfew at home, Gu Qinghan coldly reminded her. What the hell? He Xiaosa felt an inexplicable familiarity in his tone. Facing Gu Qinghan's grim visage, Song Qiangwei actually responded with a soft acknowledgement. Indicating her understanding, He Xiaosa felt a tumult of emotions within her. As they passed a wooden post at the entrance, it suddenly spoke. Mrs. Feng. He Xiaosa shivered at the sound. It dawned on her why she had felt such a strange familiarity in Gu Qinghan's voice. If these two brothers were not distinguished by their names, one might easily suspect they were identical twins. Oh, may I ask, sir, who are you addressing? He Xiaosa wore a cold expression on her delicate face. Pretending that they were strangers, it is understandable why she would act this way. Just moments ago, her brother's friends had shown disrespect towards her as his sister-in-law, and he, like a mere bystander, had watched with a detached gaze. A friendly reminder to Mrs. Feng. Tonight is the last night. Don't return home too late. Feng Chengyu was not angry. Rather, he continued in a calm and expressionless manner. Upon hearing this, He Xiaosa felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her mind. Leaving it buzzing, it was not until Song Qiangwei discreetly tugged at her sleeve that she suddenly regained her senses. However, her charming face fluctuated between crimson and pale. Ridiculous. As He Xiaosa left, she indignantly muttered those two words and took the lead in linking arms with Song Qiangwei and Enqing, heading towards their private room. After the trio departed, Jiang Sun could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Feng Chengyu shot him a cold glance. What's this? Are you looking to go on a blind date? Ah? Jiang Sun quickly shut his mouth and shook his head in a hurry. Jiu Qinghan approached him and patted his shoulder. Let us go in the private room. Song Qiangwei, being a married woman, quickly grasped the implication of Feng Chengyu's last remark. However, Enqing, as the only single one among them, could not comprehend it at all. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she finally asked, Say Bao, what did Mr. Feng mean when he said tonight is the last night? Why did he tell you not to return too late? Upon hearing her question, Song Qiangwei couldn't help but chuckle. Qing Bao. You'll understand this once you get married in the future. But, say, how is your married life with Feng Chengyu? You seem to be in good spirits. It seems you are being well taken care of. Oh, wait, He Xiaosa, not waiting for Song Qiangwei to finish, interrupted her, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I get it. Enqing finally understood. You understand? What do you understand? Song Qiangwei looked at her with a smile. So, say Bao and Mr. Feng's married life is quite planned, right? Tonight is the last night, meaning it's a deadline. Enqing spoke confidently. Aren't you two bored? Discussing her married life with Feng Chengyu is quite significant. By the way, say Bao, how is your married life with Mr. Feng? You look well. It shouldn't be it. Enqing turned to her earnestly. He Xiaosa. If it weren't for her intention to return to the villa and ask Feng Chengyu if he could help Song Qiangwei divorce that violent man, she would have truly preferred not to go back tonight. She delayed her return until nearly 11 o'clock. As soon as she pushed open the master bedroom door, she saw the man in a bathrobe, sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet under the soft light. Upon noticing her entrance, Feng Chengyu immediately set the tablet aside and looked up at her. Mrs. Feng, you are 18 minutes and 34 seconds late. He Xiaosa's lips twitched slightly. Was it really necessary for him to be so pedantic about the reminder? Would extending that intimate time by 18 minutes and 34 seconds be acceptable? He Xiaosa jested playfully. A good proposal, however. Feng Chengyu felt a twinge of regret. Why hadn't he asked for more time? But that thought was fleeting, and he quickly dismissed it. For a man of his character, time is time. Even knowing that saying more could grant him additional benefits, he wouldn't fabricate a false time frame. Mrs. Feng, where shall we begin tonight? Feng Chengyu said, already striding towards her with long strides. However, after He Xiaosa hung up her bag and coat, when the man attempted to draw near, she suddenly pressed 2 fingers against his chest. Mr. Feng, if you wish to engage in intimate relations tonight, I have a request. Should you agree, I am willing to accompany you. Isn't it merely a matter of what lies beneath? After all, this was not their first time. What difference does one more night make? Chapter 047 Invitation to Dance. Oh. Feng Chengyu raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Feng, please speak. Promise me one thing. He Xiaosa gazed intently into his eyes. You may speak, Feng Chengyu replied with a smile, feeling pleased to be so needed by his wife. Help Song Qiangwei hire a lawyer to file for divorce from Gu Qinghan. He Xiaosa slowly articulated her ultimate aim. Feng Chengyu raised an eyebrow, then smiled. Mrs. Feng, that request is quite challenging. Let us see how you perform tonight. As he spoke, a subtle glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. He Xiaosa hadn't expected him to not refuse, and from his tone, the possibility seemed quite high, of course, as long as she performed well tonight. What does performing well entail? Does Mr. Feng wish for me to take the lead tonight? He Xiaosa smiled lightly. Speaking with an intelligent person is truly refreshing. Feng Chengyu's smile widened. Then, shall I go take a shower? Will you wait for me? Or shall we go together? He Xiaosa appeared quite generous. I will wait for you. Feng Chengyu gestured for her to go directly to the bathroom. Should I first stop by the dressing room? He Xiaosa, seeing that he had blocked her path to the dressing room, couldn't he help but say, actually hoping he would step aside for her. You should wash first. Feng Qingyu insisted she head straight to the bathroom, and when he saw the questioning look on her face, he continued explaining, I will bring you some fresh clothes shortly. He Xiaosa then nodded in understanding and turned to head to the bathroom. The sound of rushing water soon filled the air, and Feng Qingyu returned to the sofa, picking up the tablet again, but he found himself unable to focus on work. Ultimately, he set the tablet down and walked toward the dressing room. Upon arriving at the wardrobe, looking at the rows of her dresses, especially her collection of nightgowns, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. Finally, he turned his gaze to his own wardrobe, which contained a row of over a dozen specially crafted shirts. When he Xiaosa emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, the man waiting at the door was momentarily dazzled. The scene of a beauty emerging from the bath was something he had never witnessed before. Although he Xiaosa was only 1.63 meters tall, her figure was proportionate to perfection. Her long, wavy hair was wrapped in a towel, and her exquisite, beautiful face was flushed with a gentle pink from the steam. Her luscious red lips glistening enticingly, her graceful, fair neck and delicate collarbone. Feng Qingyu's originally dark eyes suddenly darkened. After a moment, he raised a hand. Mrs. Feng, change into this. He Xiaosa looked down and, in the next moment, her originally rosy face turned crimson. She reached for her black underwear, feeling even hotter. This man must be doing this on purpose. Just as she was pondering this, he leisurely handed her an oversized white shirt. This, too, should be changed into. He Xiaosa's face flushed again. Grabbing the shirt that seemed to belong to him, she headed towards the dressing room. She had no intention of wearing the clothes he picked out for her. What kind of peculiar habit was this? Mrs. Feng, remember, being obedient is the best performance. Though he knew she was in a hurry to change, he did not rush her. He spoke leisurely as she had only taken 2 steps away. Mrs. Feng, there are only you and me in this room. Do you really need to change in the dressing room? He said slowly behind her. He Xiaosa paused again, then walked over to the edge of the bed and sat down. Seeing her obediently complying, he smiled slightly and approached her. Unable to face the man while changing, he Xiaosa turned her back to him, slowly unwrapping the towel that had been wrapped around her. When Feng Qingyu saw her smooth, pale back, especially the elegant curve of her butterfly bones, he felt his breath hitch and his throat tighten. Such a Mrs. Feng required no initiative. Merely sitting like that was the ultimate seduction for a man. He Xiaosa quickly changed into the shirt. She turned and saw the man standing beside her. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and call out, Feng Qingyu. Changing and then changing back seems to be a waste of time and effort. Doesn't it? The man smiled, his gaze deep and intense upon her. He Xiaosa. Thus she found herself at a loss for words, startled by the unmasked desire in his eyes. Had it truly only been 2 nights since they had been intimate? Was this man already so starved? Feeling her ears flush, he Xiaosa refrained from protesting further and slowly stood before him. Speak, Mr. Feng. How would you like me to proceed? Feng Qingyu suddenly grabbed his phone from the bedside table, and soon a soothing melody filled the air. He Xiaosa looked up at him in surprise. What was he doing playing music? To her astonishment, the next moment, he removed the towel from her hair and casually dried her hair with it. Her damp, wavy hair cascaded down. At that moment, the man slightly bent down and gestured for her. Mrs. Feng, may I invite you to dance with me? It was then that he Xiaosa understood. He wanted to dance with her before their intimate time together. She could manage a basic social dance, so she naturally accepted his invitation. As his large hand rested on her slender waist, she could feel the searing heat emanating from his palm through the fabric, as if it could melt the skin beneath. His other hand firmly grasped her small hand, intertwining their fingers, as the music played. The 2 individuals swayed gently in a rhythmic dance, moving in a delicate interplay of retreat and advance. Until, at the abrupt cessation of the melody, he seized her wrist with a sudden force, pulling her into his embrace, causing her to instinctively lean back for a moment. Yet, in the next instant, her cheeks flushed with color. Mr. Feng, you are pressing against me. The man's large hand gradually ascended to her back, and with a firm grip, her entire upper body collapsed into his arms. Mrs. Feng, where is this? You mustn't cry later. Chapter 048. The benefits of diligent study and research. He Xiaosa, feeling both shy and annoyed, tilted her face upwards, attempting to voice her thoughts. However, the next moment, her lips were silenced by the man's descending kiss. The two engaged in a passionate embrace, both tumbling onto the grand bed. The temperature in the room rapidly escalated. Mrs. Feng, continue. The man's voice emerged, hoarse and laden with desire. The following morning, He Xiaosa awoke to an overwhelming sense of fatigue and soreness. The man was already absent from her side of the bed. Moving even slightly felt as though her body had entirely unraveled. She required at least half an hour more in bed to recuperate. Today was only Wednesday, the first day for Enqing to start her job at Jinghong. Although she had already informed Su Qinglan to warmly welcome Enqing this morning, she could not afford to be late. That insufferable man. He had not provided her with a definitive answer regarding the matter she had entrusted him with last night. Was he going to assist or not? Unable to lie still any longer, He Xiaosa hurriedly propped herself up and swiftly descended from the bed. Glancing at the time, she sighed in relief. It was just past 7. Last night, the man had shown some restraint. Recognizing that the next day was not a weekend and had only insisted 3 times, that insufferable man was indeed becoming more experienced. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Qingyu had become increasingly engrossed in his studies ever since those 2 nights of earnest learning. Even during his time at the company, he seized opportunities to delve into the art of marital intimacy. When He Xiaosa dressed and ventured downstairs, she found no sign of Feng Qingyu. Inquiring with Aunt Zhou, she was informed that he had already gone to the company. Was that insufferable man avoiding her? On her way to the company, He Xiaosa couldn't resist calling him on WeChat. This was her first time initiating a call. Hello, Mr. Feng, He Xiaosa spoke first, being the one to call. The line was quiet, suggesting he was either indoors or possibly in a car. Oh, Mrs. Feng, is there something you need? The man's voice was calm and unruffled, as if the passionate night they had shared was a mere figment of someone else's imagination. He Xiaosa felt a pang in her heart. About what I proposed last night, you still haven't agreed. She felt compelled to remind him seriously, yet, before she could finish, a low chuckle emanated from his throat. Feng Qingyu, what are you laughing at? He Xiaosa's brows knitted tightly, her expression radiating anger. Mrs. Feng, how do you think you performed last night? After a prolonged pause, the man finally ceased his laughter. Wasn't my performance satisfactory? Can't you feel the effort I put in? Feng Qingyu, if you dare to back out, what will Mrs. Feng do? I'll have you castrated. He Xiaosa retorted furiously. Mrs. Feng, that is not a castration. If you were to do such a thing, you would be depriving yourself of a lifetime of happiness. The man responded with an unperturbed demeanor. He Xiaosa remained silent for a moment. Feng Qingyu, if you dare to renege, don't expect to engage in marital activities with me ever again, she declared in a fit of anger before abruptly hanging up. She could not continue conversing with that insufferable man. If she uttered another word, she might truly explode with rage. As He Xiaosa approached the company, her phone chimed with a new message notification just as she parked. Upon opening the message, she read, Mrs. Feng, I am currently en route to the expressway heading to Hushi. I will respond to you tonight. Heading to Hushi? So, he had gone to Hushi again early this morning? Hadn't he just returned from a business trip there? If he had to be in Hushi this morning, why had he returned last night? A friendly reminder, Mrs. Feng, tonight is the last night. Don't come home too late. Suddenly, He Xiaosa recalled the man's words from their meeting at the Yunduan Club the previous night. So, he had rushed back from Hushi to Beijing just to fulfill their thrice-a-week marital obligations? That insufferable man was indeed becoming addicted to their intimate life, and not just a mild addiction. Feng Qingyu was not driving alone on the expressway to Hushi. Qiao Yang was at the wheel. After He Xiaosa had hung up, he furrowed his brow in contemplation and ultimately dialed Gu Qinghan's number. However, to his surprise, Gu Qinghan's phone did not connect. He had no choice but to abandon the effort. Chapter 049. Conditions for holding a wedding. He Xiaosa busied herself at the company throughout the morning. Enqing had been settled into the secretary's office, serving as Su Qinglan's assistant. After all, when He Xiaosa was absent, Su Qinglan handled most company affairs, making her quite occupied. Enqing's university major was broadcasting and television, and since the company could not arrange a position that aligned with her specialty, she decided to start as a secretary. Tomorrow, the 3rd National Intelligent Robot Competition would take place in Jiangxing, so He Xiaosa planned to lead the Jinghong Technology R&D team there for the event. Although Enqing had just joined Jinghong, He Xiaosa thought it would be a good opportunity for her to visit her hometown, so she brought her along. Just before boarding the plane, He Xiaosa remembered to call Aunt Zhou at the villa. Aunt Zhou sounded somewhat displeased. "Young madam, I have already prepared the ingredients for tonight's meal. You should have informed me sooner." Upon hearing this, He Xiaosa's expression soured. "Aunt Zhou, I only notified you out of respect for your seniority. After all, she was merely a servant." However, Aunt Zhou had a hidden agenda. She was concerned about the frequency with which the young madam and young master shared a room, wondering if perhaps she was already carrying the Feng family's little heir. She worried that if the young madam were indeed pregnant, flying back and forth would not be good for the baby. Yet, since this matter had yet to be confirmed, she could not express her thoughts outright. After being reprimanded by He Xiaosa, Aunt Zhou hurriedly called old Master Feng to inform him of the young madam's business trip to Jiangqing for several days. Aunt Zhou also shared her concerns with old Master Feng. He chuckled heartily. "Aunt Zhou, you too have been a mother. Even if Sei is pregnant now, it's merely a cell without sensation. It is not so fragile." While old Master Feng spoke so nonchalantly, he was already contemplating that if his granddaughter-in-law were confirmed pregnant, she certainly could not continue working at the company. As for her position, he could easily have his grandson Feng Qingyu appoint a managing director from Feng Corporation to oversee matters. In truth, old Master Feng believed that since He Xiaosa had married into the Feng family, she need not work and could fully embrace being a full-time young madam of the Feng family. As for her company, it could be completely merged into Feng Corporation's subsidiary, Feng Technology. Naturally, he felt that she might not readily accept such an arrangement, so he intended to take it step by step. Moreover, the reason he publicly expressed satisfaction with He Xiaosa while delaying the discussion of a wedding for Feng Qingyu and He Xiaosa was that he was waiting. He was waiting for He Xiaosa to genuinely conceive, to bring forth the next generation for the Feng family before he would fully acknowledge her as a granddaughter-in-law and urge them to hold a wedding. After all, the Feng family, being a prominent clan, was not a place for just anyone to enter. She must contribute to the Feng family, such as bearing children to propagate the family line, to gain true recognition from them. Aunt Zhou, seeing old Master Feng's generosity, was taken aback. After hanging up with the old master, she called Feng Qingyu to inform him of He Xiaosa's business trip to Jiangqing. Feng Qingyu's reaction was subdued, and he calmly replied, "Sei mentioned it to me last night. As the company owner, business trips are a common occurrence. There's no need to make a fuss about it." "Young master, I am not making a fuss. I am merely concerned that if the young madam is already pregnant, flying back and forth cannot be good for her," Aunt Zhou hurriedly explained. Only now did she realize that she was the one being overly concerned while the protagonist remained unfazed. "Aunt Zhou, during these few days she is away, I will grant you leave. You can return to the villa after she comes back this Sunday," Feng Qingyu stated. All right. It seemed she had indeed been meddling unnecessarily. After hanging up, Aunt Zhou felt a bit dejected. However, since the young master had given her time off, she may as well return to her hometown to spend time with her old partner while the young madam was away. After finishing his call with Aunt Zhou, Feng Qingyu fell into deep contemplation. He was currently in a luxurious suite at a 7-star hotel in Husher, where a renowned entrepreneurs exchange conference was taking place. Today was the final day, and according to the scheduled plan, he was set to deliver a keynote speech in the afternoon. Originally, he had intended to return to Beijing after his speech, but now he had been informed that Mrs. Feng had unexpectedly gone to Jiangqing for a 3-day business trip. Additionally, if his memory served correctly, Mrs. Feng was scheduled to attend her cousin's wedding in Jiangqing this Saturday. After much deliberation, Feng Qingyu ultimately decided to call Randa, the general manager of Feng Technology. Although Feng Qinghao had also recently joined Feng Technology, he would need to ensure everything was in order. However, that frivolous dandy, lacking in any real knowledge or skills, merely goes through the motions at work each day. Essentially, Feng's Technology is still under the management of Renda. "What? Director Feng, are you also leading the team to Jiangqing for the robotics competition?" Upon receiving his call, Renda couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after hearing his words. "What? Am I not allowed to lead the team?" Feng Qingyu frowned in displeasure. That's certainly not the case. You can personally lead the team, and I believe our D team will be greatly inspired. However, Director Feng, Xiao Feng has already taken the RD team to Jiangqing. Renda hurriedly explained. Send me the details of their hotel accommodations in Jiangqing." Feng Qingyu decided to go directly from Hu City to Jiangqing. At the entrance of the Mayflower Hotel in Jiangqing, He Xiaosa, accompanied by Enqing and Johnson, along with a group of 5, emerged from 2 taxis, each dragging their own suitcases. He Xiaosa walked ahead, with Enqing by her side. While Johnson trailed behind with 2 of his students, He Xiaosa was tilting her head, inquiring how Enqing had arranged their accommodations. Since Su Qinglan was overseeing the company in Jing City, the responsibility of managing their meals and lodging fell to Enqing. Just then, a long black luxury van pulled up unexpectedly at the hotel entrance, from which Feng Chenghao led the Feng's Robotics RD team. As soon as he stepped out, he was met with a flurry of activity, commanding his assistant to perform various tasks. Upon hearing the commotion, He Xiaosa and Enqing instinctively paused and turned to look. From several meters away, Feng Chenghao's gaze met He Xiaosa's, and for a brief moment, he appeared astonished before striding towards the 2 women. "Oh, it's Director He from Jinghong Technology," he approached, extending his hand in an attempt to shake He Xiaosa's delicate hand. However, He Xiaosa didn't even glance at him, instead bypassing him to walk towards the Feng's Technology RD team, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman, whom Feng Chenghao had brought along. Feng Chenghao expression darkened, his brows knitting tightly. "Oh, Director Feng, 2 members of your RD team are actually He's juniors." Enqing noted, sensing that He Xiaosa's disregard for Feng Chenghao was somewhat inappropriate. She reached out to grasp Feng Chenghao's still extended hand. Indeed, upon seeing the several men and women emerging from the black van, particularly the 2 familiar young faces, He Xiaosa headed towards them. Although Enqing did not attend the same university as He Xiaosa, she was somewhat acquainted with one of the young couples who had just stepped out from the van. They should be He Xiaosa's juniors from university. He Xiaosa was clearly greeting them. Meanwhile, Feng Chenghao glared at her coldly, a disdainful snort escaping his lips as he withdrew his hand, standing there in silence. It was evident that he held Enqing in utter contempt. Johnson and the other 2 stood aside, waiting for He Xiaosa. Johnson observed the scene with a sense of admiration for their good fortune. In truth, working under a boss like Feng Chenghao would be akin to enduring a torturous existence. Indeed, when He Xiaosa noticed the black van's arrival and the individuals emerging from it, she immediately recognized Lu Xinya and Jin Xiangyang. They were top students in the computer science program at Jing University, 1 year her junior, and they were a couple. Their acquaintance with He Xiaosa stemmed from their participation in the National College Student Robotics Competition, where they ranked just below He Xiaosa and Ji Yunzhan. After graduating, they directly joined Feng's Technology, and now they were not only core members of the RD department but also married with a daughter over 2 weeks old. He Xiaosa had maintained contact with them since their graduation, and she had even attended their wedding. She had anticipated encountering the young couple during her trip to Jiangsheng, though she had not expected it to happen so soon. From a distance, Lu Xinya and Jin Xiangyang spotted He Xiaosa and were equally delighted. Especially Lu Xinya, who immediately tossed her small handbag around Jin Xiangyang's neck and hurried towards He Xiaosa. "Senior, I can't believe you've come to lead the team in person," Lu Xinya exclaimed as she reached He Xiaosa, unable to resist giving her a big hug. Previously, this couple had considered switching to Jinghong Technology but had been dissuaded by He Xiaosa. "Our Jinghong is just a fledgling company that was established only a few years ago and has yet to go public. We simply cannot compare to a large, established company like Feng's. You both are key RD personnel at Feng's, and your salaries and benefits far exceed what I can offer. If one day Feng's does not treat you well, then you may consider joining me then. After all, life requires sustenance." At that time, Lu Xinya and Jin Xiangyang were deeply moved by her words, and although they initially contemplated moving to Jinghong, He Xiaosa firmly dissuaded them. "That is absolutely out of the question. Colleagues are competitors. If you both remain in rival companies, Feng's will certainly not treat you kindly." Thus, they continued their tenure at Feng's. He Xiaosa smiled as she embraced Lu Xinya. At this moment, Jin Xiangyang approached, carrying a large backpack, holding Lu Xinya's small handbag, and wheeling her suitcase. He Xiaosa extended her hand towards Jin Xiangyang. "Jin Jr., long time no see." "Long time no see, Senior," Jin Xiangyang replied, shaking her hand. Meanwhile, Feng Chenghao observed the scene from a distance, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. "Oh, Senior, let us chat as we walk," Lu Xinya said, affectionately linking her arm through He Xiaosa's as they headed towards the hotel's revolving glass doors. "Senior, the alumni group mentioned that Ji Senior returned to the country a few days ago. Have you been in touch with him?" Lu Xinya suddenly inquired. "Oh, we met a week ago," He Xiaosa replied nonchalantly. "What? You saw him? Did he say anything to you?" Lu Xinya asked in surprise. In truth, during their participation in the National Robotics Competition, it was apparent to outsiders that Ji Yunzhan had feelings for He Xiaosa. Though no one understood why he had never confessed. He didn't say much, just a greeting. He Xiaosa continued to speak blandly. Perhaps you'll see Ji Sr. at tomorrow's event, Lu Xinya suggested, though she felt a twinge of regret for Ji Yunjian. She truly could not comprehend why Ji Sr., who had harbored feelings for her senior for so long in university, had not confessed now that he had finally returned home and met her. Clearly, Senior, he was unaware of Ji Sr.'s secret affections. By the way, Senior, do you currently have a boyfriend? Lu Xinya suddenly asked, as if struck by a thought. However, before she could finish, her words were abruptly cut off by Feng Chenghao's cold voice as he approached. Director Lu, I was unaware of the close relationship you share with Director He from Jingheng Technology. Lu Xinya froze momentarily, then instinctively released her hold on He Xiao's arm, glancing nervously at Feng Chenghao. Director Feng, he is both our senior and someone we have always admired. We do share a close friendship. However, Qing and I have always maintained a clear boundary between personal and professional matters. And we are unwaveringly loyal to Feng's, Jin Shangyang stated, his tone firm yet respectful. Is that so? Feng Chenghao elongated his words, skepticism lacing his tone. Director Feng, do your employees not possess the right to form friendships freely? He Xiaosa shot a cold glance at Feng Chenghao, finally taking a moment to regard him. Director, how well are those I poached from Feng's faring? Unexpectedly, Feng Chenghao glanced at Johnson's group, making an insinuating remark that carried a weight of meaning. He then proceeded into the hotel, accompanied by his assistant. He Xiaosa felt a wave of irritation. This petty-minded Feng Chenghao was truly insufferable. After Feng Chenghao departed, He Xiaosa glanced at Lu Xinya and Jin Shangyang with concern. With such a petty boss, I truly wonder if he will make things difficult for you in the future. Senior, why worry so much? We conduct ourselves with integrity, and we have nothing to fear. Jin Shangyang replied, maintaining a positive outlook. Indeed, Senior, do not fret. We shall see each other at the competition tomorrow, Lu Xinya added, offering reassurance as she patted He Xiaosa's shoulder. That evening, He Xiaosa extended an invitation to Lu Xinya and Jin Shangyang. Along with Johnson and his two students, for dinner on Feng's side, there was no dinner gathering planned that evening. After checking in that afternoon, Feng Chenghao left the hotel alone to indulge in revelry with friends in Jiangcheng. During dinner, since Lu Xinya and Jin Shangyang were indeed core RD personnel at Feng's Technology, the conversation at the table tactfully avoided the topic of intelligent robots. Instead, He Xiaosa introduced the group to popular local attractions in Jiangcheng and the city's distinctive delicacies. Naturally, she also shared the most breathtaking nighttime views that this new first-tier city of Huagua had to offer. Following dinner, Lu Xinya, Jin Shangyang, Johnson, and his two students set off to explore Jiangcheng's night scenery, while Qing and He Xiaosa took the opportunity to return to their respective homes. Upon her sudden return, He Xiaosa's parents, Cui Jiahui and He Hongsheng, were pleasantly surprised. When they learned that He Xiaosa was on a business trip for a few days and would return after attending a wedding on Saturday, the joy on their faces gradually faded. When Cui Jiahui inquired whether the groom, Feng Chengyu, would attend the wedding on Saturday, He Xiaosa fell into a momentary silence. After pondering for a brief moment, she finally lifted her gaze to meet her parents. Father, Mother, please prepare yourselves mentally in advance. Feng Chengyu will officially take over the Feng Group this coming Monday. He is currently on a business trip in Shanghai, and I am unsure if he will conclude his trip by Saturday. However, rest assured, I will contact him when I return to the hotel to confirm whether he can make it to Jiangcheng. Oh, if Chengyu is busy, then it's no matter if he doesn't come. After all, there will be future opportunities, He Hongsheng said with understanding, but his words were abruptly interrupted by Cui Jiahui, who shot him a fierce glare before speaking. What do you understand? Sei has registered her marriage with him, and yet none of our family members have met him. Last week, when you told your parents that Sei had registered her marriage in Beijing, what did they say? Didn't they also look forward to meeting Sei's husband? He Xiaosa was well aware that Cui Jiahui referred to her own grandparents. They were both over 80 years old. Residing in an apartment building on the outskirts of Jiangcheng in their youth, her grandparents had been school teachers, and He Hongsheng was their eldest son, while He Xiaosa was their eldest granddaughter. The remarkable person she had become was largely due to the education and values instilled by her grandparents during her childhood. Unlike most grandparents, they never indulged their grandchildren. Instead, they taught by example, emphasizing the importance of cultivating a love for reading and exploration from a young age. One particularly vivid memory He Xiaosa cherished was how, when she was just over a year old, her grandmother insisted on reading her bedtime stories every night. By the time she was 2, her grandmother began introducing her to fairy tales and detective stories. Given that her parents were often busy with work, she spent most of her childhood at her grandparents' home. In her recollections, her grandmother was an avid reader, while her grandfather delighted in engaging her in crafts, building blocks, and various activities that nurtured her manual dexterity. Thus, even to this day, Hsiaosa felt an enduring gratitude towards her grandparents. Despite her busy schedule in recent years, she made it a point to visit them during the Spring Festival whenever she returned to Jiangcheng. This time, she intended to visit them tomorrow evening. Therefore, as Hsiaosa listened to Cui Zhehui speak of her father, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Before long, Cui Zhehui began urging Hsiaosa to return to the hotel, as she had an important event to attend early the next morning and needed to rest. However, just as Hsiaosa rose to leave, Cui Zhehui halted her once more. "I brought you some vinegar and garlic. You can have it at the hotel, Dado." "No need for that, mother," Hsiaosa replied, unable to suppress a smile. "You really are something." CISNT returning home this time. She is here on a business trip. Staying in a hotel, how can she deal with that garlic smell when going out? He Hongsheng frowned at Cui Zhehui reproachfully. All right, you know everything. Just because our daughter loves vinegar and garlic, what is wrong with letting her have some? Cui Zhehui couldn't help but shoot her husband a pointed look. He Hongsheng. "That mother, father is right, and no matter how much I enjoy it, there are appropriate occasions. Let's leave it for another time," Hsiaosa stated. At 10:30, she arrived at the Mayflower Hotel. As she crossed the lobby and approached the elevator, a somewhat familiar, magnetic male voice emanated from the front desk. She glanced over, and the next moment, she froze in surprise. It was Ji Yunjan, just him alone. He stood beside a silver-gray wheeled suitcase, checking in. Recalling what Lu Xinya had said about possibly encountering Senior Ji tomorrow, she never expected to see him tonight. Dressed in a long trench coat and deep brown casual pants, he exuded an air of elegance and height. Under the soft lighting, a pair of glasses perched on his nose, his black hair appearing slightly soft and wavy. His profile was striking, with refined features that gave him the appearance of a gentleman of high stature. Just as Hsiaosa was about to greet him, Ji Yunjan turned his head, and in that instant, their eyes met. "Junior?" Ji Yunjan adjusted his glasses, somewhat incredulous. "Dado, Senior, are you staying at this hotel too?" Hsiaosa moved closer to the front desk to greet him. "Yes, are you also staying here, Junior?" Ji Yunjan responded, his eyes brightening with unmistakable delight. "Yes, I'm in room 8566. What about you, Senior?" Hsiaosa approached him, noticing that the front desk attendant had handed him the key card for his suite. Ji Yunjan glanced down at the card in his palm. Then couldn't he help but smile. "What a coincidence. I'm also on the 8th floor." Ji Yunjan's room number was 8521, meaning they were separated by several rooms, yet they were indeed on the same floor. "All right then, Senior, I was just about to head back to my room. Shall we go up together?" Hsiaosa suggested, harboring ulterior motives towards him. Thus, the two of them chatted and laughed all the way up. Once they exited the elevator on the 8th floor and walked down the corridor, Ji Yunjan immediately began searching for his room number. Having just checked in, Hsiaosa, with nothing pressing on her agenda, helped him look. Ji Yunjan pulled his suitcase along as she walked beside him, both of them frequently glancing up at the room numbers .5, 13.5, 15.5, 19. The next moment, Hsiaosa spotted the door number beside her and pointed it out. 521. "Senior, this is your room." With a smile gracing his lips, Ji Yunjan nodded at her, then used the key card to unlock the door. "Junior, would you like to come in for a bit?" he asked, naturally and gentlemanly stepping aside to invite her in. Hsiaosa looked at his charming, refined face and suddenly realized the inappropriateness of the situation. Although she genuinely wished to discuss matters with him, it was clear that as a married woman, it was unsuitable for her to be alone with a young man late at night. Furrowing her brow, she lifted her face, about to speak, but Ji Yunjan preempted her. Smiling, "Oh, I was being presumptuous. It's late. You should get some rest. Good night." Hsiaosa waved at him with a smile. "All right then, Senior. I'll see you tomorrow." She say. At that moment, a deep, rich male voice echoed from the depths of the corridor. Both Hsiaosa and Ji Yunjan turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. The next instant, Hsiaosa stood frozen, unable to move for a long while. A tall, striking figure strode towards them. It was none other than Feng Chengyu. As Ji Yunjan recognized him, the smile on his lips gradually faded. Clad in a custom-made black suit that accentuated his commanding presence, Feng Chengyu's chiseled features radiated an innate, aloof superiority. Ji Yunjan felt his gaze deepen. He was acutely aware that he and this man were of entirely different types, and he could not compare himself to him. Feng Chengyu approached the two, specifically coming to He Xiaosa's side, and naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulders, as he say, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" he inquired, addressing her while directing his cold, indifferent gaze at Ji Yunzhan. In truth, he had already recognized Ji Yunzhan as the so-called senior who had seemingly assisted his wife a week prior in the parking lot of the club, so he was merely feigning ignorance. "Oh, Ji Yunzhan, my senior from university, a top student in the computer science department, someone I greatly admire," He Xiaosa responded, feeling no aversion to the arm he had draped around her, finding his possessive gesture quite agreeable. "Oh, Mr. Feng, what a pleasure. This isn't our first meeting," Ji Yunzhan said, his warm and gentle face returning to a smile as he extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. However, Feng Qingyu merely nodded coldly in acknowledgement, disregarding Ji Yunzhan's outstretched hand, forcibly maintaining his hold on He Xiaosa as he turned and strode deeper down the corridor. Watching the two figures, intimately close, retreat down the hall, Ji Yunzhan felt a bitter smile tug at his lips as he wheeled his suitcase into his room. Room 8566 was not solely occupied by He Xiaosa. In fact, it was shared with Enqing. Given that 5 people from the company had come, Enqing had only booked a suite for Professor Johnson, with 2 students sharing a room, while He Xiaosa and Enqing shared one as well. Enqing had consulted He Xiaosa before booking, and it was He Xiaosa who had suggested this arrangement. Thus, as Feng Chengyu escorted her to the door of room 8566, He Xiaosa gently pulled away from his embrace. "Here we are, I'm staying here," she said, looking up at him. "Mrs. Feng, I can accept that you're staying here. But now that I'm here, do you think it's still appropriate for you to occupy this room?" Feng Chengyu frowned, clearly displeased. Earlier, from a distance, he had seen his wife laughing and chatting with the young man as they exited the elevator. And then he watched as she engaged in playful banter near the room's entrance. His displeasure had been palpable, but "I moved in this afternoon," He Xiaosa replied, looking quite troubled. Having already settled in? She feared what Enqing and the others might think if she suddenly vanished. "Am I really such an embarrassment? Why is it inappropriate to tell a colleague that my husband has arrived and that I must accompany him?" "Oh, very well, I shall go inside and retrieve my luggage." He Xiaosa pondered that she would need to discuss the matter of attending her cousin's wedding on Saturday with him later, so she decided not to press the issue further. After swiping her card to enter the room, she found that Enqing was not there, indicating that she had yet to return. Thus, He Xiaosa quickly packed her suitcase and followed Feng Chengyu out. She had assumed that the room Feng Chengyu booked was also in this hotel. To her surprise, while in the elevator, Feng Chengyu called Xiao Liang to reserve a presidential suite at the Huading Grand Hotel. In fact, Feng Chengyu had already booked a presidential suite at the Mayflower Hotel through her company, but upon seeing that Mrs. Feng and that senior were staying on the same floor and appearing to share laughter and conversation, he changed his mind. Therefore, he now intended to take Mrs. Feng to the Huading Grand Hotel. Actually, it was unnecessary to go through this trouble. Enqing and my colleagues are staying here. So Mrs. Feng, do you think you are the only one focused on work? Feng Chengyu smirked slightly, his voice icy. Are you here in Jiangxing solely for work? He Xiaosa raised her eyebrows in astonishment. I don't think so. Feng Chengyu queried coldly and discontentedly. Very well. He Xiaosa had no desire to argue with him. What was there to argue about? In the underground parking garage, He Xiaosa was led by Feng Chengyu to a long Lincoln. She looked on in surprise. Get in. The man, for reasons unknown, actually opened the passenger door for her. He Xiaosa chose not to say anything further and simply bent slightly to enter. As she got in, the man kindly placed his large hand above her head to shield her from bumping it. It was only when the car started that he spoke in a casual tone. The Feng Corporation has branches in dozens of major cities nationwide. It seemed he was offering an explanation. He Xiaosa, recalling her earlier astonishment, nodded in response. His luxurious black business vehicle was undoubtedly prepared for him by the Jiangxing branch. Although Feng Chengyu merely stated a fact, He Xiaosa suspected he was intentionally flaunting it before her. While her Jinghong technology might not compare to the omnipresent Feng Corporation, it was still a company she had built through her own efforts, and no matter how grand the Feng Corporation, it was not solely his doing. In reality, Feng Chengyu intended for He Xiaosa to harbor such misconceptions, as he did not wish for her to know that he and Xiao Liang had driven from Huqing to Jiangxing. Upon arriving at the Huading Grand Hotel before exiting the vehicle, He Xiaosa called Enqing. Qingbao, Feng Qingyu has arrived, and I will not be staying at the Mayflower. Remember to lock the door when you go to sleep." When Qing answered, He Xiaosa was taken aback by the wild DJ music in the background. Was Qingbao not at home? This thought flickered briefly in her mind. An Qing replied with an understanding tone, and before hanging up, added with a knowing smile, "Your husband is here. It's only natural for you to accompany him. Wishing you a pleasant and harmonious night, He Xiaosa." She found herself at a loss for words. As He Xiaosa wheeled her suitcase alongside Feng Qingyu into the hotel lobby, she immediately spotted Xiao Liang seated on a sofa. Indeed, since entering the car, the man had been indifferent towards her, displaying an exceedingly cold demeanor. Upon exiting the vehicle, he did not assist her in retrieving her suitcase from the trunk, nor did he offer to carry it. He did not even wrap his arm around her waist. This man must have some wires crossed again. She had grown accustomed to his fluctuating warmth and coldness. Upon seeing them, Xiao Liang hurriedly rose from the sofa to greet them. Clearly, he had already arranged the room. "Mr. Feng, madam, do you need me to take you upstairs?" Xiao Liang inquired, holding the room keycard. He even attempted to help He Xiaosa with her suitcase, no need. Feng Qingyu finally replied coldly. Xiao Liang was left uncertain whether Feng Qingyu meant he did not require assistance to go upstairs, or if he was refusing to help madam with her luggage. Regardless, his smile became a bit stiff, and the hand he had extended to assist He Xiaosa retracted. Subsequently, Feng Qingyu snatched the key card from him and proceeded toward the elevator. Chapter 053. Unleashing the Killer Move. Refusing to share a room after Feng Qingyu took the key card, he led the way toward the elevator. Xiao Liang could only awkwardly gesture for He Xiaosa to go ahead with the president. "Madam, you and the president may go up first. I shall not accompany you." He Xiaosa smiled at him and gracefully continued on with her suitcase. She was beginning to understand that her so-called plastic husband seemed to harbor a great deal of resentment towards her. Why? Was it because she had exchanged a few words with a senior at the Mayflower Hotel? How absurd. Had they married? Was she not allowed to converse with other men? Upon entering the suite, the man ignored her, and she had no intention of acknowledging him either. Thus, He Xiaosa first went to the desk and diligently revised the introduction for the robot she would present at the competition the following day. Although she wished for Johnson to present it, he was a foreigner and hardly spoke a word of Chinese. Therefore, she would be the one presenting this robot from Jinghong at the competition tomorrow. He Xiaosa lost track of time while making her revisions. Suddenly, a tall figure loomed over her, and she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and heat wash over her. He Xiaosa set down her document, slightly bewildered, and looked up. The man bore a cold expression, clad only in a white bath towel around his waist, his chiseled abs and defined V-line accentuated by the masculine warmth of having just bathed. He Xiaosa blinked, her ears flushing slightly, yet there was no hint of embarrassment on her face. "Mr. Feng, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly showcasing your physique in front of me? Mrs. Feng, what time do you think it is?" The man coldly gestured for her to look at the clock on the desk. "Oh, you should go to bed first. I will finish revising this introduction before I sleep," He Xiaosa replied nonchalantly. Lowering her head again to complete the remaining section, in truth, she had read this brief introduction of fewer than 2,000 words countless times, and revised it many times over. However, she felt compelled to strive for perfection in everything she did. It's merely a small company run by a small boss. Even our country's prime minister must eat and sleep. Feng Qingyu scoffed. "Although I am a small company's small boss, this small company belongs solely to me." "Feng Qingyu, and you?" He Xiaosa originally intended to endure and let it pass, but this time, she could not hold back. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, fists clenched, confronting the man. Although she was still shorter than him, she could not lose in terms of momentum. Was he merely seeking to share a marital life with her? Well, she did not wish for that tonight. Feng Qingyu's handsome face turned cold immediately. "He Xiaosa, with your little company, I could bring it to ruin with a mere flick of my finger." The man had the audacity to threaten her. That dog of a man. He Xiaosa was so enraged that her fists tightened once more, her eyes seeming to blaze with fury. After a moment, she forced herself to calm down. "Mr. Feng, I am not feeling well tonight, so I cannot fulfill my marital duties." With that, she turned to her suitcase to fetch her nightgown and headed to the bathroom. When He Xiaosa emerged from the bathroom wearing her nightgown, she was astonished to find the man had fallen asleep on the bed. Strangely, this realization brought her a sense of relief and joy. Even a stubborn mule deserves a break. One cannot expect it to work tirelessly without rest. Their brief days together had already been filled with an intense marital life for 3 nights. The week had just begun. Of course, she wished to recuperate. Most importantly, she was genuinely displeased tonight and had no desire to engage with him. After drying her hair and thoroughly revising the introduction, Xiaosa climbed into bed, turned off the lights, and fell asleep. It was impossible to tell how long she had slept, but in a hazy state, she suddenly felt a searing body pressing against her from behind, followed by something brushing against her face, bringing with it a dampness and a flutter of anxiety. Who was it? How annoying! Instinctively, Xiaosa raised her hand to swat at it, thinking it was perhaps a mosquito. Just as her hand was lifted, a powerful hand seized her wrist, pinning it to her head. "Mrs. Feng, if you wake up, you must fulfill your marital obligations," the man said, leaning down to seal her lips with his. It was only then that Xiaosa became fully alert. Her dark pupils widened in shock. Xiaosa began to twist and struggle. The man had been harboring pent-up frustration all along. Realizing she could not break free from his grip no matter how she resisted, she resorted to her trump card. "Feng Chengyu, I have my period." In truth, it had not yet arrived, but tonight, she simply did not want to. While bathing, she had contemplated what would happen if the man took advantage of her while she slept. Thus, she pricked her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the sanitary pad she used for daily care. Therefore, she was unafraid of the man checking. However, the man clearly did not understand what having my period meant. As he continued to kiss her passionately, lost in his own world, Xiaosa was both exasperated and amused. She had to continue. "Feng Chengyu, I have my period." As soon as the words left her lips, the man deflated like a punctured balloon, ceasing all advances and burying his head against her shoulder. Gradually calming down, Xiaosa, pinned beneath him, waited for quite a while without seeing him settle down. And finally couldn't he help but speak up. "Mr. Feng, how long are you going to keep me pinned down?" To her surprise, the next moment, the man suddenly lifted his face. Xiaosa flinched in fear. The man's originally dark and profound gaze was now suffused with a fierce crimson, driven by unfulfilled desire, as if he were ready to devour her whole. "Mr. Wind, could you possibly come down? I feel as though I'm being suffocated," Xiaosa said cautiously, her cheeks flushed. The man's eyes remained heavy for a moment before he abruptly rolled over, swinging his long legs off the bed and striding towards the bathroom. Only then did Xiaosa let out a sigh of relief. The following morning, Xiaosa rose early, hastily consuming a light breakfast in the hotel dining room before swiftly departing from the Huading Hotel. Upon exiting the suite, she noticed the man still peacefully asleep in bed, indicating he had enjoyed a restful night. Chapter 054. He shivered. She recalled that, typically, the man would awaken before her. However, she remembered that during the latter part of the night, she had been in and out of sleep and sensed that he had visited the bathroom more frequently than usual. Upon returning from one such trip, he had lain down with an air of icy coldness, compelling her to maintain a considerable distance while sleeping. Thus, it was quite possible that he had. Seated in the taxi, Xiaosa glanced at her phone screen. It was already past 7:40 in the morning. She needed to head to the Mayflower Hotel to meet with Ching and Johnson, so they could proceed together to the competition venue, the Jiangxing International Exhibition Center, showcasing the robots they had developed. To her surprise, as several of them waited for a car by the roadside of the hotel, they encountered Ji Yunzhan along with his 2 assistants. Dressed in a light blue suit, a white shirt, and a deep burgundy striped tie, Ji Yunzhan appeared refreshingly dapper. When their eyes met, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed his gaze. "Junior," he had assumed she had accompanied her husband to another hotel last night. "Senior Ji, good morning." Xiaosa extended her hand enthusiastically. Upon seeing Ji Yunzhan, Johnson's eyes revealed a mix of astonishment and pleasure. He also stepped forward to greet Ji Yunzhan, saying, "Mr. Ji, do you remember me? I am Johnson Jerry from the Frankfurt Institute in Germany. We once both were engaged in similar fields of research and frequently participated in international robotics competitions. It was natural for them to have met." After some pleasantries, when the taxi finally arrived, both teams decided to share a ride. Johnson, Ji Yunzhan, Xiaosa, and Ching sat together in one taxi, while Ji Yunzhan's 2 assistants took another in the front taxi. Ching occupied the passenger seat, while Xiaosa, Johnson, and Ji Yunjan settled in the back. He Xiaosa positioned herself by the left door, with Ji Yunjan in the middle and Johnson on the right. The trio engaged in a spirited discussion about advancements in intelligent robotics and the promising future of the field. Your junior has already become a major player in the tech industry? Ji Yunjan remarked, astonished and admiring, as he turned to He Xiaosa. Oh, I wouldn't call myself a major player. Jinghong is still a developing small company, He Xiaosa replied modestly. Professor Johnson's talents are indeed underutilized at our firm. She glanced at Johnson and added, He, Ms. He, you are far too humble. During my time at Jinghong, I have been thoroughly satisfied with the provisions for living and working conditions, Johnson expressed. Initially, he had felt that joining a relatively unknown company like Jinghong was a waste of his expertise. But after some time, he realized that the leadership valued technological innovation and offered commendable treatment, gradually dispelling his sense of grievance. Especially after witnessing Mr. Feng Qinghao's respectful demeanor towards his subordinates yesterday at the hotel. Furthermore, He Xiaosa's insightful suggestions during the development of the intelligent hotel robot they brought today had left a strong impression on him. If He Xiaosa were to devote herself entirely to research in this field, she would undoubtedly surpass him in achievements. As they disembarked at the exhibition center, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Xinya and Jian Xiangyang. The moment Lu Xinya stepped out of Feng's luxurious black limousine, her eyes immediately fell upon the two men and two women emerging from the taxi ahead. The men were Johnson and Ji Yunjan, while the women were, of course, Qing and He Xiaosa. Lu Xinya promptly released Jian Xiangyang's hand and hurried towards He Xiaosa and the others. Seniors, she exclaimed, delighted to see her university idols emerging one after the other. Xinya, good morning, He Xiaosa responded cheerfully upon seeing her. Johnson also nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Yunjan hesitated momentarily upon seeing her, as it had been 7 years since he graduated from Jing University. Oh, senior, this is Lu Xinya, and behind her is Jian Xiangyang. They are also from Jing University's Computer Science Department and previously participated in the robotics competition, even winning second prize. He Xiaosa introduced them. Hello, Ji Yunjan responded with a faint smile after hearing the introduction. As Jian Xiangyang approached, the group exchanged pleasantries. Just then, a long Lincoln limousine slowly came to a stop at the roadside. Through the tinted windows, a pair of profoundly dark eyes glimmered with an icy intensity, causing Qiao Liang, who was driving, to feel an involuntary shiver of coldness. Mr. Feng, shall we disembark? Qiao Liang inquired cautiously, fearing that a careless remark might provoke the CEO further and bring trouble upon himself. Yet, seated in the back, Feng Chengyu seemed oblivious to the question, fixating his cold, penetrating gaze on the couple by the roadside, specifically targeting the elegant and refined Ji Yunjan. His lips pressed tightly together as his large hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The 10th National Intelligent Robotics Competition would unfold over 10 days, encompassing categories for hotel intelligent robots, household intelligent robots, and those serving hospitals and agriculture. The first day's event was dedicated to hotel intelligent robots, featuring exhibitions and evaluations in the morning, followed by networking activities in the afternoon for hotel executives and participating development teams. Smaller intelligent robotics companies could seize this opportunity to attract potential clients. But to secure partnerships, they must showcase their research capabilities and achievements. Thus, the company that could develop the most advanced robots would stand out and experience significant growth. This competition occurs every 3 years. And the last winner was the dual-chamber intelligent hotel robot developed by He Xiaosa. Following the previous competition, her company, Jinghong Technology, had secured several substantial contracts, leading to remarkable progress. Chapter 055. The grand entrance of the competition's format required each participating team to send a representative to present their newly developed robot on stage, highlighting its unique features and innovations. Subsequently, 2 representatives selected from the audience, comprising judges and invited hotel owners, would interact with the robot to showcase its various functions. Naturally, not only the first-place winner would emerge successful. Any team placing in the top 3 would significantly boost their company's development. After all, the more intelligent the robot, the higher the price tag. Not all hotel owners focused solely on the first-place robot. They also had to consider their company's budget during selection. During the morning's activities, Jinghong Technology was scheduled to present third. When He Xiaosa and Qing entered the exhibition hall, they first sought their seats. Rows of chairs awaited them. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Ji Yunjan, Lu Xinya, and Jian Xiangyang had already separated to find their own seats, as they represented 3 distinct development teams. Furthermore, He Xiaosa and Lu Xinya's team belonged to a tech company. While Ji Yunjian operated as an independent developer, he had paid a robotics company in the United States to help him fabricate a new intelligent robot, which he brought to compete in this event. Should he place in the top 3, he was certain that intelligent robotics companies like He Xiaosa's would seek collaboration with him. By the time He Xiaosa and Johnson reached their seats, they found themselves near the back. In the second-to-last ROW.as they entered the exhibition hall, they noticed that several prime seats in the front row remained unoccupied. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qing remarked, "I wonder who those excellent seats are reserved for?" A German student of Johnson's, named Eric, suddenly chimed in, "They must be for the judges." After considering his words, Qing found them quite plausible. Once He Xiaosa and her group of 5 settled into their seats, she suddenly spotted Lu Xinya and Jin Xiangyang seated in the second row, centrally located. Ji Yunjian and his 2 assistants occupied a position in the 4th row, slightly to the left. The seating arrangement caused a fleeting shadow of disappointment to cross He Xiaosa's face. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the exhibition hall, followed by the arrival of 2 men, one tall and one short, flanked by several impeccably dressed elite men. The short man is a middle-aged gentleman, his chubby round face radiating joy, seemingly engaged in introducing something to the tall, remarkably young and handsome man beside him. The stout man, He Xiaosa, recognizes him, for she had participated in the previous edition. His name is Jin Shilong, the chairman of the competition organizing committee. As for the young and attractive tall man, with his alluring peach blossom eyes and a mischievous smile playing on his lips, he exudes the charm of a dashing young master. It turns out to be Feng Chenghao. The fact that a flamboyant young master from the Feng family personally leads a team to the competition has already stirred the chairman of the organizing committee, indicating that the Feng family is not only prominent in the capital, but holds a significant status throughout the entirety of Huagua. Qing sits beside He Xiaosa, and upon catching sight of Feng Chenghao, a fleeting glimmer of infatuation crosses her eyes. On stage, Jin Shilong has taken the microphone to introduce. "Ladies and gentlemen, the remarkable young talent beside me is none other than Feng Chenghao, the executive president of Feng Technology, who has come from the capital to personally participate in this competition. Please give him a warm welcome." The Feng family of the capital? That is indeed the most prestigious family in Huagua. It is astonishing that the second young master of the Feng family would personally lead a team to participate in this competition, truly unexpected. As soon as Jin Shilong's words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Subsequently, Jin Shilong stood smiling to one side as Feng Chenghao took the microphone and began to speak. With one hand holding the microphone and the other clutching his speech, he spoke fluently, exuding an air of casual charm. Meanwhile, the majority of the young women in the audience began to whisper among themselves, "Hey, have you heard? This second young master of the Feng family is notorious for being a playboy in the capital." "Yes, I've heard. Although he is only 26 this year, he seems to revel in nightly revelries, sowing his wild oats wherever he goes." "Really?" "Of course. Just last night, when he arrived in Jiangxing, do you know where he headed first?" "Where?" "The most renowned den of iniquity in Jiangxing, Meiying Club." "How do you know this?" "It said that identities of those who visit Meiying are protected and won't be leaked. Typically, those who go to Meiying wear masks, and the club promises to uphold strict confidentiality agreements. After all, a single visit to Meiying has a minimum expenditure of 1 million. How could an ordinary family afford such indulgence?" Naturally, someone saw this second young master of the Feng family driving with our Jiangxing's young masters towards Meihua Street's Meiying. Indeed, I wonder what kind of elite service this second young master received at Meiying? That remains a mystery. Before the last voice could finish, Qing suddenly turned her head, her expression one of fury. "Enough!" The woman who had been animatedly discussing turned to Qing, her expression shifting to one of shock, and retorted, "What is wrong with you? Are you out of your mind?" He Xiaosa hurriedly turned her face and said, "Oh, I apologize, my friend is in a bad mood. Could you perhaps tone it down a bit?" He Xiaosa was equally astonished. Why did Qing react so strongly to the mention of Feng Chenghao? Could it be that she had had an unpleasant encounter with her family last night? On stage, Feng Chenghao had yet to conclude his address when suddenly, a staff member approached Jin Shilong and whispered something in his ear. Jin Shilong's expression changed dramatically, and he promptly exited the stage with the staff member. He Xiaosa, perplexed, wondered what could have transpired that drew the attention of the chairman away from Feng Chenghao's speech. Soon, the guests below grasped the situation, as a few minutes later, an even taller and more handsome man entered, flanked by Jin Shilong and several other men in suits. Clad in a custom-made deep black suit, he emanated a powerful aura and exuded an extraordinary charm, his chiseled features radiating an air of icy nobility. Feng Qingyu? He Xiaosa gasped internally. What is this man doing here? Isn't Feng Qinghao leading the team? Why has he come? Renda had indeed been instructed to inform Feng Qinghao beforehand, but just after hanging up, he called Renda again, instructing him not to disclose Feng Qinghao's presence. At this moment, not only he Xiaosa and Feng Qinghao were curious, but even the guests in the front row, including Lu Xinya, Jane Xiangyang, and An Qing, were intrigued by the strikingly handsome newcomer. Is there truly such a remarkably handsome and noble man in the world? Who is he? Sister, have you heard of him? No, he clearly isn't from Jiangxing. I've never seen or heard of such a striking figure here. Certainly not. But how could there be such a handsome and cool man in existence? Just look at those long legs. Indeed. Those legs are almost taller than I am. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, with both looks and charisma. He is truly incomparable to the second young master of the Feng family. It is said that a man of his height, around 190 centimeters, is also quite well endowed. He must be quite capable. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. He looks incredibly young, just like a tall, rich, and handsome man. A figure like him is hardly different from the second young master of the Feng family. Outwardly, he appears charming, but who knows what he is like behind closed doors. To be courted by such a handsome and tall man would be a privilege for any woman. Indeed, I wonder which fortunate woman will have the chance to spend a night with him. All right, let us stop talking and continue listening. A girl quietly interrupted the ongoing discussion. Although their voices were low, every word reached the ears of He Xiaosa and An Qing in the front row. An Qing exchanged a knowing glance with He Xiaosa, a smile playing on her lips. Is there a possibility that he came specifically for you? Hearing An Qing's words, Johnson couldn't help but lean closer to He Xiaosa. Miss He, do you know the man who just came up on stage? He Xiaosa's face revealed a hint of hesitation. At that moment, Jane Shilong had already begun to introduce the guests below. Feng Qinghao had somehow descended from the stage and seated himself in the center of the second row. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the current executive president of Feng Group, the eldest young master of the Feng family, Feng Qingyu. Before Jane Shilong's words could fully resonate, an even more enthusiastic round of applause erupted from the audience. My heavens, so he is the most distinguished young master of the Feng family from the capital. No wonder he exudes such an extraordinary aura at first glance. Indeed, this high and mighty young master, to borrow an ancient phrase, seems like a being that should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one truly see him? My goodness, he is so incredibly handsome and cool. All right, calm down, let's keep listening. As expected, Jane Shilong, witnessing the applause that continued unabated, raised both hands to signal for silence. The tall and handsome man in black suit stood before the audience, his expression one of cool indifference. He simply surveyed the crowd with piercing, deep-set eyes, as if searching for something. It wasn't until Jane Shilong called his name that he accepted the microphone handed to him. Hello, everyone. I am Feng Qingyu. It is an honor for me to participate as a judge in this competition. Feng Qingyu concluded his remarks with just a few succinct sentences before striding towards the center seat in the front row. The host on stage began to outline the competition process, introducing the 6 judges for this event, 2 of whom were renowned experts in artificial intelligence, while the remaining 3 were owners of the top 3 7-star hotels in the nation, being the largest clients of Hotel Robots. Naturally, they were among the most important judges for the competition today. Following that, the first team to present was a research group from a local hotel robot technology company, represented by a young male researcher in his early 20s. He Xiaosa was attentively listening to the male researcher's introduction. A staff member in competition uniform approached her. Excuse me, are you Miss He Xiaosa? He Xiaosa looked up in surprise. For the convenience of the staff member, Eric had already left his seat, and Johnson had taken his place. He Xiaosa reluctantly withdrew her gaze and turned to face the staff member. A seat has been reserved for you in the front row. Please follow me. The staff member spoke with utmost courtesy. Although He Xiaosa was reluctant to go, she also did not wish to disrupt those seated behind her. So she said nothing and followed. However, before leaving, she whispered a few words to Professor Johnson, as she was the third to present. He Xiaosa did not anticipate being led directly to the center seat in the front row, where to her left sat Jin Shilong and to her right was Feng Chengyu. She was momentarily taken aback. "Miss He, please take your seat." Jin Shilong had already warmly greeted her with a smile. The man to her right, however, remained aloof, his expression impassive as he focused intently on the speaker at the podium. He Xiaosa could only nod gratefully at Jin Shilong and sit down. Once she was settled, Jan Shilong leaned towards her. "Miss He, you need not thank me. If there is gratitude to be expressed, it should be directed towards Mr. Feng." He Xiaosa was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that her presence in this prime position to observe the competition was solely due to the influence of her stoic and aloof husband seated beside her. She glanced at the man again, noting his serious demeanor as he intently judged the proceedings, and found herself uncertain whether to express her gratitude at that moment. Ultimately, she chose to divert her gaze back to the event, engaging earnestly with the competition herself, seizing the opportunity to learn from it. The two of them sat side by side in the most conspicuous center of the front row, attentively watching the introduction of the male developers on stage. Meanwhile, Feng Chenghao, seated in the center of the second row, could hardly maintain his composure. He had intended to make a grand impression at this robotics competition, yet he found himself overshadowed by his cousin. Beside him, Jan Xiangyang and Lu Xinya were equally astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Particularly Lu Xinya, whose mouth formed an O shape, unable to close for quite some time. So, this senior of hers was now the girlfriend of Feng Chengyu, the heir of the foremost family in Jing City and the current president of the Feng Group. Both she and Jin Xiangyang, not working at the Feng Group headquarters, had only heard rumors of the new executive president, Feng Chengyu, but had never encountered him. Today marked their first meeting. Chapter 057. He declares my wife. As Lu Xinya marveled at the stark contrast between Feng Chengyu and Feng Chenghao, acknowledging how vastly superior the former was. She had previously speculated whether the vacant seat next to Feng Chengyu in the front row had been intentionally left open or merely unoccupied. To her astonishment, He Xiaosa soon took a seat beside Feng Chengyu, guided by a staff member. Upon overhearing a low conversation between He Xiaosa and the chairman of the competition committee, Jin Shilong, Lu Xinya realized that the seat had indeed been reserved for He Xiaosa by Feng Chengyu. Thus, her once emotionally detached senior had unexpectedly become the girlfriend of Feng Chengyu, the heir to the most prestigious family in Jing City. This revelation was utterly astonishing. No wonder her senior had always maintained a platonic distance with Ji Xuezhang. It made sense that they sat side by side now, devoid of any interaction, appearing as a perfect match of talented individuals. It was no wonder she couldn't ship the CP of Ji Xuezhang and her senior. Yet, back in college, she had felt they were perfectly suited. Meanwhile, Ji Yunzhan, seated in the fourth row to the left, had witnessed the scene in the front row with clarity. Yet, he remained silent, his lips pressed tighter, his expression growing increasingly cold. Moments later, as the second developer presented their robot on stage, He Xiaosa began to stir. She quietly exchanged a few words with Jin Shilong before preparing to rise. Unexpectedly, a long, bony hand grasped her sleeve, and a deep, magnetic voice devoid of any discernible emotion followed. "Where are you going?" "Oh, we are the third to perform. I need to head backstage to prepare." He Xiaosa replied, momentarily startled, before turning to explain herself to the man. Feng Chengyu then withdrew his hand, redirecting his focus back to the stage. Jan Shilong observed their singular interaction, pondering the nature of their relationship. As they were far from Jiangqing and unaware of the couple's marital status, the commercial robot He Xiaosa had brought along was a newly developed delivery robot designed for hotels. Not only could it deliver meals and other items to guests, but it also boasted an innovative feature that allowed for simple interactive conversations with patrons. As He Xiaosa introduced this groundbreaking delivery robot with her gentle and warm demeanor, it instantly captivated the audience's interest, even causing the judge's eyes to gleam with excitement. Upon returning to her seat beside Feng Chengyu, she was met with an unprecedented smile from him, a rare acknowledgement of her efforts. After an exhibition of several newly developed commercial robots, the time had slipped past noon. The staff proceeded to collect the scores from the 6 judges, with results set to be announced at 3 in the afternoon. Throughout the morning's presentations, He Xiaosa's interactive robot from Jinghong Technology and Ji Yunzhan's highly precise navigation robot with superior obstacle avoidance capabilities stood out prominently. During lunchtime, the organizing committee, the hosts of the event, extended a special invitation to Feng Qingyu, He Xiaosa, Ji Yunzhan, Feng Qinghao, and the other 5 judges to dine at a 5-star hotel. Unbeknownst to many, Ji Yunzhan had previously worked at the NUIS Artificial Intelligence Robotics Research Center in the United States. His return to the country with his newly developed commercial robot for the competition had been at the committee's special request, as he was a top-tier figure in the field of commercial intelligent robotics. Feng Qinghao declined the invitation, maintaining a cold demeanor towards his cousin. When Feng Qinghao had attempted to greet him, he had responded with indifference, which contributed to Feng Qinghao's reluctance to dine with him. At the table, aside from Ji Yunzhan, the others, including the judges and Jin Shilong, were particularly intrigued by the relationship between Feng Qingyu and He Xiaosa. However, no one dared to voice their curiosity initially. It was not until Feng Qingyu lifted his glass and remarked, "Today, I am temporarily serving as a judge mainly to accompany my wife in her competition. I am particularly touched by everyone's support for my wife. So I would like to raise a toast to all of you," that the atmosphere shifted. The moment his words fell, the guests appeared stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, before hurriedly raising their glasses to reciprocate the toast. Once the glasses were emptied, a waiter promptly refilled them. At this moment, Zhao Shiqing, the owner of the Blue Sky Hotel and one of the judges, exclaimed, "I never expected that He is actually Mr. Feng's wife. Allow me to extend my best wishes for a blissful and sweet life for the esteemed couple." He raised his glass first. He Xiaosa felt compelled to lift her glass as well, though she furrowed her brows slightly at the situation. Feng Qingyu observed this and instinctively reached for the glass in her hand, but Zhao Shiqing, astute as ever, added, "Ms. He, as a lady, you may simply take a sip to show your appreciation." With that encouragement, He Xiaosa felt obliged to drink. In truth, her primary motivation for attending this banquet was to establish connections with the judges. The 5 judges included 2 experts in intelligent robotics and 3 owners of the largest hotels in the country. Building rapport with these influential figures, particularly the hotel proprietors, could significantly bolster the development of Jinghong technology. Thus, despite being told she could merely sip, He Xiaosa ended up consuming nearly half a glass of wine. "Ms. He, you truly are a remarkable woman," Zhao Shiqing praised, delighted by her earnestness. In reality, He Xiaosa occasionally participated in drinking sessions with clients. However, she was not fond of alcohol. Typically, she would bring Su Qinglan along, who was adept at holding her own when it came to drinking. Yet today, without Su Qinglan by her side, she found herself reluctantly partaking. With Zhao Shiqing leading the toast, the other judges joined in, raising their glasses to toast the newlywed couple. As He Xiaosa continued to drink, her porcelain-white face gradually flushed, and she began to feel unwell. She discreetly informed Jin Shilong and exited the private room. In the ladies' restroom, He Xiaosa could no longer contain herself and vomited. This was not her first experience with excessive drinking. When Jinghong had just been established, she had faced similar pressures to drink despite Su Qinglan's presence to shield her from it. She had once pushed her limits to the point of a gastric perforation, and there were occasions in business meetings when male clients had behaved inappropriately towards her. In this society, it was challenging for men to succeed in business, let alone for a woman. Chapter 058. A forceful kiss. He Xiaosa's determination to drink heavily that night was solely to secure more orders for Jinghong. Yet, deep down, she understood that with Feng Qingyu as her formidable support, even if she abstained, figures like Zhao Shiqing would still likely consider purchasing Jinghong's hotel commercial robots. Emerging from the restroom, He Xiaosa appeared pale and fatigued. However, upon spotting the tall and elegant man standing before the public wash basin, she paused momentarily before approaching him slowly. "Senior," He Xiaosa called out as she reached him, extending her hands under the faucet. Water flowed freely, and she began washing her hands. Ji Yunzhan's gaze was intensely focused on her. Once she finished, he handed her a paper towel. "Senior, is there something you need? Or are you waiting for me?" He Xiaosa inquired after accepting the towel, wiping her hands before tossing it into a nearby trash bin and lifting her face to ask, "Junior, I have a question for you. What prompted you and Feng Qingyu to register your marriage? Do you love him?" Ji Yunzhan finally broached the question that had weighed heavily on his heart. He acknowledged that he had returned too late. However, if there were unspoken reasons behind her marriage to Feng Qingyu, he still had a chance. He Xiaosa was taken aback by his unexpected inquiry. Did they share a level of intimacy that warranted discussing matters of the heart? Their interactions had been limited to a few meetings during their university days, primarily focused on the development of a robot. However, even during that month, Their meetings predominantly revolved around the study of intelligent robots, exploring avenues for innovation and surmounting technological hurdles. Other times, their conversations were mostly limited to mundane inquiries about meals. It was getting late. She needed to leave, suggesting they reconvene the following afternoon, should time permit, to continue their research. Such trivial exchanges left her feeling indifferent, as she truly perceived no distinction between him and her other male classmates. With this thought lingering in her mind, Xiaosa raised her face, her expression earnest as she spoke. Senior, before she could utter more than 3 words, a deep, cool voice resonated from the doorway. Mrs. Feng. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiaosa turned towards the entrance, where a tall, impeccably dressed man in a black suit stood, arms crossed, looking quite displeased. Hurriedly, Xiaosa bid farewell to Ji Yunzhan. Senior, my husband has arrived. I must take my leave. Ji Yunzhan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet he nodded in acknowledgement, watching her approach the man, who then wrapped an arm around her slender waist. However, just before departing, Feng Chengyu cast a piercing, cold glance towards Ji Yunzhan in the corridor. He remarked, Mrs. Feng, there is no need for you to drink, nor to the extent of making yourself ill. After taking a few steps, Xiaosa heard the man beside her express this sentiment. I understand your meaning. His public declaration of her as his wife was already sufficient to elevate the perception of Jinghong technology in the eyes of Zhao Shiqing and others. Yet, she still wished to convey her personal sincerity beyond merely relying on him. Should there come a time when he was no longer a steadfast support? Thus, she said, Feng Chengyu, I must express my gratitude. Suddenly halting, she tilted her face upward, gazing at him with sincerity. If you truly wish to thank me, then please sever ties with your senior and cease all future interactions. Feng Chengyu loomed over her, his dark, inscrutable eyes fixed on her intently. This is a matter of principle. I fail to comprehend why you would make such an absurd demand. Xiaosa met his gaze for a fleeting moment before withdrawing her eyes in displeasure. Mrs. Feng, I believe you are feigning ignorance. Feng Chengyu abruptly pushed her against the wall, his large hand gripping her delicate chin. Xiaosa felt a sharp pain as he held her firmly. You scoundrel! Feng Chengyu, are you out of your mind? She could not help but raise her hands to pry his grip away. Mrs. Feng, do not blame me for the warning. You are a married woman. Feng Chengyu's dark gaze was now simmering with growing anger. And what of married women? They are still human. They too have the freedom to interact with other men. She protested, is it so wrong to speak a few words with Ji Yunzhan? Why did he feel the need to escalate matters? Xiaosa, I offered you a chance. Feng Chengyu's mind flashed back to a scene from years ago, where a nearly naked couple lay entwined on a bed. He could no longer contain himself. Seizing her chin with one hand, he leaned down, kissing her forcefully, devoid of any tenderness. Xiaosa's eyes widened in shock. Her protests muffled as she pushed against his chest, yet he remained unyielding. His kiss was infused with repressed fury, nearly consuming her. Gradually, she ceased her struggles, defiantly meeting his gaze with a look of indignation. She could not comprehend his madness. There had been nothing flirtatious between her and Ji Yunzhan at the sink. Though she was surprised by Ji Yunzhan's question, she had intended to convey that even if her marriage to Feng Chengyu lacked love, she would not find affection for any other man. From a young age, she had felt an absence of romantic inclination. Many outstanding boys had expressed their affection for her, yet she had turned them away without hesitation. Even during her adolescence, she did not perceive boys as being significantly superior to girls. She had never felt compelled to fall in love or marry. In fact, she found studying academia, visiting libraries, and conducting experiments far more meaningful and fulfilling than engaging in romantic pursuits. During her university days, she would observe the lovey-dovey couples on campus and wonder what significance lay in such constant displays of affection. Why should a girl squander her precious time in such frivolities with boys? As Feng Chengyu's mind gradually cleared, he sensed her distraction and found it increasingly tiresome. Thus, he withdrew his lips and released her. Feng Chengyu, what on earth is your problem? If you're unwell, seek treatment. Xiaosa relished her newfound freedom, her brows knitting in fury. Had she not needed to cling tightly to him, she would have relished the thought of slapping him. This time, Feng Chengyu did not retort or pay her any mind, adopting a demeanor of disinterest as he turned and strode purposefully towards the dining room. After their departure, Ji Yunzhan emerged slowly from the restroom, his lips pressed tightly together as he observed the two figures moving ahead of him. Chapter 059, handing him a check around 3 in the afternoon, at the Jiangqing International Convention Center's exhibition hall, the results were announced. Ji Yunjan truly proved to be a genius in this field. The hotel service robot he developed not only excelled in obstacle avoidance, but also showcased exceptional communication and interaction capabilities with guests. Therefore, he rightfully claimed the first prize in the hotel service robot competition. The second place went to a local team from Jiangxing Technology University's Computer Science Department, which created a smart delivery robot for hotels, featuring multiple storage compartments and extended battery life. The third place was awarded to the interactive communication robot developed by Jinghong Technology, led by Johnson. Jin Xiangyang and Lu Xinya, representing Feng's Technology, secured the fourth position with their hotel service robot. Feng Qingyu was furious about the outcome. The final event of the competition involved interaction with hotel owners interested in purchasing hotel service robots. The participating technology companies would leverage this opportunity to negotiate collaborations with these hotel owners. Unfortunately, Feng's Technology managed to secure not a single substantial order during this event. Meanwhile, Jinghong Technology also failed to clinch multimillion-dollar contracts, only reaching preliminary agreements with a few mid-sized hotels. Zhao Shiqing and 2 other major hotel owners, considering Feng Qingyu's influence, managed to establish preliminary agreements for dozens of robots. It turned out that they had all set their sights on Ji Yunjan's intelligent hotel robot, eager to see which technology company he would partner with, and were prepared to purchase a significant number of his powerful hotel service robots. This was entirely reasonable. In any industry today, competition was fierce. Without superior performance and functionality, one would undoubtedly falter in the competition. He Xiaosa understood this well. Therefore, she intended to find a moment to discuss with Ji Yunjan. If he had not yet signed with any technology company, she would strongly encourage him to join Jinghong Technology. By 4 in the afternoon, the exhibition hall was abuzz with activity. In one corner, he Xiaosa sat in a chair, engaged in conversation with a hotel owner. Meanwhile, Ji Yunjan was surrounded by several executives from technology companies, seemingly discussing something. However, Ji Yunjan appeared somewhat distracted, glancing around intermittently as if searching for someone. After a few minutes, he Xiaosa smiled as she concluded her conversation with the hotel owner and rose from her seat. She then made her way towards the exhibition platform, having noticed Ji Yunjan approaching her. Suddenly, as he Xiaosa reached Ji Yunjan, she felt a warmth surging from below. In that instant, embarrassment flooded her face. "Junior, what's wrong?" Ji Yunjan asked with concern. "Oh, senior, please wait a moment." He Xiaosa felt mortified. Of all times, her period had chosen this moment to arrive. After exchanging a brief sentence with Ji Yunjan, she turned and headed toward the restroom in the exhibition hall. Ji Yunjan stood there, bewildered. After a moment of stunned silence, he quickly caught up to her side. "Junior, what exactly happened? Tell me, and I will see if I can help you." "Oh, senior, I just need to use the restroom. Please find a seat, I'll be back in just a few minutes." He Xiaosa's face flushed as she explained. Ji Yunjan soon grasped the situation and halted his steps, his ears growing warm. However, as he watched her graceful figure and noticed a faint hint of red on her light-colored fabric, he instinctively stepped closer. "Junior," Ji Yunjan called out, then removed his light-colored suit jacket, intending to cover her rear with it. He Xiaosa immediately realized his intention, her face turning crimson as she froze in place. She wanted to refuse but found it difficult to do so, as she still had a distance to cover to reach the restroom. Not knowing what else to do, she recognized she could not walk around the hall with that hint of red showing. "Thank you, senior," he Xiaosa murmured, her cheeks flushed as she expressed her gratitude. Just as her thanks were about to continue, a large hand reached out swiftly, pulling her away. Ji Yunjan's jacket had yet to envelop he Xiaosa when she was whisked away. His hand stiffened, and as he raised his face, he encountered a tall figure standing before her. So careless. Feng Qingyu's handsome face remained composed as he removed his own suit jacket, wrapping it around her waist to shield her. "Oh, I did not mean to." It is he Xiaosa intended to express that the arrival of her monthly cycle was utterly unexpected, yet she suddenly fell silent. Thus, she should not have lied last night. Now, it seems that fate is punishing her, bringing her menstruation upon her so abruptly, causing her immense embarrassment. He Xiaosa bit her lip, refraining from continuing her speech. However, her originally porcelain-white, exquisite visage grew increasingly flushed. Just as she was overwhelmed with shame, the rich scent of sandalwood gradually faded away, prompting her to raise her face and gaze at Feng Qingyu. "All right, go to the restroom. I will wait for you here." Feng Qingyu looked at the blushing woman and could not bring himself to scold her any further. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently stroke her head. He Xiaosa let out a soft "oh." Turning to head toward the restroom once more, she felt as if she might perish from embarrassment. Upon arriving at the restroom, she immediately called Anqing, requesting her to procure some sanitary pads nearby and bring them to her. In the lobby, Feng Qingyu watched as the woman's figure receded further away before turning to face Ji Yunzhan. "Mr. Ji, we need to discuss something." This conversation was evidently not meant for the bustling lobby. Soon, they found an empty lounge within the exhibition center. Ji Yunzhan and Feng Qingyu sat facing each other. "Mr. Ji, here is a check for 40 million, as long as you sever all ties with my wife immediately. It is yours." Feng Qingyu was clearly not inclined to engage in pleasantries. He straightforwardly produced a check and tossed it onto the table. Ji Yunzhan's handsome face momentarily froze as he glanced at the check, a smirk of disdain appearing at the corners of his lips. "Mr. Feng, do you take your junior sister for what? Moreover, you are her lawful husband. What is there to fear?" Ji Yunzhan added coolly. "Mr. Ji, don't test my patience. It is not fear. It is disgust." Feng Qingyu suddenly raised his voice sharply. How could one not feel disgusted when one's wife is constantly pursued and entangled by another man? Disgust? I admit, I have feelings for your junior sister, but that is solely my unreciprocated affection. Your junior sister has shown me no semblance of ambiguity. There is nothing improper between us. I have no intention of becoming a third party in someone else's marriage." Ji Yunzhan replied, his lips curling faintly. "Your words are rife with contradictions. You claim not to wish to be a third party, yet you still entangle yourself." Feng Qingyu's handsome face darkened entirely. "Mr. Feng, if your junior sister truly loves you, if there are no rifts between you as a couple, then no one would have the chance to intrude." Ji Yunzhan continued with a frown. "Mr. Feng, do you not trust yourself, or do you not trust your junior sister?" "Ji Yunzhan, my patience is limited. This time I am offering you a check. Next time, who knows what I will offer?" Feng Qingyu threatened through clenched teeth. "Mr. Feng, are you angry out of humiliation? How about this? Let us engage in fair competition. Give me a month. If your junior sister still chooses to walk alongside you, I will voluntarily withdraw. I will leave for America without taking a single cent and will not return to Huagua." "What do you say?" Ji Yunzhan stated, his eyes fixed intently on Feng Qingyu from behind his glasses. The two men, equally outstanding, yet this time, Feng Qingyu appeared to be at a disadvantage. Feng Qingyu's face alternated between pale and flushed, his chest rising and falling slightly, indicating his agitation. "Mr. Feng, your junior sister is your wife. If you wish, you can be with her 24 hours a day. Such competition is hardly fair, as you hold all the advantages. And yet, you still need to ponder for so long. It seems the outside world has overestimated you," Ji Yunzhan remarked, his smile laced with mockery. When he Xiaosa emerged from the restroom, she found neither Ji Yunzhan nor Feng Qingyu. Anqing walked beside her, curiously inquiring, "Cici, what are you looking for?" "Oh, Qingbao, do you have Senior Ji's number? I would like to discuss a collaboration with him." He Xiaosa turned to her. "Yes, I do. Cici, it's already past 5. Shouldn't we arrange a dinner tonight to discuss the collaboration with Mr. Ji?" Anqing immediately grasped her intent and asked. Although he Xiaosa had a good rapport with Ji Yunzhan privately, Anqing believed that arranging a dinner would convey sincerity in enticing such a brilliant scientist to work at Jinghong. He Xiaosa found Anqing's suggestion excellent and agreed. Before long, Anqing contacted Ji Yunzhan and arranged the dinner for that evening. He Xiaosa was uncertain how late the dinner would last, so she sent Feng Qingyu a message. "There is a dinner tonight. I might be back late. If you wish to return to the hotel first, feel free to sleep without waiting for me." "What dinner? With whom?" Feng Qingyu responded almost instantaneously. He Xiaosa glanced at her phone, noticing Feng Qingyu's inquiry. Considering his natural animosity toward Ji Yunzhan, she did not want to add to his worries, so she filtered out his message. Thus, she merely glanced at the phone screen before stowing it away in her bag. Just as she intended to leave the exhibition center, her phone suddenly chimed again. Frowning, contemplating whether to check her phone again, Jin Xiangyang and Lu Xinya approached her unexpectedly. "Senior!" Lu Xinya exclaimed, her face alight with joy. He Xiaosa abandoned the thought of retrieving her phone. "Have you not returned to Jing City yet? When do you plan to go back?" He Xiaosa was equally delighted to see them. After all, She had few friends, and Lu Xinya and her husband were among her rare acquaintances. Oh, we have a flight at 7. So, senior, we came specifically to bid you farewell. Upon mentioning farewell, a hint of reluctance appeared on Lu Xinya's face. Then, I wish you a pleasant journey in advance. Please send me a message to let me know you arrived safely. Xiaosa felt little emotional turmoil. She naturally felt some reluctance, but since they both worked in Jing City, it was possible to gather on weekends. Oh, by the way, senior, you were sitting with Mr. Feng from our phone group this morning. Are you two involved in something? Lu Xinya suddenly teased. Involved? Xiaosa felt a lump in her heart. This junior sister was truly. What involvement could there be? Junior sister, you have quite the imagination. Xiaosa patted her shoulder, signaling her to leave. Oh, I retract that statement. Senior, are you and Mr. Feng serious? Although Feng Qingyu had a decent reputation and lacked the bad habits of a playboy, there were many rumors about him, such as being a woman repellent and a homosexual. Reflecting on this, Lu Xinya wondered if Feng Qingyu was not as good as Ji Yunjian. Xiaosa nodded at her and urged the young couple to hurry to the airport, for missing their flight would be a significant issue. After Lu Xinya and Jin Shangyang bid her farewell, as Xiaosa exited the exhibition center, her phone suddenly rang. More precisely, it was a WeChat call. She looked to see that it was Feng Qingyu calling. His WeChat avatar was blank, merely a shadowy figure within a basic box. The WeChat name was simply his own. Hello, Xiaosa answered, bringing the phone to her ear. At that moment, she stood by the roadside near the exhibition center. Mrs. Feng, did you see the message I sent you? The man on the other end began as if he were admonishing her. I haven't had the chance to look. What is it about? Xiaosa replied coolly. Whom are you dining with tonight? At which restaurant? What time will it end? I will come to pick you up. In truth, Feng Qingyu had already deduced the situation. He had long noticed that Xiaosa intended to discuss collaboration with Ji Yunjian. When Ji Yunjian was on stage presenting his newly developed robot, Xiaosa's eyes had sparkled with excitement. He understood that she was not merely captivated by Ji Yunjian, but rather by the powerful robot itself. I don't know. Tomorrow is Saturday. Are you not attending your cousin's wedding? Xiaosa was surprised by Feng Qingyu's seemingly well-meaning reminder. She then recalled that He Mingyao was indeed getting married tomorrow. Tonight, she needed to discuss with her parents how to attend the wedding. I do not know when the dinner will conclude, but I will try to finish early. I will also message you in advance. Xiaosa did not wish to upset him, especially since she needed her lawful husband to accompany her to He Mengyao's wedding the next day. At Mingxianjuan Chinese restaurant, Xiaosa and Anqing had arrived early. Around 6:30, Ji Yunjian entered the private room alone. Xiaosa raised an eyebrow in confusion, but she did not voice her thoughts. After some casual pleasantries, the food was served promptly. Xiaosa gestured for Anqing to fetch 2 bottles of wine, but Ji Yunjian's voice stopped her. There are no outsiders here. Does your junior sister not remember the unpleasantness of drinking too much at noon? Ji Yunjian raised an eyebrow. Xiaosa decided not to press the matter further. At the dining table, the three of them ate and chatted casually, with Ji Yunjian doing most of the talking. He reminisced about their university experience during the robotics competition and shared anecdotes from his time studying abroad in America. Since the conclusion of the competition, the two had not been in contact. Therefore, when Ji Yunjian suddenly reached out to her, she felt quite taken aback. Junior, are you free tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon? I would like to meet with you, Ji Yunjian said. Although Xiaosa was surprised and confused, she reasoned that he was not someone who would make a call without significant cause, so she readily agreed, thinking he must have something important to discuss. However, when the appointed time arrived the next afternoon, he did not show up. Even though she felt let down, she did not dwell on it, assuming he sought her assistance and that the matter had likely been resolved. Thus, they ceased communication thereafter, and as time passed, Xiaosa gradually forgot about him. To her astonishment, today Ji Yunjian brought up that incident again, prompting Xiaosa to look up at him in shock. Senior, was there some insurmountable issue you wished for my assistance with back then? Certainly not, Ji Yunjian replied, a sudden spark of excitement illuminating his refined features. He instinctively reached out to cover her delicate hand resting on the table with his own. In the next moment, Xiaosa widened her beautiful peach blossom eyes in surprise, gazing at Ji Yunjian. Yet, she did not withdraw her hand, for despite being enveloped by his long, fair fingers, her heart remained undisturbed, merely astonished and slightly perplexed. Do you like me? She wondered. Had he intended to confess his feelings when he invited her to meet? Still incredulous, she furrowed her brows before subtly retracting her hand. Is it too late for me to confess now? Ji Yun-jan's palm fell away, and his heart felt equally desolate. Observing the earnest expression on his handsome face framed by glasses, He Xiaosei nodded seriously. Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, "Thank goodness you didn't confess. If he had, she would have instinctively rejected him without hesitation. In truth, Ji Yun-jan was already remarkable enough to captivate any woman. However, she had been rather naive regarding romantic matters since childhood, or perhaps she had always belonged to the species of those who were oblivious to love. Upon hearing her words, Ji Yun-jan's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. "So, you chose Feng Chengyu because he is wealthier and more powerful than I, correct?" As he spoke, a sharp pang tightened around his heart. Did the girl he cherished always gravitate towards those of influence? Instinctively, He Xiaosei wanted to shake her head, but upon reflection, she realized that marrying Feng Chengyu was indeed a pursuit of his power, clinging to the Feng family as support. After all, as a woman without any backing, running a company was exceedingly challenging. Jinghong had been established for nearly 5 years and had yet to go public, which served as the best proof. Her greatest ambition over the past 2 years was to see Jinghong become a publicly listed company. Thus, she nodded in agreement, noticing a slight crack in Ji Yun-jan's gaze as she did so. A flicker of sympathy arose within her. "Senior, I advise you not to develop feelings for me. I am devoid of emotion." "Then, you do not love Feng Chengyu, do you?" Ji Yun-jan unexpectedly seized upon her words, his expression becoming earnest as he looked at her. He Xiaosei sighed in resignation. "I do not love him, but I chose to marry him. At least during our marriage, I must remain loyal." "Mustn't I?" "It matters not," Ji Yun-jan said. "Junior, I am willing to join Jinghong. I simply wish to be by your side while working. I am willing to wait for you to develop feelings for me. And then you can divorce him and be with me." "Enough, do not say any more." He Xiaosei suddenly raised her voice, cutting him off. She then stood up. "Senior, Jinghong is currently collaborating pleasantly with Professor Johnson, and we do not plan to hire any new R&D personnel for the time being. Let this evening conclude here." As she spoke, she retrieved her bag from the back of her chair. "Preparing to leave, Junior, do you truly dislike me so much? Why not afford me the chance to remain by your side?" Ji Yun-jan appeared deeply wounded. He Xiaosei hesitated, a ripple of emotion stirring within her chest. But she merely paused before pushing the chair back and walking out. Despite the contractual nature of her marriage with Feng Chengyu, her upbringing instilled in her the understanding that even in a loveless union, the bare minimum of loyalty must exist between spouses. If the other party were to find true love, it should only be pursued after divorce, and she, in all likelihood, would never love another man in her lifetime. Why then should she grant a chance to her admirer, to have him work alongside her while he sank deeper into unrequited love, knowing she could not reciprocate? She could never drag someone into the depths of such anguish. Thus, she preferred to forego a talent like Ji Yun-jan rather than entangle him in the torment of one-sided affection. After exiting the restaurant, He Xiaosei called in Qing to settle the bill, then dialed Feng Chengyu's number. It was not yet 8 o'clock, and the hour was still early. She intended to invite him to accompany her back to her family home in Jiangcheng. Feng Chengyu arrived at the roadside near the Chinese restaurant in just a few minutes. As he parked the car and approached her, he expressed mild surprise. So early. He was aware of whom she had dined with that evening. "Aren't we attending my cousin's wedding tomorrow? I thought I might visit my parents tonight to discuss the gift," He Xiaosei replied nonchalantly. "But this is my first visit to your in-laws' home." Feng Chengyu frowned. He Xiaosei quickly understood his concern and interjected, "Have you forgotten? When my mother visited us in Jing City, you asked her to bring back gifts. We can return early tomorrow." After all, it was his first visit as a son-in-law. How could he sneak in at night? Although they had obtained a marriage certificate, he viewed her as his lifelong partner. Very well. Seeing his determination, He Xiaosei acquiesced. Just as they were conversing, Ji Yun-jan emerged from the restaurant. Clad in a sharp gray suit and wearing glasses, he exuded an air of elegance. He glanced in their direction. Chapter 62. "What book are you reading?" Feng Chengyu seemed to sense something, a chill crossing his lips as he cast a cold glance in that direction, then wrapped his arm around He Xiaosei's waist, softly instructing, "Get in the car." He even opened the passenger door for her and, as she settled in, kindly fastened her seatbelt. He Xiaosei's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. When had this man become so considerate? Moreover, as he secured her seatbelt, she was taken aback by his attentiveness. "No need, I can manage." However, before she could finish, she heard the click of the seatbelt being fastened. He did not immediately withdraw his form from beside her. As he Xiao slightly parted her lips and tilted her face upward, her lips inadvertently brushed against the firm line of his jaw, and the familiar scent of sandalwood enveloped her senses. The moment her lips touched his cool, delicate skin, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her ears flushed visibly. Yet, he lingered, seemingly deliberately leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "You are my wife. Serving my wife is my duty." This intimate murmur sent her heart into a frenzy. Every word he uttered was profoundly earnest, yet she detected an undertone of flirtation. "Now that the seatbelt is fastened, why aren't you driving?" He Xiao shifted slightly away from him, seeking distance. She tilted her face up, her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. It was the first time Feng Chengyu had witnessed her in such a shy and demure light. Observing her bashful countenance and the alluring curve of her lips, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Leaning down to capture her tempting mouth in a kiss, his lips met hers. The warmth of his breath ignited a flutter in her heart. "Feng Chengyu, what are you doing? Hurry and drive." He Xiao's face flushed crimson, her hands pushing against his chest to halt the deepening kiss. Initially, Feng Chengyu had merely intended to plant a light kiss on her lips. Realizing that he desired to deepen the kiss, he was taken aback by his own impulsiveness. "What are you doing? Feng Chengyu, have you lost your mind?" Having witnessed the transformation of his parents from a loving couple to what they became, he had long ago convinced himself that true love did not exist. Thus, he had always warned himself against falling for any woman. Even now, as he Xiao assumed the role of his wife, he forbade himself from loving her. To remain unencumbered by love was to avoid injury. Feng Chengyu withdrew from the passenger seat, leaning slightly to glance back at the restaurant entrance. Even from several meters away, he could see Ji Yunzhan standing there, looking lost and despondent, his eyes vacant and lifeless, like a shell of a person. Feng Chengyu smirked, making a gesture he had never before resorted to, raising his middle finger. Ji Yunzhan's face turned ashen. Upon returning to his hotel suite, one of his assistants, Stephen, approached him, asking, "Mr. Ji, why are you back so early? How was your conversation with Mrs. He? Are we joining Jing Hong?" As Ji Yunzhan stepped into the room, he felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He hastily removed his tie and jacket, tossing them onto the sofa. "No." "She refused," Ji Yunzhan exclaimed, before snatching a bathrobe from the hanger and striding towards the bathroom. Stephen, his assistant, stood behind him, eyes wide with disbelief. He was well aware of Ji Yunzhan's interest in that junior, perhaps even an unspoken affection. It was also evident that the young woman, as the owner of Jinghong Technology, was keenly aware of Ji Yunzhan's talents. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had her assistant, and Qing, proactively reach out to him and invite him to dinner. What they had anticipated as a potential step forward in their relationship had unexpectedly culminated in rejection. Stephen was utterly astonished. Did Professor Ji truly offer himself on a silver platter, only to be turned away? However, Ji Yunzhan appeared disinclined to engage with him. Just as Stephen was about to follow him into the bathroom, the door slammed shut, leaving him outside. Reluctantly, he turned back to as he settled back onto the sofa. Ji Yunzhan's phone, nestled within his jacket, began to ring unexpectedly. He retrieved it to find an unfamiliar number calling. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to take the call to Ji Yunzhan, the ringing abruptly ceased. Minutes later, the phone rang again, coinciding with the bathroom door being pulled open from within. Stephen approached the freshly bathed Ji Yunzhan. Holding out the phone, "Mr. Ji, you emerged just in time. Someone is calling for you. Oh, please answer it on speaker," Ji Yunzhan replied, towel-drying his hair with a nonchalant demeanor. "Mr. Ji, this is Luo Yang, assistant to Mr. Feng Chenghao of Fengshe Technology. May I inquire if you are available this evening? Mr. Feng wishes to arrange a meeting with you." Meanwhile, He Xiaosa returned to her hotel suite and promptly called her mother, Cui Jiahui, to inform her that Feng Qingyu would accompany her home the following morning, after which the family of four would head to He Mengyao's wedding venue. Upon hearing her daughter mention that her son-in-law would be returning with her, Cui Jiahui repeatedly expressed her approval. After hanging up, she joyfully exited her bedroom and made her way to the study. Arriving at the study door, she pushed it open without knocking, only to find He Hongsheng, her husband, engrossed in his computer. "Old He, stop staring at the screen. Your son-in-law is coming home with Say tomorrow. We need to tidy up the house." He Hongxing finally lifted his gaze from the computer, adjusting his glasses with a look of bewilderment. What? Our son-in-law is coming home with say tomorrow morning. I can't manage this alone. You must help me tidy up. The couple then set to work, more energetically than they would before the Spring Festival. In the hotel suite, as He Xiaosa emerged from her shower clad in a bathrobe, Feng Chengyu was reclining against the headboard. Engrossed in a book, intrigued, she lifted the silk quilt and leaned closer. What book are you reading? Chapter 063. Mr. Feng, you can't be that beastly, can you? To her surprise, upon sensing her proximity, the man swiftly tucked the book away into the nightstand. When he turned to face her, He Xiaosa noted with rarity that his ears had taken on a slight flush, a fleeting, uncharacteristic look passed through his eyes. Nothing of importance, he replied, his gaze lingering on her, imbued with a depth that left her momentarily perplexed. Mrs. Feng, I would like to discuss something with you. Oh, please go ahead, she replied, feeling a touch of gratitude for his willingness to accompany her to her family home and attend her cousin's wedding. Do you know what to do if a husband has desires during his wife's menstrual period? At that moment, they were positioned on opposite sides of the bed, yet still a considerable distance apart. However, as he spoke, He Xiaosa suddenly comprehended the depth of emotion in his gaze that had previously eluded her understanding. Her heart raced, fear taking hold. She instinctively clutched the quilt tighter around herself. Shifting away slightly. Mrs. Feng, if you keep moving, you may fall off the bed, he cautioned. He Xiaosa froze, clutching the quilt even more tightly, too timid to move. Mr. Feng, you can't be that beastly, can you? I'm on my period. And yet you still. As she spoke, her words trailed off, her complexion paling. Mrs. Feng, I assure you, I am not as beastly as you think. Even if you were willing, I would not acquiesce, he asserted, his eyes dark and unwavering as he gazed at her. The woman after her bath was a pure and enchanting beauty, her skin luminous and her lips a soft rosy hue, delicate and fragrant. During menstruation, if a husband still desires intimacy, a wife might opt for alternative means of satisfaction, such as using her mouth or hands. Feng Chengyu spoke at a measured pace, drawing from the knowledge he had gleaned from the book he had been perusing. Feng Chengyu, think again. He Xiaosa could discern his intentions through his gaze and words. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she clutched the quilt to her chest, embodying the essence of a chaste and resolute maiden. Please, help your husband. One to. The ensuing hour was a tumultuous ordeal. Exhausted, He Xiaosa leaned against Feng Chengyu, nearly at her wits' end. Thank you, my dear wife, Feng Chengyu remarked, gazing at the woman who lay limp in his embrace. Feng Chengyu, you can forget about it in the future, she murmured, eyes closed, still in a daze. All right, I won't do this again, he promised, his tone gentle and soothing. The next morning, during breakfast, Xiao Liang had thoughtfully arranged a meal for the couple at the hotel, even employing a robot to deliver it. He also prepared a selection of fruits, such as bananas and sliced watermelon. After the meal, the man even attentively peeled a banana and dipped it in yogurt for her. However, upon seeing the banana, He Xiaosa's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, a myriad of thoughts flooding her mind. You're insane, she exclaimed, her face burning with embarrassment. Then have some yogurt. Feng Chengyu set the banana aside, offering her a cup of yogurt instead. He Xiaosa's face reddened further. She was at a loss as to why the morning's meal left her feeling so flustered. I won't drink it. In the next moment, without thinking, she raised her hand. The yogurt splashed onto her hand, prompting the man to reach for a tissue to help her clean up. Feng Chengyu, are you ever going to stop? He Xiaosa could no longer contain herself, raising her voice in exasperation as she stood up and left the table. Chapter 064. Bringing lavish gifts to meet the in-laws. Feng Chengyu placed great importance on his first visit to his in-laws. Thus, Xiaoliang had gone out early to purchase gifts, acting as the driver to take them to He Xiaosa's family home in the Jinyu Huafu neighborhood. Building 21. Jinyu Huafu was a housing complex built in the early 2000s in Jiangxing, and it was the home that He Xiaosa's family had acquired a decade prior. After years of hard work, her parents had only managed to buy this 120 square meter suite. They had previously lived in a smaller, dilapidated apartment of over 70 square meters, which they sold to make the switch. In truth, He Hongsheng and his wife had saved a considerable amount over the years, but after investing over 400,000 in the new house, Their remaining savings of over 700,000 had been fully invested in He Xiao's entrepreneurial endeavors. Naturally, as their only daughter, they indulged her. Feng Qingyu arrived with a plethora of gifts, including 2 brand-new high-end smartphones worth 69,999 each, 2 cases of Feitian Mutai liquor, a high-end Celadon tea set valued at over 100,000, 2 boxes of Westlake Longjing tea, and several other luxurious items such as Northeast ginseng, Ningxiao black goji berries, and imported goat milk powder. A.S. Xiao Liang parked the extended business vehicle in the small square beneath Building 21. Several elderly women basking in the sun turned their heads, their eyes widening in curiosity at the sight of the luxury car. Xiao Liang stepped out first, approaching the rear of the car and retrieving the numerous gifts from the trunk, placing them on the ground. The assortment of gift boxes and bags totaled over 20 items, nearly occupying 10 square meters of space. The elderly women gazed in astonishment at the lavish and varied gifts, whispering amongst themselves, "Who could this be for? I've never heard of anyone with such extravagant guests. Perhaps someone from our building has married into wealth, but I haven't heard of it. I did hear that He Kachang's family has a daughter getting married today. They say she's marrying a rich second-generation heir. Oh, are you referring to the He family? Their niece marrying into a wealthy family wouldn't warrant such a grand gift unless it's from that daughter." The speaker was Zhao Kuan's elderly mother, a retired teacher aged 67, residing on the same floor as He Xiao's family. She is currently at her son Zhao Kuan's home, taking care of her grandson. At this moment, Zhao Kuan's mother is speaking, and the rear door of a black luxury car has been pulled open from the inside, followed closely by He Xiao stepping down. Upon seeing He Xiao, Zhao Kuan's mother beams with delight, halting her conversation as she rises from her seat. It truly is the daughter of the He family. She appears to have an epiphany. He Xiao, upon spotting her, quickly strides over. "Grandma Zhao, enjoying the sunshine downstairs?" He Xiao greets her with a smile. It's Say. Zhao Kuan's mother exclaims. "Are you back today for your sister's wedding?" Just then, she suddenly notices a tall, handsome man in a bespoke suit sauntering around the front of the car. Feng Qingyu exudes a formidable presence and possesses an extraordinary demeanor, clearly not a typical young man from an ordinary family. As he approaches He Xiao, he naturally wraps his arms around her waist. Even Zhao Kuan's mother, despite her usual dullness, can discern that their relationship is anything but ordinary. Say, "Who is this young man beside you?" "Grandma Zhao, he is my He Xiao hesitates, intending to say boyfriend, but Feng Qingyu has already extended a large hand. "Grandma Zhao, I am Say's husband, Feng Qingyu." "What? Say is already married?" Zhao Kuan's mother is taken aback, her old eyes wide with astonishment. Previously, she had presumed Feng Qingyu was merely He Xiao's boyfriend. Oh, they have only recently registered their marriage and have yet to hold a wedding. He Xiao explains, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "This is Feng's first visit. You should head upstairs quickly. I must say, your parents have managed to keep their composure all day, staying upstairs." Zhao Kuan's mother clasps Feng Qingyu's large hand tightly, urging him onward. "Xiao Liang." At that moment, Feng Qingyu calls out, and Xiao Liang, who had been carrying gifts, immediately comprehends his boss's intention. Having purchased an ample amount of baby formula, he opens a box and distributes a bag of premium New Zealand goat milk powder worth over 200 each to the 6 elderly ladies. The ladies, clutching their bags of imported goat milk powder, are elated beyond measure. "Hee, we are all benefiting from Say's good fortune. Thank you so much." Zhao Kuan's mother squints her eyes into a narrow line, brimming with joy. With so many gifts, it is evident that Xiao Liang alone cannot carry them all, so Feng Qingyu takes a few items as well. Once the 3 of them ascend the stairs, the elderly ladies, led by Zhao Kuan's mother, begin to discuss animatedly downstairs. So, she truly is the daughter of section chief. He suspected that the He couple were well-read individuals. They have always been courteous and refined. Both are leaders in their respective fields, yet they never flaunt their authority. They seem like a remarkably good family. Indeed, this girl is a top student from Jing City University and has recently started a large company in Jing City. Just look at the young man she has married. He is clearly not from an ordinary family. His stature and demeanor far surpass the so-called young talents on television. Quite right. Just look at this luxurious black car. It is far more opulent than what the Lin family son-in-law drives behind that building. Based on the car's emblem, I recall my grandson mentioning something about a male model named Genie. One of these cars could buy us a dozen villas. Goodness, does that mean Section Chief He's son-in-law is a billionaire? Who could argue otherwise? However, the He couple are genuinely good people, and their daughter is so exceptional. They truly deserve it. Upstairs, at the door of room 1606, Feng Chengyu places the gifts he is holding on the ground. Just as Xiao Liang is about to press the doorbell, Feng Chengyu suddenly speaks up. Wait! Xiao Liang retracts his hand, looking at him in confusion. He Xiaosei also glances at him, puzzled. Feng Chengyu, however, is adjusting his sleeves and collar. Are you nervous? He Xiaosei cannot help but chuckle. Fool! Feng Chengyu lightly taps her forehead. This is not nervousness. It is a sign of respect for my laws. Is the president ready now? Should I ring the doorbell? Xiao Liang looks at Feng Chengyu for confirmation. Just then, the door swings open from the inside. Although Feng Chengyu is a scion of a wealthy family, his strict upbringing has cultivated him into a remarkably well-mannered individual, particularly towards He Hongshang and Cui Jiahui. He is exceedingly humble and polite, recognizing them as the parents of the woman he is to spend his life with. This meeting, which consists of mere pleasantries on the sofa for a few minutes, leaves He Hongshang and his wife with an increasingly favorable impression of their son-in-law, and they feel a sense of confidence about the future of this young couple. Thus, Cui Jiahui cannot help but inquire. You registered your marriage nearly a month ago. Have you considered when to hold the wedding? Feng Chengyu's handsome face visibly falters for a moment, but the next second he takes He Xiaosei's petite hand in his. Looking at her affectionately as he replies, let Say decide when she wants to hold the wedding. In truth, he has never given this matter much thought. Mom, why rush? Whether or not we have a wedding, we are already a legal couple. Chengyu has just taken over the company, and I have been exceedingly busy. We can discuss it once we get through this hectic period. He Xiaosei quickly adds. What nonsense are you talking about, girl? Cui Jiahui shakes her head disapprovingly. And no matter how busy you are, you should still find time to plan a wedding. The preparations can involve your elders. While you young ones focus on your work, all you need to do is show up at the wedding. She continues, moreover, what if you become pregnant? Are you going to hide the child away? Mom, whether or not we have a wedding is our business. You needn't worry about it. He Xiaosei pouts. The daughter is right. A wedding is merely a formality. Dear, let us not interfere. He Hongshang respects the wishes of the youth. His approach to educating He Xiaosei has always been quite democratic and open-minded. However, before he can finish his sentence, Cui Jiahui shoots him a disapproving glance, prompting him to fall silent. At this moment, Feng Chengyu speaks once more. Mom is right. I'll mention it to Grandpa first, then find time to bring you and Dad to Jing City to discuss the wedding plans for Say and me. What do you think, Dad? Mom? Cui Jiahui's expression brightens as she eagerly agrees, while He Xiaosei rolls her eyes in exasperation. Not long after their family sits together, He Xiaosei's second uncle, He Hongming, calls, urging them to hurry to the Manhattan Grand Hotel. The Manhattan Hotel is a 5-star establishment in Jiang City. He Ming Yao and her newlywed husband, Qi Haoxian, are hosting a grand wedding there today. He Ming Yao, 2 years younger than He Xiaosei, is 26 and works as a bank teller. Qi Haoxian is a second-generation rich kid, the son of Qi Fada, the owner of an upscale home furnishings company. He Ming Yao met Qi Haoxian while he was handling business at the bank. In fact, during her college years, she had previously dated a high-achieving boyfriend whose only flaw was that both his parents were from a rural background. He Ming Yao's mother, Li Xiuji, strongly opposed the relationship, leading He Ming Yao to ultimately break up with him, determined to find a wealthy husband instead. And indeed, she has succeeded. The Manhattan Hotel. The second-floor hall is transformed with pink balloons and a red carpet, bustling with excitement. As He Hongshang arrives with his wife and daughter, He Hongming greets them at the entrance of the hall. After exchanging pleasantries with He Hongshang and Cui Jiahui, he turns his attention to He Xiaosei. When did you return, Say? By the way, didn't you say your newlywed husband was coming too? Where is he? He Hongming asks in surprise. Indeed, He Hongshang had called him early in the morning to inform him that Say had returned with her new husband from Jing City. He Hongming feels quite touched by this news. Oh, Uncle, Chengyu just received a call right after arriving at the hotel, so he asked us to head in first. He Xiaosei quickly explains. Oh, that's good then. Brother, sister-in-law, Say, hurry inside and join Grandpa and Grandma at the same table. He Hongming leads their family of 3 towards a table inside. Ah, are Grandpa and Grandma already here? He Xiaosei's eyes sparkle at the mention of them sitting together. It has been quite some time since she last saw her grandparents. She had initially resolved to visit them separately on this trip. Thus, when they reached the large round table, He Xiaosei naturally sits beside her grandmother. She would prefer to sit between her grandparents, but her grandmother cheerfully insists, you sit in the middle. When Xiao Feng arrives, where will he sit? The Xiao Feng her grandmother refers to as Feng Chengyu. With so many seats available, he can sit wherever he pleases. He Xiaosei adopts a nonchalant attitude, feeling carefree around her grandparents, even more so than in front of her own parents. You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Her grandmother playfully pinches her nose. By the way, I heard your cousin Ming Yao is marrying a rich second generation. Do you know which wealthy family he comes from? A middle-aged woman with dark skin at the table suddenly looks towards Li Xiuji. This table primarily consists of He Xiaosei's extended family. Grandmother He and grandfather He have had only 2 sons throughout their lives, He Hongsheng and He Hongming. He Hongsheng and Cui Zhehui have but one daughter, He Xiaosa, while He Hongming and Li Xiuji not only have a daughter named He Mingyao, but also a son, He Zimo, who is merely 12 years old and has just begun his first year of junior high this year. This table is merely for their large family, and it is evident that there are extra seats available. Thus, He Hongming arranged for a distant cousin of Li Xiuji to sit at this table. At this moment, it was Li Xiuji's distant cousin who spoke up. Cousin, have you heard of Ally Home? Li Xiuji inquired with a smile. The cousin honestly shook her head. Given that this cousin resides in the countryside year-round, it is understandable that she would not be aware of such prominent business figures. Cousin, you should spend more time browsing your phone or perusing shopping websites. You would know that Ally Home is a company primarily engaged in online sales of home furnishings. They mainly sell furniture, as well as lighting fixtures and curtains. Li Xiuji elaborated. Oh, is that so? The cousin's eyes widened in astonishment. Ally Home has been a publicly listed company for over 10 years now. It ranks among the top home furnishing companies on major online shopping platforms. Li Xiuji continued, gesturing with 5 fingers towards her cousin. 50,000, 50,000? Cousin, are you joking? They are worth at least 5 billion. Li Xiuji couldn't help but chuckle. I must be out of touch. Ming Yao is indeed fortunate. Marrying into the heir of Ally Home is akin to falling into a nest of fortune, the cousin said bashfully, feeling somewhat embarrassed. By the way, say, I've heard your husband comes from a family of business people. What kind of business do they engage in? Li Xiuji suddenly turned her attention to He Xiaosa, who had been quietly laughing and conversing with grandmother He, was momentarily puzzled by Li Xiuji's sudden question and lifted her face. What business does your husband's family run? Li Xiuji reiterated. Oh, they are just typical business people, not on par with the family Ming Yao has married into, He Xiaosa replied, knowing her aunt had a penchant for comparison and vanity, and thus indulged her vanity. Li Xiuji seemed to exhale with relief, opening her mouth as if to continue speaking, but at that moment, Cui Zhehui interjected, seemingly intent on puncturing Li Xiuji's bubble. Meng Yao's groom must be a tall, rich, and handsome man, right? Li Xiuji murmured a few affirmations, her gaze flickering, while the cousin quickly chimed in, that goes without saying. With Meng Yao's figure and appearance, she could only have snagged a wealthy second-generation heir. By the way, sister-in-law, given your daughter's looks and figure, I assume your son-in-law must also be a wealthy second-generation heir? The cousin concluded her remarks with a smile directed at Cui Zhehui. Oh, he's just average. Certainly not comparable to the heir of Ally Home that Ming Yao has married, Cui Zhehui modestly replied. That is true. Meng Yao's marriage into Ally Home's family is indeed among the most distinguished in Jiangsheng. Those engaged in business cannot truly compare, Li Xiuji said, her expression brimming with pride. He Hongming, seated beside her, seemed unable to tolerate her demeanor. He turned to her, his face stern, and retorted, could you perhaps refrain from speaking so much? Hey, He Hongming, today is my daughter's wedding day. Why should I say less? If neither of us speaks, will we leave the entire table in silence? Li Xiuji glared at him, unreserved in her rebuttal. Enough, everyone should tone it down. Grandmother, he said, her face darkening with displeasure. Li Xiuji glanced at grandmother. He, pouting and plaintively remarked, Mother, you are clearly biased. Ming Yao and Xiaosa are merely 2 years apart, yet you only took Xiaosa along without bringing Ming Yao. Li Xiuji, that was many years ago. Must you bring it up on this joyous occasion? Furthermore, you should return home. He Hongming appeared genuinely angry, glaring at her. I must say, sister-in-law, your comments compel me to respond. Cui Zhehui frowned. The reason our parents took Xiaosa along was that both He Hongsheng and I were busy with work. Did you have a job when Ming Yao was born? Moreover, our parents didn't take care of your children. They instead provided you with 6,000 monthly to hire a nanny. It turns out that he Hongming, upon graduating from university, took a position as a teacher at Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. In his youth, he had been jokingly brought to a supermarket by a friend, who pointed out a beautiful woman working there and suggested, "How about this beauty as your girlfriend?" Although his friend was joking, He Hongming took it to heart. The beauty his friend referred to was none other than Li Xiuji, and He Hongming fell for her at first sight. Shortly after their acquaintance, he was convinced that she was the one. No amount of persuasion from family or friends could sway him. Thus, Li Xiuji, who only graduated from a vocational school and came from a humble background, was deemed unworthy by their relatives and friends. Nevertheless, He Hongming was resolute in his decision to marry her. After she became pregnant, she resigned from her supermarket job to become a full-time housewife. This was also a significant reason why grandmother He and grandfather He did not take care of Meng Yao, as she was not employed. Even so, Li Xiuji continued to lament that grandmother He and grandfather He favored her eldest brother's family, as they only cared for their eldest daughter. Eventually, grandmother He and grandfather He, unable to bear her complaints, began providing them with a monthly subsidy of 6,000 for 2 full years, essentially covering the cost of a nanny. Even then, Li Xiuji remained dissatisfied, resenting grandmother He and grandfather He for their perceived favoritism. She believed that the years of support should match the years Xiaosa was cared for. Eventually, He Hongming, unable to endure her grievances any longer, threatened her with divorce if she persisted, which led her to reluctantly cease her complaints. However, when He Xiaosa was accepted into a computer science program at Beijing University, Li Xiuji stirred trouble once more. She felt that had Meng Yao been taken care of by grandmother He and grandfather He, considering both of them were middle school teachers, they could have ensured her admission into a prestigious university. In the end, Meng Yao only managed to enroll in a third-tier institution and, after graduation, could only secure a position at a state-owned bank in Jiangxing. A stark contrast to He Xiaosa, who became a company owner in Beijing. "All right, you should also speak less," He Hongxing interjected to halt Cui Jiahui. Before she could respond, a tall, striking figure suddenly approached their table. The previously lively hall gradually quieted down due to the commanding presence of this young man, whose aura exuded an air of cool detachment. Particularly, several young women, upon seeing this unfamiliar yet strikingly handsome man, began to whisper among themselves, "Who is this incredibly handsome young man? Could he be the groom today? I don't know, but it is certain that he has not previously appeared in Jiangxing. If that is the case, he cannot be the groom. Yet he is heading towards the bride's family table. Perhaps he is the groom after all? After all, Meng Yao is renowned as a beauty in our workplace. Since you are colleagues of the bride, have you never seen the groom before?" No, because Meng Yao sought a wealthy second-generation heir as a lifelong financial supporter. Finding someone like Qi Haoshuan was no easy feat once she finally secured him as a boyfriend. She kept him tightly guarded, fearing that another attractive colleague at the bank would steal him away. Even now, her colleagues are unaware that Qi Haoshuan, the groom, is the heir of Aolai home. "You must be the groom, right? Here to fetch my cousin and brother-in-law for preparations?" After all, according to local customs in Jiangxing, the wedding ceremony typically takes place around noon, followed by the banquet for guests. The ceremony should be commencing soon. Given that it is already 11 o'clock. No, Feng Qingyu replied as he approached the table, with He Xiaosa already standing up, followed by Cui Jiahui. "Chengyu, hurry up and greet Grandma and Grandpa," Cui Jiahui urged. Feng Qingyu respectfully greeted each of He Xiaosa's relatives, exhibiting a demeanor that was both gracious and composed. Upon merely casting a glance, grandmother He and grandfather He were instantly taken with the well-mannered and handsome Feng Qingyu. "You are Sei-Sei's husband?" Li Xiuji's eyes widened, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected handsomeness of He Xiaosa's husband. At that moment, He Xiaosa had already invited Feng Qingyu to sit beside her at the vacant seat. "I have heard your family is engaged in business. May I inquire what type of business it is?" Li Xiuji pondered, believing that her son-in-law might only excel in this aspect compared to He Xiaosa's husband. Feng Qingyu was about to respond truthfully when He Hongming interrupted with discontent. "Could you not ask more substantive questions?" Li Xiuji shot him a sidelong glance, and reluctantly shifted the topic. "Is your family from Beijing? What do your parents do now?" as she asked. A fleeting shadow of pain crossed Feng Qingyu's handsome eyes. "Are you checking my household registration?" All right, young Feng. If you don't wish to speak, you needn't." Grandmother He quickly interjected. Having noticed the flicker of heartache in his gaze, "It's nothing much." Feng Qingyu had always been reluctant to confront his parents, especially issues related to his mother. Upon hearing others mention their parents once more, and reflecting on the fact that nearly all of He Xiao's relatives were present, he realized he could no longer evade the matter. After contemplating for a moment, he lifted his gaze and spoke slowly. My family has resided in the capital for generations. We are true denizens of the city. My parents suffered a tragic car accident when I was merely 10 years old. My father perished, and my mother fell into a vegetative state, spending her days recuperating at my grandfather's home in Sioux City. Oh, so you are an orphan, Li Xiaoji exclaimed with a pout of regret, though internally, she was elated. It seemed that her daughter Meng Yao had indeed made a splendid match. The Qi family at least had both parents alive, with substantial wealth to boot. How could Qingyu be considered an orphan when his mother was still living? Cui Zhehui retorted, unable to contain herself. If you cannot speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. Let us go. He Hongming, unable to tolerate Li Xiaoji any longer, directly pulled her away. Hey, why are you dragging me? I still have much to discuss with Xiao's husband. Li Xiaoji called out as she was led away. Xiao Feng, please forgive my second aunt. She has not had much education and tends to speak without thinking. He Nai hurried to console him. Nana, I am fine, Feng Qingyu replied, his expression calm and unperturbed. He Xiaosa, hearing about his parents for the first time, felt a twinge of surprise. Although she had visited the Feng family estate twice, she had never encountered Feng Qingyu's parents. However, she was never one to pry. If they chose to remain silent, she would not inquire further. To be honest, she held little curiosity about his parents, especially since the longevity of their marriage remained uncertain. Why does your mother not recuperate in the capital, but rather in Sioux City? Li Xiaoji's rural cousin inquired out of genuine curiosity, even after Li Xiaoji had left on why grandfather's family is in Sioux City. After the accident, my mother was treated in a hospital in the capital for some time before my grandfather and uncle took her back to Sioux City for further care. His words revealed the depth of familial affection. With his father gone, it was evident that his mother's support within the Feng family had vanished. Naturally, her family would not feel at ease leaving their daughter to recuperate alone in the capital. Have you visited your mother all these years? The cousin pressed further, her curiosity piqued. In truth, not only was Li Xiaoji's cousin curious, but so were He Xiao's parents and grandparents, who shared the same intrigue and thus remained silent, casting inquisitive glances towards Feng Qingyu. No. At this moment, Feng Qingyu's expression grew increasingly indifferent. What? Why? Li Xiaoji's cousin's eyes widened in surprise. Yet, Feng Qingyu remained tight-lipped, his demeanor suggesting he had no desire to continue this line of conversation. All right, today is Meng Yao's wedding. Let's discuss Meng Yao instead. Cui Zhehui swiftly redirected the topic. However, she privately pondered the contrast. Despite having interacted with Qingyu a few times and perceiving him as a gentleman of integrity, why did he display such apparent indifference towards his own mother? He Xiaosa too found it strange that he was so callous towards his mother. Reflecting on how he had treated her in the past, she began to comprehend certain truths. Soon, the wedding ceremony commenced. Clad in a pristine white gown, He Meng Yao walked slowly towards her groom, Qi Haoshuan, hand in hand with her father, He Hongming. Upon their first glimpse of Qi Haoshuan, it suddenly became clear why Li Xiaoji had hesitated when questioned about her son-in-law's appearance. Qi Haoshuan stood at a modest height of just over 1.70 meters and was notably portly. His father, Qi Fada, was similarly rotund, sporting a receding hairline. The resemblance between father and son was so striking that, were it not for Qi Haoshuan's hair, one might mistake them for twins in terms of appearance. Qi Haoshuan was in no way comparable to Feng Qingyu. It was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Li Xiaoji's cousin, observing Meng Yao standing beside the stout Qi Haoshuan, was left speechless. Such a wealthy second-generation heir, she thought, and yet her cousin seemed to be merely after his money. Meng Yao, standing at a height of 1.69 meters and donning high heels that elevated her to at least 1.75 meters, appeared as a vibrant flower amidst a pile of dung next to Qi Haoshuan, who was merely 1.71 meters. On stage, the ceremony was unfolding. Suddenly, a hotel staff member rushed over to Qi Fada, the owner of the Aolai Furniture Company, whispering something urgently. Qi Fada's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly followed the staff member out. When he returned, he brought with him two men in suits, one of whom, a slender man wearing glasses, turned out to be Feng Qingyu's assistant, Qiao Liang. He Xiaosa glanced at Feng Qingyu in surprise. Noting his calm demeanor, he remained seated, his expression unchanged as he focused on the proceedings. She was at a loss for words. When Chi Fada took the microphone from the wedding officiant, he began, "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to formally introduce two esteemed guests. I am sure you have all heard of the Feng Group. Headquartered in the capital. This gentleman beside me is Mr. Li Fengxian, the president of the Jiangxing branch of the Feng Group. And this gentleman, Chi Fada paused, his gaze shifting to Chao Liang, is Assistant Chao Liang, the chief assistant to the president of the Feng Group headquarters. Let us give them a warm welcome." The guests initially reacted with surprise, but soon their astonishment turned to shock, followed by a chorus of applause. "What connection does Aolai Furniture have with the Feng family?" One guest whispered, "I am unaware. Why are Mr. Li and Assistant Chao present here today? Has the Feng Group's president, the young master of the Feng family, also come? I recall now. Aolai Furniture was on the brink of bankruptcy 2 years ago, and it seems they were acquired by the Feng Group. Ah? Does that mean Aolai Furniture is actually a subsidiary of the Feng Group?" "Quite possibly. Indeed," Chi Fada continued, "the reason Aolai Furniture is still a leading figure in Jiangxing's furniture industry is thanks to the Feng Group. In fact, Aolai has belonged to the Feng Group for 2 years now." Chi Fada spoke candidly. It was precisely because Aolai had been under the Feng Group's umbrella for 2 years that, on the occasion of Qi Haoshuan's wedding, Li Fengxian represented the company at the ceremony. Consequently, when Li Fengxian spotted Chao Liang standing by the extended Lincoln limousine, he approached him with excitement. Eventually, Chi Fada passed the microphone to Li Fengxian, who offered a few words of blessing to the newlyweds. "Today, the president of the Feng Group has also honored us with his presence. I would like to invite Assistant Chao to introduce Mr. Feng." Upon hearing this, Chi Fada's eyes widened in disbelief, and he looked at Li Fengxian in sheer delight. Having previously been unaware, Li Fengxian nodded in affirmation. Once assured, Chi Fada eagerly scanned the crowd, seemingly in search of the Feng Group's executive president, Feng Chengyu, whom he had never met. Meanwhile, Feng Chengyu sat beside He Xiaosa, his gaze tranquil yet emanating a distinct air of detachment. In the entire venue, aside from Chao Liang, the only ones privy to his true identity were He Xiaosa and her parents, He Hongsheng and Cui Jiahui. Taking the microphone, Chao Liang smiled and stated, "Indeed, the reason I am here today is to accompany Mr. Feng as he attends the wedding of his wife's family. Now, please welcome Mr. Feng and his wife to the stage to say a few words to the newlyweds." As Chao Liang spoke, his gaze had already locked onto Feng Chengyu and He Xiaosa's table. The eyes of Chi Fada, his wife, and the newlyweds widened in astonishment, especially Meng Yao's. Could it be that the president of the Feng Group and his wife were her own relatives? How had she never heard of this before? He Hongming and Li Xiuji, particularly Li Xiuji, turned pale. It dawned on her that her niece, He Xiaosa, had brought her husband, who conducted business in the capital, to the wedding. Her husband, Xiao Feng, as referred to by Grandma He and Chengyu, as mentioned by Cui Jiahui, could it be that he was indeed the president of the Feng Group? Her face felt as though it had been struck with great force. As Chao Liang's gaze shifted towards Feng Chengyu and He Xiaosa, everyone in the hall turned their attention to their table, astonished expressions lighting their faces. He Xiaosa had not intended to take the stage, nor had she ever anticipated that the nature of her relationship with Feng Chengyu would be so publicly unveiled by Chao Liang in this manner. Regret began to wash over her. Perhaps she should not have allowed Feng Chengyu to attend this wedding. Now, everyone present in the hall was aware that she was the wife of Feng Chengyu, the president of the Feng Group. Should they ever part ways, how would she face the ensuing judgment and disdain? Yet, before she could dwell on it further, Feng Chengyu had already taken her hand, leading her slowly towards the stage. As the crowd beheld the tall, handsome man alongside his elegant and beautiful wife, whispers erupted once more. "Oh my, the dashing figure who captivated our attention earlier is the president of the Feng Group? Indeed, he defies the typical tall, rich, and handsome classification. People often say, when heaven bestows beauty upon you, it will surely require compensation in other aspects. Yet, this esteemed gentleman is truly a favored child of the divine, possessing an exquisite blend of beauty, intellect, wealth, power, and status. His wife, dignified and beautiful, with an unparalleled grace, stands as his perfect counterpart. Ah, such a life is indeed the pinnacle of existence. People like him are the true victors in this world. Indeed." Observing him tightly clasping his wife's hand, one can see his humility and courtesy, never once disparaging her humble origins. This is the husband from the legendary family, a dream that we can only aspire to for generations. As He Xiaosa passed by a table, she even caught snippets of their whispers. Her face betrayed little emotion, yet her lips could not help but curl slightly in amusement. If only they knew how cold-hearted this man had once been. They surely would not harbor such thoughts. He Xiaosa would never forget how rough and unrefined he had been during their initial union, nor the incident when he carelessly discarded the pickled vegetables his mother had traveled miles to bring. At last, the two ascended the stage. Li Xiuji's lips moved, her face pale, wishing to utter something. Yet ultimately not a word escaped her lips. He Mingyao, witnessing her cousin He Xiaosa's husband, Feng Chengyu, for the first time, felt her nails dig into her palm, a fleeting glimmer of envy in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Chi Fada, however, wore an expression of delight. He took the initiative to greet Feng Chengyu and He Xiaosa. Mr. Feng, Mrs. Feng, your presence at my son's wedding is a source of immense gratitude for me. May I ask, Mrs. Feng, who might you be? Oh, Mingyao is my cousin, He Xiaosa interjected, extending her hand to shake Chi Fada's. Ah, I never imagined that Yao is your cousin, Mrs. Feng. It's truly unexpected that my family has become in-laws with yours. Mr. Feng, Mrs. Feng, might I request a few words from you? Chi Fada continued, shaking hands with Feng Chengyu and He Xiaosa. Introducing his wife and the groom, Chi Haoshuan, before inviting the couple to speak. He Xiaosa glanced at Feng Chengyu, signaling for him to say a few words. Her relationship with her uncle's family was neither particularly strong nor weak, remaining rather neutral. The crux of the matter was that her uncle was genuinely a good man. Yet he had married Li Xiuji, a woman so shallow and petty, enamored only with vanity. Moreover, He Mingyao had always sought to compete with her in every aspect. This time, she was made aware that she had married into the most illustrious Feng family of the capital, and she couldn't help but wonder how that knowledge would weigh on her cousin's heart. Thus, she chose not to stoke the flames any further, believing that a low-profile approach was always wise. Years ago, when she embarked on her entrepreneurial journey, her uncle had initially been willing to lend her 100,000. But once her aunt, Li Xiuji, discovered it, she had caused such a ruckus that her uncle had, of his own accord, returned the money. However, 2 days later, he secretly gave her 50,000 from his personal savings. He had said at the time, "Do not be like your aunt. She is simply a shallow person. This 50,000, your aunt is unaware of. Use it as you please, no need to repay it. Consider it my support for your venture." He Xiaosa had been quite touched then. Although her uncle insisted she need not repay him, she eventually returned that 50,000 quietly after 2 years. Chapter 69. Setbacks in business. Seeing that she truly wished to remain silent, Feng Chengyu did not press her further. He took the microphone, surveying the audience below, then glancing across the stage before finally fixing his gaze upon the newlyweds. He Mingyao stood there in a pristine white dress, and as Feng Chengyu smiled subtly at her, her heart fluttered, nearly bursting from her chest. How could there exist such a handsome and gentle man in this world? Why, despite her relentless efforts throughout her life, could she never measure up to her cousin? Looking at her own husband, who was both short and portly, then glancing at her cousin's husband, she bit her crimson lip, her complexion growing ever paler. Yet, due to the heavy makeup she wore today, her pallor remained concealed. I do not represent the Feng family today, but rather accompany my wife to my cousin's husband's wedding. Therefore, you may regard me as one of the bride's family members. Here, I also represent my wife and the bride's family, wishing the newlyweds a joyous marriage and a lifetime of harmony. Feng Chengyu's brief speech concluded swiftly. Afterward, he nodded gently to the elders on stage and took He Xiaosa's hand, descending from the platform. A fervent applause erupted from the audience following his remarks. After the wedding, Li Xiuji warmly invited Feng Chengyu to her home. But he merely glanced at He Xiaosa before politely declining. Following their attendance at the wedding, Qiao Liang drove them directly to tour 2 major attractions in Jiangsheng, treating the elderly couple to lavish gifts of health supplements and massage devices worth thousands. They dined with the elderly in Jiangsheng before boarding a flight back. Meanwhile, Qiao Liang had to endure a grueling overnight drive back to the capital. Anqing and Johnson had already flown back to the capital that morning. In truth, He Xiaosa was exceedingly satisfied with Feng Chengyu's performance during their trip to Jiangsheng, although the only regret lingered that Jingheng had not secured Ji Yunzhan. Nonetheless, she held no remorse, for even in the pursuit of the company's growth, she upheld her principles and bottom lines. However, just 2 days after returning to the capital, she unexpectedly learned that Ji Yunzhan had signed with Feng Technology, becoming a pivotal member of their R&D department. One day, while she was in her office reviewing documents, Su Qinglan hurriedly entered. Qinglan. Upon seeing her expression, He Xiaosa set her pin down and approached. Ms. He, here are the contracts from General Zhao of Lantian Hotel, as well as from General Li and General Song from 3 hotels. They have all reduced the number of robots we discussed during negotiations in Jiangcheng. General Zhao of Lantian Hotel, known as Zhao Shicheng, along with Generals Li and Song, were the 3 renowned hotel executives who had dined with He Xiaosa during the robotics competition judging. He Xiaosa took the 3 contracts and flipped through them, realizing that Lantian Hotel now planned to purchase only 20 robots instead of the 60 originally discussed, and the other 2 hotels had similarly reduced their orders. It appeared that even these meager orders were granted on account of Feng Chengyu. He Xiaosa's expression darkened upon this revelation. With such a paltry number of orders from this robotics competition, should they even sign? Su Qinglan inquired further. Do you know which company they primarily sign large orders with? He Xiaosa asked with difficulty. Su Qinglan shook her head. He Xiaosa bit her lip, pondering for a moment before laboriously replying, let us sign. Though it's minimal, it's better than nothing. This time, Jinghong had suffered a silent loss. Yet Zhao Shicheng and the others were likely aware of it. If they were to jeopardize their relationship over such trivial matters, it would only hinder Jinghong's future development. Understood. Su Qinglan nodded in agreement. Taking the 3 contracts and leaving, by the way, Qinglan, even so, ensure you warmly welcome the staff from the 3 hotels, He Xiaosa instructed. Su Qinglan paused, nodded, then exited. He Xiaosa returned to her desk, her face reflecting profound disappointment and a sense of powerlessness. Never had she felt so acutely that product quality was the cornerstone of a company's long-term development. Just then, her phone on the desk rang. Picking it up, she answered, only to find it was her junior. Lu Xinya, Senior, I've lost my job along with Xiangyang. The first words from Lu Xinya nearly shattered He Xiaosa's heart. Junior, what on earth happened? Weren't you and Junior Xiangyang doing well at Feng's? He Xiaosa asked in disbelief. It's Feng Qinghao. I truly do not understand why Feng's would entrust the technology company to a spoiled rich heir who knows nothing. Just because Xiangyang and I did not win any awards at this robotics competition? He unceremoniously dismissed us. Moreover, I am unsure why Senior Ji has signed a collaboration agreement with him. Ever since he signed with Senior Ji, orders for Feng technology have been pouring in like snowflakes. Lu Xinya lamented. Upon hearing this, He Xiaosa immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, wherever Ji Yunjian went, business thrived. It seemed that Jinghong needed to invest more effort into our D. Junior. Why don't you and Junior Xiangyang come to Jinghong? Although we may not be as grand as Feng's, we will certainly ensure a comfortable working environment for you both. And you will want for nothing. He Xiaosa extended an olive branch to Lu Xinya. He Xiaosa resolved that once Lu Xinya and her husband arrived, she would make time each day to work closely with Xu Ran, Johnson, and Lu Xinya to diligently develop their products. If Jinghong could not create more advanced intelligent robots, they would eventually be eliminated from the market. Survival of the fittest, the law of competition. As the afternoon approached 6 o'clock, just as He Xiaosa was preparing to leave the office, she unexpectedly received a call from Song Qiangwei. Wei, is there something you need? Since it was a Monday, the first day of the workweek, she typically would not choose to dine out on this day. SESE. Starting tomorrow, I will be going out of town to join a film production, which will take about a month. I let Zhang Ma have the day off today, so there's no one to take care of my snowball. Song Qiangwei clearly wished for He Xiaosa to look after her beloved poodle during her absence. He Xiaosa understood her implication immediately. All right, I'm just about to get off work. I'll come over and take Snowball with me. Snowball was a purebred poodle owned by Song Qiangwei, entirely snow white and exuding elegance, much like a refined lady. Every time He Xiaosa visits Song Qiangwei, she delights in playing with Xueqiu. Xueqiu is quite familiar with her as well. Upon entering the upscale 180 square meter villa where Song Qiangwei resides, He Xiaosa immediately notices that Song Qiangwei's large suitcase has been pulled out. Xueqiu, the darling, has been confined to the balcony. Upon seeing He Xiaosa enter, Xueqiu barks a few times, the sound imbued with a sense of grievance. Are you leaving overnight? He Xiaosa inquires, changing into cotton slippers as she steps inside. Yes, I do not wish for that dog of a man to know, Song Qiangwei replies, her eyes reflecting disdain at the mention of that dog of a man, Gu Qinghan. As she speaks, she prepares to toss her disheveled clothes aside and fetch her a cup of coffee. He Xiaosa interjects, I do not wish to drink, nor am I thirsty. By the way, does your husband often stay here? Upon entering, He Xiaosa had noticed a pair of men's leather shoes and slippers added to the shoe rack by the door. prompting her suspicion. Yes, it's him. He comes to stay every night now. Utterly bothersome. Song Changwei laments. He Xiaosa chuckles knowingly, realizing why Song Changwei refers to Gu Qinghan as a dog of a man. Most men are ruled by their lower halves. Such nightly pursuits would be unbearable for anyone. It seems Changwei is eager to escape for filming to avoid her husband. Understood. I shall take Xueqiu with me. I informed Zhoma earlier today that I would return home for dinner, so I won't linger, he Xiaosa states as she heads toward the balcony to retrieve Xueqiu, at that moment. Xueqiu seems to comprehend their conversation, barking a few reluctant barks at Song Changwei through the glass door. He Xiaosa laughs. Look, Xueqiu cannot bear to see you go. My Xueqiu is indeed well-behaved and endearing. However, that dog of a man, Gu Qinghan. Song Changwei trails off suddenly, her gaze dropping as she continues to tidy the clothes on her sofa. Yet, in the instant she bows her head, he Xiaosa notices two obvious hickeys on her snow-white collarbone. It goes without saying, they must have been left by Gu Qinghan the previous night. By the way, Changwei, although Gu Qinghan's possessiveness may be excessive, it stems from his deep concern for you. If you find him tolerable, perhaps you should expedite your wedding plans, he Xiaosa advises. Cici, how are things between you and Feng Chengyu? How is married life treating you? Is it as it used to be, or has there been improvement? You seem to be in good spirits. Surely your married life is harmonious now. Song Changwei suddenly discards her clothes and studies her intently. It's about the same, I suppose. However, being with him is much better than before. Especially since returning from Jiangxing, our interactions over the past 2 days have been quite pleasant. Since I'm on my period, he has been relatively restrained and hasn't sought intimacy these past 2 nights. If things are going well, you might as well get the wedding done. Upon hearing this, Song Changwei smiles knowingly. By the way, he also went to Jiangxing, he Xiaosa adds. Song Changwei gazes at her with an increasingly profound smile. It's not as you think. He is a judge for a competition, he Xiaosa hastily clarifies. Sensing her misinterpretation, what were you thinking? Do tell, Song Changwei retorts with a grin. All right, I shall not dwell on this any longer. It is nearly 7 o'clock. I truly must return. He Xiaosa feels her ears burn as she opens the balcony's glass door and swiftly steps out. Cradling Xueqiu in her arms, Song Changwei hurriedly picks up a cardboard box from the balcony. Cici, wait a moment. She gathers a few of Xueqiu's garments into a paper bag, along with a bag of dog food, and walks towards He Xiaozi. As Song Changwei approaches her, Xueqiu, with its round, shiny black eyes, suddenly barks at Song Changwei. She lifts Xueqiu from He Xiaosa's arms, affectionately stroking its fluffy head before placing it into the cardboard box. Xueqiu, I will be away for over a month. You shall stay with Aunt Cici during this time. Be good, and do not cause any trouble for her, understood? Xueqiu gazes back with wide, round eyes, barking twice, clearly reluctant to part. Song Changwei offers a few more soothing words before He Xiaosa, holding the box containing Xueqiu, the bag of Xueqiu's clothes, and 2 bags of dog food, bids farewell to Song Changwei and exits the villa. When He Xiaosa returns to the Yushui Bay Villa, it is already 7:30. Feng Chengyu has yet to return, and it is Zhoma who greets her. Zhoma, noticing the cardboard box in her arms, is quite curious. Madam, what do you have there? Oh, Zhoma, this is a poodle my close friend has. She is going away for over a month for filming. Could you possibly help me take care of Xueqiu during this time? Suddenly, He Xiaosa remembers the 58 lifestyle prohibitions set by Mr. Feng, one of which forbids keeping furry pets, including cats and dogs. It seems she has inadvertently crossed a line. However, having already brought Xueqiu, should she really take it back? Where else could she possibly take Xueqiu? Although sending it to Anqing might seem better, it was Song Changwei who entrusted Xueqiu to her, not Anqing. Besides, with numerous servants in the villa, Zhoma could easily care for Xueqiu if she wished. Anqing is, after all, a working professional, madam. You should know that the young master does not permit any pets in the house. Zhoma expresses her concern. Zhoma, there are so many rooms on this floor. Just tidy one up for Xueqiu to stay in. When Mr. Feng is home, keep Xueqiu confined to that room, and do not let it out. Xueqiu is quite well behaved. Indeed, since being brought into the villa's living room, Xueqiu has remained quietly in the box, not barking or causing a fuss, truly a good little one. Very well then. Zhoma, not wanting to upset the young mistress, agrees. After all, the young mistress has mentioned that it is merely for a month at most. Thus, Xueqiu is settled in the Yushui Bay Villa. Feng Chengyu returns home late that night, Around 10 o'clock, he doesn't linger on the first floor but heads directly upstairs. This afternoon, news of Feng Shui Technology securing several major contracts and earning a substantial profit had reached his ears. After listening to Qiao Liang's report, his thin lips pressed together for a long time, his brow deeply furrowed. Currently, he has yet to establish a solid foothold at the group headquarters. Several old-timers who had followed Feng Zhonglian for over a decade still linger, occasionally picking at him, seeking to undermine him. Although Feng Shui Technology is technically under the Feng Group, the chairman has now been replaced by his uncle, Feng Zhonglian, with Feng Qinghao appointed as the executive president. Essentially, the company now belongs entirely to his uncle's family. In reality, the old man had completely ceded Feng Shui Technology to Feng Zhonglian to facilitate his succession. The Hotel's intelligent robots are merely a small fraction of Feng Shui Technology's offerings. The company encompasses various sectors, including mobile phones, computers, intelligent robotics across multiple fields, and even chip development and AI data modeling. The old man has shockingly ceded all high-tech industries under the Feng Group to Feng Zhonglian. Feng Qingyu is deeply dissatisfied with this situation. At this moment, he has already devised some plans. The primary concern now is how to expel those old-timers loyal to Feng Zhonglian from the headquarters. Among the dozen or so board members at the Feng Group, 10 support the eldest son, Feng Zhongli. However, these 10 old board members had largely been inactive during Feng Zhonglian's management of the group, having distanced themselves from group affairs. Yet, they had consistently supported the eldest son during his leadership, which is why they have returned to express their support for Feng Qingyu now that he wields power. Only those few old-timers, steadfastly loyal to Feng Zhonglian, fail to recognize the changing tides and continue to scheme against Feng Qingyu, hoping to restore Feng Zhonglian to power. Feng Qingyu decides to have Qiao Liang discreetly investigate these old-timers' backgrounds. He doubts that after so many years at the Feng headquarters, they are truly clean and above reproach. Ascending to the second floor, Feng Qingyu heads straight to the master bedroom. The moment the door opens, he sees a woman in a white embroidered nightgown, her long, dark curls cascading down as she leans against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Her red lips are slightly pursed, and her serene expression radiates a tranquil beauty, evoking a sense of calm amidst the passage of time. Feng Qingyu's heart stirs, a long-buried memory resurfaces vividly. In the master bedroom, bathed in soft light, a 3-year-old boy is cradled in the arms of a gentle and beautiful woman. As she flips through a fairy tale book, her melodious voice reads the stories to him. "Mommy, why do they say the most important things cannot be seen with the eyes?" the boy innocently asks. A smile graces the woman's lips as she reaches out to stroke the boy's head. "Ayu, do you think Daddy loves you?" The boy hesitates, for he rarely sees his father. Daddy is always at the company, and it seems he does not love him. Thus, he shakes his head at his mother. "Daddy probably does not love me." What he feels daily is his mother's love. She takes him to kindergarten every morning and picks him up in the evening, sharing meals and bedtime stories with him. "Look, Ayu, just because you cannot see Daddy with your eyes, you think he does not love you. But your father loves you. Every night when he comes home, the first thing he does is check on your room, kissing your forehead while you sleep. Every morning, when you are still lost in dreams, he kisses your cheek before heading to work. When Daddy returns home, he often asks me how your day went. How does Ayu feel?" Thus, Ayu, there are some affections that cannot be perceived through mere sight. "Oh." The little boy nodded earnestly, wearing a pensive expression. Feng Qingyu had never imagined that his mother, who had loved him and his father so dearly since childhood, would one day find herself nearly naked, embracing a man who was not his father. Asleep on a large bed, it was from that day forth that his world came crashing down. He subsequently developed a severe aversion to women. Feng Qingyu suddenly tilted his head back, forcing the surge of anguish rising within him back down. Before stepping inside, He Xiaosa seemed to be disturbed by the sound of his footsteps, slowly lifting her head. Having secretly brought back a snowball that he had not permitted her to, she felt somewhat guilty. She set her book aside and got off the bed. "You're back? Do you want to take a shower? I can prepare a bath for you," she said as she walked over. However, Feng Qingyu bypassed her, striding directly towards the head of the bed. "Why aren't you asleep at this hour?" "What book are you reading?" he remarked, bending down to pick up the book she had just set down. In the next moment, he frowned. "Why are you reading something like this?" It turned out that He Xiaosa was studying a textbook on intelligent robotics for her master's degree. She followed him and snatched the book back. "Why do you care?" she snapped. This man truly was unreasonable. even meddling in what she chose to read at night. One moment she was contemplating how to please him, and the next, that thought dissipated entirely, simply because he was so exasperating. Since entering high school, she had gradually become independent. Her parents had ceased to concern themselves with her, so why should he? Has Ji Yunzhang gone to Feng's? Feng Qingyu seemed to have just recalled something, his brow furrowing deeper. He Xiaosa shrugged, as if giving him a response. Didn't you invite him to your company? Feng Qingyu inquired again. Why should I have to invite him? He Xiaosa retorted, pouting. Given his deep feelings for you, I thought that as long as you spoke, he would. His deep feelings for me? So, the Feng chairman knows everything. She quipped. Shouldn't I be deeply moved? Knowing full well that it was something he could easily arrange. She had nonetheless refused, hadn't she? Having grasped the underlying reason, Feng Qingyu felt a flicker of genuine emotion within him. Mr. Feng, don't be too moved too soon. My refusal of him has nothing to do with you. I have my principles and boundaries, she explained, unusually earnestly. So, your refusal is for his own good? Feng Qingyu felt a sudden tightness in his chest. An inexplicable pang of jealousy surged within him. So it was true that their feelings were mutual? Upon uttering this, Feng Qingyu felt an even greater sense of suffocation in his chest. He slammed the book down on the bedside table, then ignored He Xiaosa entirely, striding towards the bathroom. He Xiaosa was also incensed by his comment about her mutual feelings with Ji Yunzhang. What nonsense was this? If she had developed feelings for Ji Yunzhang earlier, would she have needed to wait until now? Hadn't her mother been pestering her about blind dates and marriage? This man was utterly incomprehensible. When Feng Qingyu emerged from the bathroom after his shower, he realized he had forgotten to bring in his underwear. However, considering that there were no outsiders around, he carelessly wrapped a white towel around his waist and stepped out, drying his hair with the towel. Just as he opened the bathroom door, he saw a woman standing at the threshold, seemingly waiting for something. Upon seeing him emerge bare-chested, a fleeting blush crossed He Xiaosa's face, and she quickly turned away. Mr. Feng, I wish to speak with you. Feng Qingyu ignored her entirely, intending to walk past her. Mr. Feng, He Xiaosa, noticing his silence, spun around abruptly. However, the floor was slick from his shower, and as she turned too quickly, her foot slipped, causing her to instinctively reach out to grab him. In the next moment, she clutched the towel around his waist as desperately as a drowning person would grasp a piece of driftwood. Let go. Feng Qingyu's voice was cold, laced with irritation. He Xiaosa was startled by his icy tone, causing her grip to tighten involuntarily. Thud. Feng Qingyu felt a sudden chill beneath him. Chapter 072. Their marriage lacks love even if He Xiaosa's heart was strong. She couldn't help but feel her face flush crimson at that moment. She gasped softly and hurriedly ran away. Watching the sudden flush spread across her porcelain-like face, the pent-up frustration within Feng Qingyu miraculously dissipated. He leisurely bent down to pick up the towel, wrapping it around his waist once more. He then ambled towards the changing room. He Xiaosa sat at the edge of the bed, taking a while to calm her racing heart. Afterward, she couldn't help but mentally berate herself. Really, after being in bed together so many times, how could she still blush at the sight of a man's naked body? Well then, what do you wish to discuss? Feng Qingyu, having changed into a robe unbeknownst to her, approached the bedside. The man stood at the head of the bed, casting a shadow over her with his presence. Oh, let's talk on the sofa. He Xiaosa pointed towards the nearby couch. Sitting side by side on the long sofa, a distance of one person remained between them. Feng Qingyu, while I may not compare to you, I too have my principles and boundaries. He Xiaosa said, turning slightly to face him, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Thus, Feng Qingyu glanced at her, a slight smile appearing on his lips, adopting an attentive demeanor. Therefore, your assertion that I harbor feelings for Ji Yunzhang, I cannot agree with. He Xiaosa pondered for a moment, then slowly raised her gaze and spoke earnestly. Oh? Feng Qingyu remained noncommittal. If I truly had feelings for him, why would I have waited until now? You have no idea how fervently my mother has been urging me to go on blind dates these past 2 years. So, Feng Qingyu, I want to convey that I do not have feelings for him. Initially, he indeed wished to join Jinghong, just as you said, with just a word from me. But I do not wish to that if I were unaware of his feelings for me, that would be one thing. However, now that I am aware, I will not give him the opportunity, nor do I want our marital relationship to fracture because of him. Even if our marriage lacks love, I do not wish for it to ultimately crumble due to a third party's interference. Feng Chengyu, do you understand my meaning? He shouts, his brows furrowed slightly, her expression earnest. Feng Chengyu gazed into her clear, earnest eyes and finally understood her intent. So, your refusal of him is to uphold our marriage. No love, neither for the senior nor for him. Only out of loyalty to their marriage. He Xiaosa nodded. Feng Chengyu's heart was filled with a complex array of emotions. He had clearly stated before that he didn't want her to fall in love with him. Yet, when she explicitly declared that she loved no one, not even him, an inexplicable discomfort welled up inside him. So he joined Feng's. And your company's operations suffered as a result? Feng Chengyu finally grasped why she had been fervently studying intelligent robotics. It was to bolster her knowledge in that field, to surpass Ji Yunzhang. Otherwise, her company would struggle under the weight of Feng's technology and would find it challenging to thrive. Since your refusal of him is for the sake of our marriage, I naturally want to allow your company's development to be hindered. All right, you should go to sleep now. Once he had come to this conclusion, Feng Chengyu's gaze softened inexplicably, and without realizing it, he placed his large hand on her head, affectionately ruffling her hair. However, after this gesture, when her wide, astonished eyes met his, he suddenly became aware of what he had done, quickly retracting his hand and rising to his feet. Oh, I'll go busy myself in the study. You sleep first. No need to wait for me. He should have kept quiet, as speaking only made his heart race inexplicably. What was happening to him? Why was he feeling flustered like an inexperienced youth? Feng Chengyu nearly fled in a panic. He Xiaosa, seeing him appear as if he were off to undertake something significant, found his eager escape rather amusing. And a smile tugged at her lips. Yet, thinking of how he had so rarely displayed such affectionate gestures meant only for lovers, she couldn't help but lower her gaze. After Feng Chengyu left the master bedroom, He Xiaosa did not fall asleep but instead used her folding phone to browse the internet, researching the global development trends of intelligent hotel robots. She actually hoped to have Jinghong become a publicly listed company by the first half of next year. Thus, she also wished for Jinghong's products to be marketed overseas, especially in Europe and America, which represented a vast market. She did not retire to bed until past midnight, while Feng Chengyu stayed up even later. When she awoke the next morning, she found herself alone in the large bed, suspecting that Feng Chengyu had not returned to the master bedroom to sleep at all. Indeed, Feng Chengyu had not slept in the master bedroom that night. For a man nearing 30, who had finally embraced intimacy, suddenly being restrained was quite a challenge. Frequent cold showers were unhealthy, so to avoid being tempted by the fragrant and soft Feng Tai Tai, he chose to sleep in the guest room adjacent to the study instead. To compensate for the losses incurred by Feng Tai Tai's refusal of Ji Yunzhang, he returned to the study last night and specifically called Chao Yang, asking him to buy several books on intelligent robotics. Naturally, he would not admit that he wanted to surpass Ji Yunzhang in every aspect, denying him even the slightest chance to win over Feng Tai Tai. At the breakfast table, He Xiaosa was surprised to see Feng Chengyu dressed in sports attire. It appeared he had come straight to the dining room after his morning exercise. He Xiaosa took the initiative to greet him, but the man's response was somewhat aloof. Since He Xiaosa had to go to the company after breakfast, she wore a form-fitting black suit skirt. The short, form-fitting blazer clings to her upper body, while the ankle-length skirt tightly hugs her hips, exquisitely outlining the alluring curves of her front and back. Her snow-white skin, delicate features, and cascading curls of long hair together reveal her duality as a shrewd and capable professional and a captivatingly beautiful woman. Thus, when He Xiaosa wished to sit beside the man, Feng Chengyu coldly gestured to the chair across from him, clearly indicating his desire for her to keep her distance. He Xiaosa could not fathom what had caused this sudden change in the man, especially since their interaction had felt harmonious the previous night. In truth, she was indifferent, merely curling her lips before taking a seat at the opposite chair. Observing this exchange, Zhou Ma furrowed her brow, recalling how she had seen the young master and young mistress sleeping in separate rooms the night before. "Young master, young mistress, I shall bring breakfast right away," she said, her reluctance palpable, however, upon serving the breakfast. Feng Chengyu pointed at the pumpkin millet porridge and frowned, stating, "Change it to goji berry, red date, and longan 8 treasure porridge tomorrow. And there must be foie gras and duck blood as well." "Why?" Zhou Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time the young master had criticized her cooking, and his requests were primarily for blood-enriching dishes. "Why are there so many questions?" Feng Qingyu's expression grew even more frigid. Listening to their exchange, He Xiaosa felt her porcelain-white face gradually flush with color. This insufferable man, was he deliberately asking Zhou Ma to prepare more blood-enriching meals simply because she was on her period? When did he start caring about her? Chapter 073. The Visit of a Cousin. I think this fried egg and lettuce salad are quite good. The pumpkin millet porridge is also nourishing for the stomach, He Xiaosa remarked, reaching for a lettuce leaf drizzled with salad dressing. To her astonishment, the man snatched the leaf away midair. Are you sure you can eat such cold food while on your period? Feng Qingyu brazenly took the lettuce leaf for himself. He Xiaosa's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at his brazen audacity. So, young mistress, you have your period? Zhou Ma interjected, unable to contain herself. Her tone was laced with disappointment. Yes, He Xiaosa replied, feeling her ears heat up again. Did she really need to broadcast her menstrual status to the world? It was already the 5th day, so Zhou Ma, please prepare more blood-enriching dishes for the next 2 days. Feng Qingyu instructed blandly. Understood, young master, Zhou Ma responded, her heart swirling with conflicting emotions. She had longed for the little young master that she and the old master Feng had hoped for, but now it seemed that dream was lost. Yet, seeing the young master's concern for the young mistress, she felt a glimmer of hope rise within her. As long as their relationship remained strong, the little young master would surely come in due time. He Xiaosa, thought she was utterly speechless. That morning, as the young couple went off to work, Zhou Ma took the opportunity to call the Feng family's old residence. She reported to the old master Feng that He Xiaosa had not succeeded in her pregnancy. The old master was also disheartened and instructed Zhou Ma to prepare dishes that would enhance desire after He Xiaosa's period concluded, such as bull's penis soup for Feng Qingyu and black chicken soup for He Xiaosa. Zhou Ma nodded in agreement. That morning, Lu Xinya and Jin Xiangyang arrived at Jinghong to begin their work. He Xiaosa asked Qing to take them to the RD department for onboarding. The head of the RD department, Xu Ran, warmly welcomed them. Xu Ran was a university classmate of He Xiaosa and had been her partner in tirelessly developing intelligent robots during the initial stages of her entrepreneurship. As the company grew, He Xiaosa could no longer devote herself entirely to product development, so she promoted Xu Ran to head the RD department, responsible for new product development, operations, and maintenance. Although Xu Ran had always been dedicated to her work, her research capabilities had declined with age, prompting He Xiaosa to recruit new talent at a premium. At28, Xu Ran sported large-framed glasses and a fresh appearance, but was resolutely against marriage and romantic relationships. Around 10 o'clock that morning, He Xiaosa personally visited the RD department to check on Lu Xinya and Jian Xiangyang. Lu Xinya was deeply moved. Senior sister, you go on with your work. We are already quite familiar with Professor Johnson. We feel honored to work alongside them, and Director Xu has been very supportive of us. That's wonderful. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to Director Xu. He Xiaosa said, patting her shoulder and nodding at Jin Xiangyang before heading toward Xu Ran's office to Ian Jinghong. Each department head had a private office. He Xiaosa wanted to discuss how the RD department could further enhance Jinghong's new product development capabilities following the recent recruitment drive. That afternoon, around 4, Su Qinglan suddenly entered, saying that the front desk had received a call from a girl named Gu Qianqi who wished to see her without an appointment. After pondering for quite some time, He Xiaosa finally recalled who Gu Qianqi was, the cousin of Feng Qingyu who had insisted on drinking with her, ultimately landing herself in the hospital. Why was she here at Jinghong? And why did she want to see her? A few minutes later, Su Qinglan brought Gu Qianqi into He Xiaosa's office. Gu Qianqi wore a baseball cap and a deep red baseball outfit, her long, dark hair cascading casually down her back, exuding youthful vibrance. Sister Cici, I truly didn't expect you to be the big boss of the company, Gu Qianqi exclaimed with a charming smile as she approached. Su Qinglan had already discreetly exited. He Xiaosa stepped out from behind her desk and guided her to the sofa in the reception area. Qianqi, is there something you need? He Xiaosa inquired, seating her at the coffee table. To He Xiaosa's mind, she genuinely did not understand why Feng Qingyu's cousin was seeking her out alone. They had only met briefly on 2 occasions, including the hospital visit. Sister Cici, Gu Qianqi said, drawing closer and warmly linking her arm with He Xiaosa's, are you about to get off work? I just returned to Beijing from Nanxing, and I've lost touch with many old friends. Would you accompany me shopping after work? I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Gu Qianqi concluded, blinking her seemingly innocent, grape-like eyes, resembling a pitiful little rabbit. Would you prefer coffee or a soft drink, cousin? He Xiaosa asked, subtly withdrawing her arm and moving towards the coffee machine. "Oh, Sister Cece, no need to be polite. I'm not thirsty," Gu Qianqi hastily replied. "Then please wait for a moment. I still have work to finish." He Xiaosa gestured apologetically for her to sit on the sofa. "Sister Cece, I've gone to such lengths to find you for some shopping. Can't you take a couple of hours off this afternoon to relax?" Gu Qianqi insisted, following closely behind He Xiaosa. "Why don't you go play over there for a bit while I finish these urgent documents?" He Xiaosa suggested, her gaze inquiring. Gu Qianqi hesitated, finding it difficult to press further. "All right, I'll just play on my phone on the sofa." "Sister Cece, please hurry." He Xiaosa smiled at her, apologetically patting her shoulder. Returning to her desk, He Xiaosa resumed reviewing the remaining documents. Soon, half an hour passed. Just as she was nearing completion, Su Qinglan rushed in, holding a few files. Noticing Gu Qianqi sitting in the reception area, she hesitated before addressing He Xiaosa. "Ms. He, Secretary Liang from Changda called. He mentioned tonight. Oh, I understand. Please inform Secretary Liang that we will arrive at Yunduan promptly at 6:30. "Understood," Su Qinglan acknowledged, placing the files down before exiting. Once Su Qinglan left, He Xiaosa poured herself a cup of coffee and approached Gu Qianqi again. "Qianqi, I'm sorry, but I may not be able to accompany you shopping today. How about I contact you when I have some free time in the future?" Chapter 074. Looking at her pale face, a sense of reluctance flew through her heart. She placed the coffee on the table, her expression filled with regret. "Oh, that's fine. Work is indeed more important than anything else. Let us connect again when we have the chance," Gu Qianqi replied, her smile tinged with disappointment. "I'm truly sorry for making you come all the way here." Chen 11 Su Qinglan. "Please see Miss Gu out." He Xiaosa expressed her growing remorse. "Goodbye, Sister Cece." Gu Qianqi waved her hand reluctantly. A few minutes later, when Su Qinglan returned to the office, she looked at He Xiaosa with confusion. "Miss He, if you didn't want to go shopping with her, why not just refuse directly?" "Qinglan, you don't understand. After all, she is Feng Qingyu's cousin. Moreover, I still haven't discerned whether she is a friend or a foe." He Xiaosa replied, furrowing her brow. It turned out she had no dinner plans that night. She had simply sent Su Qinglan a message to assist in getting Gu Qianqi to leave. Gu Qianqi? This seemingly innocent girl was far from it. She had to remain cautious. It is evident that she ought to be referred to as her cousin-in-law, and yet Feng Qingyu corrected her twice in person. Nevertheless, she stubbornly insists on calling her sister Cece. This is merely one point of suspicion. In truth, there are many such points. Gu Qianqi stepped out of the Jinghong Technology Park, her seemingly innocent and clear eyes flashing with a trace of malice and coldness. When a phone call came in, she pressed her lips together and darkly commanded, "Withdraw." It appears she truly intends to devise a long-term strategy. On that day, He Xiaosa returned to the villa after 9 o'clock. However, as soon as she entered the living room, she was taken aback to see that Snowball had been confined in a metal cage. The poor little creature was jumping around inside, its tiny paws frantically clawing at the bars while barking incessantly. The cage was positioned on the floor near the sofa. On the sofa sat a man with a handsome yet sullen face, dressed in a black suit that enveloped his tall and robust frame, giving him the appearance of a cold man emerging from a realm of ice and snow. Zhou Ma stood nearby, and upon seeing her, hurried over. "Young madam, I have done my utmost," Zhou Ma whispered as she approached He Xiaosa. He Xiaosa glanced at her and, seeing the apology in her eyes, chose to trust her for the moment. Zhou Ma then swiftly left. Indeed, Zhou Ma had done her best. She had not anticipated that Feng Qingyu would return so early that evening. He had come back around 6 o'clock, yet, as soon as he stepped into the living room, he was greeted by the sight of a fluffy, snow-white ball dashing around the bright and spacious area, barking excitedly. After Zhou Ma departed, He Xiaosa chose to ignore Feng Qingyu and walked straight towards the imprisoned Snowball. That moment, the little creature, upon seeing her, stared at her with its jet-black eyes full of grievance, barking at her incessantly, its front paws scratching even more vigorously. He Xiaosa paid no heed to the cold man on the sofa. Instead, she approached the cage and bent down, intending to open it and set Snowball free. However, in the next instant, a chilling male voice abruptly rang out, "Mrs. Feng." He Xiaosa was taken aback, but only for a moment. She hesitated not and continued to pull open the cage door. He Xiaosa. At that very moment, a figure darted to her side, a large hand firmly grasping her small hand, and she was roughly yanked upwards. He Xiaosa was nearly thrown off balance by his violent action, almost stumbling against the man's chest. But she quickly stepped back to steady herself. Feng Chengyu, I acknowledge my mistake, but let me take Snowball out first and I will explain. She was fully aware of her fault, hence she did not allow his roughness to anger her. Only feeling remorseful, then come over here and explain properly. Feng Chengyu continued to drag her towards the sofa, and with a fierce motion, he tossed her onto it. He Xiaosa felt a wave of dizziness. But she quickly regained her composure. She was truly unaccustomed to being manhandled in such a manner. Feng Chengyu sat down beside her with an air of indifference. He Xiaosa was suddenly enveloped by a familiar and potent scent of sandalwood, prompting her to shift away hastily. Speak. Feng Chengyu suppressed the tumult of anger surging within him. That moment, he cursed himself for having so quickly broken his principles. In fact, when he had entered the living room, Snowball, who had been frolicking around, did not treat him as a stranger and had rushed towards him. In that instant, Feng Chengyu was both startled and fearful, hastily retreating upstairs, ignoring Snowball's excited barking. It was Zhou Ma, who noticed and swiftly caught up with Snowball from the kitchen. Scooping it up. At that time, Feng Chengyu had entertained the thought of eliminating the troublesome creature on the spot. Later, after hearing from Zhou Ma that it had been brought by He Xiaosa, he longed to emulate Gu Qinghan and retrieve He Xiaosa immediately, confining her with that wretched little thing. Initially, he had resolved not to listen to her explanations or accept her apologies, but now, witnessing her sprawled on the sofa, her exquisite and beautiful face tinged with pallor, an inexplicable sense of reluctance coursed through his heart. Snowball belongs to Wei Wei. The reason it was brought here is that Wei Wei is away filming in another city. She assured me that she would return within a month to reclaim Snowball. In fact, I intended to discuss this with you last night. He Xiaosa, knowing she had erred, could only obediently explain, Mrs. Feng, what is the 32nd rule in the 58 prohibitions of life? Surely you haven't forgotten? Feng Chengyu's expression remained foul and his demeanor frigid. I am aware. But isn't this an exception? I do not keep any fluffy animals. I have already informed Zhou Ma to keep Snowball in a room on the first floor and to limit its outings. Mrs. Feng, I do not wish to hear any more explanations. I want you to immediately take this cage and relocate it elsewhere. I do not wish to see it again. Feng Chengyu coldly interrupted her. But Feng Chengyu, could you exercise some reason? It's late. Where do you expect me to take it? Perhaps I could bring it to the company. I will be there every day for the next month to care for it. He Xiaosa was equally incensed. As she spoke, she attempted to stand, intending to leave the house with Snowball. You dare! Before she could fully rise, the man suddenly barked a cold command, swiftly reaching out to seize her wrist. With a slight exertion, he pulled her into his embrace. He Xiaosa's face turned pale, and she gasped to steady herself. Her small hands instinctively clutched the fabric of his chest. Leaning against him, she found herself against his muscular thigh. With his chiseled chest looming before her, the potent scent of masculinity assaulting her senses. Chapter 075. Slap him across the face. He Xiaosa, regaining her composure, felt her cheeks flush anew. She attempted to extricate herself from his grasp, but his firm hold on her waist proved unyielding. Feng Chengyu, release me. She looked up at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with indignation. Are you still intent on running away from home? Feng Chengyu's gaze remained fixed on her, scrutinizing every nuance of her expression and reaction. Insane. Who said anything about running away? She retorted. If you refuse to allow Snowball to stay here, what am I supposed to do? I merely intend to care for it at the office for this month. He Xiaosa felt that the man had lost his mind, unable to grasp her words. She had indeed considered Anqing, but Anqing had work commitments too, and could not remain at home 24 hours a day. Oh, a month? Isn't that tantamount to running away? The man's handsome face grew increasingly dark. If you insist on thinking that way, I am powerless to change your mind. Mr. Feng, please release your hold and grant me my freedom. Or else what? He Xiaosa had been struggling to break free until she sensed something unusual beneath her. Suddenly, she raised her face, only to be met once more by the man's gaze, filled with intense desire, causing her heart to skip a beat. You lecher. Let me go. Otherwise, I will accuse you of unlawful confinement and marital rape. He Xiaosa was now seething with anger and humiliation. Accuse me? Very well. Shall I dial 110 on your behalf? The man lowered his gaze, a sly smile playing on his lips as he regarded her flushed, porcelain-like face, his words dripping with malice. Feng Chengyu, why don't you go die? At that moment, He Xiaosa truly despised him. After speaking, she raised her hand, intending to slap his infuriatingly handsome face, but midway through, he grasped her wrist with his other hand, still intent on running away. In the next moment, his voice turned cold and harsh. Is this how you treat me? As long as you grant me freedom, I will take Snowball and never return to this house. You dare? The man's expression shifted to a chilling and terrifying demeanor. Grant you freedom? Do you think I wouldn't dare? He Xiaosa's eyes widened in shock, her anger reaching a boiling point in that instant. She even contemplated divorce. However, before she could finish her sentence, the man suddenly grabbed the back of her head, leaning down to kiss her with ferocious intensity. His fury was palpable, as if he intended to devour her whole. It was maddening, perverse, it was life-threatening. He Xiaosa felt herself blushing furiously, her eyes welling with tears, her gaze resembling that of a deer driven to desperation. She struggled fiercely, hitting him with her hands. Feng Chengyu, you sick pervert, maniac. I have had enough. I want a divorce. He Xiaosa had never endured such humiliation in her life, until she once again sensed the man's overwhelming reaction. Ready to pounce, gradually, she calmed down. She understood that the more she resisted, the more excited he would become. Now, the living room contained only him and her, along with Snowball, 2 meters away. Snowball remained loyal, barking incessantly from beside them. If it weren't for the cage, she believed Snowball would undoubtedly rush over to rescue her. Ultimately, she ceased her futile attempts to strike him. In truth, her feeble efforts were insignificant against the robust man. She sensed that he was becoming increasingly enthralled, his grip loosening, turning tender. Seizing the opportunity, she bit down hard. He winced, letting out a muffled groan. Their breaths were already ragged, and his chest heaved erratically with urgency. He Xiaosa could no longer afford to ponder further. Taking advantage of his momentary calm, she suddenly sprang up and swiftly raised her hand. Delivering a sharp slap to his face, He Xiaosa, you dare to bite me? Strike me? Feng Chengyu spoke through clenched teeth, extending his long arm to pull her down once more. He Xiaosa let out a startled gasp. And in the next instant, her body fell back into the man's embrace. Infuriated, she swung her hand again. To her surprise, the man held her tightly, pressing her entire self against the sofa. Feng Chengyu, you despicable man. I will accuse you of assault. Tears welled up in He Xiaosa's eyes once more. Accuse me? I want to enjoy myself first, the man replied, gripping her chin forcefully. Leaning down, he intended to kiss her with ferocity. I was wrong. Feng Chengyu, I won't bring Shueqiu to the office anymore. He Xiaosa was genuinely terrified of pain. Having endured 2 previous assaults, she bore a psychological scar. Moreover, she was currently on her menstrual cycle. Thus, she had no choice but to lower her proud head. Feng Chengyu's heart trembled. The next moment, he lowered his gaze to the porcelain-white face of the woman before him, her trembling red lips, and her long, dark eyelashes that glistened with tears. A strange ache surged within his chest. At that moment, he seemed to realize the profound suffering he had inflicted upon her in the past. Whether physically or mentally, his eyes dimmed, and he turned away, leaning back against the side of the sofa. He did not wish to force her into submission or trample her self-esteem. He merely had an aversion to small animals such as cats and dogs. Yet, in his early childhood, he had indeed cherished such creatures. He once believed his mother to be the most virtuous and kind-hearted woman in the world. When his father was at work, his mother stayed home. Devoted to her husband and children, she often brought home stray dogs and cats, caring for those animals with the same meticulousness she showed him. Every day after school, he would eagerly drop his bag and rush to the small courtyard surrounded by a fence to play with the dozen or so cats and dogs. However, on the morning of his 10th birthday, as he was getting ready with the help of the nanny, he cheerfully headed towards his parents' room, hoping to see if his mother was awake or preparing. But when he pushed the door open, he was met with a chaotic scene of scattered clothes and 2 figures entwined in slumber on the bed. The man was Feng Zhonglian, who seldom visited their home, and the woman was his beloved mother, whom he had always depended upon. Though he was only 10, he was beginning to grasp the painful truth that his mother had betrayed his father and had an affair with Feng Zhonglian. He found it unbearable. It felt as if a beast's sharp claws had ripped out his heart, or as if a heavy weight had crushed his foot. He screamed, jumped up, and fled the room in a panic. Chapter 76. In a conversation with his senior, suddenly kissed, he found it unbearable. It felt as if a beast's sharp claws had ripped out his heart, or as if a heavy weight had crushed his foot. He screamed, jumped up, and fled the room in a panic. As he ran down the stairs, he stumbled and fell, his young body tumbling down the steps. The nanny, Zhoma, who was in the kitchen preparing a meal, hurried out upon hearing the commotion. "Young master, what happened?" Zhoma rushed over to help him up. His face was filled with panic and fear as he pushed her away, disregarding the pain in his knee, and attempted to run outside. At that moment, Tang Wan's anxious voice called out, "Ayu, let me explain." Tang Wan descended the stairs from the second floor in haste. Upon seeing the injured boy in pain, her heart ached unbearably. Just as she reached the bottom of the stairs to approach him, "Don't come over." A sharp voice pierced the air, sounding like a wounded beast. The boy's pent-up rage, disgust, and even hatred erupted at that moment. Tang Wan halted, her face pale and pained. The hand she extended towards her son froze in midair. "What on earth happened, young madam?" Zhoma inquired anxiously from the side. But the boy had already dashed out of the house. Fleeing the villa, he ran to the small courtyard that housed the dozen or so cats and dogs, flung open the door, and released them all. From that day forth, the house was devoid of cats and dogs. Henceforth, he would loathe them as he did his mother. "Feng Chengyu, do you truly not want me to keep Xueqiu?" Just as Feng Chengyu was lost in thought, a graceful figure suddenly appeared above him. He slowly returned to reality, straightened his posture, and looked up at the woman. He saw her cradling the fluffy snowball in her arms. The little creature appeared quite understanding, nestled contently, its black, bead-like eyes warily gazing at him. No longer barking, Feng Chengyu abruptly stood up, causing He Xiaosa to instinctively step back, her eyes filled with caution. He had initially intended to pet the furry little creature, but his hand withdrew abruptly. "You are the mistress of this household. It's up to you to decide," he stated expressionlessly before striding toward the staircase leading to the second floor. He Xiaosa was taken aback, then felt a surge of joy, a smile gradually blossoming on her lips. Did this mean he agreed to let Xueqiu stay? "Xueqiu, you can finally reside here legitimately," He Xiaosa whispered happily, stroking the fluffy head of the snowball. At that moment, Xueqiu seemed to sense its newfound legitimacy in this home and excitedly barked a few times. However, He Xiaosa dared not be too reckless and promptly took it to the room on the first floor that Zhoma had prepared for it. When He Xiaosa returned to the master bedroom on the second floor, she heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Realizing that the man was showering, she went straight to the dressing room to change into her loungewear. By the time she emerged, Feng Chengyu had already wrapped himself in a bathrobe and exited the bathroom. The memory of his earlier attempts to force himself upon her resurfaced, stirring a peculiar feeling within her. Faced with an overwhelming force that she could not resist, she had mentally submitted to him and even begged for mercy. This left her feeling embarrassed and uneasy. She silently regretted her actions. Why had she yielded to such a tyrant? As someone who could not endure even the slightest pain, would she have been the first to betray her country during revolutionary times? "Is your period over?" Just as He Xiaosa's thoughts wandered, the man, enveloped in a potent masculine aura, approached her. She sensed a shadow looming above her and hurriedly looked up, retreating a step. Not yet," she responded hastily. "How many days does it usually last?" The man lowered his gaze, his eyes deep and inscrutable as they fixed upon her. "A week," He Xiaosa replied, inadvertently taking a cautious step back. Upon hearing this, Feng Chengyu nodded expressionlessly and then strode toward the door. Just then, He Xiaosa's phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at Feng Chengyu, who had yet to take more than 2 steps, she clutched her phone and went out to the balcony to answer. "Hello, who is this?" she inquired, as it was an unfamiliar number. "It's me." A low, magnetic voice responded from the other end. "Ji Xuezhang?" He Xiaosa recognized the voice, her brows arching in surprise. After regaining her composure, she asked, "What brings you to contact me? Is your company not doing well lately?" Ji Yunzhan remarked casually. "That is not something you need to worry about." He Xiaosa's tone suddenly turned cold, as if something had crossed her mind. And in truth, she felt that even if she had rejected him and refused to collaborate, he should not have taken the jobs of Lu Xinya and Jin Xiangyang at Fengshe Technology. To her, If it weren't for him signing a contract with Fengshe Technology, they would not have been dismissed. After all, the couple had been with Fengshe since their graduation for 5 or 6 years. Are you blaming me for joining Fengshe and pushing aside your junior colleagues? Ji Yunjian seemed to understand her obvious coldness. Actually, this is not something I should concern myself with. I merely wanted to inform you that your juniors have found positions at Jinghong, and they are doing quite well. Not worse than at Fengshe. That's good to hear. Ji Yunjian appeared to exhale in relief. Just tell me directly what business you have with me tonight. He Xiaosa was no longer inclined to discuss further. Actually, I called to discuss a collaboration with you. A collaboration with me? He Xiaosa's brows furrowed deeply. Yes, aren't you the chief research engineer at Fengshe Technology? Even so, the contract does not prohibit me from utilizing my spare time to collaborate on research with friends in a personal capacity. He Xiaosa scoffed softly. This Ji Shuizhang must have lost his mind after studying for too long. Since he signed with Fengshe, he essentially sold his intellect to them. How could Fengshe allow him to take on private projects? In the next moment, as He Xiaosa opened her mouth to respond, a tall figure suddenly approached, swiftly snatching her phone from her hand. Hey, Feng Chengyu. He Xiaosa was startled, instinctively trying to retrieve her phone. But in the next instant, the man leaned down, gripping the back of her head, sealing her lips with his. His other hand casually placed her phone on the washing machine on the balcony. The phone had not been turned off. It remained engaged in a conversation with Ji Yunjian. Chapter 077. Falling in love with that feeling? He intended to embarrass Ji Yunjian. He wanted him to be more perceptive. He should refrain from incessantly calling his wife. Meanwhile, upon hearing her sudden gasp, Ji Yunjian, who had been leaning against the back of the sofa, immediately stiffened, his large hand gripping the phone tightening gradually until the veins on the back of his hand stood out in stark relief. Yet, he did not hang up. He was uncertain what he was waiting for. On the other side, Feng Chengyu's kiss was gentle yet skillful, as if he intended to deliberately tease out the desires hidden within her. He Xiaosa had never experienced such tender and lingering caresses. After just a few moments, she found herself unable to resist. She wished to push him away, but her small hands pounding against him lacked any strength. Feng Chengyu had not anticipated that by following the knowledge from books, she would be so emotionally stirred. It seemed he would need to enhance his study of such knowledge in the future. Thus, he deepened the kiss, growing increasingly passionate. Wife, here, or in the room? In the room, Mem. The man swept the emotionally stirred woman into his arms and then picked up the phone from the laundry table to cast a glance. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Mr. G, would you like me to turn on the video so you can learn the art of marital intimacy? On the other end, Ji Yunjian's refined and gentle visage turned as pale as a ghost. The sharp edges of the phone had already left a red mark on his palm, and his eyes turned crimson. With a resounding bang, he hurled the phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. In the bedroom, Feng Chengyu gently laid the flushed woman on the bed and pulled the blanket over her. He then lowered his head to absent-mindedly swipe at the phone screen in his palm. Placing it on the bedside table before striding out of the bedroom, He Xiaosa lay back against the bed, her beautiful eyes somewhat dazedly fixed on the ceiling, reminiscing about the kiss she had shared with the man on the balcony. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, turning as red as dyed cloth. How could she be so easily stirred? Why had she succumbed so quickly? Had she changed? Had she come to love such feelings? Once she gradually calmed down, she sat up in bed, grasping the phone on the bedside table and swiping the screen. It was then that she recalled she had seemingly been on the phone with Ji Yunjian earlier. Seeing that the call from Ji Yunjian was marked as ended, she couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows slightly. Yet, she did not call back. That evening, around 7 o'clock, at the most renowned high-end club in the capital city, Shui Yunjian, in the VIP room, He Xiaosa and Su Qinglan sat at the dining table, awaiting their client for the evening, the owner of the Four Seasons Hotel, Hu Yukai. Both women were dressed in professional women's suits. He Xiaosa in a cream-colored ensemble, while Su Qinglan wore a light gray one. Their long hair was elegantly styled into high buns, presenting a remarkably capable appearance. They had initially arranged to meet at 7 o'clock. But to their surprise, Hu Yukai was fashionably late. They waited until nearly 7:30 before seeing him enter, accompanied by 2 male assistants. Mr. Hu, my apologies. There was some traffic on the way. Hu Yukai expressed his regrets upon entering. Oh, Mr. Hu, please have a seat. Su Qinglan promptly stood to greet the three of them. There is no need for such apologies. As you have only just arrived in the capital, He Xiaosa smiled as she stood, gesturing for him to sit down. Indeed, as the capital of Huaguo, the traffic becomes unbearable around 4 in the afternoon. She and Su Qinglan had taken back roads to arrive, taking over an hour. In reality, the headquarters of the Four Seasons Hotel is in Su City. This was their first branch opening in the outskirts, and naturally, they chose to establish it in Huaguo's largest metropolis, Beijing. Currently, there are 5 Four Seasons hotels operating in the capital. Hu Yukai is the general manager of the Four Seasons Hotel's Beijing branch. In fact, the Four Seasons Hotel had only been officially operating in Beijing for less than 6 months. The major proprietor, Shen Bonin, is eager to elevate the Four Seasons Hotel to a 5-star establishment, which is why they decided to invest in dozens of hotel robots to enhance the hotel's status. He Xiaosa was unaware of why they had chosen Jinghong Technology, as it was the Four Seasons Hotel that had initiated the proposal for collaboration. What He Xiaosa did not expect was that her polite gesture would be met with Hu Yukai stepping forward, seizing her delicate hand with his portly one. Haha, I've heard that you, Ms. He, are a renowned beauty, and seeing you today, you truly live up to the reputation. Hu Yukai was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a protruding belly and a receding hairline. Although he was dressed in a suit and appeared presentable, his words were particularly discomforting, especially now, as he held onto He Xiaosa's hand without letting go. His smile was exceedingly unsettling. Oh, Mr. Hu, please sit down and enjoy your meal. I will order right away. Su Qinglan observed Hu Youcai's demeanor and felt an ominous premonition. She sensed that Hu Yukai was not genuinely interested in discussing business collaboration. However, out of courtesy and given that it was not yet time to confront him openly, she suppressed her feelings and urged Hu Yukai to sit down for dinner. Mr. Hu, this establishment is owned by a friend of mine. So tonight you and your 2 assistants can indulge freely, He Xiaosa thought to herself, feeling disgusted as he continued to grip her hand. Yet, considering the necessity of discussing collaboration, she bore it. Only then did Hu Yukai, with a cheerful demeanor, reluctantly release her hand. The softness of her skin was truly tantalizing. Having navigated the business world for over 5 years, He Xiaosa was accustomed to discussing collaborations over meals, thus managing the situation with ease. However, it was evident that Hu Yukai was not sincerely interested in pursuing business. During the meal, He Xiaosa had Su Qinglan introduce Hu Yukai to Jinghong's latest model of hotel smart robots. Yet, Hu Yukai had his 2 assistants continuously drinking with Su Qinglan, while he himself hardly touched a drop. Ms. He, let Assistant Su accompany us for a few more drinks. Once we've had enough, everything will be negotiable. Hu Yukai chuckled from the side. He showed no inclination to drink with He Xiaosa, nor was he interested in the robot functions Su Qinglan was presenting. He Xiaosa's lovely eyes gradually clouded with coldness. Su Qinglan, however, still wished to secure a partnership with Hu Yukai. So even though she was thoroughly intoxicated and her mind was muddled, she raised her glass and clinked it with the 2 men sitting beside Hu Yukai. Lin, Zhao, I toast you both, by the end. Her words were slurred and incoherent. Qinglan, He Xiaosa could no longer contain herself and snatched the wine glass from Su Qinglan's hand. Chapter 078. As long as you accompany me for one night. Su Qinglan had indulged quite a bit tonight. Any discerning person could tell that Hu Yukai seemed to know that He Xiaosa was there for a business discussion, typically bringing along a female assistant to deflect drinks. Yet he had brought 2 male assistants who could drink excessively, clearly having prepared ahead of time. Therefore, when she realized that Su Qinglan had reached her limit and that continuing to drink would spell trouble, she had no choice but to intervene and take away Su Qinglan's glass. Ms. He, I can still drink. Let me drink. Su Qinglan giggled, attempting to reclaim her drink. Qinglan, you should rest on the sofa for a bit. I will call Anqing to come pick you up, He Xiaosa stated, genuinely pulling out her phone to dial Anqing's number. Anqing arrived swiftly, appearing in the private room within 10 minutes. She helped Su Qinglan out of the room. Anqing, please take Qinglan to the hospital first. Then back to the apartment, He Xiaosa instructed before they left. Anqing nodded but cast a worried glance at He Xiaosa before departing. With Su Qinglan gone, only He Xiaosa and the 3 men remained in the room. He Xiaosa, however, waved her hand, signaling Anqing to leave quickly with Su Qinglan. She was fully aware that this was Hu Youcai's premeditated scheme. She was merely going with the flow, eager to see what Hu Yukai was truly after. After resuming her seat, He Xiaosa proactively raised her glass. Mr. Hu, to show my sincerity, allow me to propose a toast. Upon finishing her words, She downed the drink in one go. Mr. Hu, let me introduce you to our Jinghongling Bao 7. He Xiaosa continued to probe. Hu Yukai did not expect her to be such a forthright person. A flash of appreciation crossed his eyes as he gazed at her lips, as red as ripe cherries, parting and closing. Even from across the table, it was enough to stir one's imagination. Hu Yotsai's pudgy hand could hardly restrain itself as it enveloped the delicate, white hand resting on the table. There's no rush. We can discuss other matters first. The moment his hefty hand descended, He Xiaosa's body tensed, her voice faltering. She then looked back at Hu Yukai, suppressing the wave of nausea rising within her. Mr. Hu, you haven't forgotten the purpose of our meeting here, have you? Hu Yukai, however, grinned lecherously, his thick palm gliding over her tender hand. The sensation was indeed extraordinary. Ms. He, I certainly prefer collaborating with a beauty like you. As long as you accompany me for one night, this point, Hu Yukai dropped the pretense, leering at He Xiaosa while his plump hand continued to caress her fair hand. Damn, such a gem. Just her little hand was enough to elicit a physical response from him. However, just as Hu Yukai had not finished speaking, He Xiaosa suddenly forcefully withdrew her hand and immediately picked up a cup of tea in front of her, splashing it onto the face of that lecherous old man. Die, you old pervert. He Xiaosa was furious, and the first 2 years, she had encountered many old lecherous men like Hu Yukai. After finishing her words, she stood up, grabbed her bag beside her, and intended to leave. But Hu Yukai wiped the tea from his face, let out a couple of howls, and the 2 so-called male assistants beside him quickly got up and advanced toward He Xiaosa. Don't come any closer. He Xiaosa immediately took out her self-defense baton from her bag and shouted at the 2 men. The 2 men seemed to have not expected her to be so prepared. Pausing momentarily, come on, you 2 grown men afraid of overpowering a single woman? Hu Yukai glared, shouting at his assistants. The 2 men, feeling helpless, prepared to step forward. Stop. He Xiaosa shook her self-defense baton again, coldly commanding. She then turned to Hu Yukai. Hu Yukai, I told you, the owner of this establishment is my friend. Even if it's the king of heaven, I wouldn't be afraid. Hu Yukai had already pulled out a chair and was advancing toward her. I am a married woman. He Xiaosa looked at the 3 men closing in on her from different directions, feeling a bit anxious, and instinctively began to retreat. I love married women. They're the best for fun. Haha. At this point, Hu Yukai dropped all pretenses, ripping off his mask to reveal his true nature as a lecher. Don't come any closer. He Xiaosa shouted again at the 2 men. Then she turned her face back to Hu Yukai. Hu Yukai, do you know who my husband is? He is the head of the Feng family, the current leader of the Feng group. If you dare to touch me, my husband will ensure your entire family pays for it. At this moment, He Xiaosa seemed to finally realize the danger. Thinking back, it had been over 10 minutes since Enqing left. Why hadn't the uncles come yet? She had previously sent a message to Enqing, asking her to call the police for her. If your husband is Feng Chengyu, then I'm Feng Chengyu's father. Ahahaha. Hu Yukai clearly did not believe her. As he spoke, he signaled his 2 male assistants with his eyes, wanting them to subdue He Xiaosa first so he could take advantage. The 2 assistants could only brace themselves and approach. Seeing that she could not intimidate these 3 men no matter what, He Xiaosa had no choice but to press the switch on her self-defense baton. Hiss hiss hiss. The self-defense smoke sprayed toward the 2 men. The 2 men hurriedly covered their noses with their hands. He Xiaosa then directed the spray toward Hu Yukai. You filthy bitch, you're asking for trouble. Hu Yukai covered his nose, but still choked on some of the smoke, breaking into a violent cough. Seeing this, He Xiaosa took a step forward, attempting to maneuver past him. You filthy bitch, where do you think you're going? Hu Yukai reached out with his plump hand, disregarding his discomfort, and grabbed her wrist. In a panic, He Xiaosa fiercely stomped on his foot. The next moment, an ear-piercing scream erupted from the old man. Seizing the opportunity, He Xiaosa dashed toward the door. Quick, don't let that filthy bitch escape. Hu Yukai yelled frantically at his assistants. The 2 assistants rushed toward the door. Just then, a loud bang echoed as a suited man burst in, accompanied by several police officers, with what seemed to be the club manager following behind. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Before He Xiaosa could clearly see who had entered, the suited man stepped forward to support her. When she focused her gaze, she realized the man supporting her was none other than Feng Chenghao. At that moment, Feng Chenghao looked at her with an anxious and concerned expression. How did this man end up here? How could he be any better than Hu Yukai? Thank you, he Xiaosa said, subtly stepping back a pace toward the door to create distance. Are you Miss He Xiaosa? Did you ask Ms.An Qing to report to the police? A uniformed officer questioned her. He Xiaosa then glanced at Hu Yukai and the two assistants in the room. At that moment, all three, including Hu Yukai, were bewildered by the sudden appearance of the police and Feng Chenghao. Chapter 079. Brother Yu is angry, his expression is terrifying. You have been reported for suspected sexual harassment. Please come with us. The leading officer, along with two subordinates, marched before Hu Yukai, without giving him a chance to argue, and handcuffed him. The other two officers coldly cuffed the two male assistants as well. Officer, we were merely having a normal business discussion with Ms. He. There was no sexual harassment. Hu Yukai, now sweating profusely, raised his face in protest. Naturally, He Xiaosa was taken in for questioning as well. Sister-in-law, I'll call my cousin right away and have him come. Feng Chenghao, watching He Xiaosa being taken to the police station, couldn't help but speak up to no need. Then, I'll accompany you. No need. I will have my assistant pick me up. This time, Feng Chenghao was cut off by her resolute refusal. She neither wanted Feng Chenghao to know nor did she want Feng Chenghao to get involved, and up until now, she still had no idea why Feng Chenghao appeared in this establishment. Moreover, he had completely transformed from his previous playboy image, looking like a different person altogether. She couldn't fathom what he was up to. Despite her rejection, Feng Chenghao still drove after her. When Jiang Sun and Feng Chengyu emerged from a Bugatti Veyron, Jiang Sun immediately spotted He Xiaosa bending down to enter a police car. He exclaimed in disbelief, Sister-in-law, brother Yu, I see sister-in-law. Did you see her? She is in that police car. Jiang Sun then turned to Feng Chengyu, pointing at the police car still parked by the roadside, still in shock. Only then did Feng Chengyu cast his gaze toward the police car not far away. Just then, the police car started its engine. Brother Yu, should we follow them? Jiang Sun, seeing that the man remained unfazed, grew anxious. Let us first enter the establishment and understand the situation, Feng Chengyu said indifferently. When Jiang Sun and Feng Chengyu entered the lobby of the establishment, the manager was still present. Upon seeing Jiang Sun enter, he hurriedly approached. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Feng, you're here? Tell me, did the police come to the establishment just now? Jiang Sun's handsome face darkened, causing the manager to tremble slightly, as he hastily recounted the incident that had occurred in the VIP room. After listening, Jiang Sun's eyes blazed with fury. Feng Chengyu's expression was equally grim. Soon, Jiang Sun and Feng Chengyu arrived at the private room where He Xiaosa and Hu Yukai had been, requesting the manager to review the surveillance footage. The police had already copied a portion of the footage. Quickly, the two men observed the footage in the room. Feng Chengyu maintained a serious expression as he watched, while Jiang Sun's face bore an unprecedented gravitas. They had only watched for a short while when Jiang Sun noticed Hu Yutsai's lecherous hand gripping He Xiaosa's hand tightly, unable to contain his anger. He exclaimed, Brother Yu, look at this Hu guy. He clearly has ill intentions towards Sister-in-Law. As Jiang Sun glanced at the man beside him, he couldn't help but notice Feng Chengyu's expression, which was more terrifying than a demon. If that Hu guy were still here, Jiang Sun felt Feng Chengyu would definitely have someone chop off that lecherous hand of his. I wonder how sister-in-law managed to endure that at the time? After finishing the surveillance footage, Jiang Sun felt as if he had entered an icy cavern. The man beside him was enveloped in a chilling aura. Let us go. The man suddenly rose from the sofa. Huh? Brother Yu? Jiang Sun hurriedly followed suit. Were they heading to the police station now? Were they going to bring sister-in-law back? Indeed, from the earlier footage, it was clear that sister-in-law was the victim. However, it seemed sister-in-law had been targeted by Hu Yukai from the beginning. Jiang Sun couldn't help but wonder how this audacious old lecher had set his sights on sister-in-law and when he had started. On the way to the police station, Feng Chengyu called a friend at the police station. Dongqing District Police Station, Beijing. He Xiaosa had finished giving her statement, and the head of the criminal investigation team, Wang Kai, had already imposed penalties on Hu Yukai and the two male assistants, fines of 20,000 each. After all, although Hu Yukai had lecherous intentions, he hadn't yet acted upon them. Just then, the police chief, Director Li, entered the room, accompanied by a handsome man in uniform. The man appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. With deep, striking features exuding charisma, Wang Kai naturally recognized the two men who walked in. He hurriedly approached them. Director Li, Deputy Director Jean, what brings you here? The higher-ups are cracking down on vice activities. Particularly in tonight's case, I heard a female entrepreneur was harassed by a male client during a business discussion. Deputy Director Jean cast a cold glance at Hu Yukai, who was currently handcuffed. Hu Yukai felt the chilling glare directed at him and shivered, straightening his plump frame. Yes, Wang Kai quickly replied. Just right, with the current crackdown, we need to set an example. Let's have him spend 10 to 15 days in detention. Understood, Deputy Director. Hu Yukai, momentarily stunned, only realized what was happening when a uniformed officer approached and coldly ordered him again. He panicked and shouted, I didn't mean it. Officer, I want to see my lawyer. But at this point, it was too late for him to say anything. The two male assistants each received a fine of 10,000, and they didn't even dare to argue. They paid the fines and left in disgrace. Once only He Xiaosa, Deputy Director Jean, Wang Kai, and Director Li remained in the office. He Xiaosa also planned to leave. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by Director Li. Director Li, 53 years of age, approached her with a fatherly, kind smile. Madam Feng, I apologize for the discomfort you have endured this evening. I wonder if you find our verdict to your satisfaction? The moment he addressed her as Madam Feng, He Xiaosa immediately comprehended the presence of the police chief and his deputy here. To her surprise, they were rather well informed. She candidly informed Hu Yukai that her husband was Feng Chengyu, a notorious lecher, which he did not believe. Oh, Director Li, I have no objections. Farewell. He Xiaosa bid him goodbye. Nodding slightly at Jean Batian and Wang Kai, afterward, she proceeded towards the door to, allow me and Batian to see you off. Director Li chuckled. No need. Director Li, please, do stay. Jan Deputy Director, please remain. Upon hearing this, He Xiaosa hastily turned around. Hee, Madam Feng, you are too courteous. Very well, Deputy Jean and Team Leader Wang, please escort Madam Feng. As He Xiaosa exited the police station building accompanied by the two imposing men, she again bid them farewell. Sister-in-law, no need for formalities. My brother and I are like family. Jean Batian explained indifferently at parting. He Xiaosa smiled at him again. I see. To her astonishment, this seemingly young and accomplished Deputy Jean turned out to be Feng Chengyu's brother? She truly felt the comfort of leaning against the mighty Feng family. When He Xiaosa stood by the roadside, intending to summon a ride via her mobile phone, unexpectedly, a black, elongated Lincoln sedan halted beside her. Chapter 080. Tonight is unfeasible, yet irresistible. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing the man's expressionless, handsome face. Get in. Who else could the man in the car be but Feng Chengyu? He Xiaosa felt both surprised and unsurprised. She opened the passenger door and gracefully took her seat. The two remained silent throughout the journey. Initially, He Xiaosa had intended to express her gratitude, but upon observing his tightly pressed lips and stern countenance, which exuded an air of coldness that kept others at bay, she wisely chose to remain silent. The man appeared to be angry, and it was the kind of anger that seemed profound. But why was he angry? Was it towards her? The man drove directly to the entrance of the villa, where a servant rushed to greet them. Feng Chengyu tossed the car keys to the servant and abruptly seized He Xiaosa's wrist. His grip was exceedingly rough, devoid of tenderness. He Xiaosa stumbled forward as he yanked her. Feng Chengyu, have you lost your mind? Release me at once. The man, however, feigned ignorance, continuing to domineer over her wrist while tugging her towards the door. Zhoma opened the door and was taken aback by the sight before her. Young master, young mistress, you have returned? Yet, Feng Chengyu did not spare her a glance, dragging He Xiaosa through the foyer and towards the staircase. Zhom, He Xiaosa could not help but cast a pleading glance at Zhoma, young mistress. Zhoma indeed felt sympathy for her, but alas, her words were of no use. She had raised the young master since he was a child. How could she not understand his temperament? Zhoma could only offer her a look of self-preservation. From the first floor to the second, and then into the bedroom, He Xiaosa was unceremoniously pulled along. Finally released at the wash basin in the restroom. Feng Chengyu, have you lost your senses? What on earth do you intend to do to her? Before she could finish her sentence, he abruptly thrust her hand under the faucet to wash. He Xiaosa watched as the man roughly scrubbed her hand, almost as if he intended to remove the skin from her hand. It dawned on her. You found out? How did you know? Did he witness her being groped by Hu Yukai in that private room? Why didn't she withdraw her hand immediately? The man finally spoke, his voice as chilling as ice, sending shivers down her spine. As he spoke, he suddenly lathered her palm, back of the hand, and fingers with soap, scrubbing them thoroughly. Such a terrifying possessiveness and obsessive cleanliness. Feng Qingyu, please, don't be irrational, all right? He Xiaosa felt as though her hand was on the verge of peeling from his vigorous scrubbing. Feng Qingyu paid her no mind, continuing until her palm turned red from where Hu Yukai had touched her. How many days has it been tonight? After drying her hand with a towel, he grasped it and suddenly inquired. Huh? What do you mean by how many days? His quick shift and focus left He Xiaosa momentarily bewildered. The physiological period. Feng Qingyu gazed down at her, his dark, profound eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. He Xiaosa let out a soft gasp, then comprehended his implication. Tonight is not feasible. She had yet to depart. He Xiaosa felt a pang of guilt. In fact, her period typically lasted 5 to 6 days. But she simply did not want him to be aware of this detail. Tomorrow evening, perhaps? Feng Qingyu calculated the days in his mind. If it was indeed 7 days, she would have to wait until tomorrow. As that would conveniently be Thursday, He Xiaosa could only nod helplessly. Just as she intended to take her leave, the man suddenly encircled her waist with his large hand and, at the sight of her wide-open eyes, he lowered his head once more. Feng Qingyu, you mentioned tomorrow evening. Before she could finish her sentence, her crimson lips were sealed. The man was not in a hurry to conquer. Instead, he patiently lingered between her lips. Despite their numerous intimate encounters, He Xiaosa remained a novice when it came to kissing and intimacy. Her hesitant and inexperienced reactions caused him to lose control of the rhythm. Suddenly, he lifted her, placing her upon the wash basin. The sudden chill jolted He Xiaosa back to lucidity. No, Feng Qingyu. She attempted to push him away. Yet, this time, before she could finish her protest, he had seized her hands behind her back. And amidst her protests, he leaned down to kiss her again. This time, he was no longer calm and collected. Instead, he was fierce and domineering, like a lion hunting its prey, striking at the heart, offering no room for resistance. Compelling one to succumb at that moment, the woman with her eyes closed was breathtakingly beautiful, alluring in an unusual way. Wife, give me, the man murmured, as though entranced. However, his utterance of wife jolted the woman, who had been lost in desire. Back to reality. No, He Xiaosa finally mustered the strength to push the man away. Both were already breathless. The man had not anticipated that she would reject him at such a moment. He stepped back, breathing heavily to regain his composure. He Xiaosa was no better off. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she inadvertently lowered her eyelids, catching a glimpse of the unusual bulge beneath his trousers, and, as if scalded by boiling water, quickly averted her gaze. You should find a way to handle that. Her face flushed crimson, her graceful neck turned to the side, unable to dare glance at him again. Feng Qingyu observed her flushed face, wanting to say something, yet ultimately sighed in resignation, turning towards the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Was he taking a cold shower? This was the first time He Xiaosa witnessed a man dousing himself with cold water to quell his desires. She felt a mix of curiosity and sympathy. Carefully, she descended from the wash basin and approached the bathroom door, gently knocking on the translucent glass. Chapter 081. Taking a cold shower, will he fall ill? The sound of water ceased abruptly. Then came the man's voice, cold and restrained. Is there something you need? If you continue to wash like that, won't you fall ill? After speaking, He Xiaosa instantly regretted her words. What concern was it of hers whether he fell ill? Just as she contemplated retreating, the glass door was suddenly pulled open, revealing the man, drenched from the cold shower. At that moment, he was clad only in a white shirt and black trousers, his suit jacket and tie having vanished somewhere unknown. The top buttons of his shirt were undone, exposing his enticing collarbone and pale skin. The damp fabric clung to his muscular chest, outlining his physique, while his black trousers accentuated his long, powerful legs. Under the light, the man, drenched from head to toe, appeared dangerously alluring. He Xiaosa felt parched, unable to utter a sound. So concerned for me. The man caught her rapt attention. A mischievous smile gracing his lips. Madame Feng, why not use your hand, or perhaps that, to assist me? He gestured towards her slightly parted, rosy lips. He Xiaosa instantly understood. Her cheeks flushed crimson. No, I don't feel sorry for you. Hurry and wash. As she spoke, Upon meeting his intense gaze that seemed to devour her, she was startled into taking a large step back, then swiftly turned and fled. Meanwhile, in Sioux City, at a certain villa, in the study, a woman of exquisite demeanor, clutching a mobile phone, gazed up at a middle-aged man smoking a cigar, a pleading look in her eyes. "Bonin, you must think of a way. My second brother cannot remain in the detention center." The words were spoken by Hu Jihua, the sister of Hu Yukai. The middle-aged man is Hu Jihua's husband, Shun Bonin, the owner of the Four Seasons Hotel. Concerning the news that Hu Yukai, the general manager of the Four Seasons Hotel's Beijing branch, was detained in a Beijing detention center for allegedly harassing a female boss with whom he was negotiating a partnership, this story has already been reported by a select few media outlets. Should this scandal continue to gain traction, it could very well ruin Hu Youcai's future. After all, no one would dare to employ him again. Hu Yukai has a wife and children in Sioux City. However, his reputation has long been tarnished. Prior to his transfer to Beijing, he was known for engaging in inappropriate relationships with female secretaries and subordinates within the company. Yet, due to his connection as the brother-in-law of the company's owner, Shun Bonin, such matters were brushed off as mere tales of romantic escapades, quickly fading from public memory. After all, the women involved were, in essence, consenting parties. Initially, Shun Bonin had no intention of transferring Hu Yukai to Beijing, but Hu Yukai himself was eager to venture into the capital and broaden his horizons. Consequently, Hu Jihua merely whispered a few sweet nothings, and he ultimately agreed to the move. Little did they know that within 2 months of his arrival in Beijing, such a scandal would erupt. Do you know whom he has offended this time? I lack the means to extricate him. If the news about Hu Youcai's disgrace truly gains momentum, he will find himself incapable of suppressing it. For he has crossed paths with none other than the heir of Beijing's most prestigious family, Feng Chengyu of the Feng family conglomerate. It goes without saying that the Feng family is the foremost aristocracy in Beijing, and Feng Chengyu, the current head of the Feng Group, has recently gained notoriety throughout the business world of Hua country. Having assumed control of the Feng Group for less than a month, he has already taken decisive action to eliminate remnants of his uncle Feng Zhonglian's influence, establishing his dominance within the company. Furthermore, within this brief period, he has secured several overseas contracts worth over 100 million. My brother has recognized his mistakes, but can't you leverage your connections in Beijing to find a solution? At this point, Hu Jihua was on the verge of tears. He has provoked the heir of the capital's foremost aristocracy, Feng Chengyu. Which of your friends in Beijing could possibly rival the Feng family? Enough with the nonsense, leave. Despite Shun Bonin's attempts to reason with her, he was also incensed, his expression darkening as he coldly commanded her to depart. He resolved that not only would he refrain from intervening on Hu Youcai's behalf, but he would also promptly replace him as the general manager of the Four Seasons Hotel in Beijing. As for Hu Yukai, this was entirely of his own making, in the Yuhai Bay Villa in Beijing, within the study. Though the hour was late, Feng Chengyu, clad in a bathrobe, remained awake in his study, engaged in a phone conversation with Qiao Yang. Yes, suppress this news. I do not wish for Mrs. Feng to be the subject of gossip due to an incident of harassment while negotiating a partnership at the club. Such news would only tarnish our family's reputation and sully Mrs. Feng's name. Additionally, please register a Weibo account for me. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare to bully Mrs. Feng. He was determined to publicize the fact that Mrs. Feng is Xiaosa, the owner of Jinghong Technology, ensuring that such humiliating incidents never occur again. Furthermore, he intended to return to the ancestral home over the weekend to discuss wedding plans with Elder Feng. Having promised his in-laws last week that he would talk to his family about their wedding arrangements, it seemed that their wedding was indeed moving to the forefront. After concluding his instructions to Qiao Yang and ending the call, Feng Chengyu intended to rise from the sofa when his phone rang once more. Upon checking, he discovered an unfamiliar number from Sioux City. Frowning slightly, he answered, "Oh, is this Mr. Feng? This is Shun Bonin from the Four Seasons Hotel. I apologize for calling at such a late hour." Shun Bonin's voice carried a note of deference, and Feng Chengyu was already aware of Shun Bonin's identity. Following the incident involving He Xiaosa, he had quickly contacted his friend Jean Batian at the police department, who swiftly uncovered Hu Youcai's connection to Shun Bonin, realizing that Hu Yukai was his wife's brother. "Speak." Feng Chengyu's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion. "Mr. Feng, first and foremost, I would like to extend my apologies on behalf of the Four Seasons Hotel to you and Mrs. He. This incident is the last thing we wished for. If you deem it necessary for the Four Seasons Hotel to compensate Mrs. He for her emotional distress, we would consider it appropriate, Shun Bonin stated, carefully choosing his words. Shun Bonin's heart had softened due to Hu Jihua's turmoil, and he made this call in the dead of night, partly as a test. Oh, you think my family would lack for such a pittance? Feng Qingyu's expression grew colder. No, Mr. Feng, please don't misunderstand. I genuinely wish to make amends to Mrs. He. I have no ulterior motives. I have already replaced the general manager of the Four Seasons Hotel in Beijing, a scoundrel like Hu Yukai, who disguises harassment as business dealings. Certainly does not deserve to hold such a position. Shin Bonin hurriedly distanced himself from Hu Yukai, unwilling to lose both his wife and his business. The Four Seasons Hotel in Beijing needed to continue its operations. You are wise to recognize the situation, Feng Qingyu finally spoke coldly. If you wish to make amends to my wife, ensure that you deliver the orders to Jinghong Technology. Feng Qingyu had pointed him toward a path of redemption. Had Shin Bonin not taken the initiative to make this call, he had contemplated orchestrating the collapse of every Four Seasons hotel across Hua country. Now, seeing Shin Bonin's astuteness, he abandoned that notion. Oh, very well. Thank you, Mr. Feng, for providing guidance to the Four Seasons. Indeed, the following morning, the newly appointed general manager of the Four Seasons Hotel in Beijing personally visited He Xiaosa with a contract in hand, successfully signing a 30 million deal for the still unlisted Jinghong Technology. This was a monumental order. After finalizing the contract, He Xiaosa finally allowed a smile to grace her features, one that had been absent since the previous night's incident. As for Hu Yukai, Feng Qingyu had no intention of letting him off lightly. He planned to ensure that once Hu Yukai emerged from detention, he would understand the severe consequences of daring to bully Feng Qingyu's wife. The next morning, as He Xiaosa busied herself in the office, and Qing hurriedly entered. Qingbao, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Upon seeing her, He Xiaosa halted her activities, pushed back her chair, and approached her. Zisei. Log into your Weibo.an. Qing's gaze was complex as she regarded her. It seemed she was not there for work, but rather for something personal. Although surprised, He Xiaosa complied and logged into her Weibo account. She had created her account back in college, but over the years, she had rarely used it, especially after graduation. Thus, when she logged in, her profile picture was still that of her standing by a lake, arms outstretched toward the water. The last post she remembered was from her university days, a group photo taken during the National College Robot Competition, where she stood alongside the award winners, at the time. She had been reluctant to share it, but her friend Lu Xinya had urged her, saying, "Senior, we only have this one picture of us receiving awards together. Please post it for a keepsake and truth." She had few friends, and only a handful used Weibo. So, feeling soft-hearted, she thought that even if she shared it, hardly anyone would notice, and thus, she posted the photo with the caption, "Receiving awards with my junior." However, upon logging in this time, she discovered that this group photo was inexplicably missing. Yet, that was not what shocked her most. The most astonishing revelation was that she had a new notification. You have a new follower. Additionally, someone had tagged her, Mrs. Feng. It's Feng Qingyu. So, the new follower was Feng Qingyu? Is that all? He Xiaosa inquired of Qing, her tone indifferent. Your husband wants you to follow him back quickly. By the way, your husband created a Weibo account just last night. Do you have any idea how many followers he gained today? Qing looked at her with a complex expression. How many? He Xiaosa asked instinctively, then lowered her head, somewhat distracted as she followed Feng Qingyu back. Feng Qingyu's Weibo account was simply his name. At that moment, in the Feng Group's building, in the top-floor president's office, Feng Qingyu sat at his desk. Not working but instead fixated on his phone screen, staring daggers at a group photo of men and women. Particularly, his ire was directed toward the striking young couple in the center of the image. Although they stood prominently, there was a noticeable distance between them, maintaining a safe space typical between men and women. Yet, the sight of the man leaning slightly toward the woman ignited a furious rage within him. In fact, on the night he registered his marriage with He Xiaosa, Elder Feng had presented him with a dossier detailing He Xiaosa's background for his careful reviewed. At last, the elder gentleman remarked, such an outstanding and exceptional young woman, particularly hailing from a scholarly lineage, with a pristine background and strict upbringing. Moreover, she possesses remarkable self-discipline, having never been embroiled in any scandalous rumors throughout her life. To have her as your wife would indeed be a fortunate bargain for you. Is this truly devoid of any scandalous whispers? What then can be said of the man standing beside her? Feng Qingyu pondered, unable to restrain himself any longer. He utilized electronic editing to remove the bothersome figure from the image, and in a rather juvenile manner, selected a photograph of himself from his phone to place alongside the woman. Even more audaciously, in his chosen photo, his arm was slightly raised, as if it were draped around her waist. This perspective seemed to brighten his expression somewhat. Xiao Liang stood across the table, emboldened to speak. "President, it appears your wife has yet to pay you any attention. Perhaps you should consider calling her to mention it." "No need," he replied. "The comment section on Weibo is closed. I don't want those female fans leaving chaotic messages." He feared that opening the comment section would unleash a torrent of irritating messages from inexplicable admirers, which would only create unnecessary trouble for He Xiaosa. Despite having set his Weibo comments to disallow remarks, his follower count had surged by nearly 200,000 overnight. Most of these fans were young. Attractive women.as comments were disabled. Many resorted to tagging him in private messages. He was thoroughly exasperated. "President, if you were to allow your fans to leave comments, perhaps there would be fewer private messages flooding in. Furthermore, if your wife were to see the admiration expressed by your female fans, it might help her appreciate your worth in the hearts of countless young women, thereby deepening her appreciation for you and your marriage." Xiao Yang suggested, guiding him gently. Although he lacked substantial romantic experience, he understood the basic principles. "Very well, since you seem so knowledgeable, from now on, you shall manage this account. Should you need me, simply let me know. And remember, Xiao Liang, my aim is not to make my wife fall in love with me. I merely wish for her to rely on me for a lifetime, never to leave my side." Feng Qingyu said, somewhat impatiently handing his phone over to him. Affairs of the heart were not what he desired. Xiao Liang accepted the phone, internally criticizing, "President, you have clearly developed feelings for your wife. Yet you maintain this stubborn facade of denial. Truly, a classic case of being blinded by one's own circumstances." Chapter 083. A bold and unabashed confession. Moreover, you wish for your wife not to fall in love with you. Yet you desire her to depend on you for eternity, never to part ways. One must ponder. How could a woman not love a man and yet consider him her lifelong support? How could she possibly remain tethered to him? Such contradictory sentiments could only be uttered by someone like the president. Xiao Liang sighed inwardly before departing. In the office of the Jinghong president, He Xiaosa lifted her gaze towards Enqing, who softly exhaled a number, 200,000. Indeed, within the span of their conversation lasting merely 2 minutes, Feng Qingyu's Weibo followers had surpassed the 200,000 mark. He Xiaosa responded with a faint "oh," then fiddled with her phone screen, following Feng Qingyu's Weibo account. Her Weibo nickname was derived from her WeChat name, Qiu Feng Xiaosi. In truth, her name was inspired by a verse from Cao Cao's poem Observing the Vast Sea. "The autumn wind is desolate, and the surging waves rise." The name Xiaosei was bestowed upon her by her grandmother, who expressed, "Although Xiaosei conveys a sense of coldness and melancholy, I hope my granddaughter can endure solitude and embrace challenges, becoming a magnificent surging wave." Thus, she entered the world with this distinctive name. Xiaosei, I see that President Feng seems quite popular among the ladies. If he were to participate in any selection for a national heartthrob, he would undoubtedly be chosen, and Qing remarked, her expression tinged with concern. He Xiaosa was perplexed as to why she would say such a thing. In truth, she was well aware that her so-called plastic husband had always garnered admiration from young women. "Are you not the least bit jealous?" And Qing hesitated before finally voicing her thoughts. "Jealous? Qingbao, surely you jest. Why would I feel jealousy? We are merely contractual spouses, engaged in a purely physical relationship." He Xiaosa could not help but smile at Qing's suggestion. "How could I possibly harbor feelings for him? I do not love him. I certainly will not fall in love with him." And Qing was momentarily rendered speechless by her retort. After a pause, she finally managed to respond, "Xiaosei, I hope you can find happiness. A loveless marriage cannot endure." "Yes, I know. Thank you, Qingbao, for your concern. Indeed, you are correct. A marriage devoid of love cannot last long. I am simply living day by day, never having hoped to spend my life with him. Even if someone were to proclaim that my marriage with Feng Qingyu would end tomorrow, I would believe it, for I truly live one day at a time." Although Feng Qingyu hailed from a wealthy family, he possessed commendable character in all respects. Particularly noteworthy was his impeccable reputation. Having remained scandal-free over the years, which was truly rare. "Xiaosei, look at the current society. How many young scions of wealthy families are not surrounded by numerous beautiful women? And Qing continued, so, since you have married him, why not try to love him and cultivate a loving relationship? Clearly, and Qing was genuinely concerned about her happiness, hence her lengthy discourse. Unfortunately, He Xiaosa was not receptive to her words. And Qing, you do not understand him. He has long warned me against developing feelings for him. I shall not demean myself by initiating love for him. I am merely living each day as it comes. It matters not, after all. I have no intention of loving any man for the rest of my life. It is merely a game, and I can play it. He Xiaosa remained exceedingly content with her current life. Thanks to Feng Qingyu's support, her business was flourishing. The new general manager of the Four Seasons Hotel had approached Jing Hong to sign a contract worth 40 million, which he understood was a form of compensation from the hotel. As for their eagerness, it was undoubtedly due to Feng Qingyu exerting pressure on them. Thus, having a strong backing indeed brings comfort. The only lament was that she had yet to conceive a child. If she could bear another child, even if she were to divorce Feng Qingyu in the future, having a child would ensure she never felt lonely. Xiaosei, if you continue like this, you will be hurt. And Qing gazed at her with concern. However, He Xiaosa disagreed with her conclusion. A life devoid of love and desire would harbor no weaknesses. She would not be vulnerable to competitors. For the time being, Feng Qingyu was certainly not her weakness. Her family and her future children could become her vulnerabilities, even her friends, like Chang Wei and Qing. And Qing, you need not worry excessively. He holds less weight in my heart than you do. He Xiaosa replied with a smile. An Qing could only shake her head in response before departing. After An Qing left, He Xiaosa found herself momentarily distracted, losing the desire to review documents. She inadvertently clicked on Feng Qingyu's Weibo account and, upon glancing down, was astonished to find that the comments section was open. In just a few minutes, over 100 comments had already been posted. Most of these comments were declarations of love directed towards Feng Qingyu. God you, I have followed you since long before you went abroad. I am honored to be your first fan since your Weibo account opened. Indeed, Feng Qingyu had gone overseas at 18, completing a combined undergraduate and graduate program in financial management at Harvard over 6 years. He returned to China at 24, expecting to seamlessly assume control of the Feng Group, only to be met with Feng Zhonglian's disdain for his youth and lack of experience, which led to him being denied leadership. Subsequently, Feng Zhonglian further claimed the need for him to hone his skills and transferred him to the United States to expand the group's overseas market. The first comment was from a devoted fan whose profile picture bore the words, "Only love you God." He Xiaosa couldn't help but be taken aback by such bold declarations of love from fans. Are today's young women so audacious and liberated? Do they not inquire whether he is married or has a wife? I have adored Godyu for 10 years. I am an alumnus of Jing City No. 1 High School, a junior beneath Godyu. Godyu, even if you are married, I am willing to be your secret lover. This fan's comment was accompanied by a beautiful photo of herself, clad in a white dress by the lakeside, her long hair flowing gracefully. Most absurdly, another fan, in an effort to capture Feng Qingyu's favor, even posted a close-up of herself in a bikini on the beach. Godyu, not only am I beautiful, but I also have a great figure and am very obedient. Choose me as your woman. This comment also included a note. Wife, lover, bedmate, I can be anything. He Xiaosa skimmed through the comments, realizing that most were from fervent female fans eager to share a bed with Feng Qingyu. In truth, she had long known how popular he was among young women, but seeing these brazen and explicit comments still left her astonished. If this man were a ruler in ancient times,